The National Fortune Gods Battle. I summoned a god in the form of an old mouse. The Chinese audience in the stands accused me of being reckless, choosing a seemingly powerless yellow weasel spirit instead of a powerful dragon like the Earth Heart Candle Dragon. Only I knew very well that this being had once defeated the great sage equal to heaven, mastered the art of sealing with one hand, the great demon of the Lulan ruins, the saint of the wild wind. It's not that I didn't want to choose top gods like the Candle Dragon, but because China is now facing a challenge from the Sun Never Sets country and a coalition of 4 countries including Greece, and each god only has one chance to participate in battle. Facing the first challenger from the Sun Never Sets country, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The opponent's god summoner actually summoned a giant python, the earthly python Yemengade. What I never expected was that while I was amazed by the size of this giant python, the god summoner from the Sun Never Sets country didn't wait for our gods to start fighting, but took advantage of my distraction and beheaded me with a single blow. In the Chinese audience stands, cries of surprise rang out. Even the 3 Army Commander General Longye suddenly stood up, but the next moment, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Normally, when a god summoner dies, the summoned gods will disappear, but both gods were still on the arena. At that moment, the hornet monster glanced at my body, then shouted loudly, summoning 3 divine winds. In an instant, the python let out a miserable cry, its scales being peeled off layer by the sandstorm, becoming bloody and blurred. Knowing its huge body couldn't escape, the python rushed towards the sea, hoping to neutralize the sand with water. The hornet sneered coldly, blew harder again, and a stronger sandstorm swept in, obliterating everything in its path. Whether it was the ground, rocks, or seawater, all disappeared. The body of the Yemanga python suddenly disintegrated rapidly. After a while, the yellow sand dispersed, the original sea disappeared, the Yemanga python disappeared, replaced by a barren desert. The hornet put away the oil lamp, slowly landed on the ground, and this mouthful of Samadhi divine wind directly amazed the audience in the Huaxia district, with all kinds of flattery endlessly. Just then, a fierce snake head suddenly burst out of the yellow sand, but halfway through, it turned into flying ash directly. The god of the land of the midnight sun turned to look at me behind him, looking puzzled. He didn't understand how I, who had clearly died, came back to life, but unfortunately he didn't have a chance to understand it again. His consciousness plunged into darkness and died completely. At this moment, the figure of the host Bobby appeared, announcing the result of the match. The Huaxia Empire won this round of the arena battle. There was no cheering, no excitement, more of a series of bewildered faces. The audience in the Huaxia district was still immersed in the sudden reversal just now. Wasn't Jiangshan already dead? How did he come back to life? In fact, even before going up to the arena, I secretly used the 72 transformations that Sun Wukong had taught me before, turning a hair into my own appearance, while I turned into a small flying insect lying on the clone. When the god of the land of the midnight sun launched a sneak attack, I could have avoided it, but I thought it might be an opportunity, so I let the other party behead my clone. If it weren't for the last desperate sneak attack by Yemanga, I planned to keep hiding and not reveal this ability, but the situation was critical at that time. There was no room for further concealment. I had to suddenly twist the neck of the opponent's god of the land of the midnight sun from behind. The hornet suddenly asked, "Did you just use the 72 transformations technique? Could it be that the Monkey King taught you these magical powers?" Hearing this, my heart ached, thinking about the grudge between him and Sun Wukong. I didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing my dilemma, the hornet suddenly smiled. "Don't be nervous, I just didn't expect that the Monkey King is still alive. The past is like smoke, it's all in the past, he is just a pitiful pawn. But the magical powers taught by that monkey, although wonderful, are ultimately just auxiliary means. As the young master of the demon clan, how can you lack martial skills? This 9 flavors divine wind is a top-notch magical power. Even in ancient times, it was an extraordinary technique. If you can comprehend it, you will benefit for a lifetime. If our demon clan's demon emperor were still here, how could the Buddhist sect bully us like this? Since you are the descendant of the demon emperor, you should reorganize our demon clan to restore our former glory as your duty." With that, the hornet sighed and said, "This is it, I should go back to that place." Then its body turned into a hornet and disappeared into the gate of creation. But I didn't have a chance to ask which place it was referring to. The second match with the empire where the sun never sets began. Unexpectedly, their chosen champion this time was a woman with a curvaceous figure. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, she licked her lips seductively and said, "Hey handsome, would you consider joining our empire where the sun never sets? With your abilities, as long as you come over, we can fulfill all your desires." However, I just glanced at her and replied indifferently, "Ma'am, your makeup is smudged. Dai Cheong sneered and swayed her hips as she entered the gate of creation. I disdainfully pursed my lips and also entered the gate of creation. Soon, 10 divine statues appeared in front of me. Several of them had appeared in the previous round. Only 3 were new, a 3-legged crow, a turtle with a snake tail, and a 6 or 7-year-old boy. The 3-legged crow was undoubtedly the vermilion bird. Besides the golden crow, there was no other possibility. The figure resembling a turtle but with a snake tail must be the black tortoise without a doubt. As for the last little boy wearing a belly band and a longevity lock around his neck, who else could it be if not the red boy? It's a pity. It would have been great if it were the bull demon king. Although the red boy is very powerful, he is still a child. Those old guys from the north side have lived for countless years. If he were chosen to go up, wouldn't he be taken advantage of? Then my gaze fell on the black tortoise. As for the golden crow beside it, I simply ignored it. Among the golden crow clan, except for the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, there is really no descendant worth mentioning. To be safe, I chose the black tortoise, the northern Xuanwu, born of Tai Yin, with a false and dangerous table quality, turtle and snake table shape, coiled and traveling in the 9 earths, commanding all the spirits. I, Jiang Wenming, welcome the descent of Xuanwu of the 4 holy beasts. A golden light shot out from the Xuanwu idol, straight into the sky. A gap opened up in the void, and one could vaguely see that it was an ocean. A small island stood alone on the surface of the sea, and as the golden light fell into the island, the mountains suddenly crumbled. The small island began to pull itself up, revealing its original appearance. It was clearly a piece of scale armor of a giant turtle. Although Jiang Wenming knew that Xuanwu was big, he didn't expect it to be this big. Even compared to the previous Yemengard, giant waves rolled over, and Xuanwu's true body was completely exposed to the eyes of the crowd. Oh, by karma, the Huaxia Empire actually has such a huge deity. Why didn't it appear before against Yemengard? This size is probably only comparable to the Yemengard and the North Sea giant demon kraken, right? Look, Dai Joanna has awakened the poison dragon Nidhogg. Ha ha ha, this time it's a sure win. What's the point of having a big body size? No one can withstand Nidhogg's venom. You have to know that in Norse mythology, the poisonous dragon Nidhogg was the originator of the Twilight of the Gods. Even the World Tree of the Gods was gnawed and collapsed by it, enough to prove its terror. At this time, Xuanwu had already returned to its position. The pair of cold vertical pupils glanced at Jiang Wenming, did not say a word. However, Jiang Wenming only felt cold all over his body, as if he was standing naked in the middle of winter. What a terrifying might! Jiang Wenming was shocked in his heart. Xuanwu is the main north, belongs to water, and has a sinister nature. Not only did it have the calmness of a turtle, but it also had the cold-bloodedness of a snake. You have the aura of Emperor Jun on you. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the rule restriction, I really want to swallow you in one bite. Jiang Wenming, Nima, who exactly are you with? Jiang Wenming spat madly in his heart, but on the surface, he was respectful. Since the other party hated Di Jun, he should not look for pain himself, in case he was really swallowed by it. How wrong it would be. Based on the principle of less said, less wrong, Jiang Wenming gave a respectful salute towards the other party before speaking. Thank you, senior. Xuanwu didn't pay any attention to him and walked out of the gate of creation on his own. Crap, this turtle is so bullish, actually daring to ignore Jiangshan. Didn't you hear Jiangshan shout just now? One of the 4 holy beasts. It's not a good person once you hear it. Who are the 4 holy beasts? Is there a big brother to popularize them? At a glance, you haven't listened to the Shan Hai Jing myth. In the Shan Hai Jing written by Jiangshan, it is recorded that the 4 holy beasts are the eastern green dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, and the northern Xianwu. They represent the 4 elements of wood, gold, water and fire respectively. I remember my teacher saying, aren't there 5 elements? Where is earth? Earth is the Qilin, and the head of the sacred beasts. It's a Rue beast. It's not the same as them. I see. No, I'm going to check out the Shanhaijing. Due to Xuanwu's massive size, the ring automatically turned into a small world on one side. It was just like the Yemengard before so that they could play properly. Another python? Jiang Wenming saw the black python summoned from the opposite side, and his mind began to race, trying to find out the identity of his opponent. Soon, a name surfaced in his mind. Poison Dragon Nidhogg. One of the few survivors in the Twilight of the Gods. Nidhogg could be said to be the last victor within the Twilight of the Gods, when a large number of gods fell and their corpses were devoured by it, successfully evolving into a black dragon and becoming the Lord of the Abyss. It could be said to be the top battle force within the Norse mythology. Xuanwu also sensed the might of his opponent, and his complexion couldn't help but to become a bit more grave. Along with the start of the battle, both sides didn't even have any trial and error and directly charged towards each other. They were both giant beasts, and the most direct battle between giant beasts was a physical fight in power. Nidhogg opened his huge mouth and spewed out a large amount of venom, coloring the entire sky dark green. A creature like Yumengard, which is the best at toxin attacks, was restrained to death by the yellow wind monster. That's why it didn't work. Right now this Nidhogg is also a poisoner. It's a bit troublesome, although he believed in the Xuanwu's defense. But toxin this kind of thing. It's not that you're fine if your armor is hard. Nidhogg bit down on the Xuanwu and chipped its pair of fangs on the spot. This scene gave everyone a shock. Jiang Wenming's lifted heart also slowly fell. Right at this moment, the serpent's head on the Xuanwu's tail violently probed out, biting down on Nidhogg's 7-inch position. Facts proved that one mouth was no match for two. Unlike Nidhogg, Xuanwu's 2 mouths bit down on Nidhogg's body, directly tearing off a large piece of meat from it. Roar! Nidhogg let out a wail of pain. His body flung itself around the Xuanwu in a deadly twist, wanting to strangle it. However, Xuanwu's body was incredibly tough and did not move at all. A blue-white mist sprayed out from Xuanwu's mouth. Nidhogg's body began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the Xuanwu's ice power. As a holy beast in charge of water, it naturally knew how to use magic. Soon, Nidhogg was frozen into an ice sculpture, which was directly shattered by its forceful shock. Crap! So fierce? 2 minutes. It only took 2 minutes. It's simply a crushing level battle. Are all the gods of Northern Europe this watery? Each one of them looks so bluffing, but the result is all embroidered pillows, worthy of being the 4 holy beasts. This sense of security is directly pulled full circle. Jiang Wenming in the ring also didn't expect that the battle would actually end so quickly. This Xuanwu's strength really isn't something to brag about. No wonder he dared to call out to the saints in the first place. While Jiang Wenming was secretly thinking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, it's not dead, because Bobby hadn't come out to announce the end of the match, and Dai Qiana on the opposite side hadn't died. This meant that Nidhogg was still alive. Xuanwu, who was originally ready to leave, sniffed. His body gave a slight lurch and turned his head to look at the pieces of limbs on the ground, noticing that the ice on top of it was actually starting to show signs of melting. The power of death? Xuanwu frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Before it could even let its words fall, it saw that Nidhogg's stumps began to rapidly polymerize, the flesh and blood on his body becoming rotten due to the freezing and then melting. However, this did not affect Nidhogg's resurrection. In just the blink of an eye, it transformed from a giant python form into a giant dragon made of skeletons. The black aura of death surrounded its body, and one could vaguely see countless wronged souls traveling back and forth within its body. Nidhogg was the pet of the goddess of death, Hela, and this controller of the underworld would feed it with the souls of countless evil people every day, which also led to Nidhogg possessing the power of death. And this power, during the twilight of the gods, allowed it to dodge a bullet, and in doing so, it devoured a large amount of the power of the gods. This included the god King Odin, Thor the god of thunder, Tyr the god of war, Imengard, Fenrir the demon wolf, Loki the god of fire, and Heimdall the rainbow bridge guard. It could be said that the corpses of the main gods in the entire Norse mythology had basically been chewed on by it. How strong was it now? Even its former master, death goddess Hela, was no match for it. Roar! Nidhogg's tattered and torn remnant of a body let out a deafening roar, and fishy poisonous mist was spewed out by it. This was the venom that belonged to Yemengard. Although Xuanwu could ignore Nidhogg's bites, it did not dare to touch this toxin, because it clearly felt that at this moment, Nidhogg was unknown how many times more powerful than before. A layer of water mist rose from around Xuanwu's body, enveloping it and isolating the poisonous mist outside. Seeing this, Nidhogg flapped a pair of fleshy wings behind him, his speed steeply increasing by a large margin, and his 4 sharp claws grabbed towards Xuanwu's head. The power of Demon Wolf Fenrir. Demon Wolf Fenrir, as the eldest son of fire god Loki and giantess Angelberta, could be said to have inherited the strengths of both sides, not only controlling the power of flames, but also having an extremely powerful physical body. After devouring its corpse, Nidhogg also gained the corresponding ability. Sharp claws pierced through the water mist around the Xuanwu and landed on top of its armor. Prickla! Ear-piercing friction sounds rang out, and the armor that Xuanwu was proud of had a dozen white marks scratched out by it. Xuanwu's eyes stared. As one of the 4 sacred beasts, it was a disgrace that it would be scratched by a monster that only knew how to use brute force. The 4 limbs lifted high before landing heavily on the ground. Shun Hai! Shun Yu! In a split second, the sky collapsed. It was said that the Xuanwu belonged to water, but it had forgotten that it had also mastered the power of the earth. The snake was water and the turtle was earth. Its body is too heavy to fly, but this is not its weakness, because in front of it, no one dares to fly. Countless seawater gushed out from the ground, and the black dragon Nidhogg, who was flying high in the air, as if he was suddenly hit by something, His entire body fell vertically. This was the gravity from the earth. The higher one flew, the stronger the gravity pull was. If Nidhogg had flown a few hundred meters higher just now, he might have already fallen into crumbs. Even so, this fall still caused Nidhogg to almost fall apart. Obviously, it caused the earth to shake. However, the entire field was dead silent, and not a single sound was heard. Is it because I have tinnitus? Why do I only feel the earth shaking but not hear any sound? Me too. Just now there was obviously such a big commotion. Why wasn't there any sound at all? Could it be that the ring is shielding us? It should be. I guess it's because I'm worried that the sound is too loud and deafens people. Only Jiang Wenming felt incomparably shocked. It was too strong. It wasn't that the sound was isolated, but that the sound couldn't spread out at all. This gravity could even suppress sound. How strong must it be? To know that sound needed air vibrations to spread. The fact that the sound could not spread out now already indicated the problem. The air in that area was suppressed by the gravity, and simply could not reach the conditions for spreading. The might of Xuanwu was as terrifying as this. The field is dead silent. Xuanwu's body is like a mountain. Exudes a heavy momentum. Every step will make the earth tremble. Nidhogg at this time, by the gravity of death on the ground, simply cannot move the slightest, can only watch Xuanwu toward it. Smash! Xuanwu raised a leg that looked like a heavenly pillar and stepped towards Nidhogg's head. Roar! Nidhogg suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of dragon breath at Xuanwu. Hot flames, sticky and scorching, sprayed face to face on Xuanwu, instantly turning it into a ball of fire. This was the eternal flame from the flame giant Siltal. It was rumored that this flame would never be extinguished. In fact, it was true. Although Nidhogg had devoured the flame giant Shirtle, this flame had never dissipated, but had been hidden inside its body, burning. As long as this flame was there, it would never truly die. The hot flame burned on Xuanwu's body, emitting nuisance sounds. However, this did not stop Xuanwu's giant foot from falling. Bang! The giant foot landed on Nidhogg's head and directly stomped its skull. The powerful force caused the earth to split apart, forming a bottomless canyon. The eternal flame that stained its body fell onto the ground and into the canyon, instantly melting the earth and turning it into magma all over the ground. Nidhogg, who had originally been trampled by it, reappeared, and this time it was covered in flames, looking just like a fire dragon. Seeing this scene, Xuanwu opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of cold air. The surrounding magma quickly cooled down, and a layer of frost spread continuously towards the surroundings with Xuanwu as the center. However, when this cold air was about to approach Nidhogg, it was directly vaporized by the high temperature of its body. A large amount of white mist rose up, gradually submerging the two behemoths' figures. Although Nidhogg is not as strong as Xuanwu, it had once devoured the corpses of the Nordic gods, and in a sense, it is the combination of the Nordic gods. Xuanwu was fighting against the entire Nordic divine realm with its own strength. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration to say so, the current situation was indeed like that. If it wasn't for Nidhogg's inability to utilize the full power of the gods, I'm afraid that Xuanwu would have already fallen at this point. Just as Jiang Wenming was still thinking about how to help Xuanwu, a sudden cracking sound came from his side. Only two black snakes were seen lunging towards him. Black snakes? Jiang Wenming froze, then did a backflip. Somersault cloud. The two snakes were instantly thrown away by him. Dai Qiana was speechless as she looked at Jiang Wenming, who flew out several thousand meters. Fark, this can even make you run away. She was the goddess of death, Hellas' divine favorite, and this time she had received an oracle telling her to take down the divine favorite of the Huaxia Empire, and no matter what way she did it, as long as she got him to fall into the embrace of the goddess of death, then she would become the spokesperson of the goddess of death on earth. This was also the reason why she had, right from the start, shown her kindness to Jiang Wenming, because this was the person that the goddess of death had designated to want. Although she didn't know why the goddess of death would give this kind of oracle, as a believer she could only choose to accept it and obey it unconditionally. It was a pity that Jiang Wenming had rejected her invitation. Since this was the case, then she could only have the other party killed and sacrifice his soul to the goddess of death. Those two black snakes were the pets of the goddess of death, Hela, and the vipers that accompanied Nidhogg, having once gnawed on the world tree, and in terms of strength alone, they weren't in the least bit weaker than the average gods. I thought that I could succeed in my sneak attack just now, but I didn't expect Jiang Wenming to react so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he shook off the two black snakes. At such a distance, it was already impossible to sneak attack, so they could only return to her side unhappily. Jiang Wenming silently looked at the two black snakes, seemingly thinking about something. However, after a moment, he shook his head again and gave up his intention to go up and physically fight with Dai Qiana. Now that Xian Wu had the upper hand, there was absolutely no need for him to go up and take the risk. After all, venomous snakes were a terrifying creature within Norse mythology. Even Thor, the god of thunder, had died under the venom of snakes. He didn't think that he could resist the venom of those snakes. It's not appropriate to use the Samadhi divine wind for now. Keep it, and maybe it can be used as a killer weapon to give them a fatal blow. A base card could only be called a base card if it was used at a critical moment. If it was used easily, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be targeted by the people behind it. After all, he had only just mastered it now, and in terms of power alone, it was far inferior to the yellow wind monster. It could only be used by surprise to maximize its effect. On the other side, Nidhogg transformed into a fire dragon and kept spitting flames at Xuanwu, turning the entire space into a sea of fire that became scorching hot. Below the ring, Great God Xuanwu won't be burned to death, right? How can that be? Can't you see that Great God Xuanwu hasn't even grunted after being burned for so long? That's the real man. Are you stupid? The sound in the ring is shielded. Even if it hummed, we wouldn't be able to hear it. Okay, that's true, but how come this hasn't happened before? Why shield the sound when it's fine? Look, what's that? Only to see that on the ring, a big fiery red bird had appeared at some point. That bird couldn't be the legendary phoenix, right? It can't be? Didn't the Shanhaijing say that the phoenix is the king of all birds? How could it appear here? Have the rules of the ring changed again? That's not a phoenix. It's the vermilion bird, one of the 4 holy beasts. The vermilion bird. Heavens, is this the helper summoned by Great God Xuanwu? Jiang Wenming also noticed the appearance of the vermilion bird, only that he couldn't figure out why the vermilion bird appeared here when it was clearly stipulated in the mythic ring that only gods were allowed to participate in the battle alone. Could it be that the legend is true? The 5 holy beasts are actually one? Jiang Wenming thought of a post he had unintentionally read in his previous life, which said that the 5 sacred beasts, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, and Qilin, were originally one. They represented the power of the 5 elements and were mutually exclusive. Later on, they were separated for some reason and transformed into 5 kinds of divine beasts. The green dragon was arrogant, the white tiger was reckless, the Xuanwu was sinister, the vermilion bird was cruel, and only the Kirin was the kindest to become a spiritual beast. The vermilion bird was the most cruel and had to eat people every day. When Gong Gong crashed into Buzhou Mountain, the 3 worlds were in chaos. The vermilion bird took the opportunity to instigate the 3 divine beasts to join hands to plague the earth. Nuwa used the 12 colorful stones left over from the heavenly mending to cast the demon suppressor vase. With the help of the other 4 spirit beasts, Kirin, White Snake, Tongue Snake and White Zephyr, Nuwa defeated the 4 great beasts led by the vermilion bird, got rid of the white tiger, chopped down the Xuanwu, subdued the vermilion bird, and subdued the dragon clan. However, Mother Nuwa was mindful of the fact that they were all innate beings and could not bear to drive them to extinction, so she made them promise to guard the earth by keeping one side each, which led to the 4 sacred beasts in the back. I just didn't expect that Xuanwu would call out the vermilion bird for this divine war. If I knew that you guys could shake people with each other, I would have summoned you guys a long time ago. Jiang Wenming lamented in his heart, but it wasn't too late now. What Xuanwu had summoned was naturally not the vermilion bird's body, but its Yuan Shun. The vermilion bird was descended from the phoenix and belonged to fire. No flame in the world could harm it, not even the eternal flame. The moment the vermilion bird's spirit appeared, its wings spread out and it directly rushed towards Nidhogg. To be precise, it was rushing towards the eternal flame within Nidhogg's body. The bird's beak was like a spear, and its pair of sharp claws were like the sharpest hooks. Nidhogg was unable to move at this time due to the gravity, and could only keep spewing fire, wanting to stop the other party from approaching. However, its flaming dragon breath landed on the vermilion bird, and not only did it not cause any damage, it instead fueled the other party's might. Immortal bird. Heavens, how could there be an undead bird in China? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. How could the immortal bird of our divine lineage be summoned by Huaxia? The Greek Empire's audience was shocked. This was a creature from their mythology. How could it appear inside a Chinese myth? The vermilion bird didn't care what others said about it. It only had that eternal flame in its eyes right now. Instinct told it that this flame was of great benefit to it. A pair of sharp claws tore apart the skeleton on Nidhogg's body without any hindrance, and its sharp beak bit into the eternal flame. Then, in the crowd's shocked gazes, it swallowed the eternal flame in one bite. Newt, a high-pitched bird chirp rang out, only to see a layer of flame suddenly surfacing around the vermilion bird's body after it swallowed the eternal flame. Its body also began to gradually solidify. Scorching heat surged from the ring, and even the spectators outside the arena felt a scorching aura coming over them. Phew! The vermilion bird suddenly spat out a ball of flame that landed on Nidhogg. Roar! Nidhogg, who had originally transformed into the form of a fire dragon, immediately let out a painful hiss. Possessing the divine power of a flame giant, It was unexpectedly unable to withstand the flames of the vermilion bird. However, although it struggled extremely hard due to its pain, it was useless in front of Xuanwu's gravity. It could only watch as the flames covered its body. Its body, which was constructed from the skeletons of the gods, unexpectedly began to gradually melt under this flame, and finally turned into flying ash. In just a few breaths of time, the unrivaled Nidhogg that was just a moment ago, completely turned into a ball of ashes. Old turtle, count me as owing you a favor this time. The vermilion bird suddenly spat out human words and spoke towards Xuanwu before tearing through the void and disappearing. From start to finish, he didn't even bother to look at Jiang Wenming. Xuanwu looked in the direction the vermilion bird had left for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. On the other side, Dai Qiana, who was originally confronting Jiang Wenming, her body abruptly stiffened and a crack emerged from her sexy body. No, Lord Hela, save me, Dai Jana screamed in terror. However, her shouts had no effect at all, and her body began to shatter a little bit, as if it was weathered, until it completely disappeared. This ring battle, the Huaxia Empire wins. As the host, Bobby, came out to announce the result of the match. The audience in the Huaxia region, no longer able to hold back the excitement in their hearts, began to cheer. Jiangshan is bullish. Great God, Xuanwu is awesome. Down with the Sunless Empire. Jiangshan, I'm still single. Take down the Sunless Empire. Dude will fan you for the rest of your life. Bro, you're not saying this with pure intentions. Don't you want to ride a big ocean horse? Ahem, my generation of readers. I'm ashamed to be in your company. Go Jiangshan, take the next step. At this moment, Jiang Wenming was standing respectfully in front of Xuanwu. This time, thank you senior for your help. Humph, if it wasn't for the agreement with Nuwa back then, I wouldn't bother with your crap. You human races are selfish and self-interested. Since you gave up believing in the gods back then, why would you ask for our help now? Xuanwu's words were filled with disdain and sarcasm. Obviously there was anger in his heart. Jiang Wenming was speechless for a moment, and the audience in the Huaxia region also felt as if they had been strangled after hearing these words. The scene was suddenly awkward. It was impossible to refute these words because it was the truth. Whether it was before or now, they all seemed to be like this, only remembering to make offerings and prayers when they used the gods. When they couldn't use them normally, they simply didn't give a damn. Compared to other empires, this point was simply one heaven and one earth. At this moment, being told by Xuanwu in public, he immediately had a feeling of being groundless. Jiang Wenming was just about to open his mouth to defend a few words when he heard a voice coming from the audiences. Please forgive great God Xuanwu. We know we are wrong. Jiang Wenming turned around to look, but he saw that Li Jianguo was currently bowing 90 degrees and saluting Xuanwu, clad in the dragon chi of national fortune. It looks like you are the leader of the human race in this generation, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Xuanwu glanced at him and shook his head with some disappointment. In their time, which race's leader wasn't strong, even for the human race, which had the weakest single combat power, the leaders at that time were all incredibly strong, whereas now, there wasn't even an ounce of power in their bodies. A pure mortal one, at such an old age, with 2 deficiencies in chi and blood. If it wasn't for the dragon chi protecting his body, he would probably have fallen seriously ill. Senior's previous lesson is right. It's our descendants' ignorance that caused today's disaster. But please give us a chance to make up for it. We have already rebuilt the 10,000 Gods Temple, and in the future the incense offerings will definitely not be cut off again. I also request that Senior Immortal give us a chance to make amends. The group of generals beside Li Jianguo also rose and saluted. Please also ask the Superior Immortal to give us a chance to make amends. One after another, the Huaxia region audience began to rise and bowed towards Xuanwu. Looking at so many people opening their mouths to plead, Xianwu's face finally eased up quite a bit. Begging is better than begging. If you want to gain the understanding of the gods, you might as well get a response from your ancestors first. After Xuanwu said this, he stopped speaking. His eyes swept Jiang Wenming before striding into the gate of creation. Welcome the return of the great god Xuanwu of the 4 holy beasts. Jiang Wenming bowed and shouted towards the other parties departing back. As Jiang Wenming's words fell, 4 pillars of light shot up from the gate of creation. A giant Xuanwu figure appeared and then disappeared into the northern pantheon. Northern Xuanwu returns to its position. A vermilion bird wrapped in fiery flames appeared and flew towards the southern pantheon. Southern vermilion bird returns to its place. A huge green dragon appeared and flew towards the eastern pantheon. Return of the eastern green dragon. A dangling white tiger appeared and roared up to the sky before falling into the western pantheon. The western white tiger returns to its place. After the 4 holy beasts entered the pantheon, the national fortune of China once again skyrocketed. This sudden change shocked everyone present. However, this wasn't the end. Just when everyone thought that this was the end, a huge beast with a dragon head, deer horns, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, and snake scales rushed out from within the gate of creation. 7-colored auspicious clouds came out from under its feet, and wherever it passed, sweet rains fell, and both people and domestic animals, after being baptized by the sweet rains, all their diseases were eliminated. Even the crops began to grow rapidly after being watered by the sweet rain, and in the blink of an eye they were full of fruits. This is the mythical beast Qilin. The unicorn only appears in times of great prosperity. It represents auspiciousness and the prosperity of the nation. With one step, he came to the pantheon at the very center of the Chinese Empire, the head of the 5 spirits. The Qilin returns to its place. With the last high-pitched beast roar, a pillar of light shot up into the sky from each of the 5 pantheon temples in Huaxia. The 5 pillars of light, gold, green, blue, red, and brown, rose up into the sky and finally merged together. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth coming together. Roar ow! A loud and clear dragon's roar sounded, and the golden dragon that represented the national fortune of China reappeared. The light of the 5 elements fell on the golden dragon, adding a few scales to it. The golden dragon's eyes, too, had a few more soulful moments. Everyone gazed at this scene, and a sense of pride arose. This life has no regrets of joining Huaxia, the sleeping dragon in the east, since today, is considered to have officially awakened. The golden dragon hovered over the Chinese Empire for a while, then slowly disappeared into the earth. Some sharp-eyed viewers realized that the place where the golden dragon fell seemed to be the Kunlun Mountains. I remembered. Jiang Shen once said within the history of myths that most of the Chinese gods came from the Kunlun Mountains. So this is all true. No way, bro. You're actually still doubting Jiang Shen even now? Worthy of being the hope of the entire Huaxia? If the sky doesn't give birth to Jiang Shen, Huaxia will be like a long night for all eternity. Winter has passed, and our Huaxia is about to usher in spring. Go Jiang Shen! Huaxia will win. The moment they saw the golden dragon of national fortune appear, the Huaxia nation was united like never before. This was the influence from the national fortune. As long as one was in Huaxia, then one would develop a sense of belonging and honor towards this place. Even the people of the Sakura nation who had just announced their joining of Huaxia earlier, at this moment, they all fell to their knees one by one, tears streaming down their faces. This was their root. Compared to this majestic and radiant divine dragon, their previous gods were simply scum. As more and more Chinese gods were awakened, they also finally realized how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. How dare they want to annex Huaxia in turn? Did those leaders drink too much with horse urine? This is the place where their ancestors grew up. Now recognize their ancestors and become a part of China is not good? Must be sinful. Even drag them into slavery. But fortunately, it's not too late to think clearly. As long as they behave well, in a few generations, their descendants will be able to rightfully call themselves Chinese. Not only the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, even those refugees from the Tianzhu Kingdom were shocked by the golden dragon that just appeared. This was the totem of the Chinese Empire, majestic and domineering. It wasn't like their gods that needed believers to make sacrifices, offerings, and even self-mutilation before they would shelter them. The gods of Huaxia didn't want anything. Even if the people of Huaxia forgot about them, they still stood up without hesitation when a crisis arose in Huaxia, sheltering the Huaxia Empire from the wind and rain. This is the god. This was the god they should believe in and worship. I want to join the Huaxia Empire and become one of them. O God of Huaxia, please accept us lost sheep. I'm willing to become your most loyal servant, serving you for the rest of my life and proclaiming your glory. At this moment, countless celestials abandoned their original beliefs in favor of believing in the gods of China. Although they didn't know who they should believe in with so many gods, Huaxia was not like their Tianzhu. The gods of Huaxia were generous and didn't mind people having more than one faith, which even made them call out to the gods for their benevolence. After all, in their country, if they dared to believe in different gods, they would be beaten up, or they would be punished by the gods with death and destruction of their souls. In contrast, the gods of China were simply the model gods. Due to the hearts and minds of the Tianzhu and Sakura countries, the national fortune of Huaxia once again skyrocketed. It was more than twice as powerful as when Jiang Wenming first arrived in this world. The benefits of the rise in national fortune also began to become more and more obvious. Young children's spiritual wisdom opened up early, and they were able to speak when they were just a month old. And the crops in the ground produced amazing yields, with the poorest land producing 10,000 pounds of grain per acre. Even the old sow raised by Master Wang's family has given off a dozen piglets in one litter. The whole of China is a thriving scene, and at this time in the ring, the third battle officially began. Both sides entered the gate of creation to choose a god. This time, it was different from before. Jiang Wenming this time, inside the gods that came out with it, half of them were actually human. Shang King Dixin, Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang, Slayer God Bai Qi, Literary Sage Kong Qiu, and Martial Sage Guan Yu. The other half were the Green Bird, Demons, Sprites, Compass Eagles, and White Impermanence. Looking at the 10 idols, Jiang Wenming was caught in a dilemma. On one side were human spirits, belonging to the human gods. On the other side were demons and devils, belonging to the ghost gods. The gap between the two is not half a star. It can be said that the 5 human gods are all big men. Randomly out of one can beat the 5 ghosts and gods. However, Jiang Wenming's awakened power system was demonic, so if he rashly chose a human spirit, he would easily be backfired. However, if he didn't choose, with these 5 demon gods alone, there was no certainty of winning against the Sunless Empire's gods. Outside the gate of creation, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Wenming. Enemies or not, Chinese or not, they were all watching his movements. Why hasn't God Jiang chosen yet? Time is almost up. Maybe he doesn't know who to choose? I finally found out what I have in common with Jiangshan. What common point? Both being men? No, it's difficulty in choosing. Just when there were 10 seconds left in the countdown, Jiang Wenming finally made up his mind and decided to take a gamble. The yellow wind monster and Xianwu, they have all said that the human race's Ing spirit, the human god, can also be chosen. My natal god is just Emperor Jun. In terms of bits and pieces, it should be enough. Shang King Dishin he wouldn't dare to choose. After all, the other party was the last human king. And in terms of bit patterns, it was only higher than him. Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang was a good choice, but he was best known for his political ability. His own strength was unknown, so he could only be skipped for now. The sage of literature, Kong Qiu, although he looked tall and big, with a tiger's back and even a ghost's back, he was ultimately a man of letters and was not suitable for fighting and killing. In the end, only the god of kill, Bai Qi, and the sage of martial arts, Guan Yu, were left. This was much better. Who needed Guan Yu when you had Bai Qi? Jiang Wenming walked up to the idol of Bai Qi and bowed towards the other side. The crowd outside the arena instantly exploded. Wait, what is God Jiang going to do? That general in battle armor should be a Yingling, right? Isn't God Jiang from the demon god lineage? Could it be that the demon god that was refreshed this time? Jiang Shun, he didn't recognize or was too weak, so he chose a human Ing spirit? Very likely. God Jiang, don't be confused. Choose the demon god next to you. God Jiang, it doesn't matter if you lose one game. You mustn't be stupid. Cross-system summoning can kill you. Even Li Jianguo, who had been sitting steadily on the podium, turned pale at this moment, a pair of hands clenched together in death, his eyes unblinking as he looked at Jiang Wenming, fearing that he would turn into a mist of blood in the next instant. Outsiders within the gate of creation couldn't interfere at all. They could only watch. How do you intend to break your head today? It's hard to start a business with 100 battles. I'm going to Quantai to recruit my old troops, and I'm going to cut down the Yen Luo with 100,000 flags. Late Jiang Wenming, I welcome the descent of Wanjin's god of killing, Bai Qi. It's over. This was the heartbeat of all Chinese people. Jiang Wenming had actually summoned human spirits across systems. There were even quite a few people who had already shown signs of intolerance and secretly turned their heads away, not daring to continue looking down. Like a deflated ball, Li Jianguo sat down on his chair with his butt, somewhat disoriented. Cross-system summoning, this kind of thing is not that no one has done it before. In fact, there are quite a few every year. These people either intentionally or unintentionally, but the result is all the same. That is, to be turned into a blood mist by the divine revolt. The reasoning behind this is very simple. It's like being a disciple of a different sect. When you encounter something, you don't look for your own people, but instead you run to another sect to ask for help. Especially if the sect you ask for help from is likely to be at odds with your own sect. Then who will die if you don't? This was why cross-system summoning had always been a big taboo, as they were simply not clear about the relationship between the various systems and gods. However, today was destined to be a day that would go down in history, because Jiang Wenming he had successfully summoned the human spirit across systems. The expected blood mist did not appear. No, it wasn't that it didn't appear, but the location where it appeared wasn't where Jiang Wenming was. And it wasn't sent out by him. Only an opening was seen cracking open in the void. A large amount of blood flowed out from it, and through the gap, one could see that it was an ancient battlefield. There were broken limbs and smoke everywhere. There was only one figure standing in that ancient battlefield, clad in tattered and torn battle armor, holding a sword that was still dripping blood in his hand. As he stood there, he was like the center of the entire battlefield. Killing intent. Unrivaled killing intent. The killing intent that would make your eyes sting if you even looked at him for a second. It was like substance. Who is calling me? A low and majestic voice rang out. It caused everyone present to stifle a jolt. Even the battle-hardened Long Yi and the other group of generals were shocked by the man in front of them. Just how many people had this killed before he could gather such terrifying killing intent? When had such a killing god appeared in their China? Late Jiang Wenming. I pay my respects to General Bai Qi. The Wuan Jun. Jiang Wenming was also inwardly apprehensive. Facing this god of killing simply made him more nervous than facing a flood beast. What is the matter? Bai Qi's cold gaze swept over Jiang Wenming and asked in a deep voice. The god of a foreign country wants to die, my Huaxia. Our descendants are ungrateful and are unable to stop it. So I implore Lord Wuan Jun to come down today and save Huaxia from the flames. Jiang Wenming hurriedly explained the original reason. How dare you? Bai Qi sniffed and shouted angrily. The entire ancient battlefield immediately emitted the wails of countless unjust souls. The crowd's scalp went numb as they watched. This was not a Yingling. It was simply comparable to the king of hell in mythology. One anger and 10,000 ghosts were afraid. This kind of power, is it really the spirit of their human race? As the blood mist surged, Bai Qi's figure transformed into a bloody light and disappeared into the idol in front of Jiang Wenming. The blood light rose up to the sky, and the rich bloody gas smoked the surrounding audience, making them want to vomit. Who dares to violate my China? This sentence was not a question, because he didn't need to inquire about the reason. He just needed to kill all those people. General Bai Qi, the god of the Gentiles, is right outside. Jiang Wenming pointed outside the gate of creation. Woo! Bai Qi put his finger in his mouth and whistled. A high horse from the ancient battle field ran out, and Bai Qi rolled over and leaped onto it, pulling the reins with one hand and holding the sword in the other. He charged out directly, overbearing, majestic, and resolute in killing. In just a few moments of effort, these three words were deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Seeing Bai Qi rushing out, Jiang Wenming also hurriedly trotted to follow, as if he were a soldier following a general into battle. When they rushed out of the gate of creation, they saw the god summoned by the Sunless Empire. It was a goddess, covered in a layer of black armor, with long black hair, like a waterfall, falling softly over her shoulders, holding a long sword made of unknown bones. Goddess of Death Hela. Surprisingly, it's her? Jiang Wenming's heart thumped. This was the youngest daughter of Loki and the giantess Angelberta, the sister of the earthly python Yemengard, the giant wolf Fenrir, and the owner of the poisonous dragon Nidhogg, also in charge of the underworld. She is the biggest culprit of the twilight of the gods, and is arguably one of the few most powerful gods in Norse mythology. In terms of status alone, it was similar to Hades, the king of the underworld, and Satan, the god of death, and its strength should be at the level of God King. Jiang Wenming hadn't expected that Bai Qi's opponent would actually be her, much less that a Lord God-level powerhouse had actually appeared. Now that the evocation had ended, it was too late to change it, and she only hoped that Bai Qi could hold on longer to buy him time. Yup. In this match, Jiang Wenming already had no hope for Bai Qi. If it was any other god, Bai Qi might be able to defeat it with his strength. But this was a god king. A god king who was in charge of death and darkness. Bai Qi had no chance of winning at all. The only thing he hoped for now was that Bai Qi would be able to hold on longer, buying him time to kill the opposite god's favorite. This was their only chance. Mortal? Death goddess Hela was slightly stunned when she saw Bai Qi. She didn't expect Jiang Wenming to summon a mortal out this time. Was this looking down on her? Or did he no longer have an optional god? Bold Demoness, how dare you invade my China? Die! When Bai Qi saw Hai La, he didn't say a word and directly urged his crotch warhorse to charge towards the other party. General, be careful. Jiang Wenming was shocked. He did not expect Bai Qi to be so rigid, charging up as soon as they met. This was a bit inconsistent with the persona of a strategist in the history books. However, Jiang Wenming's words were still a step too late, only to see Bai Qi riding his warhorse like lightning, charging straight at Hai La. The long sword in his hand emitted a blood-colored light and chopped towards the other party's snow-white and delicate neck. Hai La did not dodge, and when the long sword was about to fall on her, she stretched out a snow-white and delicate hand and held Bai Qi's long sword. Ha! Foolish and arrogant mortal. After saying that, her fingers pinched hard, and the long sword was directly pinched into pieces by her. With a wave of her palm, countless pieces of the sword blade flew backward towards Bai Qi. Seeing this, Bai Qi stomped his legs and jumped away towards the side. The warhorse underneath him was unable to dodge, and was shot into a hornet's nest by the sword blade fragments. Ha! Good hands. Hela let out a light laugh, not knowing whether it was a praise or a sneer. Bai Qi's face remained unchanged, his right hand slowly resting on his waist, where there was also a long sword. Just now was only a test. The battle was only really starting now. This marshal does not cut down nameless ghosts under his sword. Demon girl, report your name. The long sword was sheathed, pointing straight at Hela. The moment the long sword was sheathed, it was as if there were countless unjust souls wailing in the surroundings. Hyla raised her eyebrows and looked at Bai Chi with interest. What a heavy killing intent. Now how about putting down your weapon and becoming my servant? How dare you? I will only be loyal to Great Qin in my life. How dare the thief insult me? Look at the sword. Facing Hyla's solicitation, Bai Chi not only didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt unprecedentedly humiliated. Who is he? Who else in the world is worthy to be his master except for Qin King Ing Zhang? Even the king of Qin, Ing Zhang, would call out to him as Jun Wuan, not as a servant. A mere god of a foreign country dared to humiliate him like this. Looking at the furious Bai Chi, Hela just smiled faintly, not caring. She was a god on high. She was the master of the dead, and would not care about the mood of a mortal. If I say to make you my servant, then you are my servant. If you can't live, then draw your soul to serve me. For her who controlled death, this was not a difficult task. Bai Chi's longsword fell, and Hyla tried to repeat the same trick, but as soon as her palm touched Bai Chi's longsword, it was instantly cut by the blade. Blood flowed down her fingers, and just now, if she had not reacted fast enough, this hand, at this moment, might have been chopped off by the other party. A mere mortal can even injure me? Hyla looked at Bai Chi in astonishment, as if she wanted to reacquaint herself with him. However, Bai Chi didn't care what she thought. The long sword in his hand was either chopping or slashing, stabbing or picking. Every move was a kill. This was his killing technique honed on the battlefield, without too many frills, striking out to kill. Hera didn't dare to continue to be arrogant, and met him with her bone sword in hand. She soon realized that her sword skills were not even a match for Bai Chi, and she was being pressed by the other party the entire time. Good chance. Seeing that Hai La was distracted, Bai Chi made a horizontal tease with the long sword in his hand and swept it past Hai La's neck. A head flew straight up and landed on the ground. There was a dead silence outside the field. Even Jian Wenming was frozen for a long time. On the other hand, the divine favorite from the Sunset Empire was so scared that his face turned pale and he turned around and wanted to run. But just as he ran out 2 steps, he suddenly let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground as an illusory silhouette flew out from within his body. That was his soul. We won? Shouldn't we? But how come the host hasn't announced the end of the match yet? After the previous several reversals, no one dared to jump to conclusions easily now. No one knew what would happen until the last moment of the battle. The spectators of the Sunset Empire, one by one, stood up, their complexion unprecedentedly tense, because if they lost again, they would have lost 3 matches, and according to the ring rules, Huaxia could designate a piece of their area to be plundered away. But although they, the Sunset Empire, were powerful, their land area was pitifully small, not even as good as the Cherry Blossom country. If they really wanted to have a part of their land plundered away, they could probably declare their country extinct on the spot. We will not lose. We will follow the example of our ancestors and attack China, rob their treasures, play with their women, and also colonize their land. As the goddess of death, how could Lord Hela die at the hands of a mortal? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quickly look. Lord Hela has moved. Amidst the apprehension of the Sunset Empire's audience, the decapitated Hellas body suddenly moved. The head, which had originally fallen to the ground, also reopened its eyes. Human, are you ready to receive the wrath from the gods? Hela said as the head automatically flew back to her body. A black silk thread poked out from the neck break and connected with the head in just the blink of an eye. The wound was restored as before. Long live Lord Hela, goddess of death is invincible. The Sunset Empire's spectators began to cheer excitedly. Their god had come back to life. Surprisingly, it's still a founder? Bai Chi frowned. During the Warring States period, there were indeed quite a few Fengshi who entered the world, and the most famous among them were Su Fu and the Yin Yang family. They mastered all sorts of illusions, alchemy techniques, and all sorts of bizarre abilities. Not only did they confuse the public with their lies, but they also bewitched many dignitaries, and even the king of Qin, Ing Zhang, was convinced of their claims of immortality. Bai Chi also had a group of Qi practitioners under his command. Although they could move mountains and fill up seas, they were still mortal. If they were attacked with swords and axes, they would die just the same. However, the self-proclaimed goddess of death in front of him could actually regenerate a severed head, a legendary thing he had never seen before. He had also only heard 1 or 2 things from the group of Qi practitioner disciples under his command, that these were all blindfolds, and that no one or god could come back to life unconditionally. Those who could do this either used a blindfold or some sort of forbidden means at an extremely high cost. Hela's head was cut off with his own hands, so it couldn't have been a blindfold. Then it could only have been paid in exchange for some sort of price. Combined with the soul of that god's favorite who had left his body and disappeared earlier, Bai Chi vaguely guessed what that price was. Indeed, it is an evil god that dares to sacrifice a living person. It deserves to be killed. Bai Qi said. His long sword was erected with the tip facing upwards, and the middle finger of the index finger of his left hand was brought together, stroking over the longsword from bottom to top. Wherever the fingers passed, a golden pattern emerged. Qi refining technique. He had once collected so many Qi practitioners, how could he not know any of them himself? On the contrary, the reason why he had achieved such a strong battle record came largely from his own strength. It was only that his battle records were so formidable that many people were unwilling to admit it, and just said that he used his army like a god, thus hiding his own battle strength. After thousands of years, Bai Qi once again used his Qi refining technique, and this time, the one he wanted to cut down was not a Fengshi Qi practitioner, or a demon that plagued a party, but an evil god from a foreign country. At this moment, the long sword was covered with a layer of reddish golden light, and from afar, it looked like a layer of golden flames. The fire of Qi practice. It can break all evil arts. This was an ancient Qi practitioner's unique means, and it was also their human race's base card to be able to fight against ferocious beasts and demons. So handsome, does anyone know what that is? Could it be the legendary friction heat? Goddamn friction heat. Jack me up with your finger and show me the sparks. I know. This should be the Qi refining technique that Zhang said was the foundation of the human race's foundation and the magical ability of mortals to fight against the gods. What? The foundation of the human race? How come I don't know about it? Nope. Is there a fraternity with a big bird? Teach me. I have a gun that can do the same. Since Jiang Shen knows it, I guess he should know it. Turn around and ask. See if he can teach us. I'm willing to introduce my sister to him as his girlfriend. Makes sense. You kid is damn talented. I appreciate you. However, at this moment, the Jiang god they were talking about was looking sad. The opposite side's divine favorite was dead. Although he didn't know why the match hadn't ended yet, now he couldn't rely on killing his opponent to end the match. The ultimate winner of this match still has to rely on General Bai Qi. Jiang Wenming was so frustrated in his heart. Who would have thought that Hela would actually kill her divine favorite with her own hands? And looking at the current situation, the ring rules seem to tacitly allow such behavior, and it wasn't considered a match failure. Qi refining technique, 10,000 sword cage. The longsword flew high into the air out of her hand, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into tens of thousands of Qi refining longswords, falling towards Hela like a rain of swords. Ding, 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 ding. Hyla kept waving the bone sword in her hand, blocking the falling rain of swords. However, the rain of swords seemed to be endless, drowning the entire ring, and Hyla was also covered in wounds from the Qi refining long swords. Lock! Bai Qi reached out and clenched his hand. All the Qi refining long swords all emitted a crimson light, connecting with each other to form a spell formation. Chop! Bai Qi joined his fingers like swords and made a stroke towards the void. Immediately, more than a dozen Qi refining long swords flew out, stabbing towards Hyla. The layer of black armor that Hela was proud of was nothing in front of the Qi refining long sword, and it was directly penetrated. The fire of Qi refining also began to spread on her body until it burned her to ashes. Bai Qi watched this scene with an expressionless face, and was ready to leave. It's me who underestimated you. In all these years, you are the first person who deserves my full strength. Wu and Jun Bai Qi, I'll remember you. Hela, who had originally turned into ashes, once again coalesced into shape and laughed softly as she stroked her hands through her long, dark, ink-like hair. The next moment, the long hair stood up like the sharpest spikes. Hera spread her hands, and two silver long swords appeared in her hands. With elegant steps under her feet, she walked step by step towards the outside of the formation. Come out, my slaves! As her words fell, the earth began to crack and hot magma rose from the ground. A hideous three-headed hellhound crawled out of the ground, followed by a huge withered arm poking out. A man and a woman, two attendants, appeared behind Hela. They were even followed by countless dead souls. Three-headed hellhound Garm, withered bone guard Modgud, slow Gunrati, slow Gonrot. Jiang Wenming lost his voice and exclaimed, these could all be Hela's direct line and the management of the Nordic underworld. I didn't expect Hyra to actually summon them all. The original formation was directly shattered the moment Garm, the three-headed dog of hell, appeared. This one was a ferocious beast known as the Gatekeeper of Hell, and in terms of strength alone, it wasn't weaker than Hela in the slightest. As for her other three slaves, the withered bone guard Mordgood's strength was unknown, and there was only one sentence in the myth that depicted it. Anyone who crosses the bridge will have their blood sucked by it. Even the god King Odin is no exception. From this, we could see how terrifying its strength was. One Hela was already tired of dealing with it, and now there were a few more great generals and that uncountable group of evil spirits from the underworld. How could this even be a fight? Lost, Jiang Wenming's heart completely sank into the doldrums, and a touch of bitterness appeared on his face. The smoothness of this journey had caused him to somewhat underestimate the Western gods. The audience of the Huaxia region under the stage was even more dead silent. Disappointment showed in their eyes. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the victory was already decided. This was a god-king level powerhouse. Not only was their own strength strong, but also the power they represented behind them. Somehow, Jiang Wenming's words from Daniel Wu suddenly surfaced in his mind. It's useless to be able to fight. You need to have money and power to be able to do it. Isn't this exactly the reflection of what's in front of him? Kid, are you afraid? Bai Qi was facing the death goddess of death, hellish millions of evil spirits behind her. His expression remained unperturbed, instead asking Jiang Wenming, afraid, but more than that, I am unwilling. Jiang Wenming answered truthfully, it's normal to be afraid. I was also afraid when I went on my first expedition. Bai Qi showed a rare smirk. Then you? Because of fear. That's why you have to hold the sword in your hand tightly and kill all the people who make you afraid. That way, it's them who are afraid. What a law of conservation of energy. Is this transferring one's fear to others? It's been a long time since I've had this kind of feverish feeling. I'm sure those old brothers of mine, they can't wait, Bai Qi said without a clue. Then, in full view of everyone, he knelt down on one knee towards the north. Foreign enemies have invaded. I, Bai Qi, implore your majesty, the king of Qin, to grant me the tiger talisman, so that I can lead my generals to pacify the thieves and bandits. The voice entered into muffled thunder, echoing over the entire ring. Jiang Wenming's body shook, and the light of hope flowed back into his eyes. Right, Hai La had an army of evil spirits. Why didn't he, Bai Qi, have any? Seeing him single-handedly before, he had almost forgotten that apart from being known as the god of killing, this big brother was likewise known as the god of army. Permission to play. Within the gate of creation, a majestic figure appeared, wearing a 9-lucent king's coronet on his head and a black, gold-patterned 9-dragon robe. His stature wasn't very tall, but as he stood there, it was as if he was a pillar of the sky, giving people the illusion that he was unattainable. Qin Shi Huang Yingzhang. Thank you, your majesty. Bai Qi bowed towards Yingzhang, then got up and turned his head to look at Hela, and her army of evil spirits. Where are the generals? The last general is here. A deafening response rang out in the void. An illusory silhouette appeared and automatically stood behind Bai Qi. 800 Qin troops out of the Hanggu. Bai Qi raised his long sword in his hand and roared. All the lords of the world are fish and meat. The generals responded in unison. Hundreds of thousands of generals were neatly arranged, and a stern and murderous feeling came over them. Even through the barrier of the ring, it made the many surrounding countries watching the battle tremble. This was the army of China. But standing there, it gave people a feeling of invincibility. It was truly impossible to imagine what it would be like to face them. The Chinese infantry was unbeatable. At this moment, they finally understood why this phrase was recorded in their historical documents. The spectators in the Huaxia area, on the other hand, were even more red-eyed and unable to contain themselves with excitement. 800 Qin troops came out of Hanggu, and all the lords of the world were fish and meat. In this world, I'm afraid that only during the Great Qin period, and only the generals under Bai Qi's command, would dare to shout out these words. No one dares to refute it. Everyone thought they could do it, even if the opposite party was a god. All generals listened to the order. Follow me to kill the enemy. Kill 10 people and get promoted to the next rank. Kill 100 people and eat with the old man in the same case. Promise. Kill. Bai Qi held his long sword and shook his finger to the hyla in front of him and roared. Kill. Countless generals, led by their respective generals, began to combine their battle formations in an orderly manner. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. A great battle that had never been seen before kicked off. This was a battle between mortals and gods. This is a battle between the living and the dead. This is also the last battle of their great Qin generals after 1,000 years. Jiang Wenming was also infected by this atmosphere. If they can fight against the gods with their mortal bodies, how can I stand by and watch? Jiang Wenming muttered. Then his gaze turned firm. A wisp of breeze rose as Jiang Wenming took one step and his body steeply skyrocketed tenfold. With the second step, his body grew 100 times. In the blink of an eye, it turned from an ordinary person into a giant hundreds of meters tall. The law of the heavens was like the earth. However, that wasn't all. Swallow the heavenly origin qi. Jiang Wenming's arms spread out, and the free aura in the heavens and earth converged towards him crazily. This kind of power? Jiang Wenming felt the power within his body and his palms unconsciously clenched. This scene directly stunned the audience under the stage. How dare he participate in a battle between gods? Ha ha ha. Stupid. Seeking death by himself. Really thinks that just because he has become a top divine favorite, he can do whatever he wants. How dare he use a mortal body to participate in a battle between the gods? Huaxia is seeking its own death. To have such a god's favorite who doesn't know the heights of heaven appear. It was well known that gods could not actively attack the other party's divine dependents. But there was a prerequisite for this. That was that a divine favorite could not take the initiative to provoke the gods. And once they did, it would be considered a provocation against the gods. At that time, the gods would no longer be bound by the rules and could strike at the divine dependents. For so many years, Jiang Wenming was not the only human who dared to take the initiative to strike against the gods, but he was definitely the most arrogant one. It was because he had used his divine power in front of the gods. Kill him! Kill him! The Sunless Empire's spectators shouted frantically, and couldn't wait to see Jiang Wenming being torn apart by the gods. Right at this moment, Garm, who had 3 hideous dog heads, suddenly twisted his head and spewed out a mouthful of flames towards Jiang Wenming. Jiang Wenming didn't dodge, but instead, he built up his arm and blasted at the flame through the air. Bang! The flame was smashed to pieces and exploded like fireworks. The Sunset Empire spectators who were clamoring under the ring were suddenly silent and froze in place. It was as if they had been cast under a stasis spell. God Jiang is awesome. Worthy of being God Jiang, to be able to fight a god. It's so handsome. God Jiang. Beat them up. The spectators in the Huaxia region were instantly excited. One punch had shattered the flames of the hell's 3-headed dog, and he himself was unharmed. This meant that he already had the strength to fight a god at this point. Comparing to a god with a mortal body, it turned out that they humans could really do it. Brothers, beat the drums in support. I've brought all my oboes. Atmosphere group, get it going. It's time to let that group of mallets from abroad see what is called a real ambience group. Inside the Chinese audience, there was never a shortage of atmosphere groups. A big drum was brought out. Swana and Pipa were also ready. In terms of atmosphere, how could they lose to that group of foreigners? Dang, dang, dang. The war drums sounded, instantly overpowering the shouts of the entire arena. Jiang Wenming in the ring also heard the drums, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was really a hilarious sight to see. Messing things up one by one. This session's audience is not easy to lead. God Jiang, be careful. The audience under the stage suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Wenming didn't need to turn around to know that he must have been attacked again. With a heel swipe, his huge body disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. This somersault cloud is really good. A heel was 108,000 miles. And although he wasn't so exaggerated now, a heel of several dozen miles was still no problem. In front of him, the 3-headed dog of hell was just as slow as a turtle that just knew how to walk. In front of him, the 3-headed dog of hell was as slow as a turtle that had just learned how to walk. At this moment, Bai Chi and the others had already fought with Hai La's army of evil spirits, and both sides were fighting hard. However, there were more than just evil spirits on Hai La's side. There were also some huge monsters. That was what Jiang Wenming was up against. Ugh, if only I had a weapon. Before he went on stage, he had taken a sword, but it was only a mortal object, and he couldn't use it at all once he got bigger in size. As a matter of fact, his clothes now relied on illusion techniques to change, and the set he originally wore on his body had long since exploded. Since he couldn't fight in close combat, he could only use long-range output. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming raised his foot and heavily stomped on the ground, wanting to trample the ground and gouge out some stones. However, the ground was unharmed. The scene was awkward for a while. He had watched other gods fight before, moving and flying sand, so much so that it made him think that the floor was just ordinary stones. Yet he had never thought that this seemingly fragile floor, that it was also divided into people. With his current strength, not to mention smashing it, it would already be amazing if he could scratch out a trace. Seeing that there was no way to create broken stones, Jiang Wenming could only resentfully dismiss this idea. Opening his mouth, he sucked in a strong breath and then used the Samadhi divine wind. Phew! A gust of wind erupted from his mouth. The hell's 3-headed dog, which was originally running towards him, was hit head-on by the Samsara divine wind, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. However, it was only a few steps back and did not receive too serious an injury. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. This caused the soldiers who were originally fighting the evil spirits to cover their ears in pain. The evil spirits, on the other hand, were not affected at all and began to use this opportunity to madly slaughter the soldiers. In just the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of generals were killed. Damn it! Jiang Wenming was able to stay awake even though he was also shaken and dizzy. Samsara divine wind, dragon scroll. Sound propagation needed to pass through the air, and he intended to utilize the storm at this point, isolating the air around him so that Garm's roar couldn't be transmitted. A giant tornado formed, wrapping Garm within. However, the next moment, only to see Garm raise a giant claw and slap it hard against the storm around his body. The storm instantly dissipated into thin air. As a gatekeeper of the underworld, Its physical body was incredibly strong. How could it be afraid of Jiang Wenming's unimpressive samsara divine wind? Skills are good, but the person is too much of a rookie. This was the portrayal of Jiang Wenming at this moment. If the yellow wind monster were to cast it, it would probably blow Garm into slag on the spot. Since he couldn't beat it, it would be better to delay it. Jiang Wenming began to change his strategy. Using the advantage of his mobility, he began to run around in circles, not giving Garm a chance to attack him. On the other side, Bai Qi watched as his men suffered heavy losses, and his face turned unusually embarrassed. The army of evil spirits was constantly emerging from the ground, and there was no way to kill them all. And not only did he have to deal with Hela, he also had to be distracted from directing the battle, and as the battle escalated, he had begun to feel a bit overwhelmed. Going on like this is not a solution. Capturing the thief is the first thing to do. We have to settle this demoness in front of us before we can do so. With this in mind, the long sword in his hand once again burned with the fire of refining chi, and rushed towards Hela. Before he could reach Hela, he was stopped by a tall skeleton. Withered bone guard Mordgood, get lost. The long sword in Bai Qi's hand slashed at Modgard, splitting its body in half. However, the next moment, the withered bones that were dispersed by him came back together, and waving the huge axe in his hand, he aimed to slash at Bai Qi's head. Bai Qi was just about to back up to avoid it when he suddenly felt as if his body had entered a quagmire. Every movement was extraordinarily strained. A male and a female attendant appeared, and they were none other than Hela's two servants, Sluggish Gamrati and Slogan Latte. General, hurry up. Just then, a general riding a warhorse appeared, waving a spear in his hand, forcing back the two men and holding Bai Qi's hand. Before they could escape, they saw a cold light shoot over from the distance. Put! A sharp sword stabbed out from behind the general and Bai Qi. Both of them fell off their horses in unison. Jiang Wenming was startled when he saw the scene and hurriedly ran towards the other party. However, the three mod gods blocked Jiang Wenming's way. Get out of the way. Jiang Wenming raised his foot and stomped towards the trio. Right at this moment, Garm arrived with three hideous dog heads, aiming to bite Jiang Wenming's head. It was about to bite Jiang Wenming's head to burst. The next moment, Jiang Wenming's body steeply became a large size smaller, narrowly avoiding the strike. Bending down and reaching out, he copied Bai Qi and the general in his hands and rolled on the ground, avoiding far away. Only then did he have the time to check on the condition of the two men. The general was already dead, and Bai Qi was also seriously injured. General, Jiang Wenming called out. Ahem, boy, have I let you down? Bai Qi asked with a bitter smile. No, general with a mortal body against the gods. It is already remarkable. To blame, it is also because I am too weak. If he would also know chi refining, he could apportion the opponents for Bai Qi, not letting him be outnumbered. Gods, are they really unbeatable? Cough. Bai Qi coughed out blood from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were more determined than ever. General Yu, help me up. Bai Qi struggled to hold himself up and cupped his fists in the direction where Ing Zhang was. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being rude. The Ing Zhang silhouette within the Gate of Creation had a serious face, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. Junwu, and you are my great Qin god of war. Then show your true strength. Don't let these barbarians underestimate my huaxia. I will allow you to let go. Ing Zhang's words made everyone a bit puzzled. What does it mean to show your true strength? What did he mean by allowing him to let go? Could it be that Bai Qi had never used his real strength before this? A series of questions surfaced in everyone's mind. Promise. Bai Qi clasped his fists and saluted, slowly getting up. Kid, lend me your body. Bai Qi looked towards Jiang Wenming and said in an undeniable tone. Before Jiang Wenming could respond, Bai Qi's body suddenly disappeared and fused together with Jiang Wenming. It was only at this moment that the crowd noticed that Bai Qi was not a physical presence before. It was just a wisp of his battle spirit. His real body had long since decayed, and that idol could not bring out his true strength at all. After the two merged, Jiang Wenming slowly opened his eyes. In this moment, he was Jiang Wenming and Bai Qi. A monstrous killing aura shot up to the sky. The spectators outside the arena, even from a long distance away, could feel some tingling on their skin. Those who offend my huaxia, die, Bai Qi roared, and a long sword quickly coalesced in his hand, the blazing fire of chi refining covering the sword body. With a single slash of the sword, those evil spirits tens of kilometers away from each other did not even have time to scream. They were annihilated on the spot. Jiang Wenming was in a wonderful state at this moment. He was like a bystander. His body was controlled by Bai Qi, but it was like he was acting on his own. Wisps of sword chi shot out in all directions, and the army of evil spirits in front of him was swept away in the blink of an eye. Kid, watch. This is the chi refining technique of our human race. Bai Qi's voice sounded in Jiang Wenming's mind. Jiang Wenming was stunned and then understood. Bai Qi was teaching him the qi refining technique. He didn't dare to be slow, and he hurriedly held his breath and concentrated, carefully sensing every movement Bai Qi made, as well as the trajectory of the energy in his body. Qi refining art, salary fire. Bai Qi gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands in reverse before stabbing it hard into the ground. A golden pattern instantly covered the entire field and traveled to the feet of those generals. Immediately afterward, a wisp of golden flame rose up, cloaking everyone in a golden glow. Jiang Wenming could clearly feel that everyone's aura had changed. Their armor was stronger and the weapons in their hands were sharper. Crap! All gain buff! Jiang Wenming exclaimed in his heart. One should know that there were more than 100,000 human generals on the field right now, and Bai Qi's move directly gave everyone a layer of buffs. It was simply strong to the point of being heaven-defying. Formation! Bai Qi roared. When the generals heard the order, they quickly began to move, and a military formation was assembled. A dozen golden pillars of light shot up into the sky, taking 10,000 people as a unit and gathering all the forces together. This was Bai Qi's military formation. A dozen 100-meter-tall giants appeared, precisely those generals who followed Bai Qi. Kill! Bai Qi led the way with his long sword in hand, followed by a dozen giant military generals. Hai La frowned. She could clearly feel that the group of enemies in front of her had changed. They were obviously so weak, but in just the blink of an eye, they had actually changed to be as powerful as her servants. The advantage of high-end combat power was cancelled out, and the advantage of a sea of people could not be utilized. The balance of victory was once again pulled back. Garm! Hela shouted. Garm! The three-headed dog from hell instantly lowered his head and crouched at Hela's feet. Hela jumped up with a gentle leap. Then the long sword in her hand pointed at Bai Qi. Kill! Garm got up, hellfire burning on his body, and took a big, wild stride with his legs open. Seeing this, Bai Qi shouted to Jiang Wenming in his mind. Lend me the avatar. Jiang Wenming was stunned and then reacted, not daring to delay. With a thought, his consciousness linked with Bai Qi. From now on, the two could share each other's memories. Of course, he did not open all of his memories to Bai Qi, but only shared the memories of combat and knowledge. At this moment, Bai Qi was fully engaged in the battle, and did not have the energy to pay attention to the small action of his. But Jiang Wenming was different. It was not like he could participate in the battle, and he could only watch it all as a bystander, only to see Bai Qi's body steeply grow 100 times larger. Sidestepping, his Garm rushed over and swinging out the long sword in his hand. This strike was not a chopping blow, but a slap like hitting a baseball. Boom! Garm was like a fly that was flying when it was suddenly slapped on the ground. One head exploded on the spot, and Hela, who was standing on top of it, was covered in black aura and started using spells on Bai Qi. Retardation, aging, weakness, exhaustion, all kinds of negative curses all fell on Bai Qi. Rubbing, a wisp of golden flame burned up on Jiang Wenming's body. Those curses, when touched by the refining fire, were like snow under the blazing sun, quickly turning into smoke and disappearing. Nightmare eclipse. Seeing that her curse was ineffective, Hela immediately switched to another approach. She wanted to see the darkness and fear inside Bai Qi. The gray light fell onto Jiang Wenming's body, causing his actions to lurch. Immediately afterward, a large amount of memories belonging to Bai Qi surfaced and flew towards Hela. From the time he was born, to enlisting in the army, and then to being raised to become a general. One life and death fight, one victory at a time. The myth of his undefeatability was forged. He became the most famous commander at the time, and was known as the god of the army. Until one day, he realized that the people around him looked at him differently. No longer respect and admiration, but fear like a mouse seeing a cat. People also stopped calling him the god of war in private and changed it to the god of killing. The reason for this was that he had killed the enemy country's captive. Am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. Even if I were to do it again, I would still choose the same way. The consciousness belonging to Bai Qi began to gradually awaken, and Hai La actually had a feeling that she couldn't suppress it. God of killing Bai Qi. Good name. A brilliant light flashed in Hai La's eyes, unable to hide her admiration. I am the goddess of death, dominating all the dead in this world, and you are the god of slaughter, slaughtering all living beings. The two of us are simply a perfect match. Submit to me, and I will make you my husband, and jointly rule the underworld with me. Hela's voice was full of temptation. The audience under the stage was shocked. What was this? A martial arts competition? This Western goddess is too shameless to use a beauty trick in front of so many people. Lord Bai Qi mustn't agree. She must be cheating you. Of course, if the two of you are willing to submit to me, I will apply to spare the two of you and won't let the rules obliterate you. How about it? As if to increase her persuasive power, Hela added another sentence. Yet all that answered her was a sword. You have seen my fear. but have you ever seen my ideal? Bai Qi regained his mobility and looked at Hai La expressionlessly. Ideals? Do people like us need such things? Hela revealed a touch of sarcasm. A killing god who had killed countless people was talking about ideals to her. A goddess who controlled death? This is the biggest difference between us. Bai Qi's complexion was grave, and the refining fire on his body burned once again, this time stronger than any time before. The long sword in his hand was raised high, and a monstrous killing intent rushed straight into the sky. Millions of unjust souls appeared, wailing under Bai Qi's pressure. I would rather be a Qin, and wash the 6 males in blood. This was his ideal. For the unification of China, for the people of China to no longer suffer from war, even if he carried 1,000 years of curses. So what? This was true for Ying Zhang, and it was also true for him. Who would be willing to become a feared butcher if they could always be respected? It's just that I have a reason why I have to do it. If I really had a choice, I'd rather just be a peddler than raise my longsword to slaughter others. Unfortunately, there is no if. Bai Qi's words were not impassioned. His tone was flat, but everyone could hear the helplessness in his tone. The long sword fell, and Hela's body was split in two. A hot refining fire kept scorching Hai La's body, but it was quickly repaired by her with countless evil spirits. Since you're not willing to become my slave, then go to hell. Having her head cut off twice in a row, Hela completely lost her patience. It wasn't true that she was able to resurrect indefinitely, but it came at a cost, and like now, being scorched by the fire of refining qi, she had to fill it up with evil spirits every now and then. Bai Qi also noticed this. Without an end to the evil spirits in the underworld, Hela would never truly die. Thinking of this, Bai Qi's figure flashed and retreated from Jiang Wenming's body. Kid, that lyric you recited earlier was very good. Could you recite it again with me? Bai Qi looked at Jiang Wenming beside him. Are you talking about the 3 chapters of Myling? So that lyric is called Plum Ridge 3 Chapters. Good name, Bai Qi praised. What is the intention of Broken Head today? It's hard to start a business with 100 battles. This time, I will go to the Yellow Springs to recruit my old troops, and my flag will behead Yen Luo with 100,000 flags. Jiang Wenming honestly recited it again. This goes to the Yellow Springs to recruit the old troops, and the flag is 100,000 to behead Yen Luo. Ha ha ha. I don't have a chance to behead the Yen Luo in hell, but I would like to try the evil spirits in hell. Bai Qi smiled faintly. General, what are you going to do? A bad feeling rose in Jiang Wenming's heart. Where are all the generals? Bai Qi ignored Jiang Wenming, but instead, he turned towards the body of the generals behind him and shouted, "The last generals are here." A dozen of generals who had transformed into giants answered, "Are you all willing to go to hell with me? Swear to follow the general to the death." Good. Kill. After Bai Qi finished speaking, his body suddenly disintegrated, and countless unjust souls flew out from within him. These were the enemy generals that he had once beheaded. At this moment, Bai Qi gave up on suppressing them and let them rush out. These unjust souls kept tearing at Bai Qi's body, but he didn't even realize it. The baleful aura condensed by millions of unjust souls, even Hai La, who was the goddess of death, could not help but change her face. Although she was in charge of the underworld, most of them were ordinary evil spirits. Where had she seen so many baleful souls formed by so many soldiers? Bai Qi did not strike against her this time, but led the millions of evil spirits and her, jumping into the underworld. Only Jiang Wenming was left in the ring, and under the ring, everyone was shocked. How is this fighting with no one left? It's bad. General Bai Qi ran away with his sister-in-law. Ahem. With the goddess of death. Don't talk nonsense. General Bai Qi is definitely not that kind of person. He must be fighting in another battlefield. We should pray for him. Can you broadcast the battle? We can't see anything now. Jiang Wenming had planned to follow him there as well, but as he approached the entrance to the underworld, he was stopped by an invisible barrier. Kingdom of the dead. The living stop. The host, Bobby, appeared and reached out to press his hand on his shoulder. But if I don't go in, how can I participate in the battle? Jiang Wenming asked rhetorically. Wait. After Bobby finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the scene within the underworld appeared in the ring. Bai Qi was leading an army of unjust souls to attack the underworld at this moment. There were countless troops on both sides. Goddess of Death Hela was fighting with Bai Qi at this time, and both sides were fighting hard. Time passed little by little. The battle lasted for a full day, and many people chose to leave the audience because they couldn't stand the hunger. Chairman, why don't you eat some as well? The secretary brought over a bowl of rice to Li Jianguo. How can I eat when my forefathers are still fighting in blood on the front lines? As Li Jianguo said this, he also glanced at Jiang Wenming in the ring, as well as Qin Shi Huang who stood within the gate of creation. He had been standing there since the beginning, his stance straight and unmoving. Bai Qi was his vassal, representing the majesty of his great Qin. And on such an important occasion, how could he not witness it with his own eyes? The sun rose and set. 3 days passed. Even Jiang Wenming was a bit unable to hold on any longer, and could only sit down in place, closing his eyes to refresh himself. Boom! The earth suddenly began to shake. The projection on the ring instantly disappeared. All the spectators who were still watching the battle were all confused, not knowing what had happened. Did anyone see what just happened? I don't know. I was napping just now. Don't look at me. I'm eating. A bunch of unreliable guys, not paying attention to such an important matter. Are you still not us Chinese? Sorry, I was wrong. Not right. Why did you ask us if you knew? Nonsense. If I knew, why would I ask you guys? I just got too caught up in reading the novel and missed it. Just as the crowd was discussing, a figure suddenly appeared in the ring at that entrance to the underworld, immediately followed by a second, third, and fourth. They walked from the distance with each other's arms and steps, each step so firm. Look, it's General Bai Qi and the others. Oh, we won. Long live Huaxia, long live Great Qin, long live General Bai Qi. All the people of Huaxia were boiling at this moment. After 5 days and 4 nights, the last game was finally won. I, Bai Qi, will not dishonor my mission and present the head of the god of the foreign race to your majesty, Bai Qi said, kneeling down on one knee and taking off a cloth bag from his waist, which contained what was clearly Hai La's head. Hai Ra was dead. The goddess of death, Hela, who was a god king, was actually decapitated by a mortal. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and at this moment, Xin Shi Huanging Zhang, that serious and majestic face, finally revealed a smile. Without saying a single word, he only nodded at Bai Qi and the other generals, then turned around and left, disappearing into the gate of creation. Greetings to His Majesty, the first emperor. Bai Qi bowed towards Ying Zhang's back before slowly getting up. Kid, let's go. Bai Qi smiled at Jiang Wenming. I respectfully send off Lord Wu Anjuan. Jiang Wenming hurriedly bowed towards the other party. Qi refining is the foundation of the human race. You must not slack off. I expect you to cultivate well. After Bai Qi finished speaking, his body began to dissipate a little bit. Looking at Bai Qi, who had turned into flying dust, Jiang Wenming realized what he had just said about being gone. In this battle, he had calmed the grievances of millions of unjust souls at the cost of his own soul dissipating, allowing them to be used for himself. Now it was finally too much to hold on to. The spectators outside the arena were a bit incredulous. Didn't we win? How could Lord Bai Qi die? Did he return to the pantheon? No, there are no incense lamps of his within the pantheon. How could this be? Ooh-hoo, Lord Bai Qi. Jiang Wenming looked at the place where Bai Qi had dissipated, unable to return to his senses for a long time. The two of them had then been in contact for a relatively short period of time, but they had shared memories, and he had seen Bai Qi's life, knowing how much pain this man, who had been made the god of killers, really suffered inside again. Everyone thought he didn't care and called him a butcher, but he never explained it to the world. After carrying the name for thousands of years and bearing the grievances of millions of unjust souls, he was unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation because of his karma, but he never let these unjust souls get out of control to harm others. He used his own death to quell the grievances of these unjust souls, as he did back then, and as he does now. This man, in his own way, has been guarding this land. Now, he could finally rest in peace. Jiang Wenming wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and turned to walk down the ring. The 3 divine battles had ended, and they had won. Congratulations to the Huaxia Empire for winning. Now please choose to continue fighting or collect the loot. The host, Bobby, reached out and a scroll appeared in front of Jiang Wenming. It was now time to collect the spoils of war, just as it was hundreds of years ago when they invaded and plundered Huaxia. Sooner or later, they had to return the favor. Jiang Wenming didn't bother asking Li what he wanted this time, but instead spoke directly. Hand over the key of creation and return all the artifacts plundered from Huaxia. Otherwise I will continue to fight until I finish the 5 fights and completely exterminate your sunless empire. This was a naked threat. The top management of the sunless empire, who had originally planned to be tough for a while, saw Jiang Wenming's body full of fury, and thinking of Bai Qi's death just now, how could they not dare to say anything in retort? The other party is angry. Don't go and anger him. Just give the key of creation. We still have so many colonies anyway. The big deal is to develop in another place. Huaxia is gaining momentum now. We can't fight hard. Hold back for a while and wait for the rest of the 3 major empires make a move to exterminate them. We still have a chance. Various top executives of Sunset began to discuss in a loud and clear manner. We agree to the compensation you want. Sorry, I've changed my mind. Now, it has to be increased. Jiang Wenming smiled coldly. What else do you want? Could it be that all of you in China are such backstabbers? Don't get me wrong. This has nothing to do with Huaxia. I'm representing myself now. After beating me for so long, it's not too much for me to ask for compensation, right? Jiang Wenming looked like a scoundrel. What compensation do you want? The sunless representatives asked as they forced down their anger. If they just wanted money, they didn't care. Anyway, after this, the Sun Belt in China were old and dead. It was useless for them to take the money. The British Museum, Westminster Abbey, Buckingham Palace, St. Paul's Cathedral, London Bridge. Forget about leaving it well for you. Jiang Wenming burst out all the landmarks of the Sunless Empire in one breath. That level of familiarity, for a time, made the people of Sunset think that he was the local. Impossible. Why don't you go rob? Aren't I robbing now? Jiang Wenming asked rhetorically, not only to defeat them, but also to destroy their beliefs and break their spine. Without the landmark buildings, their hearts would be scattered. As long as they took these buildings, not to mention all of them, even just one or two, it would be enough to break their national confidence. A country without national confidence has no future to speak of. Killing people to kill their hearts. Jiang Wenming was trying to do the same thing to his people. Jiang Wenming did not dare to forget their face when they invaded China. Now it was time to take it back with interest. Our Sunless Empire will never agree to this request. Disagree? Fine. Then let's continue the fight. I'd like to see how many other gods in your northern Europe dare to enter. Jiang Wenming's words directly pierced the vitals of these people. Even the goddess of death, Hela, had lost. Did they really have a chance to beat Huaxia? Odin might be able to, but who could guarantee that Huaxia didn't have an existence that could defeat a god king anymore? One should know that just now. They had sent a mortal general to defeat Hela. The majestic and domineering figure of Emperor Qin Shi Huang was still in front of his eyes. The general under his hand was so powerful, so how strong should he be? The top brass of the Sunless Empire didn't dare to gamble, because once they lost the bet, they would never be able to turn around again. My patience is limited. I'll only count to 3. After 3, then we'll continue to fight. 1, 2, we agree. Seeing that Jiang Wenming was about to shout out 3, the top management of the Sunless Empire finally panicked and hurriedly agreed. Please ask the host to be a witness. Jiang Wenming arched his hand towards the ring. Bobby's figure appeared with a somewhat helpless expression. This kid had blackmailed the other party in front of him, and now he was asking him to be a notary public, really not seeing the outside world at all. However, this was all within the rules, and he couldn't step in to stop it. Since both parties have reached an agreement, let's fulfill it, Bobby said as he pointed his finger in the air, and a map of the Sunset Empire appeared. The 4 iconic buildings on it suddenly rose up from the ground and finally hid into the void. Huaxia Empire, choose the place to place the loot as soon as possible. Bobby glanced at Jiang Wenming. Place it right next to the ruins of the Yuan Mingyuan. Just place them in order. Jiang Wenming thought nothing of it and blurted it out directly. The British Museum, which housed countless cultural relics from China, could finally be picked up today. Take it back with interest. As a building fell to the ground, the audience of the Sunset Empire was like a deflated ball. There was no longer that superior attitude. They had plundered the treasures of all the countries in the entire world, and today they finally tasted what it was like to be robbed. This is the key of creation you asked for. Bobby threw a golden key into Jiang Wenming's hands. As Jiang Wenming received the key of creation, the national fortune of the Huaxia Empire once again boiled up. The golden dragon representing the national fortune appeared and roared up to the sky. The key of creation flew out of Jiang Wenming's hand uncontrollably and disappeared into the golden dragon's mouth. All of a sudden, golden light was so great that a star lit up in the sky. Immediately afterward, hundreds of incense lamps appeared out of thin air in the Huaxia pantheon. Huaxia's national fortune once again skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed out in shock, only to see a shadowy figure fly out from within the gate of creation and enter the Huaxia pantheon as everyone watched. These silhouettes were either dressed as scribes, in martial attire, or as emperors. Among them was also the Qin Shi Huang that they had seen before. The spirits returned. These were the spirits that had existed in the history of the Huaxia Empire and were now returning based on the coordinates. When Jiang Wenming saw this scene, a glimmer of clarity vaguely rose in his heart. The key of creation might be the key to welcoming back the gods. This time it was the Yingling, so would it be the gods of heaven next time? Or perhaps the gods of the ancient times? At the moment the spirits returned, a memory appeared out of nowhere in the minds of all Chinese people. It was about the deeds of these Yingling. The missing history reappeared. Li Jianguo trembled as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. No one knew better than him what this meant. The replenishment of the history meant that they had more information. And in the future, when they awakened, it would be easier and fewer people would be sacrificed. They, Huaxia, were finally on the same starting line as the other empires. This was all thanks to Jiang Wenming. In the past, when he heard others call him the hope of Huaxia, Li just laughed. but now it seemed that this was indeed the hope for the revival of their huaxia. Long Yi, go and bring some food and drink to civilization. Recover your strength as soon as possible. There are still a few vicious battles to be fought next. Li Jianguo turned his head to Long Yi who was beside him. Although the Sunless Empire had lost, there were still 3 other major empires behind them. There was no telling if they, huaxia, could survive this. Long Yi ran towards the ring with the food that had been prepared long ago, and right at that moment, the host, Bobby, suddenly made a silent gesture. Between the fact that the Huaxia Empire has gathered 3 keys of creation, the rules of the mythic ring will be re-upgraded, all matches will be temporarily postponed, and the ring will be reopened 3 days later. What? Now the ring rules are going to be upgraded? Isn't this clearly favoring Huaxia? Protest. The Huaxia Empire is clearly at the end of its rope. Why is it still delaying? We are not convinced. Strongly request for the match to start now. The moment they heard that they had to wait 3 days before the match could be resumed, the spectators from the other several empires were instantly displeased. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Huaxia had won a few matches in a row, Jiang Wenming, who was the main force, was already at the end of his rope, and as long as they consumed him for a while, Huaxia would definitely lose. As long as Jiang Wenming died, the rest of the people were simply not enough to worry about. After all, Jiang Wenming was considered a unique person who could understand the mythological history of various countries like he did. What makes you guys think that I am discussing with you? Bobby's voice was not loud, but when it reached the ears of the crowd, it caused them to shiver in unison. In a moment of complacency, they almost forgot that the one in front of them was a true god in front of them. Wanting to obliterate them was simply easy. Seeing that no one dared to continue speaking, Bobby then withdrew his gaze in satisfaction. The revival of China had already become a certainty, and the return of the gods was only a matter of time. He didn't mind selling a favor to the other party. What's more, this was supposed to be a previously established rule. No matter which country, as long as they got together 3 keys of creation, they could open a brand new mode. If all of them were gathered together, the native gods could be welcomed back. Right now, Huaxia was merely taking the lead in doing so. Hearing that there was a 3-day restoration period, Jiang Wenming's face eased up quite a bit. What he lacked the most right now was time. Ever since he came to this world, he had been fighting all the time, and even though he had gained quite a few abilities, he hadn't even had the chance to practice them. Now taking advantage of these 3 days, he wanted to master the divine abilities he had acquired as soon as possible. The Samsara Divine Wind as well as the Qi refining technique, both of them must be mastered as soon as possible. It's crucial for the next battle. Jiang Wenming had already started calculating in his mind his next plan of action. Stepping down from the ring, the Huaxia Zone audience immediately let out a shocking cheer. God Jiang is awesome. I love you. God Jiang. God Jiang. Do you lack disciples? I've been smart since I was a kid. God Jiang. I want to give you a monkey. Can God Jiang teach us Qi refining? Jiang Wenming's footsteps slightly lurched as he heard this. Teaching Qi refining art? This was a good idea. But this matter was of great importance, so he still had to discuss it with Li Jianguo and the others before he could do so. The power of the Qi refining technique was evident to all, and it was precisely for this reason that Jiang Wenming did not dare to easily agree to teach it. In case someone used it for wrongdoing, then wouldn't he become an accomplice? But if he didn't take it out, this wasn't good enough to account for. People's words could be feared, and when the time came, someone would then give him a big hat, saying that he was selfish and self-interested. Then it would be disgusting. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming quickly left the ring and returned to the conference room from before. Just as he arrived at the conference room, he saw that it was densely filled with people already, each and every one of them looking at Jiang Wenming with a red face. Pa. I don't know who started it. The applause rang out without warning. Little Jiang, good job. An admiral complimented approvingly. Jiang Wenming nodded towards the crowd without saying anything more. He walked straight towards Li Jianguo. President, I have a matter I would like to talk to you alone. Oh, what is it? Jiang Wenming didn't answer, just looked at him silently. Li Jianguo immediately understood and beckoned Jiang Wenming to follow him to the inner hall. General Long Yi, you can come along as well. Jiang Wenming noticed Long Yi, who had been following behind, and invited with a smile. May I? Then I'll make myself at home. Long Yi laughed and followed. After entering the inner hall, Li Jianguo then looked at Jiang Wenming and opened his mouth to ask, what do you want to say? You can say it now. You should have seen earlier in the ring. General Bai Qi taught me a technique called Qi refining. Now I want to ask the chairman what to do with it and whether or not to take it out and share it. Jiang Wenming asked with a serious look. This kind of gongfu that can be practiced by all people. Of course it should be shared. It's a good thing for our entire China. What's there to hesitate about? Long Yi interjected. However, Li understood the meaning of Jiang Wenming's words. Are you worried about losing control? Aha! When individual force overrode the group, conflicts were bound to arise. This was an eternal law. Jiang Wenming could take out the gong method and share it, but who could guarantee that everyone would use it for the right purpose? In the event that one or two gifted people appeared to commit crimes, how could they stop them then? The chi refining technique was not like the divine favorites, where there were restrictions that could be monitored. In case someone really used it for wrongdoing, this would definitely be a disaster. It was just like an ordinary person owning a gun. When their brains got hot, they could do anything. Li Jianguo had obviously thought of this problem as well, and was lost in deep thought for a moment. Publicly promoting the chi refining technique, this was something that was inevitable. But how to do it publicly and how to check and balance it still needed to be carefully thought out. Civilization. What do you think is the biggest difference between chi refinement and divine favors? Li Jianguo suddenly asked. Chi alchemy possesses popularity and has a high growth ceiling, while divine favorites are restricted with the strength of the gods and have limited achievements. Jiang Wenming answered truthfully. What do you think if only divine dependents are allowed to learn chi refining? Li Jianguo asked again. This is indeed a method, but in this way, it's inevitable that some good seedlings will be missed out on. Divine familiars may not necessarily be suitable for cultivating chi refining arts, and ordinary people may not be unsuitable for cultivating chi refining arts. It's a bit arbitrary to make a sweeping decision like this. This was like taking a university entrance exam. Those who got in were certainly excellent, but were those who didn't necessarily poor? Obviously not. I have a suggestion for you guys to see how about it. Long Yi suddenly spoke. Tell me. Li Jianguo looked at Long Yi in surprise, signaling him to continue. Since the chi refining art is destined to be made public, why don't we leave it to our army? If you want to learn the chi refining art, you have to join the army. This way it can also serve as a supervisor and guide. Long Yi's words made Li Jianguo's eyes light up. This was a good way. Neither did it block the possibility of others to improve, but it could also increase the prestige of the army. Most importantly, having the army training would more or less wash away the edges of those people's bodies, so that they wouldn't be able to move their heads. Self-control. This was the instinct of their Chinese soldiers. Jiang Wenming was also very agreeable to this suggestion. This is indeed a good way. Turn around and draw up a plan to hand in. This matter will be your sole responsibility. Li Jianguo waved his hand and directly handed this matter over to Long Yi to handle. After settling this matter, the three of them walked out of the inner hall. Jiang Wenming was still in a hurry to cultivate, so he didn't stay too long, and after giving Li Jianguo a greeting, he left with Long Yi. The two of them arrived at the Dragon Guard's quarters, and when the surrounding Dragon Guards saw the two of them, they saluted and greeted each other. Good day, Jiangshan and General. You're considered a celebrity now. These little brats, they've never been this enthusiastic when they see me. Long Yi laughed and scolded. Jiang Wenming smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. Arriving at a training ground, Jiang Wenming finally opened his mouth. General Long Yi, I'm going to start cultivating in a while, so I'll pass on the chi refining technique to you first now. You should also stop calling General Long Yi General Long Yi all day long. I'm a few years older than you, so you can just call me Uncle Long from now on, so that it seems affectionate. Alright, Uncle Long, you sit down first. I'll give you a demonstration of the chi refining technique. Shun is mortal, reverse is immortal. Hold the yin and yang upside down. Jiang Wenming told Long Yi about the chi refining technique recipe, as well as the main idea matters. It was a pity that he didn't know that kind of enlightenment technique, or else he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. This teaching lasted for more than an hour. It was only when he saw that Long Yi had grasped the trick and closed his eyes for enlightenment that Jiang Wenming quietly left. 3 days is too short. I'm afraid it's unlikely to reach a qualitative change. Then we can only find another way. Jiang Wenming thought, somewhat torn, and took out a dagger. 3 days later, has civilization not yet come out of the gate? Long Yi paced back and forth in the doorway with some anxiety. Jiang Shen had commanded before he went in, no one should bother him. When the ring opens, he will come out by himself. The Dragon Guards, who were in charge of the guards, said with some difficulty, there are still 10 minutes until the match. I'm afraid it will be too late if he doesn't come out. Long Yi looked at the countdown on his hand, somewhat anxious. If no one comes out when the time is up, it will be ruled a forfeit. But Jiang Wenming hasn't moved a bit yet. Forget it. When he comes out you tell him to head to the mythic ring immediately. I'll go up to the top first. Good. After Long Yi finished speaking, 2 flames emerged under his feet and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the mythic ring, has civilization not come out yet? Seeing that Long Yi was the only one who had returned, Li Jianguo couldn't help but feel a little worried. He should be at a critical juncture in his cultivation. Otherwise he wouldn't have forgotten the time. If it's not possible I'll go on first and buy time for him. As things stand, it can only be this way. Li Jianguo sighed and sort of agreed to Long Yi's suggestion. Please invite the representative of the Huaxia Empire and the representative of the Pope's kingdom to enter the ring. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared, signaling that the match was about to begin. Right at this moment, a round of sun suddenly rose in the distance, and it was still rushing towards this side at great speed. Why are there two suns in the sky? Crap! A meteorite! Run! No! There seems to be a figure inside. Brother, what are your eyes? Can you even see this? This is nothing. My master can see the nuns in the opposite temple through the doorway from a mountain. Just as the crowd was talking, the scorching sun set and transformed into a teenager. Crap! It's Jiangshun! This appearance of Jiangshun is too racy. Why is his head bald? That's what you don't understand. Not bald and not strong. That's what the Sakura kingdom next door says. Bullshit. If that's true, that monk would have been invincible long ago. I guess he ran too fast and burned out. Makes sense. On bullshit, it's still you. Seeing Jiang Wenming appear, Long Yi hurriedly greeted him. Civilization. What are you? Long Yi pointed at his bare head. I accidentally burned it while cultivating, so I shaved my bald head. Jiang Wenming returned with some embarrassment. Please ask the representative of the Huaxia Empire to make his appearance as soon as possible. Bobby's voice sounded again. Alright, no more talking. I'll go up first. Jiang Wenming greeted Long Yi and directly walked quickly up to the ring. At this time, the representative of the Pope's country had already gone up to the stage, a middle-aged man in armor, with a style somewhat like that of a Western knight. Please choose the battle style. Name-calling God Battle. Jiang Wenming spoke without even thinking. Only by summoning Name God Battle could he utilize his greatest strengths. The other party had obviously prepared for this, and soon held out a scroll and handed it to Bobby. Jiang Wenming also took out the list he had prepared long ago and handed it over. After receiving the scroll, Bobby casually tossed it into midair before announcing the start of the match. Only this time, instead of letting them enter the gate of creation, they were randomly selected from the list. The Pope country's side was the first to select a participating deity. It was an angel with 3 pairs of wings behind him, holding a golden long sword in his hand that looked like it had flames burning in it. Jiang Wenming frowned after seeing this one, not expecting the Papal States to directly zoom in just as soon as they made their move. Also known as the Battle Angel, was the first of the 7 blazing angels. The combat power was fierce as hell, and could be said to be the topmost combat power in the Eden divine system. Soon it was Jiang Wenming's turn on his side. 10 golden lights lit up and landed on the 10 names on the scroll. Neza the Third Prince, Li Jing the Pagoda Heavenly King, Humming and Haha Generals, Golden Horn and Silver Horn Great King, Scorpion Spirit, 100 Eyes Daoist, Jiao Demon King, and 9 Spirits Yuan Shang. Jiang Wenming scanned the 10 names, and his heart was set. The quality of the gods refreshed this time is still relatively high. A large portion of them are fierce. Jiang Wenming focused on Nezha, Scorpion Spirit, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and 9 Spirit Saints. Neza didn't need to be mentioned. Although his bit was not high, his fighting strength was amazing. It was just a pity that the other party was Long Yi's own god, so it was not good for him to go and choose. Otherwise, what was the difference between this and Long Yi's personal appearance? The Scorpion Spirit was powerful, especially the needle at the back of her tail. Even the Monkey King couldn't withstand it, but it was a pity that Michaela possessed the ability to purify and restrain her toxins. In the end, he could only look to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Great King and the 9 Spirit Sage. The 9 Spirit Sage was a Flood Fae. His own strength was terrifying, and the Monkey King had to concede when he saw him. However, he was dedicated to cultivation and disliked fighting, so it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage in the face of Battle Angel Michael, the last only remaining Golden Horn Silver Horn King. These 2 Demon King, although the strength is not too strong, but cannot help people with a deep background. A magic treasure, especially the purple gold gourd and the frontier gold rope. It is simply a killing weapon. Under the saints a catch. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming had a plan in his mind. The 7-star sword is lightly carried in the hand, and the banana fan half covers the shoulder. It looks like a stream of clouds leaving the sea, and sounds like thunderbolts shaking the mountains and rivers. The mighty winds of the sky descends, and angrily marshals the group of demons out of the cave. Purple gold gourd in jade vase, golden horn and silver horn in lotus. I, Jiang Wenming, welcome the arrival of the golden and silver children. Jiang Wenming was gambling on the possibility of adding words, and also on the fact that Supreme Lord Lao would step in to help him. The golden horn and silver horn were originally 2 strands of immortal qi, one yin and one yang, and now he was forcibly fusing the 2 to summon them, which would not only make up for their original weaknesses, but also enhance their original strength. Yin and yang mingling is Taiji. This is the fundamental of Taoism, and theoretically it is also established. Just take a look at the configuration of those Taoist bigwigs. All of them have 2 children beside them. Is this a coincidence? Of course not. The 2 children represent the 2 yin and yang, and they themselves represent the 1 element, 1 yuan, 2 instruments, 3 talents, 4 elephants, 5 elements, 6 roads, 7 stars, gossip, 9 palaces, 9 for the number of the great circle, leaving the disappearance of 1, which is 1 yuan. So the cycle is repeated. This is the way. 10,000 changes are not the same. Accompanied by Jiang Wenming's words, a black and white column of light from the void dropping, it slowly coalesced into a 2-meter-tall figure, with gold and silver horns on his head, wearing armor and a gold front rope around his waist. He was holding a 7-star sword in one hand, a jade pure bottle in the other, and a purple gold gourd behind his back. Success! Jiang Wenming was overjoyed in his heart. This attempt was too crucial for him. Being successful meant that the method worked. The next time he summoned other people, he would also be able to carry out a certain degree of magic modification. Strongly suppressing the surprise in his heart, he cupped his fists and saluted towards the gold and silver king. Late generation Jiang Wenming, greetings to the gold and silver great king. Although he called out to the other party's child when summoning, but that was asking for someone before the Supreme Lord. Now in front of the other party, it was better to honestly call out to the great king. I already know about your heart. The master has sent my brothers and I to come and help you with your strength. The gold and silver great king said with a slight nod at Jiang Wenming. The sage he. Heavenly opportunities cannot be divulged. Jiang Wenming was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by the great king of gold and silver and made a silent gesture to him. Jiang Wenming instantly understood. It looked like the saints above were also paying attention to them, only that they couldn't personally appear for some reason. However, since the gold and silver king had appeared, it represented the will of the saint, especially since all those treasures had been brought. At least it proved that the saint had the intention to help them. This was a good thing, and it also gave Jiang Wenming a peace of mind. You step back first. Let me meet this god of the extraterrestrial realm. The gold and silver great king waved his hand and swept up a clear wind, sending Jiang Wenming to the stage. The 7-star sword in his hand lit up with a silver glow as he charged towards Michael. Judgment. Seeing this, Michael pointed the holy sword in his hand, and countless golden arrows emerged from the void, shooting towards the gold and silver great king. Tarzan pressure. The gold and silver great king reached out and pressed his hand, and a large mountain fell from the void, smashing towards Michael. The two sides' first strike was a battle of arts and techniques. The wings behind Michael vibrated, and in just the blink of an eye, he was out of the range of the great mountain's attack. On the other hand, the golden and silver great king's body lit up with golden light, actually allowing those arrows to fall on his body. A clanking and clashing sound rang out. The gold and silver great king's entire body was intact, and it was obvious that those arrows hadn't been able to break through the defense at all. This defense is too strong, isn't it? Jiang Wenming couldn't help but be secretly staggered. One must know that Michael was known as a battle angel, and his own strength could definitely be assigned to the top 5 in Eden. Even if it was just a tentative attack, it was by no means something that an ordinary person could withstand. But now, it was surprising that even the gold and silver king's defense had failed to break through. This could not help but make Jiang Wenming re-examine the gold and silver great king in front of him. In the journey to the west, there were not many descriptions of the two of them, only that the golden horn great king was good at melee combat, with copper skin and iron bones, and infinite strength, and silver horn great king is good at magic, moving mountains and overturning the sea, omnipotent. Only at that time met the monkey king. The two showed too much. In addition to the use of magic treasures did not hit the front. Now it seems, these two people that which is water. Simply put a Pacific Ocean. No wonder a green ox spirit can beat the monkey king everywhere to move help. These two disciples of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun but not. Hopefully, it's not a wimp. It's afraid that the performance is not good enough to deliver. Right? This kind of human feelings is to let them play to understand. Take the magic treasure down to make friends. Expand the territory. By the way, to fetch the scriptures people make a trip. After finishing, patting the ass back to the 33 heavens. The whole thing is a public tourism. Now do not pretend. Show your cards, a little show of strength, and subdued the battle angel Michael. Seeing that his holy sword trial didn't work, Michael's face also became grave. The holy sword in his hand was raised above his head, and he recited words under his breath. Soon, a holy light fell onto his body from the void, and a pair of armor with gold stripes on a silver background appeared out of nowhere. The 3 pairs of wings on his back vibrated and flew high into the sky. Heavenly punishment! As his voice fell, countless small black dots appeared in the sky and were falling at an extremely fast speed. It's meteorites! Crap! This is too fierce. Summoning meteorites to smash people without moving. So many meteorites. How can the gold and silver child dodge them? It's over. It's over. It's going to be smashed. The audience in the Huaxia region let out a gasp of surprise. Most of the previous battles were close-quarters battles, and it was rare to see this kind of scene of moving mountains and summoning meteorites to smash people. Qiankuan Jade Pure Vase, collect. Gold and Silver Great King did not panic. The Jade Pure bottle in his hand aimed at the meteorite in the sky and shouted collect. The meteorite group that was originally raging as if it was destroying the world were all like little tadpoles that saw their mother. They were sucked into the Qiankuan Jade Pure bottle in a row. The whole scene was dead silent. What kind of treasure is this? Even meteorites can be collected? It's a pity that it can't collect people. If it even collects that bird man together, the battle will directly end. How nice! Seeing the meteorite he had summoned being taken away, Michael's complexion changed greatly. At the same time, he was also filled with scorn for the Jade Pure Vase in the hands of the Gold and Silver King. This was a treasure that even heaven's punishment could put away. How could it appear in the hands of a little-known demon? Are they all rich to this extent in China? As an archangel himself, he had fought for the glory of God for tens of thousands of years, and had only obtained an archangel's sword. Such a comparison made his heart even more unbalanced. Miracle God's domain! Michael roared, and the wings behind him emitted a glowing white light, enveloping the entire ring in just an instant. This was his domain, representing miracles. As long as a wish could theoretically be realized, all of them could be done within this domain. The moment the miracle domain appeared, the Gold and Silver King sensed something bad, but it was too late to escape. Raging flames appeared from the ground, and countless silver crosses appeared in the sky, falling like rain. Although the flames on the ground were scorching hot, they were nothing to the Gold and Silver Great King who often stayed by the alchemy furnace. Instead, it was the crosses in the sky that gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Every time he touched it, it made him feel a surge of warmth and an instinctive sense of affection. It was like returning to his mother's embrace, so he couldn't help but become addicted to it. Unable to extricate himself, as more and more crosses fell, the golden light on the Gold and Silver King's body gradually became weaker until it completely disappeared. A layer of fine wounds gradually appeared on his body as well. Good chance. Seeing this, Michael's eyes lit up as the holy sword in his hand burned with golden flames. The wings behind him vibrated and turned into a stream of light, stabbing directly at the Gold and Silver Great King's heart position. Ah! The holy sword burning with golden flames stabbed into the Gold and Silver Great King's chest without any obstacles and penetrated through his body. The intense pain awakened the remaining consciousness of the Gold and Silver Great King. The seven-star sword in his hand slashed horizontally, wanting to cut off Michael's head, but unfortunately, it was easily avoided by the other party. How could this happen? Why didn't the Gold and Silver child avoid it? His state is very wrong. Why does he feel as if he hasn't woken up? Evil technique. He must have been hit by an evil technique. This birdman is too despicable. Gold and Silver child, you must hold on. Still hold up my ass. Ah, the heart has been pierced through. This game is lost. You girl can't talk. Can you shut up? At this moment, not only was Gold and Silver King's heart pierced through, even his body was covered in a layer of golden flames. Jiang Wenming under the stage saw this scene, and his heart clenched tightly. He also noticed that something was wrong with the Gold and Silver Great King's state, but he couldn't find out what the problem was. What kind of move is this that could make the Gold and Silver Great King voluntarily give up resistance? As for the matter of the Gold and Silver Great King being pierced through the heart, Jiang Wenming was not worried at all. This kind of injury might be fatal if it were anyone else, but it was nothing to the Gold and Silver Great King. Parallel lotus flowers. One body and two bodies. When one is born, two bodies are born. When one dies, two bodies die. The Golden and Silver Great Kings appeared to be one person, but they were actually two in one. Unless the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were killed at the same time, they could not be killed at all. No matter how many injuries they received, they were able to recover quickly. This was Jiang Wenming's inspiration based on a game from his previous life, so he purposely added the words when summoning them, just to prevent accidents. As expected, Michael's sneak attack was successful, and although it pierced through the Gold and Silver King's body, it didn't kill him. Instead, it startled him out of that strange state. Frontier gold rope binding. The Gold and Silver Great King reached out and pointed, and the frontier gold rope tied around his waist instantly flew out, as if it was a spiritual snake, swimming in the sky. Michael didn't dare to let this golden rope get close. Waving his holy sword in his hand, a flaming sword she chopped out, cutting the frontier gold rope into two on the spot. But before he could be happy, he saw that the original frontier gold rope that had been chopped into two pieces began to grow at the same time, becoming two in the blink of an eye, and it rushed towards him at an even faster speed. Flame judgment. The holy sword in Michael's hand swung once again, bringing up a large sea of fire, wanting to burn up this strange rope. However, right at this moment, the gold and silver great king suddenly moved, only to see the skin on his body that originally appeared golden quickly turn silver. At the same time there was also a banana fan in his hand. Before Michael could figure out why the other party hadn't died, he saw the demon that had turned silver, waving the fan in his hand and slapping it at him. The sea of fire that filled the sky instantly rewound and flew back, both in terms of speed and might. It was several times stronger than when Michael had cast it out. And Michael's body, like a broken sack blown up by a typhoon, instantly disappeared from its original spot and ruthlessly crashed into the ring's barrier. Boom! The entire ring trembled violently. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Michael, his face full of shock. What kind of treasure is this? The might that came from that instant just now could not be resisted even if he put his best foot forward. This was only the result of the other party lightly slapping him. If there were 2 more strokes, wouldn't he have to crash and die here? Miracle! Seeing the second wind blowing, Michael hurriedly used the domain rule. Hopefully, he could fend it off with his miracle domain. Phew! The wind did not harm him this time. Just why was it a bit cold? Just as Michael was wondering, he suddenly felt something cool fall onto his face. Reaching out to touch it, he realized it was water. Why is there water in the mythic ring? Before he could figure out why, pouring rain suddenly fell from the sky. The flames on the ground were quickly doused, and even the flame of light on his sword wavered in the rain, threatening to go out at any moment. On the other hand, the gold and silver child standing on the ground had a banana fan and a jade purification base suspended in front of him. His hands formed complicated AO hand seals, and he recited under his breath, 5 thunder fierce generals, train general, taking off the sky and falling to the ground, driving thunder and running to the clouds. With 10 million battles, he leads the divine soldiers. Open the flag and summon urgently. No stopping. Tai Shan Lujuan's urgent order. As his mantra fell, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. The rain poured down, and every now and then a few shocking thunderbolts fell and struck Michael directly, hitting him in a terrible way. Crouch, crouch, crouch. Pain, 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 pain. Brother, even if you are excited, don't pinch my leg. Mom, come out to see the gods. This is the real fairy. Raise your hand. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning at your beck and call. Fairy blessing. I first kowtow for respect. Has anyone with a good brain memorized the recitation just now? Give me a copy later. Knowing the recipe is useless. Can't you see there are still those handprints? Ha ha ha, I videotaped it all. Fuck. Lao Lu. No, brother, let's borrow one to talk. You go away. Cloth drifting half-life. Just for today, please lend me this law. I would like to worship as a righteous father. In the future at your disposal. You guys enough? Brother, people also want to see. Okay. Flash away you little green tea. Brother, this is people's room number. Later go to the room to explore the nodding technique. How? Although they often saw gods moving mountains and reclaiming the sea, there were quite a few that could summon wind, rain, thunder and lightning. It was just that those jutsu were all done casually by the gods, and there was no trace of them at all. This was the first time they had ever encountered a spell like this one that had a clear recipe in hand seal, and it was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This meant that everyone had a chance to learn it. It didn't matter if it was powerful or not. The main thing was that it was handsome enough, with a lift of the hand. So just ask which person wouldn't be moved. Not to mention the others. Even Jiang Wenming looked at it with a happy heart. Which man does not have a middle-aged dream these days? And he is certainly no exception. Only he understood that this kind of spell was useless even if he knew the password and the sealing technique. It had to be perfectly coordinated to be effective. Whether it was the 6 true words of the Buddhist sect or the 9 true words of the Taoist sect, they were all essentially the same. They were all speech spirit spells. At this point their Chinese characters in Chinese language can be said to crush all countries. Characters are like their shapes, and sounds are like their meanings. It can be said to be the closest language in text to the law of the spirit of words. Unfortunately, it was somehow lost later on. Retracting his thoughts, his gaze fell back to the ring. At this time, the gold and silver king had finished casting the spell, and the cold rainwater filled the entire arena. And although Michael had divine power to protect his body, he was still drenched by the rainwater. Perhaps in his opinion, this rainwater was not a threat to him at all, which was why he didn't bother. However, this was just what the gold and silver king wanted. The rain was only the first step. The real killing move was still to come, only to see him reach out and fetch a banana fan, slapping it hard at Michael. The fierce wind arrived instantly, wrapping the rain to form a water tornado, attacking towards Michael. Scatter! Michael held the holy sword and chopped down with a sword, directly splitting the water tornado. The water splashed everywhere, escaping everywhere. Moreover, these water splashes took on a bizarre icy blue color. Where the water droplets fell, a large amount of cold air was emitted, and all the objects all rapidly froze. The speed was so fast that everyone was astonished. Not good. Michael sensed the abnormality and flapped his wings, avoiding those icy blue water droplets from afar. But unfortunately, he was still a step too late. There was rainwater on his body that had gotten wet earlier, and after coming into contact with this coldness, it began to rapidly freeze. In just the blink of an eye, his body was wrapped in a layer of cold ice, transforming into an ice sculpture. The frontier gold rope that had been chasing him all along also finally caught a chance to bind him tightly. Go! The gold and silver great king reached out and waved his hand, and the 7-star sword in front of him instantly transformed into a stream of light, stabbing straight at Michael's head. Ka-ching! The ice layer shattered, and Michael's body split apart. The 7-star sword and the frontier gold rope lost their target and automatically flew back to the gold and silver king. We won? Seems like it? That bird man has turned into slag. He must have won. But why hasn't the referee announced the result yet? Now the audience had all learned to be smart. As long as the referee hadn't stepped forward to announce the result, it meant that it wasn't over yet. No matter how outrageous the situation on the field was, no one dared to conclude who had lost and who had won until the last moment. Time passed by minute. Michael's body was still inside the ice, dead inside. But the host, Bobby, never appeared. What's going on? Is it still not dead? Even Jiang Wenming was a bit nervous. The gold and silver king frowned slightly. His opponent's life breath had disappeared, which he could sense. But the match was delayed, which meant that there were still variables. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, he took out the Qiankuan jade pure bottle and aimed it at the pile of limbs and arms. Collect! There was no response. The life force is so strong? The Qiankuan jade pure bottle could receive all inanimate objects. Whether it was a magic treasure, a divine ability, or a mountain, river, lake, or sea, it could be collected in it with a single thought. The only restriction was that it couldn't collect living things. Now, since it was unable to put away Michael's body, it meant that the other party was still alive. Even if he no longer had any semblance of life features. Qian San Lian, Kuan 6 breaks. Lei is fire. Ken is arrows. Haste is the order of the day. The gold and silver great king made a quick seal in his hands, then spat out a stream of flame at Michael's remnant body, wanting to use it to refine the other party. When the flame came into contact with the other party's corpse, the ice layer instantly melted, and along with the ice layer, there was also Michael's corpse. This bizarre scene dumbfounded everyone present. A corpse could also melt? Everyone thought that this was a spell cast by the gold and silver king, but only he knew for sure that it wasn't. This was the other party's means of preserving his life. This was because he had sensed that the other party's life breath was recovering dramatically. Boom! Michael's body dissolved in the flames and reassembled back together to coalesce. 3 pairs of white feathered wings unfolded, and a golden halo emerged on top of his head. This was his true form. Heretics, prepare for judgment. As Michael said these words, the feathered wings behind him instantly turned crimson, as if 2 flames had coalesced into wings. With a finger of the holy sword in his hand, countless silver crosses instantly fell in the void. These crosses were different from the last one. This one was full of thorns and looked bloodstained. Any way you looked at it, it looked like it was used for executions. Crucifixes. Jiang Wenming's face sank. In the Bible, it was once recorded that Jesus descended to spread God's faith and was finally captured by foolish humans and given a hat woven with iron thorns on his head and made to carry the cross. Whipped and humiliated along the way. Finally he was stripped naked, nailed to the cross, and bled to death. In this way they recounted to the world the greatness of the Son of God, who was sinless, but willingly suffered the punishment for all beings. Isn't that sad? However, what makes people think deeply is that everything that Jesus experienced was arranged by God. And Christ's crucifixion did not happen by chance, but he had already become the Lamb of God at the time of the creation of the world. He became the Lamb of God at the time of creation. A nominal Son of God died a torturous death, but it was the Father who benefited. Both proved God's love for the world and his supreme authority to shepherd all beings. A double whammy. He claims that all beings are his children, but he treats them more and more cruelly. Whether it was Adam, Eve, or Jesus, they were all his children, but the end was more tragic than ever. The crucifix was supposed to be something to be avoided, but now he is using it against his enemies. That says it all. It was faith and judgment. No wonder the gold and silver king was in a state of disorientation before. It was all because of that old man god. Jiang Wenming finally figured out the key. It was a kind of brainwashing, a tactic that they and the Buddhists were used to, relying on brainwashing to forcibly convert others' beliefs. It was a spiritual attack that was pervasive, which was why the gold and silver king was affected. Now that the other party was up to their old tricks, it was obvious that they intended to use this method to forcefully transform the gold and silver great king. No, I must think of a way to stop him. In the face of a mental attack, then the best way was to strengthen the will. Jiang Wenming carefully recalled all the information in his mind, hoping to find a way. Would it be better if I sing a national anthem at this time? This was the first thought in Jiang Wenming's mind. However, it was quickly rejected by him. The reason was simple. The national anthem was only useful to the contemporary Chinese people. Jining de Wang didn't know what era of great demon he was, so singing the national anthem with him wasn't like singing to a cow? There! A book suddenly came to Jiang Wenming's mind. Tao can be Tao. Very Tao. Name can be named. Very name. Nameless. The beginning of heaven and earth. Famous. The mother of all things. At this moment, Jiang Wenming was incredibly grateful to his former college teacher, who used the threat of not giving graduation to force him to memorize the text, which was just in time to use it now. In order to let the gold and silver king hear more clearly, he also deliberately came to a Dharma heavenly transformation. This scene gave the audience on stage a blank stare. What is Jiang Shen doing? Memorizing a text? How come I haven't learned this one? Is there a school bully around to explain to me what this means? Li Jianguo and the group of generals on the podium were all confused as well, not knowing what Jiang Wenming was trying to do. Dao can be Dao. Very Dao. A name can be a name. A very name. Li repeatedly chewed on these two sentences, and the more he chewed on them, the more he felt that the meaning they contained was profound and unfathomable. As for Long Yi, who had been paying attention to the battle in the ring, he detected something unusual. As Jiang Wenming recited, the gold and silver king, who was originally being suppressed, had a hidden tendency to become stronger. Could it be related to these words? But looking at Jiang Wenming shouting at the top of his voice alone, somehow, he couldn't help but chant along himself. Tao may be Tao. Very Tao. Name can be name. Very name. The dragon guards who were closer to Long Yi could not help but follow along after hearing Long Yi's chanting. Immediately after that, more and more people went from a small voice to a loud voice, and from disorganized to neatly organized. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, taking everything as ruminants, dogs. Sages are not benevolent, taking the people as ruminants. As the crowd chanted in unison, a subtle aura rose up from Huaxia. At this moment, everyone forgot about the distractions in their hearts and were all engrossed in the scriptures. This atmosphere of purity and inaction began to spread from the seats in the Chinese region, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the ears of the spectators from the countries next to them. Although they couldn't understand it, they also felt as if it was very powerful. Manipulating their broken pronunciation, they also chanted along. As for the gold and silver king on the ring, at this time, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter, the confusion in his eyes dispersing a little. Compared to the mood of the Tao Te Ching, God's kind of thinking was nothing. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. Sages are unkind and take the people as ruminants. Between heaven and earth, it is like a bellows, Tua. You, the gold and silver king chanted after him, his voice like thunder, shaking the 8 directions. An old Taoist silhouette, whose appearance could not be seen, emerged from behind him, and with a flick of the duster in his hand, the silver crosses that roamed the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Put! Michael sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood, his eyes filled with shock. Not bothering to get up from the ground, he hastily lowered his head, not daring to look at the venerable shadow. The silhouette appeared quickly and disappeared quickly, vanishing without a trace in just the blink of an eye. It was as if it was an illusion, but no one present dared to think so, because just now, the other party gently swung, and then Michael was seriously injured. This strength was simply appalling. Only Jiang Wenming looked excited and almost shouted the other party's name out of his mouth. Elder Lord Taishang. This is Elder Lord Taishang. Jiang Wenming shouted wildly in his heart. The sage had manifested. Little fellow, you, don't think blindly. What you're reciting is Lao Zili Air's scriptures. What's it got to do with me? Dao de Tian Zun? A warm voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Jiang Wenming froze and then reacted. This was Supreme Lord Lao sending him a voice. Wait a minute. Lao Zili Air? Wasn't he the same person as Dao Tianzun? Listening to the tone in the other party's words, it seemed as if he didn't recognize the relationship between the two. But why conceal it? Could it have something to do with the mythological civilization fault? Jiang Wenming's mind resounded with what had happened before. Those gods that he had summoned seemed to have implicitly told him to try not to call out their real names. Now, combining this with Tao Deity Heavenly Father's reaction, a bold conjecture surfaced in Jiang Wenming's mind. The gods were trapped somewhere, restricted, and had erased their true names on earth. The higher the rank of the gods, the greater the restrictions they were subjected to. This could be seen from the previous evocations, where all of those greats from Huaxia, including the top greats from other god systems, did not appear. The few people who had appeared so far, such as Rulai and Hyra, Su Sanu, and Moon Reader, apart from Rulai, who was at the level of a saint, The others were only equivalent to the level of a Dalao Golden Immortal, including the crippled Shiva. They were simply not as powerful as the legends. One should know that in myths and legends, these could all be God-King level powerhouses, representing the end of a divine lineage. However, the battle power displayed was not as good as it should be. Jiang Wenming hadn't thought deeply about it earlier, but now it seemed like there was a bit too much water in it. But there's no use thinking about this now. The priority is still to get the other two empires' keys of creation first. The eyes returned to the ring. At this moment, the gold and silver Great King had reverted back to golden skin, which meant that the golden horn Great King had fully recovered, and both sides switched forms. Mountain moving technique. The Great King of gold and silver lifted his hands out of thin air as if he was lifting a huge mountain, and slammed it towards Michael with force. At this time, Michael was seriously injured. His bones were broken. It was difficult to move, and he could only watch a large mountain fall from the void. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Michael's figure disappeared, crushed under the great mountain. It's finally over. Jiang Wenming let out a long breath. The battle had been going on for so long, and now it had finally come to an end. Now all that was needed was to wait in peace for the host to announce the results of the match. Time passed by, but Bo Bai never appeared. Could it be that he's still alive? Jiang Wenming was shocked. The other party was already at the end of his strength just now, and now he was hit by a big mountain. Is this still not dead? As if to verify his thoughts, the big mountain began to shake violently. The mountain drew up little by little until it was completely detached from the ground. Jiang Wenming's pupils shrunk. What did he see? An upright figure with 3 pairs of black as ink wings behind it. One must know that all the wings of angels were pure white, symbolizing purity. But now there was an angel with black wings. A name surfaced in Jiang Wenming's mind. Fallen angel Lucifer. But the one who had been crushed just now was clearly the battle angel Michael. How could Lucifer appear there? Where was Michael? A series of questions rose in Jiang Wenming's mind. Unless Michael and Lucifer are the same person. Jiang Wenming was taken aback by his own thoughts. One of the two represented God and the other represented the devil. And Lucifer was even known as Satan, the king of hell. It was a well-known thing to be at odds with the gods of heaven. But now the facts were right in front of them. Michael was Lucifer, and also the king of hell, Satan. All of this was a plot by the gods of heaven to play with all beings. Oh merciful Father, what on earth have I seen? Why did the angelic grown-ups turn into Satan? This must be an illusion used by the Chinese gods. Don't believe it everyone. We have to believe in the Heavenly Father. How could he permit Satan to become the archangel? This scene was somewhat unacceptable even to the audience of the Pope's country, and they even had the feeling that their faith had collapsed. They tried their best to brainstorm ways to justify their faith. But for the people of the other empires, they didn't care if it was an angel or a devil. The originally clear situation once again turned confusing. The archangel has turned into Satan. The gods of Eden really know how to play. A sneer appeared on the faces of the top echelons of the Greek Empire. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what was going on. It was just that the collapse of the Pope's country's faith had nothing to do with them, and they didn't believe in God. They only cared about winning or losing this battle. Lucifer, who was covered in black aura, held a large mountain in his hands and walked towards the gold and silver king step by step, casually tossing the great mountain aside. He looked at him with an icy gaze. A giant scythe with a chilling aura appeared. Death scythe. Lucifer's wings flapped behind him, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he wielded the scythe aimed at the gold and silver great king's neck. Golden light curse. The gold and silver great king shouted as a layer of golden light enveloped his body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the gold and silver great king took 2 steps back, but did not suffer any damage. Lucifer's expression was grave as his body once again transformed into a residual shadow and chopped at the gold and silver great king. The clanking and clanging sounds of collision were endless, and the crowd was dazzled by the sight. However, no matter how Lucifer attacked, he was never able to break through the gold and silver king's defense. That layer of golden light, it was as if it was invulnerable to all laws. No matter how he attacked, he was never able to break it. And every time the gold and silver king attacked, although the power was amazing, it could not touch Lucifer. Both sides were in a stalemate. Frontier gold rope. Soon, the gold and silver great king threw out the frontier gold rope, while holding the 7-star sword and rushed up. Lucifer knew the power of the frontier gold rope, so he didn't dare to let it get close at all, and could only rely on his maneuverability to keep dodging. Seeing that he was unable to catch up with Lucifer, the gold and silver great king was also a little anxious. Immediately stopping his footsteps, silver light flashed on his body, switching into silver horn great king mode. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning, listen to my command. The silver horn great king waved his 7-star sword and started casting spells. All of a sudden, the wind rose up and countless thunder flickered erratically in it. Fall. With his command, Countless thunderbolts fell, covering the entire ring. Facing this kind of covering attack, Lucifer could not avoid it and could only resist it. After the lightning, the black aura around Lucifer's body was cleaved apart, and his entire body smoldered miserably. "You've successfully provoked me." Saying that, 3 pairs of white jade-like wings slowly grew behind him, and a weapon that looked like a sword but not a sword also appeared in his hand. This weapon was rusted all over and had open blades on both sides, but there was no sword tip. There was a section in the center, as if the giant had clutched it out with his hands. 12-winged fallen angel. Divine weapon verdict. Jiang Wenming lost his voice and exclaimed. This weapon was too famous. It was rumored that before Lucifer fell, he had used this weapon to fight for God and slaughtered countless gods. It represented God's will, and was thus called the Blade of Judgment. It could be said to be a powerful divine weapon second only to the shepherd's whip in God's hand, and the 12 wings formed after fusing with Michael were precisely Lucifer's form before he had fallen. Holy light blazing angel, Lucifer. This was his true battle form. Gold and silver king, be careful. That's the divine weapon judgment in his hand. And also, his name is Holy Light Incandescent Angel Lucifer. Jiang Wenming shouted with all his strength. The audience under the stage was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Jiang Wenming would focus on his opponent's identity and name. I didn't expect that in your China. There is still someone who can call out my title and real name. Lucifer was also a bit surprised when he heard Jiang Wenming's words. The name of Holy Light Blazing Angel had become taboo after he left the Garden of Eden. Even some of the newly born angels did not know about it. He didn't expect it to be shouted out by a young foreigner who had just reached adulthood. But he didn't take it seriously. So what if he knew his real name? Could it still impose a curse on him? He had another layer of identity. That is, the Lord of Hell, Satan. What curse could take effect on him? However, after hearing Jiang Wenming's words, a smile appeared on Silver Horn Great King's face. He should have told him the other party's real name long ago. Without knowing the real name, how could he amplify his moves? However, it was not too late now. He only saw him reach behind his back and remove the purple gold gourd that he had been carrying. The gourd automatically shrunk the moment he removed it and fell into his hands. The silver-horned Great King pulled off the wooden stopper on the gourd, aimed the mouth of the bottle at Lucifer, and shouted under his breath, Holy light blazing angel Lucifer. Lucifer gave a puzzled The next moment, his body flew uncontrollably towards the purple gold gourd. Holy light domain. Lucifer was startled and hastily unfolded his domain. However, he still couldn't stop the tendency of being sucked over, and the moment he was sucked into the gourd, he used the divine artifact ruling in his hand to straddle the mouth of the gourd, so that he wouldn't be completely sucked in. The Blade of Verdict was a divine artifact with a grade similar to the purple gold gourd, so there was no way it could be sucked in, and the two sides were at a stalemate. Hell descends. A scorched black world with a sulphurous smell appeared, and countless evil spirits crawled out from all corners, frantically pouncing on the Silverhorn Great King. In the face of these endless evil spirits, Silverhorn Great King had no choice but to forcefully terminate his control of the purple gold gourd. 5 Thunder Curse. The best spell to face the evil spirits was the 5-square Divine Thunder. Countless thunderbolts fell, and although they cleared the evil spirits around him, they also allowed Lucifer to successfully escape the suction of the purple gold gourd and run out. F***CK. Jiang Wenming directly broke his defense. It was that close to having Lucifer inside the purple gold gourd. Now that the other party definitely had defenses, it was as hard as hell to get him to say yes again. After Lucifer got out of the trap, he didn't move away, but waved the ruling in his hand to chop at the silver-horned Great King. The silver-horned Great King was obviously not as resistant as the golden-horned Great King, and didn't dare to resist the other party's attack, and could only dodge around. How perceptive Lucifer was. He quickly gapped what was wrong with the two forms of the golden and silver Great Kings. The golden-horned Great King was not afraid of physical attacks, and had infinite strength. The silver-horned Great King did not fear art attacks and was good at using various spells. The advantages and disadvantages of both sides were obvious. The golden horn and silver horn had one yin and one yang, and Lucifer Michael had one light and one darkness. How similar both sides were. In that case, then you should try this move. Lucifer revealed a cold smile as his body steeply split in two. It was not only the person who split, but also the Blade of Judgment. Battle Angel Michael, holding the light holy sword Archangel's blade, stood on the left. The God of Death, Satan, holding the dark holy weapon Death Scythe, stood on the right. Both sides formed a closed circle, simultaneously launching an attack on the silver-horned Great King. Battle Angel Michael, God of Death Satan. Jiang Wenming shouted loudly once again. The silver-horned Great King immediately understood, and the purple gold gourd in his hand was immediately aimed at Michael. Michael, I call out to you. Do you dare to say yes? When Jiang Wenming heard these words, He almost didn't die headfirst on the ground. Is this silver-horned great king an iron being? You even asked this. A fool would know that there's a problem. He, dumbass. You think I will go on? Ah, Michael sneered. And before he could finish his words, he was directly sucked inside the purple and gold gourd. This also works. Jiang Wenming was completely speechless. There really are fools. Seeing this, Satan hurriedly threw out his scythe and resynthesized the blade of judgment. At the same time, he bullied his way forward and attacked the silver-horned great king. The silver-horned great king was so distracted that he could only give up manipulating the purple gold gourd, and watched as Michael escaped. Alas, almost there again. Too bad. It feels like that gourd of the gold and silver child is so powerful. Just shouting someone's name can take them in. Awesome is pretty awesome, but it's a pity that you can only take in one person at a time, otherwise you would have won long ago. The audience in the Huaxia district watched with a pang of regret. It was obviously so close, but it was always interrupted at critical moments. The god of death Satan had clearly seen through the shortcomings of the purple gold gourd, and ducked into the group of evil spirits with his scythe in hand himself, commanding those evil spirits to go up and serve as cannon fodder. Michael, on the other hand, was battling the silver-horned great king head-on. No, it should be said that he was pressing him to fight. The silver-horned great king was good at spells, so he was no match for Michael in close combat. After only a few rounds of fighting, he was cut down and covered in blood. Switching the golden horn great king's close combat. Jiang Wenming acted as a commander under the ring. The silver-horned great king, who had been beaten by Michael at this time, was furious when he saw Jiang Wenming still pointing at him from below. If you're good, you're on, can it? You said so earlier. Jiang Wenming's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although the gold and silver king was strong, his brain wasn't very good, and he was empty of these three treasures. Wasted for nothing. At this time, when he heard that he could go on the field, Jiang Wenming was not only not afraid, but instead had a feeling of eagerness to try. When Silver Horn Great King saw this expression of Jiang Wenming, he also froze for a moment. What he had just said was just an angry remark, but he didn't expect this stupid kid to take it seriously. What's the point of you? A mortal blindly coming together. Honestly, wait down below. See if I don't cut him alive. Don't. Silver Horn Great King, my strength dish does not matter. You lend me the power to use not on the line? You see how I can help you clean up the two of them. Hearing Jiang Wenming say this, Silver Horn Great King was so depressed that he almost spat out blood. Look at this. Is this human language? I can't even do it. But you can do it? He even lent you his power. Why don't you go to heaven? However, right now he didn't have a better way to deal with the enemy in front of him. While he was hesitating, the Golden Horn Great King's voice resounded in his mind. Second, brother, might as well let him try. If not, use that move. Seeing that his own big brother had spoken, the silver-horned Great King could only resign himself to his fate. Shifting shape, a stone was kicked away by him. The next moment, Jiang Wenming's figure appeared in the ring. Late Jiang Wenming, I invite the Golden and Silver Great King to come up. Although Jiang Wenming was startled by the sudden change of position, he quickly stabilized himself. He hurriedly cast the invocation technique. The Gold and Silver Great King was not polite, and immediately turned into a stream of light and merged into Jiang Wenming's body. Feeling the surging power within his body, Jiang Wenming was so excited that he wanted to roar. It was this kind of feeling. It was no better than Bai Chi's possession earlier. The golden-horned Great King transformed into a golden armor. The silver-horned Great King transformed into a silver helmet. The frontier gold rope was tied around his waist, and the jade pure bottle was pinned behind his waist. 7-star sword in one hand, purple gold gourd in the other. Fully armed, Gold and Silver King, please cooperate with me in casting spells later. Jiang Wenming contacted the two in his mind. However, the two didn't pay any attention to him at all. And instead, an unfamiliar memory appeared in his mind. These were precisely the mnemonics of how to use those magic treasures and spells. Worthy of being a salted fish duo, the ability to hit the sauce is really high. Jiang Wenming spat madly in his heart. Their meaning was obvious. The stuff is all for you. Give whatever you want. You are free to play. The audience under the stage had long been stunned. Especially the Huaxia region audience. How could they not expect that Jiang Wenming would actually come down personally? This was the name-calling god battle. It wasn't a mythological ring battle. As long as they got on the stage, the gods could directly strike at the divine favorites. How could he dare? Has God Jiang gone crazy? No matter how urgent it is, he can't go on the field himself. This is the end. This is not going to be cut down by the opposite side? I don't think so. Jiangshan isn't a fool. He must have his reasons for doing so. We should trust him. That's right. Jiangshan is my father. How could he fall here? What? Jiangshan has a daughter? It doesn't look like it. How old are you, sister? I'm 8 years old. Crap. As expected of Jiang God. You can give birth at 8 years old. On the ring. Jiang Wenming looked at the blackened army of evil spirits rushing towards him in front of him, then took a deep breath. Phew! A wild wind exhaled from his mouth. Samsara divine wind. All the evil spirits that were blown by the wind instantly turned into flying ash. At this same time, Jiang Wenming reached out and waved his hand, and the frontier gold rope flew out from his waist. Bind. This was directed at Michael. Sculpture. The holy sword in Michael's hand was wrapped in divine fire and slashed against the frontier gold rope. However, in the next second, the frontier gold rope in front of him unexpectedly disappeared without a trace. No, not disappeared. Rather, it transformed into a hair and was burned up by the flames. Hair? How could there be hair here? Michael froze, feeling his mind spinning a bit. On the other hand, Satan, who was preparing to sneak attack Jiang Wenming, suddenly let out a roar, only to see his figure reveal itself from the shadows, and his body was clearly wrapped by a golden rope. Satan, are you stupid? Jiang Wenming suddenly mocked. Damn mortals, how dare you insult? Ah! Before Satan's words fell, his body involuntarily flew towards Jiang Wenming. No, to be precise, it flew towards the purple gold gourd behind Jiang Wenming. It turned out that Jiang Wenming had secretly aimed the mouth of the bottle at Satan before. Whether it was the previous attack on Michael or the questioning, it was all his routine. Satan thought he was hiding, but he didn't know that under Jiang Wenming's fiery eyes, there was nothing to hide. The reason why he attacked Michael was to paralyze him. The real target was him, Satan. Michael wanted to help, but it was too late. At this time, Satan was bound by the frontier gold rope, and was unable to use the ruling to resist the suction power of the purple gold gourd. In just the blink of an eye, he was included in it. After Satan was included in the purple gold gourd, Jiang Wenming quickly took out the wooden stopper and blocked the mouth of the bottle. Michael, right, now you're all that's left. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Wenming's mouth. Somehow, after seeing the smile on Jiang Wenming's face, Michael actually felt a little creepy in his heart. He had actually risen a sense of fear towards a mortal? A humble mortal in the district. Don't open your mouth to humble and close your mouth to mortal. What do you think you are in my eyes? A god? No, you're nothing but a birdman with wings. Michael was just about to dislike him back, when he suddenly glanced at Jiang Wenming, who seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally pointing that gourd mouth at him. This tawdry maneuver almost gave him the chance to vomit blood in anger on the spot. Can't take him on. This kid is just trying to get me to strike up a conversation. I definitely can't fall for it. Michael kept admonishing himself in his mind, learning from his mistakes. Since he knew that answering the other party's question would be taken away by the gourd, how could he fall for it a second time? It was just a pity that Satan had been sucked inside the gourd, and there was no way for him to regain his 12-winged form. Now the strength is greatly reduced. But it was enough to deal with a mortal. Divine punishment. A lightsaber appeared from behind Michael. Again, really not seeing the coffin. Jiang Wenming was speechless for a while, flipping back and forth with just these few moves. It looked like the match would be over soon. Casually taking down the jade pure bottle from behind him, the mouth of the bottle was aimed at those light swords that were about to fall. Go! Collect! Both sides struck out at the same time. Countless swords of light fell, only to be sucked away by the jade pure bottle. That's it? Jiang Wenming was just about to taunt Michael twice, but suddenly realized that he had lost track of him. No good! Jiang Wenming shouted and immediately intended to leave the spot. A golden longsword penetrated his body from his chest, and golden flames instantly burned his body into flying ash. Mortals are just mortals. Even with so many treasures and great power, it doesn't change the fact that you don't have a divine body. Michael's sneering voice spread throughout the entire room. Although he had lost this incarnation of Satan in this battle, but being able to obtain so many treasures was not a loss overall. Jiangshan is dead. Jiangshan died again? Crap. Brother, the way you said this word again instantly made me hold back my tears. Suddenly I feel that Jiangshan's level of death swindling is getting higher and higher. Why do you all think that Jiangshan isn't dead? I don't need to guess to know that there must be a reversal below, and none of the hosts have come out. What you said seems to make sense. The viewers in the Huaxia region weren't panicked in the slightest. After experiencing a few more ups and downs, they were already not surprised. No one would believe that Jiang Wenming was really dead, except for Michael in the ring. Pope Coronet, should we alert the Archangel Lord? A Cardinal Archbishop asked the Pope beside him in a low voice. The Archangel has the guidance of the Heavenly Father. When is it the turn of us servants to remind him? The Pope glared at the Cardinal Archbishop beside him, as if questioning, are you teaching me to do things? The Papal States appeared to be in harmony, but in reality, they were also divided into two factions, one believing in God Jehovah and the other believing in Allah Jesus. Although on the surface they were the same faction, Those who knew their history knew that these two factions were not in harmony with each other. The current generation of popes, they belong to heaven, while Michael belongs to the Garden of Eden. Whether they win or not is not important to them. What is important is to use this opportunity to weaken the strength of the other faction, so as to become the only faith. Only this thought could be done but not said. In the ring, Michael reached down and picked up the pieces of treasure that had fallen to the ground, especially the purple gold gourd and the jade pure vase. One could receive people and the other could receive spells, which were simply the most precious to him. With these few treasures, it will be easier to conquer in the future. A smile appeared at the corner of Michael's mouth. Suddenly, the golden rope suddenly moved on its own, following his palm and quickly spreading all over his body, and it was getting tighter and tighter. So angels are greedy too. I thought you guys were really puritanical. Jiang Wenming's teasing voice came out. The next second, the banana fan that was lying on the ground and had yet to be picked up suddenly moved and then turned into Jiang Wenming's appearance. 72 changes. What the hell are you? Michael's pupils shrunk as he sternly questioned, while his heart was shocked beyond words, because he hadn't noticed from the beginning to the end, when the other party had transformed. And the one he killed just now, what was going on? Could it be that there were two divine favorites? This can't be blamed on his lack of knowledge. This kind of divine ability of out-of-body incarnation is only circulated in the East. Their Western gods have never seen it at all. What people? Didn't you just call me a humble mortal? Now that you're about to be killed by me, a mortal, aren't you feeling angry? Jiang Wenming said as he raised the seven-star sword in his hand and stabbed it towards his head. Clang! The long sword unexpectedly bounced off as it came into contact with Michael's body. Jiang Wenming looked at the seven-star sword in his hand with some confusion. Ha ha ha. A mere mortal also presumes to slaughter a god. Michael let out a sneer. Jiang Wenming disbelievingly slashed a few more swords, still bouncing off. A mortal is a mortal after all. How could he possibly hurt a god? He was a divine body, and unless he possessed divine power, he could not be injured at all. Although Jiang Wenming possessed the power of the Gold and Silver King, he himself did not have divine power. He had also seen this before he dared to taunt recklessly. Although he was currently bound, the power of the frontier gold rope was limited, so as long as he delayed for a while, he would be able to break free. At that time, he would definitely use the most brutal method to kill this mortal who blasphemed against the angels in front of him. Let's switch to us brothers. You don't have divine power. You can't kill him. The voice of the Gold and Silver King resounded in Jiang Wenming's mind. So you need to use divine power. Told you so. Jiang Wenming came to a sudden realization. What do you mean? You have divine power? How is this possible? The Gold and Silver King was dumbfounded. Divine power was what the gods in the West called it. And in their East there was another name for it, the power of all beings. It could only be condensed by people and gods who were worshipped by incense. Jiang Wenming didn't have a divine position, so how could he be subjected to incense offerings? I don't have divine power, but my native god only has His bloodline affinity with Di Jun was 99%, so it was simply not too easy for him to borrow the other party's divine power. It was only that he had never displayed it in front of the world, and the Gold and Silver Great King and the others naturally didn't know about it. I, Jiang Wenming, respectfully invite the Lord of Heaven, the Father of the 10 days, and the Emperor Jun of 10,000 demons to descend. As his words fell, a white light suddenly lit up in the gate of creation. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth lost its color. The golden armor and silver helmet on Jiang Wenming's body also automatically fell off, transforming into two great demons, the golden-horned Great King and the silver-horned Great King. Boom! White light fell onto Jiang Wenming's body and a pair of golden feathered wings unfolded behind himself. His body involuntarily flew up and stood high in the sky. Endless light emanated from his body like a second sun, illuminating the crowd in such a way that they couldn't look directly at him. Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor. The golden horn and silver horn Great Kings bowed and saluted, while their hearts were shocked. Just now, when they saw Jiang Wenming swearing that he could borrow Emperor Jun's divine power, they didn't quite believe it. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had summoned his true self. How was this a divine favorite? Even an own son would be just like that, right? In my capacity as the Lord of the Heavenly Court and in the name of the Demon Emperor, I appoint Jiang Wenming as the young Lord of the Demon race and become the spokesperson of the Heavenly Court. But there are any objections. Di Jun didn't pay any attention to the two great demons, instead looking towards the gate of creation. Although it was a question, coming from his mouth, it was more like an order. The stars within the gate of creation flickered, but in the end, they all fell silent. Soon, a token flew out from within the gate of creation and landed in Jiang Wenming's hands. Di Jun looked at the token in his hand and then at Michael lying on the ground. Not a single word was said. The white light dispersed and Jiang Wenming appeared to return to his original form. The audience in the Huaxia region was in an uproar. What's going on with Jiang Shun? How did he suddenly get promoted? Did anyone see what that big guy looked like just now? I just stole a glance just now and I feel like my eyes are going blind. I couldn't see his face even through the sunglasses, but judging from his aura, he's definitely a super bigot. Isn't this nonsense? The Emperor of 10,000 Demons and the Lord of Heaven. Do you think anyone can live up to that name? Jiang Shun was so handsome just now, worthy of being my husband. Jiang Shun is my father. Turn around and I'll let my mom remarry. Don't any of you steal it from me. Snowflakes fluttering. No cotton jacket. Little sister, you are so filial. Just now, when Emperor Jun descended, Jiang Wenming's consciousness was still there even though his body was out of control. Because of this, he felt a bit baffled. He only wanted to borrow the other party's power. How did he become inviting the gods to his body? How is it that these 1 and 2 all like to get into my body? Bai Qi is like this, and Di Jun is still like this. This made Jiang Wenming depressed beyond measure. But when he thought of what the other party had just said, that bit of depression instantly disappeared without a trace. The young lord of the demon race, the spokesperson of the heavenly court. Didn't this mean that he now possessed a real bit of status? Although others had said this before, officially saying it from Di Jun's mouth still made Jiang Wenming feel a little excited. What is this token? Jiang Wenming looked down at the token in his hand, only to see an ancient hieroglyphic character engraved on the top of the token, Dao. After seeing this token, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Great Kings knelt down on one knee on the spot. Golden Horn, Silver Horn, greetings, my lord. This action directly confused Jiang Wenming. Although these two were great demons, they were also children under the seat of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, and now they actually knelt down for him? Jiang Wenming didn't think that it was his identity as the young lord of the demon race that made the two great demons so reverent. After all, these two had only bowed and saluted when they saw Di Jun just now. By the looks of it, it should be because of this token. It was a pity that this token only had the word Dao. Other than that there was no information whatsoever. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? It's better to solve the matter at hand first. With this in mind, Jiang Wenming reached out to help the two people up and said under his breath, "Please don't do that." He said, I can't, I'm sorry." Right at this moment, Michael, who was originally tied to the ground, suddenly broke free from the ropes and stabbed Jiang Wenming straight in the back of his hand with his holy sword. Put! The long sword pierced through Jiang Wenming's body, once again burning him to ashes. Not only did Michael not have half the joy of a successful sneak attack, instead, his face turned green. Yeah, it's that trick again. Fun, isn't it, Michael? Jiang Wenming's voice sounded from behind him. Bastard! Dare to play! Ah! Michael was furious, and without looking back, he swung his holy sword to chop backward. Unfortunately, as soon as his arm was raised, he felt his body fly backwards uncontrollably. Despicable villain! How dare you backstab me? Michael's roar echoed in the air, yet his body was sucked inside the purple gold gourd in Jiang Wenming's hand. Fighting and still chatting with someone. Silly? As Jiang Wenming blocked the mouth of the gourd, he didn't forget to make up for it and irritate him a bit. That's it? The golden horned silver horned great king glanced at each other, both feeling their faces burning hot. The two of them had fought with each other before, and the fight had been so intense, moving mountains and overturning the sea, calling out wind and rain, and flying sand and stones. As a result, they didn't have any problems, but instead, they got stronger and stronger. But after Jiang Wenming came on, although he didn't have divine power, he froze and shaded his opponent to death with his treasures. When compared like this, the two of them did seem like trash. Why don't you die? Hurry up and die for me. Jiang Wenming kept shaking the purple gold gourd, still stealing glances inside from time to time. One pillar of incense later, the host, Bobby, appeared in the ring, looked at Jiang Wenming with a complicated expression, and began to announce the results of the match. This match was won by the Huaxia Empire. 1 hour later, the next match will take place. Beautiful, worthy of being Jiang Shun. The first battle was a success, taking down the Papal States with a bang. Is God Jiang tired? How about I give you a massage? All you women get out of the way. Let me do it. Jiang Shun, my little brother has been fond of picking up soap since he was a child, with a standard posture and outstanding resistance to pressure. Get up out of the way. Jiang Shun, my sister said she is not married to you. Jiang God, my sister is 18 this year and is a model. After confirming the victory of the match, Jiang Wenming's face finally revealed a smile. Toward the golden horn and silver horn, he cupped his fists and saluted. Thanks to the two great kings for their help this time. I will definitely turn around and repair the monument and set up a temple for the two great kings, and the incense will continue to flow. Good luck to the two of you. You wait for a while, return our brothers and sisters' treasures before we leave. Silver Horn Great King can't eat his set. repairing the monument and establishing a temple just want to exchange his precious gourd. Think of the beauty. What gourd? Didn't I just give it to you guys? Jiang Wenming looked innocent. You come less. This trick that monkey used it back then. You don't want to cheat me. Hey, nothing can be hidden from the two of you. Here. Jiang Wenming hemmed and hawed, not the slightest bit embarrassed at being caught in the bag. Reaching out, he returned a few treasures to the two. This is more or less the same. The silver-horned Great King was satisfied as he retrieved the treasures before leaving with the golden-horned Great King. Greetings to the golden-horned Great King and silver-horned Great King for returning to their positions. Seeing the two of them step into the gate of creation, Jiang Wenming hurriedly shouted. After shouting, he pulled out his legs and ran, directly jumping off the ring. No one noticed that Jiang Wenming's arms were bulging in one place. As soon as Jiang Wenming stepped down from the ring, he was surrounded by enthusiastic spectators, each one frantically selling him objects. He had already risen to prominence and would surely become the new god of war of China in the future. Especially at this age. Only 16 years old and just out of school. This kind of potential stock no one would want to miss. All get the hell out of here. Don't disturb his rest. Long Yi, who rushed over, angrily shouted, stopping these people who were desperately rubbing themselves towards Jiang Wenming. As the #1 contemporary war god of China, Long Ye's might was naturally not something these ordinary people could withstand. With just one voice, he subdued everyone. Jiang Wenming also finally squeezed out from the crowd at this time and hurriedly ran towards Long Yi. In just this moment of feats, his face and head were all covered with lipstick marks. Too scary. No wonder all the celebrities in the previous life had to hire bodyguards when they went out. It looks like it still makes sense. Jiang Wenming had some palpitations. Originally, with his strength, he could have easily avoided it, but he didn't expect these people to be so crazy. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He was also worried that he would forcefully break free and hurt the others, so he didn't dare to use his spells. Of course, whether there was selfishness in this or not was unknown. With Long Yi leaving the crowd, he returned to the podium position. Li Jianguo nodded towards Jiang Wenming, signaling him to sit down and rest. Now, although we won the next game, but looking at the other party's reaction, I'm afraid that there are still variables behind us. Is there anything we need to help? Li Jianguo was hinting to Jiang Wenming whether he wanted to give them a shot down the line as he did with Tianzhu. Jiang Wenming sniffed and thought for a moment, then shook his head. The Papal States are not enough to fear. Our real opponent is Greece. It's not advisable to scare the snakes for now. With his understanding of the Papal States, there weren't many people that the other side could take out now. Unless Jehovah himself took the field, he really didn't know how he was going to lose. Not even if Jesus came. The crowd all breathed a sigh of relief at the words. Just be sure. They were really worried that Jiang Wenming would run out of talent. With your speculation, who might the Papal States send out next? Li Jianguo asked again. Knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is the best way to win 100 battles, and it was naturally best to be able to formulate a plan in advance. After all, so many of their Chinese think tanks were not for show, and they were absolutely certain that they could make a detailed tactical plan within an hour. The Pope's country has two major divine systems. One is the Eden divine system. The second is the heavenly divine system. Although the two come from the same source, but as far as I understand they are not amicable. They've been constantly fighting with each other, both plundering each other's followers, and now that Michael and Satan are dead, the Eden divine lineage will definitely not be able to sit still. I reckon that the next ones to come out should be the other few angels, or Adam and Eve and the others. The heavenly faction actually didn't have many gods, and the main battle force was still on Eden's side, and within those remaining, Adam and Eve, who were originally one, known as the originators of Western humanity, would most likely appear. Just don't know how the battle power, according to his estimation, it should not be weaker than Michael, but not too much stronger. Instead, there was another person that made Jiang Wenming a little uncertain. The blood ancestor Cain, a person cursed by Jehovah himself, immortal. His body could never touch the ground and could only live in darkness forever. The status was not in any way inferior to Satan. On the contrary, his children had more followers. The most terrifying thing is the curse on him. Unable to give birth to offspring through procreation, but can be transformed through blood. This is somewhat similar to their Chinese corpse ancestors, Shogun in Wingo. One relies on blood-sucking to transform his offspring, and the other relies on soul-sucking curse to transform his offspring. Not to mention, when thinking about it, Jiang Wenming instantly realized that those gods from other god systems seemed to find similar ones in Huaxia. Was this a coincidence or was it the way of heaven? Soon after the 1-hour break ended, Jiang Wenming returned to the ring. Without any nonsense, both sides began to summon their respective gods. Golden light flashed in the sky, skimming quickly over the list, and soon 10 names appeared. Jiang Wenming didn't bother to look at his side. but kept an eye on who the other side chose, only to see the golden light from the opposite side, landing on top of a line of letters, Cain. Cain. It really was my guess. Jiang Wenming was secretly happy in his heart, then looked at his side's list. Shogun. Winning hook. Ho Ching. Jiang Wenming didn't even want to look down after seeing these three names. What else to say? Just pick from these three. Of the four great corpse kings, the drought demons had already died, and now there were only three left. Ho Ching was a flying zombie, Winning Hook was a cursed zombie, and Shogun was a blood-sucking zombie. Cain was the blood ancestor, extremely fast himself, and was cursed by Jehovah, so Ho Ching and Win Hook didn't have much of an advantage. On the contrary, the blood-sucking zombie Shogun, with his copper skin and iron bones, and amazing recovery power, facing Cain, on the contrary, was the one with the most advantage. I remember that Shogun's original body was an ancient spiritual root, which was later infested by the blood and flesh of the Han, so it turned into a corpse king, and because of its innate inadequacy, it has no soul and only has instincts. It's that Shogun doesn't have a brain, so driven by instinct, he likes to attack living beings and suck each other's essence blood. In other words, I don't have a brain, so I want to eat other people's brains to make up for it. It just so happens that Cain also likes to suck blood. This if the two are put together. Thinking about it, I'm actually a little excited. Question: if a zombie and a vampire bite each other, will the vampire turn into a zombie, or will the zombie turn into a vampire? The answer is definitely, the vampire becomes a zombie. After all, there is a famous saying that if I don't have a brain, no one can control me. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming no longer hesitated and walked straight to Shogun. Body length of 10 feet 2, eyes with blood awnings, covered with scales and armor, invulnerable to swords and spears, feeding on living creatures, drinking essence blood, immortal, boundless divine power. My senior Jiang Wenming welcomed the arrival of Shogun of the four great zombie ancestors. As his words fell, a gap opened in the void, revealing the scene inside. It was a springtime valley, with hundreds of flowers blossoming, peaceful and serene, just like a fairyland, worthy of being one of the master ancestors, although I've never heard of it, but looking at this scene, it's definitely a high achiever. Bro, don't be YY first, didn't you hear the second half of Jiangshan's sentence? Feeding on living beings and drinking essence and blood, you call this a master of the way? Immortality, my god, this is definitely superb. This is the first time I've heard of an immortal god appearing. In that case, isn't it a sure win for us in this round? God Jiang is awesome. Soon, the ground within the canyon began to crack, and a large cyan-colored hand poked out from the ground, followed by a step-by-step climb out. It was a naked, gnarled and muscular fierce man, only that his skin all over his body took on a bizarre greenish-gray color. Ah, rascal! Many female spectators couldn't help but exclaim in shock, covering their faces with their hands. Long hair and short knowledge. This is called being a gentleman. Be serious. This is our god. Maintain the most basic respect. When all is said and done, you've gone too far with the cell phone video. After crawling out from the ground, Shogun's eyes opened steeply, a pair of blood-colored eyeballs that gave people a chilling feeling. His eyes scanned the surroundings and finally landed on Jiang Wenming outside the crack. One step was taken. In the next moment, he appeared directly above the ring. Jiang Wenming was speechless as he looked at his opponent's appearance that did not care about his image. Then he blew out his breath. A hair flew out and transformed into a pair of shorts that appeared on top of Shogun. Shogun just gave Jiang Wenming a surprised look, and was considered to have acquiesced to the other party's behavior. Ha 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 ha. Huaxia still claims to be an ancient civilized country, but there would be this kind of barbaric god. It's really laughing me to death. It wouldn't be so poor that you can't even afford clothes, right? Do you want us to lend you a set? Not elegant at all. Vulgar to the extreme. How could it be as handsome and dashing as our great god Cain? Simply like the noblest aristocrat, the audience of the Pope's kingdom, as if they had found a vent, recklessly mocked Shogun's dress. Can I eat them? Shogun twisted his head to look at the host, Bobby. In a flash, the entire room was dead silent. Although Shuangchen's voice was not loud, it was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Those voices that mocked him instantly came to an abrupt halt, like ducks that had been pinched by the neck, each of their faces turning red. The smile on Bobby's face froze, and he spoke somewhat helplessly. No. After hearing Bobby's words, those people were instantly relieved, and then a sense of humiliation rose to their hearts. Fark, a mere barbarian god is so arrogant. Lord Cain, tear him apart. Lord Cain, drain his blood and make him your slave. Savage god, death is where you belong. Stronger curses erupted from the papal states. Shogun frowned slightly, vaguely showing signs of snapping. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly saw Bobby smile evilly, only to hear him speak. if you guys win the final match, you can instead let Huaxia sacrifice these people to you. Once these words came out, the scene once again fell into dead silence. Those people from the Papal States who were clamoring were immediately scared pale and no longer dared to say another word. Even Jiang Wenming looked at Bobby with an odd expression. That was a bit of a heartbreaking thing to say. However, he also understood that, as a god as well, how could he permit mortals like them to be humiliated at will? There were some things that could be said in private, but not in the open. Every god has their own fetishes, cannot understand, cannot agree, but absolutely not allowed to publicly humiliate. Since one had broken this taboo, one had to be prepared to be retaliated against. Humans were still like this, let alone gods. This was the rule. Shuangchen nodded at his words, then looked at Jiang Wenming under the stage and said, "You, keep an eye on those people for me, and wait for me to come back before eating." Jiang Wenming was a bit speechless, and at the same time, he felt sad for those people who had made a death wish. Messing with whoever was not good enough to mess with this big brother, really falling into his hands, death, was simply an incomparably happy thing. However, Jiang Wenming didn't intend to plead for these people. Anyway, it was all his own doing, so he didn't care if they lived or died. As for this kind of sacrifice, although he had never done it before, but didn't he still have the refugee slaves from Tianzhu? They were definitely good at it, so Jiang Wenming wasn't worried at all. Unlike the expression of the Papal States as if they were bereft of their parents, the viewers in the Huaxia region almost doubled over in laughter. All I can say is that it's worthy of being God Jiang. His style hasn't changed at all. Is this another self-help session? Can I eat them? Ha 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 ha. Look at those people's expressions at that time. Laughed me to death. I feel that Master Ancestor is so cute and polite that he would even ask a question. Sister, haven't you realized yet? It's not Master Ancestor. It's Corpse Ancestor. The corpse of corpses. The legendary ancestor of zombies. How do you know? I just purposely looked up the Shanhai Jing written by Jiangshan. Guess what he is? Don't be so secretive. Hurry up and tell us. This big brother is a descendant of our Chinese creator god Pangu. It is said that after Pangu's death, the Hao that was transformed from his skull was a scourge to the earth, and was later exterminated by Mother Nuwa and the great god Fuxi, and that its essence blood was formed by combining it with a spiritual root. Because its body is a spirit wood, it was born without a soul, and it likes to suck the souls of living beings the most, essence and blood. The most critical thing is that after being sucked by him, the living souls will become zombies just like him. It can be said that the children and grandchildren are endless. It's the same origin as the Red Flame Valkyrie that appeared before, and its combat power is only stronger but not weaker. Hiss. Sounds of sucking and cool air rang out. Everyone was shocked by this news. Sucking the souls and essence blood of living beings and transforming them into zombies just like themselves. This was terrifying to think about. Oh my god. So fierce? What else can you eat to make up for it? Hey, brother, you are very wrong. You focus on this and we are not quite the same. You guys say that body of Lord Corpse Ancestor? Could it be from eating? Hearing you say that, why do I still have some heartfelt feelings? Hey, calm down. Do you guys want to turn into brainless zombies? What's wrong with zombies? Their bodies are strong and hard like iron. That's right. Guess whether girls want you to have a brain or a strong body? In the ring, Shogun moved his muscles and bones, making crackling sounds. In the next moment, the figure abruptly disappeared from its original spot. Bang! A second after his figure disappeared, a large pit appeared out of thin air where he was before. When Jiang Wenming saw this scene, he only felt his eyelids jump. Others might not know how hard the ring floor was, but he knew it clearly. Even if he used his Dharma sky transformation to become 100 meters tall, he couldn't even shake the floor in the slightest. But now, Shuangchen just made a sprint and stomped a big hole in the ground. This power. Kane spread his wings behind him to leave the spot the moment Shuangchen disappeared. Boom! The very moment he left, a large pit appeared where he was originally located. Shuangchen stepped out from inside the large pit. Kane's black and red eyes suddenly shrunk. The power of pure flesh was so terrifying. Even his fellow brother, Wolf King Kane, did not have such terrifying power. Shogun was also a bit surprised. Kane's speed was not even visible to him. It was too fast. Without even seeing his wings flap, the person had already run out of sight. Again. However, no matter how he attacked, it was as if Kane had predicted his attacks in advance, always easily avoiding them, and would also use his speed advantage to counterattack from time to time. Only when these attacks landed on Shogun's body, they only scratched out a few white marks, and couldn't hurt him at all. Corpse Ancestor. He possesses the ability of perception and can anticipate your movements. Jiang Wenming shouted from below. It was known that bats possessed ultrasonic waves that could detect changes in the surroundings. Kane was the same. Although his speed was fast, it was limited compared to Shogun's. and definitely not up to this crushing situation. So it wasn't that he was too fast, but that he had predicted Shuang Chen's movements in advance. As his words fell, he only saw Shuang Chen's body disappear again. His speed more than doubled compared to before. The nails on his hands were like the sharpest daggers, stabbing straight into Kane's body. The arm penetrated through the body. However, the next second, Kane's body instantly transformed into countless black bats and scattered, reassembling again not far away. Transported art? Shogun was a little surprised, not expecting the other party to master such a masterful transportation art. Phew! Taking a deep breath, the muscles on his body began to emerge a vein. Bang! A fist blasted out, surprisingly making a sonic boom. As for Kane, who was standing not far away, his body steeply split into pieces and once again transformed into countless bats. Only this time, there were quite a few bats that were smashed into blood mist. Jiang Wenming under the stage looked dumbfounded. This is a damn air cannon, isn't it? He possessed fiery eyes and naturally saw what had just happened. Shuang Chen's fist appeared to have struck the air, but in fact, because of its speed and power, it had forcefully compressed that air into an air cannon. This was pure physical force, and even if Kane's perception was amazing, he was unable to react to it, because this kind of move had no precursor at all. By virtue of absolute speed and power, unlike divine power, there would be energy fluctuations. It was like, you saw the truck rushing towards you, but you simply couldn't avoid it because you weren't as fast as it. Ahem, I was the one who underestimated you. Kane's body reassembled into shape and kept coughing, obviously having suffered quite a bit of damage just now as well. However, what answered him was still a punch. This time, however, Kane did not dodge, only to see him stretch out a hand to actually directly grip Shogun's fist. Brown fur quickly grew out from Kane's body, and in just the blink of an eye, he transformed from a handsome noble gentleman into a hideous giant wolf. I really don't want to use this form. It's not elegant at all. The corners of Kane's mouth split open, revealing a hideous and cruel smile. The other wolf clawed at Shogun's heart, while opening his mouth full of fangs and biting at Shogun's head. With one of his hands clutched, Shogun was unable to dodge at such a close distance, and could only barely avoid the vitals. Prick! Like the sound of leather being cut open. 5 wounds were scratched on Shuang Chen's body, and blood seeped out from inside. The wolf's teeth bit into Shogun's shoulder, embedding themselves deeply into his flesh. Get away! Shogun's body leaned back and kicked Kane away, but the consequence of doing so was that a large portion of the flesh on his shoulder was bitten off by the other party. The bloody look was incomparably horrifying. Green chi surged on his body, quickly mending the cracked wounds, and only the blood on his body proved that he had indeed been injured just now. With blood at the corners of his mouth, Kane chewed Shogun's flesh and blood in large mouthfuls before swallowing it, a touch of satisfaction on his face. Sure enough, it's still the god body that tastes better. Saying that, he even licked the blood stains around his mouth as if he was reminiscing. Shogun's face was expressionless, as if he wasn't the one who was injured. Kane was now in the form of a giant wolf, and although his speed had decreased, his strength was terrifying, and he was no better than him. As he swallowed Shogun's flesh and blood, those original injuries on his body began to recover rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, they were restored as before. The spectators under the ring who saw this scene were all shocked beyond measure. What kind of recovery speed was this? After fighting for half a day, the two of them didn't even carry a single injury. I didn't blink just now, did I? How did that bat spirit suddenly turn into a werewolf? That's not a bat spirit. It's a vampire. Didn't they say that vampires and werewolves are incompatible? How can they be the same person? Could it be that his dad is a werewolf and her mom is a vampire? And then he was born across species? Crap. Dude, you have a good brain. Have you considered writing novels? There's definitely a future. I can only say that your circle is really messed up. The Papal State is playing a bad game this time. The angel and the demon are the same person. The vampire and the werewolf are also the same person. How many more lies do they have? A group of godly men, originally full of lies. Fortunately, we in Huaxia didn't let them spread in. Lord Corp's ancestor doesn't seem to be able to defeat this werewolf. Should he really be eaten? Impossible. I promise in the name of Chao's Gaian that it's absolutely impossible. If we were to say that the most calm person in the entire room, I'm afraid it would only be Jiang Wenming. Kane's transformation into a werewolf did scare him, but the other party's sweeping operation made Jiang Wenming call out 999 as he watched. You say you eat what is not good. You have to eat zombies, or zombie ancestor level zombies. Now it's hard to lose. Originally thought that this was an evenly matched battle. I didn't expect the results to be divided so quickly. Jiang Wenming couldn't help but lament. Since the victory, or loss was no longer in doubt, Jiang Wenming also put away his previous worries. With a direct wave of his hand, a recliner appeared, and he unashamedly sat on it with his butt. Snapping his fingers, A bucket of popcorn and a large cup of cola appeared in his hand, and he began to eat it with gusto. Crap, you guys, look at Jiangshun. What is he doing? Can, Coke, popcorn, and a beach chair? Big brother, fighting to the death up there. You're watching a movie down there as a vacation. Is this really good? Worthy of being Jiangshun. Demure demeanor, not the slightest bit flustered. Learned. And on the other side of the audience area of the Papal States. Fark, what is he doing there? How dare he eat popcorn in such an important match? It's too much. Why didn't I think of that? Is he trying to turn his grief into an appetite? After all, their god is about to be eaten by Lord Kane. What Lord Kane? It's now Wolf King Kane-sama. It's all the same anyway. The barbaric god of China, who just now mouthed off about eating us, is now bitten by Lord Kane in the blink of an eye. I can't wait to see him become a werewolf. Even if he's a werewolf, he's still Lord Kane's slave. Seeing as he has such a strong recovery, he might be captured by Lord Kane and used as a blood meal. The scene was incredibly noisy, just like a food market. And on the ring, the two sides collided together once again. No dodging or defense. It was all a bloody, fist-to-flesh physical battle. It was just like the Colosseum in ancient times. Abandon all the fancy. Compete in pure physical strength. Kane has claws. Shogun has claws. Kane has fangs. So does Shogun. You give me a claw, I'll give you a bite. The two of them are like two beasts, tearing each other apart. Kane, with his blood-sucking trait, kept sucking Shogun's blood and used it to recover from his injuries. Shogun, on the other hand, never managed to bite each other from start to finish. He just kept scratching Kane with his sharp nails. Although every time he was scratched by Shogun, he would feel a slight paralyzing sensation in his body. But Kane didn't care about that weak toxin due to his dark creature physique. He could recover after taking a mouthful of blood anyway. As the battle heated up, Kane finally caught Shogun's break and took a bite on Shogun's neck. As long as he drained his opponent's blood, he would be able to transform him into his slave. But who knew? When Shogun saw the other party biting him, not only did he not break free, but instead, he held Kane in a death grip. The two fangs in his mouth also finally revealed themselves, biting down hard on Kane's neck. Ah! Kane let out a miserable scream as he was bitten by Shogun, and then sucked his blood even more vigorously. Shogun did the same, only that it wasn't just blood he was sucking, but also Kane's soul. When the spectators under the ring saw the scene, each one of them immediately grew the sides of their mouths, even somewhat incredulous. Are all gods' hobbies so special? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Maybe they're not what we think they are. I told you, only homosexuals are true love. Burn the heterosexuals. Sister, keep your voice down. You'll get beaten up for that. Even the audience of the Pope's country, when they saw this scene, they all shouted wildly, by karma. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on them. It was mainly because Shogun and the two of them were too close. Their bodies were hugging each other to death, and their heads were both lying in each other's necks. Anyone who looked at it would feel that it was like a couple in love, higher than rivals fighting to the death. I didn't expect that in the mythic ring, one could still fight true love. The sun said, no fighting, no love. Nerd run. Confucius Sage's coffin board, I can't hold it down anymore. Asshole, Confucius Saint's coffin is next door. What are you doing by pressing 1? You guys learn comedy, right? You're still acting. The key thing is, there's no sense of incongruity at all. The spectators in the Huaxia region were frantically playing Terpsichorean and weren't worried about the match at all. Who let Jiang Wenming take the lead there? If Jiangshan wasn't panicking, what were they panicking about? Just watch the show. This state of affairs between Shuangchen and Kane didn't last long either, and they separated once again after only a few minutes. Only this time, Kane's face did not look happy, but instead showed a look of panic. He had clearly sucked away most of the other party's blood, but not only did the other party not weaken, instead, the power coming from his body was getting stronger and stronger. In terms of blood-sucking, he was actually crushed by the other party? It was reasonable to say that the other party should have been cursed and transformed into a blood servant soon after drinking his blood, but in fact, the other party had not changed at all. On the contrary, it was he himself who actually had a muddled feeling, his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. What kind of monster are you, that you are immune to my curse? You talk too much nonsense. General Chan remained expressionless. The speaker had no intention of listening, and these words seemed more like the other party's mockery of him to Kane. Bastard! Kane was so exasperated that he cursed. Where was half of his nobleman's elegant demeanor left? Since melee combat didn't work, he changed his approach. With a bite on his wrist, blood gurgled out. Is this planning to touch the porcelain? There's no need to mutilate yourself even if you can't beat them. What can't be beaten? It's clearly can't be bitten, alright. Lord Corp's ancestor is awesome. This amount of bleeding can definitely feed a blood bank. No matter if it was the Huaxia region audience, Even Jiang Wenming was a bit surprised, not knowing what he was doing with his sudden self-mutilation. However, the next moment, he understood. Kane's blood kept dripping onto the ground, quickly forming a puddle of blood. Shogun's eyes turned red as he watched, even though he was originally red. But that instinct for blood still made him involuntarily walk towards Kane. He wanted to drink blood, especially since the blood of this foreign god in front of him seemed to have a fatal attraction. It made him a little horny after he tasted it once. It was the curse of the blood race that made him defenseless against the blood of the higher vampires. Only this curse was incomplete, because it could not control Shogun, much less enslave him. Instead, it infinitely amplified the desire for blood within him. This made Shogun, who already had a bad brain, completely lose his mind. All that was left was the desire for blood. The blood slid down Kane's fingers and gradually became solidified, forming a crystal-like substance. The crystals began to wriggle, as if they possessed life, and finally formed a dark red long sword. The long sword was engraved with complicated runes, looking strange and mysterious. Only the kind of unsettling aura emanating from the sword made people feel very uncomfortable. It was as if it was the filthiest thing in heaven and earth, making one want to vomit. Cursed blade. Jiang Wenming's eyes lit up. This was a good treasure. Legend had it that it was a treasure used by God to punish those pagans, and it contained the most vicious curse in the world. Anyone who was scratched would be contaminated by the curse, and in like cases, they would become dark creatures and become afraid of sunlight. In the worst case, the soul will be imprisoned and tortured for the rest of his life. Kane was cut by this. Kane was scratched by this long sword and became a blood. He originally thought that this thing was in Lucifer's hands, but he didn't see it when he rummaged through the other party's relics. He didn't expect it to actually be in Kane's hands. What an unlucky child. Jiang Wenming looked at Kane with some pity. This sword was definitely a super artifact if used against other people. It was just a pity that before him was Shogun, a creature that was itself the most tainted creature in heaven and earth. And most crucially, he had no soul. It could be said that he had perfectly avoided all the characteristics of this sword. The cursed blade fell into Kane's hands, and his body abruptly disappeared. A dozen figures appeared in the ring in a flash. This was because the speed was too fast, creating a residual shadow that looked exactly like the real person. Shogun was still the same, staring blankly at the spot where Kane stood before. His mind was full of thoughts. Why is the blood gone? Oh, I forgot. He doesn't have a brain. Roar! A furious roar came out from Shogun's mouth. The powerful sound wave instantly shattered all the phantoms around him. The moment Kane's form was exposed, the cursed blade in his hand violently stabbed out, aiming at the exact location of Shogun's heart. Shogun did not show any weakness, and stabbed towards Kane's heart with his fingers like swords. The cursed blade pierced into Shuangchen's heart, and Shuangchen's hand pierced through Kane's chest. But the next moment, Kane transformed into countless bats, while Shogun casually pulled out the cursed blade and threw it aside. This kind of fight that was close to dying together in other people's eyes, when it came to these two people, it was just like nothing. No one could do anything about it. Only Jiang Wenming knew that the fight was about to end. The toxin carried in Shuangchen's body was from the Hao Hao, a poison that even Shiva could not withstand. Only that Shogun was different from the drought demon. The drought demon's poison was mixed with fire poison, so the attack was more obvious. Shogun, on the other hand, was pure necrotic poison, a toxin that was more latent and would affect the poisoned person little by little. Once the attack occurs, it will become an insoluble poison. Now that Kane had 1 foot on the edge of the abyss, every attack from Shuangchen was pushing him back. This kind of injury-for-injury fight appeared to be even, but in reality, Kane had already lost after the first poisoning. It was also that he had a special physique. If it was anyone else they would have already sent a cool song. Kane obviously hadn't realized this problem, and continued to use his speed and cursed blade to fight hard with Shogun. Shuangchen's body was already covered in curses, making him more and more bizarre. However, his strength was increasing rather than decreasing. Zombies were originally the most tainted things, unable to even enter the wheel of reincarnation. These curses were the best tonic for him, so much so that at the back, Shuangchen even took the initiative to take his body and ram it into the cursed blade. The more Kane fought, the more frightened he became. He couldn't be beaten in a hard fight, and he couldn't be killed in a sneak attack. In the past, he was the one who utilized the undead trait to disgust others, but he didn't expect it to be his turn today. How can we still fight? It's not a solution to just keep on consuming. Kane's mood was getting more and more irritated, and he even had the urge to go up and tear his opponent apart. Just then, Shogun lunged towards him once again. He wanted to transform into a bat to avoid it, but he felt a wave of dizziness. Bang! Just this momentary lapse of concentration caused him to fail to avoid the blow, and he was punched by Shogun to blow out half of his body. A bizarre thing happened. Although he saw half of his body turn into broken flesh, He himself did not feel much pain. Even the blood that flowed out took on a bizarre dark brown color and gave off a putrid smell. This flavor is so familiar. It seems like I've tasted it somewhere, but why can't I remember? Consciousness became more and more confused, and reactions became slower and slower. Even the originally pale skin began to take on a bizarre greenish-black color. They all say I don't have a brain. Do you? Shogun's voice suddenly rang in Kane's ears. Before he could react, he felt that his body was deadlocked. The fangs in Shogun's mouth took a bite on Kane's neck and began to suck his blood in large gulps. Kane desperately wanted to struggle, but Shogun's arm held him in a death grip, unable to move a single bit. The corpse poison was getting worse and worse, and Kane's consciousness was getting more and more blurred. A few moments later, a dried corpse was casually thrown to the ground by Shuang Chen. Kane was dead. Those who swim well drown. Those who ride well fall. The blood patriarch, who was known for sucking blood, was actually drained of his blood, and he didn't even manage to escape with his soul. The scene fell into dead silence for a while. The spectators of the Pope's kingdom were somewhat unable to accept it. They were clearly fine just now. How did they suddenly lose? Lord Kane is immortal. How could he lose? Fake. It must be fake. Lord Kane, hurry up and get up. At this moment, the figure of the host, Bobby, appeared in the ring, his eyes scanning the entire arena. His appearance meant that this match had ended, and this was to announce the result of the match. This match was won by the Chinese Empire, the Huaxia audience area. Oh, cheers rang out. I've told you before that a white boy can't be relied on. How about it? Men still need to be fierce. Lord Corp's ancestor is awesome. A man is ruthless. Social Mikan brother. Eat him when you say so. That's how a real man should be. Look, that vampire is still alive. He's moving again. The corpse of Kane in the ring suddenly moved. I told you, Lord Kane is immortal. How could he be killed so easily? Something's not right. The host clearly announced the result of the match. How? Lord Kane didn't die. We haven't lost yet. The result of the match doesn't count. Shady, Lord Kane is still alive. On what basis was it decided that we lost? The audience of the Papal States protested loudly. However, Bobby didn't even look at them. The next second, Kane's body suddenly bounced up from the ground and his body disappeared into a stream of light. Ah! A miserable scream came out, only to see that representative of the Pope's country, who was being pressed by Kane, his body drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, it turned into a dried corpse. After Kane drained that night, he then turned his gaze to Jiang Wenming, who was closest to him. With a flash of his body, he instantly disappeared from his original spot. The hairs of sweat on Jiang Wenming's body stood up, and a shadow of death surfaced in his heart. A rusty and strange greatsword appeared in his hand, the blade of judgment. At the same time, a golden rope flew out from his arms. The frontier gold rope. Roar! A roar came out of Shogun's mouth. Kane's figure appeared from the void, and his fingers were no more than half a meter away from Jiang Wenming. The frontier gold rope quickly bound him tightly. Jiang Wenming was shocked into a cold sweat. He didn't understand how his opponent could attack him. It was clearly written on the ring rules that no hostile gods were allowed to strike at the divine favorites, so how could he ignore the rules? Bobby's figure appeared, his face unusually embarrassed. Surprisingly, he had been drilled through the rule loophole and had almost killed the godly familiars of Huaxia. He just wanted to enforce the ring rules and erase Kane, but was stopped by Shogun. He is my trophy. Before the words were uttered, there was another cry of surprise. The knight who had been sucked into a dry body by Kane before had actually wobbled and stood up as well, and was heading towards the audience to pounce. Asshole! Bobby was furious. As his voice fell, the sky darkened and countless arm-thick thunderbolts fell, instantly splitting that knight into flying dust. Shogun glanced calmly at that knight, then looked at the host, Bobby, and extended his hand. Compensate me, Bobby. He had been a referee for so long, but it was the first time he had encountered something so bad. First someone exploited a loophole in the rules, and then he was asked for compensation. Could this job continue? When it's over later, let's talk privately, Bobby said as he forced down his anger. Good. Shogun answered and no longer continued to speak, instead turning his head to look at the audience of the Papal States. The bloodlust in his gaze was undisguised. He would be able to eat them after winning the fight. He hadn't forgotten this sentence. Who to eat first, or eat them all? Shogun's already not very bright brain was in a tangle. The match is over. You guys go down and prepare yourselves first. The next match will restart in a day. Why do we have to wait a day? Some people expressed their dissatisfaction. Why should they all have one match after another in the godly war? And when they arrived here in Huaxia, they could play one match and take a break. In order to avoid the same thing from happening again, the ring rules need to be fully upgraded, unlocking the God's ring, and the gods will no longer be restricted. Wait to see for yourself after the upgrade is done. I protest. This kind of thing should be allowed to be voted on by everyone. It seems democratic and fair. Boom! As soon as that crooked man's words fell, a thunderbolt landed directly on his body, splitting him into flying dust without even leaving a single hair behind. What makes you think that I am discussing with you guys? Bobby already had a belly full of fire, and now that he saw someone jumping out to pick a fight, he sent him a set of sparks with lightning on the spot. Although Jiang Wenming was a bit surprised, he wasn't too surprised. How to say that the other party is also a god? If he reasoned with you, that's kindness. It's only normal if he doesn't talk to you. These Westerners were so used to being democratic that they really thought everyone would reason with them. Although he didn't know what the full upgrade meant in Bobby's mouth, Jiang Wenming could hear the unusual aspects of this update to the rules. Gods were no longer restricted. This sentence had too much information. Was it the selected gods that were unrestricted, or was it that all gods were unrestricted? If it was the former, then it meant that for the next matches, the divine favorites wouldn't be able to participate in them at all. After all, not everyone could be like Jiang Wenming, who could borrow the power of the gods. But if it was the latter, Jiang Wenming somewhat dared not imagine. The best outcome would be that all the gods would all return, and the worst outcome would be that the gods of the other empires would appear and the Chinese gods would not return. If that was the case, the rest of the match would only be tougher. I hope it won't be like I guessed. If it really came to that, there was no telling how many gods would have to die in Huaxia. Just imagine, all the other empire gods could designate their descent. Only they, Huaxia, relied entirely on randomness. How could this be fought? In case the other side chose the mythic ring battle and Jiang Wenming died from a mistake, who would be able to cope with the ensuing battle? The matter of promoting China's mythological history still needs to be stepped up. We must cultivate more divine dependence to make it work. A coldness flashed in Jiang Wenming's eyes. Since there was no certainty online, then they would split the winners and losers offline. As long as their Chinese divine favorites affinity was high enough, it was entirely possible to form an army of divine favorites out in a short period of time. At that time, letting these people travel to other countries and cut off the beliefs of those gods, they themselves would be able to have a few more chances of winning in the ring. Just like when dealing with Tianzhu. This must be put on the agenda as soon as possible before it's too late. Jiang Wenming thought and glanced at Li Jianguo on the podium. Seeing that he was also looking at him, he slightly froze, then nodded at him. Kid, I helped you win the match. When are you going to sacrifice those people to me? Shuangchen suddenly opened his mouth. This questioning voice instantly pulled Jiang Wenming back to reality from his chaotic thoughts. Lord Corp's ancestor. The match isn't over yet. We can only wait until we win the match completely. Jiang Wenming helplessly explained to him. Almost forgot about this big brother. When is that? Shogun showed hidden signs of anger. This is probably 4 or 5 more matches. Jiang Wenming made a rough estimate and said with some uncertainty. Then you let them fight. Shogun was somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Wenming's procrastination. Jiang Wenming, Lord Corp's ancestor. It's not that I don't want to fight, but Jiang Wenming stole a glance at Bobby. The meaning of that was obvious. It's that he doesn't allow the fight anymore. Not that I don't want to fight. Big bald head. Let them continue to fight me. I'm hungry. Shogun twisted his head to look at Bobby and said in a jarred voice. Bobby's head was filled with black lines. Goddamn big bald head. The ring rules are being upgraded. Fighting is impossible now. If you're hungry, I can treat you to a meal. What do you think? Bobby said as he forced down his anger. Okay, wait until I'm full. Shogun thought about it and thought that it would be just as well not to eat for nothing, and to come back after eating. Let's go then. I'll take you to have a big meal. After Bobby finished speaking, he reached out and waved his hand. A spatial crack appeared, taking Shuangchen and Kane to drill in. Looking at the departing backs of the several people, Jiang Wenming bowed. Welcome Corp's ancestor Lord Shogun to his throne. As his words fell, a bloody light shot up into the sky and finally landed inside the Chinese pantheon, next to the drought demon's divine seat. An additional black divine seat appeared with the words, Corp's ancestor Shogun. The moment this god position appeared, the many god positions within the pantheon sent out a tremor. It was as if they were trying to express their dissatisfaction. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the Huaxia sky, and even the earth trembled a bit. This kind of vibration quickly caught the attention of the top echelons of Huaxia. What's going on? Li Jianguo stood up with a huff and looked outside nervously. The secretary next to him was also covered in cold sweat, as he also had no idea what was happening. Could it be an enemy attack? A general guessed. It shouldn't be an enemy attack. The Ministry of Defense didn't receive any hints of an attack. It seems like it came from the Pantheon side. Long Yi suddenly spoke. Pantheon? Li heard this and was shocked in his heart. The Pantheon was a matter of China's national fortune, and any slight movement would directly affect the entire China. Quickly go and take a look. No need to go. I know what's going on. Jiang Wenming's figure walked in from outside. You know? When Li Jianguo saw Jiang Wenming's expression of knowing what was going on, that nervousness in his heart gradually disappeared. Somehow, the current Jiang Wenming was like the spiritual pillar of Huaxia. As long as he was there, it was as if there was no need to worry even if the sky was falling. Even Li Jianguo had to admit this. They had already begun to rely somewhat on this teenager in front of them without realizing it. Civilization. Quickly tell me, what is going on here? Long Yi was relatively straightforward and couldn't hide his heart's thoughts, asking the doubts in his heart on behalf of the crowd. It's corpse ancestor Shogun. His identity is a bit special. I welcomed him back earlier and was subjected to opposition from the gods. Something won't happen, right? Will it have an impact on the nation's fortune? How could this happen? Various murmurs were emitted from the crowd. Everyone be quiet for a moment. I caused this. I'll go explain to the gods. Jiang Wenming also didn't expect the gods of Huaxia to have such a strong opinion of Shogun. Actually, this matter was understandable. The Chinese gods, whether they were human gods, demon gods, or immortal gods, they all had souls and belonged to the living beings within the heavenly Tao. Even the other three corpse ancestors were the same. Only Shuangchen was not. He was originally a spirit tree, which was infiltrated with the blood of Han in the back, and finally forcefully transformed into a human form, without a soul at all. Without a soul, he couldn't enter reincarnation. The other three corpse ancestors were prevented from entering reincarnation by the heavenly Tao, while Shuangchen had no way to enter at all. In essence, he was an alien. The corpse ancestor itself represented the most defiled thing in heaven and earth, not to mention a corpse ancestor without a soul. The gods were unwilling to accept him, much less were they willing to enjoy the world's incense offerings with him. However, that was before. Now Jiang Wenming intended to negotiate with the gods, whether they were gods or demons. It didn't matter to their current Huaxia. The Chinese people's faith had never been in a particular god or sect. As long as it was helpful to their Huaxia people, they wouldn't mind no matter what the identity of the other party was. What happened to the corpse ancestors? They were still willing to stand up and fight for Huaxia in times of crisis. With this alone, they were qualified to enjoy the incense offerings of the Huaxia people. Civilization. How do you plan to explain to the gods? Long Yi asked with some concern. One must know that the other party was a god, and how would they listen to the opinion of a mortal like him? With this, Jiang Wenming smiled confidently and an ancient token appeared in his hand. The word Dao on it shone brightly. Others weren't qualified to talk to the gods. He was. Although this token did not know what it represented. From the reaction of the two gold and silver kings, it definitely had a high status. If he really couldn't do it, the big deal was that he would move out of harvest. Maybe he could even use this opportunity to bring the other party into the demon race camp. If the other divine lineages did not accept Shuangchen and the others, he could accept them on behalf of the demon clan. Who made him the young lord of the demon clan? This was something that Di Jun had personally acknowledged. After explaining the situation to everyone, Jiang Wenming left the conference room and flew straight towards the Pantheon. Long Yi was worried that something might happen to him, so he also followed. Only a group of generals were left behind looking at each other in disbelief. Huaxia, Pantheon. Jiang Wenming walked in and took 3 incense sticks from a side incense case and put them on the candles to light them. I, Jiang Wenming, have come to greet the gods of the wandering heavens. Saying this, he paid 3 respectful obeisances to the gods placed above. In a split second, all of the god positions emitted a glittering light, illuminating the entire hall as if it was daytime. When Jiang Wenming raised his head, he was surprised to find that the vast majority of the god positions had avoided his worship. Only the 6 godheads did not move. Jiang Wenming looked at those god positions with some confusion and quickly discovered the problem. Those god positions were all from the heavenly court and the demon race. As for the remaining 6 god positions, they were Demon Emperor Jun, Qin Shi Huanging Zhang, God of Killing by Qi, Pure Yang Realist Lu Dongbin, Qi Tian Great Sage Sun Wukong, and Red Flame Valkyrie Drought Demon. Seeing this scene, he instantly realized the reason for it. His current status was too high for ordinary gods to be saluted by him. The 3 of them, Lu Dongbin, Bai Qi and Drought Demon, were already dead, so they didn't count. These other 3 big brothers. Di Jun was the Demon Emperor. He was the young lord of the demon race, which was pro. Qin Shi Huang represents the highest emperor of the human race. This is Jun, Sun Wukong. On the other hand, preaches and teaches Jiang Wenming, which is master. These 3 represented Jun, Qin, and teacher, so naturally, they could heartily be worshipped by him. I have come here to do justice to corpse ancestor Shogun, to include him within the hall of 10,000 gods and enjoy the incense offerings of his descendants. Jiang Wenming once again bowed towards the 3 gods. As soon as these words were uttered, a commotion once again arose within the hall of 10,000 gods. Only this time it wasn't as strong as before. But soon, a line of golden text appeared in the void. Get the fourth key of creation, and then we'll discuss it again. Many thanks. Jiang Wenming bowed, not bothering to argue about anything. The truth was that the gods had already made a statement, and the fourth key of creation was the bargaining chip for the negotiations. Only after getting it would he be qualified to continue talking about this matter. Right now, he was not qualified. After thinking about it, Jiang Wenming asked another question. Latecomer still has another question. What exactly is what Bobby said in his mouth before? Unlocking the restrictions of all the gods? He wanted to probe for a word of mouth from these gods. A line of text once again appeared in the void. You will know tomorrow. Gotta. Can't say it yet. After leaving the pantheon, Jiang Wenming greeted Long Yi and the others, and with their help opened the national broadcast. The history of Chinese mythology. Those mythological stories alone were not enough. He had to grab all the time he could to popularize it to the crowd. At the same time, he also split into a dozen or so incarnations to continue writing mythological stories. Not only that, he also tried to write some folklore into it. According to Sakura Nation's experience, even fictionalized mythological characters, if they were more widely circulated and recognized by the crowd, they were equally likely to be summoned. The demon blade Heim was an example. Jiang Wenming also wanted to try and see if it was possible to artificially create a god. The power of a god comes from the faith of all beings, which means that as long as there is faith, even fictionalized characters may still be summoned. It's just that I don't know if there are any limitations to this god-making program. If one were to say that it was simply relying on the power of faith and fictionalized stories, then it would be too easy to create a god. There must be some sort of restriction in it. In order to figure this out, Jiang Wenming had to go and find a group of Sakura Nation executives and ask about the information they had researched. The current Sakura country had already announced that it had raised its country to join China and become a province of China. So in order to show their stance, they almost answered all the questions, telling all the information they knew. After Jiang Wenming listened, he finally understood the key. The god-making program was feasible. As he had guessed, there was indeed a restriction in it. That limitation was that no matter what legendary story was told, it had to rely on a real existing history. Just like the demon blade Heim, her original body was the demon blade Muramasa, which did exist in the history of the Sakura country. That's why it was able to succeed. And the same goes for other fictionalized gods, all of which were relying on extensions in history. After figuring this out, Jiang Wenming couldn't help but shake his head. Unexpected and reasonable. In a sense, gods all came from this way, all named and documented. Only this method of creating gods was not suitable for China. At least for the time being, there was no way to do it in a short period of time. Both the history and mythological history of China were too severely disconnected, and it was simply impossible to do such a thing until it was patched up. Thinking of patching up the mythological history, Jiang Wenming remembered one more thing. When we obtained the third key of creation, all of the people and gods of Huaxia returned to their rightful place. So it's reasonable that the broken layers of history should have been mended. Layers of history should have been made up. How come I haven't heard anyone talk about this? Turning his head to look at Long Yi, who was acting as a guard beside him, he asked, Uncle Long, did you have any special feeling when the human gods returned to the throne before? Like learning about their history or something like that? Long Yi sniffed and thought carefully, then shook his head. No, other than the elevation of the country's fortunes, there were no other abnormalities felt. No? Jiang Wenming was a bit puzzled. This wasn't right. It was reasonable to say that when these human gods returned to the throne, that history about them would also appear. How could it not be there? Could it be, Uncle Long, after the human gods returned to their places, have you gone to worship them? Jiang Wenming asked busily. It seems like not yet. Could it be related to this matter? Jiang Wenming was speechless for a while in his heart. He didn't even know how to spit it out. These people and gods can all be celebrities in history. If you don't go to worship them, are you waiting for them to take the initiative to manifest? Can't bring it. Really can't bring it. Jiang Wenming rubbed his brow, feeling a bit tired. Forget it. It's good to take advantage of the live broadcast and go worship together. This matter of worshipping the gods was imperative, not only for the sake of communication and remembrance, but likewise to popularize with the world. These ancestors of their Huaxia, their deeds should not be forgotten by the world. The mythology of Huaxia is different from other mythologies. The mythological stories of other divine systems were all about proclaiming the prestige of the gods, either destroying the world or saving it, so that the world would believe in them and rely on them. But Huaxia was different. The mythological stories of Huaxia, from beginning to end, told the world that my fate was determined by me and not by heaven. That is a spirit of resistance. The West will tell you that fire is given by the gods. The Chinese will tell you that we drilled wood to make fire, which relies on wisdom. When the West was destroyed by the flood, they hid in Noah's Ark. We in China, on the other hand, went through generation after generation to manage the floods and turn disasters into resources. This is relying on perseverance. When the Western sun god punishes the world, and not an inch of grass grows, they will pray for forgiveness from the gods. We Chinese, on the other hand, draw our bows and arrows and shoot it down. This is unyielding. All the myths and stories of the Huaxia tell future generations that there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. We have to rely on wisdom, perseverance, and an indomitable will. That's why all the ancient civilizations perished, and only Huaxia has survived to this day, because we will never give in, and we will never put all our hopes on the gods, no matter what disaster we encounter. As long as we work together and are united, we will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties and tide over the difficulties. Even now, it is necessary for the gods to decide the survival of Huaxia. Jiang Wenming has also never given up on other ways to save Huaxia. While other countries were relying on the gods to fight, he was already prepared to sneak into other countries to duel offline. The ring could be lost, but the victory had to belong to Huaxia. The gods could be their reliance, but they would never become dependent as a result. This was the way for their Huaxia to survive. Soon, all the equipment needed for the live broadcast was prepared, and all the major TV stations were ready for the live broadcast. Even Li Jianguo and a bunch of other senior leaders had also stepped forward. As Jiang Wenming said, the history of China needed to be remembered by all. They also needed to take this opportunity to apologize to their forefathers and rediscover the lost history. The various items for the ritual were all prepared as Jiang Wenming had said, whether it was fruits and vegetables, grains and cereals, or all kinds of livestock. Everything was ready. A bronze cauldron was placed in front of the Hall of Gods. Jiang Wenming held 3 good incense candles and bowed respectfully to the Hall of All Gods. Ungrateful grandson Jiang Wenming, today on behalf of the Huaxia clan, I pay homage to the Huaxia ancestors. If the ancestors have a spirit, please come out to meet them. After saying that, he paid 3 obeisances in the direction of the Hall of 10,000 Gods, and then inserted the incense and candles into the bronze tripod. Li Jianguo and the others also followed suit and paid their respects in turn. The viewers in the live broadcast room, after seeing this scene, also began to pray inwardly. All of them were looking forward to the appearance of their ancestors' spirit. Time passed minute by minute. This live broadcast was relayed through all the major media, and it could be said to have covered the entire Chinese empire. Even the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and Tianzhu, which had just joined in, as well as the affiliated Cosmic Kingdom were all watching. This was the first time in history that there was a scene where one was directly talking to a god. Everyone was not optimistic about this sacrifice. This was because in their minds the gods were the supreme beings, and only they sent down oracles to convey their will. A situation like this, where they answered prayers and descended in their true form, had never happened before. It had never even been heard of. Of course, except in the mythic ring. 5 minutes had passed, and there was still no movement. This made quite a few viewers who were watching the live broadcast somewhat unable to hold back, typing inquiries in the live broadcast room. Is God Jiang being too big for his britches? How can a god descend so easily? This isn't a mythological ring. God Jiang said that the ancestors of our human race are being sacrificed this time, being human gods and spirits. I'm curious what the ancestors look like. Why haven't they appeared yet? It can't be a failure, right? Is it possible that we don't have any human gods in China at all? Those shouldn't all be fabricated by Jiang Shun, right? As time passed, more and more people questioned Jiang Wenming. By the end of the day, even Jiang Wenming himself was out of his depth. This isn't right. The human godding spirit has returned, so it's logical that it should be able to hear our prayers. So how could there be no response? Just as he was puzzled, 10,000 feet of golden light suddenly emanated from within the Hall of 10,000 Gods. A 5-clawed golden dragon rose into the air and coiled above the altar. Ow! A loud and clear dragon roar sounded. In a split second, in the land of Huaxia, golden pillars of light rushed into the sky everywhere. Some of these places were bustling cities, some were rare valleys, and there were also lush plains. Many people were shocked by this sight. It was because they saw that there was a human figure inside each of those golden pillars of light. These silhouettes disappeared instantly after they appeared, and above the altar, an imperial figure wearing a black nine-dragon robe appeared. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Jiang Wenming trembled after hearing these words. This was Qin Shi Huang Yingzhen. Those who offend my Huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. Those who give birth to me shall not be killed, and those who give birth to me shall not be killed. Shall they not be killed? With the stroke of a pen, the world is at peace, and with the stroke of a horse, the world is at peace. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. The king dies for the gods. With Qin Shi Huang as the leader, the founding emperors of all dynasties appeared. Before Jiang Wenming and the others could recover from the shock, they saw a group of people appear in the sky once again. When three people walk together, there must be a teacher. Choose those who are good and follow them, and correct those who are not. The people are the most important thing. The gods of earth and grain come second, and the king is the least important thing. There is a constant in the behavior of heaven, and man can control the fate of heaven and use it. Be quiet and do nothing. The way is natural. Love one another. Exchange benefits. There is no distinction between the close and the distant, between the noble and the lowly. One breaks in the law. The four seasons open and close in order to transform all things vertical and horizontal. This is the 100 schools of thought. With every word these people spoke, the national fortune of China grew by 1 point, and compared to the emperors in front of them, these people's words were even more thought-provoking, teaching and educating all living beings. Even Li Jianguo couldn't help but be shaken after hearing the words of the 100 schools of thought. Each of these sentence was worthy of a lifetime of enlightenment for them. These people, even just one person, are enough to lay the foundation stone of a country. As for them, there were hundreds of them in Huaxia. How fortunate! Yet the silhouettes in the sky were still appearing. There is the sage of Wang Dukong, the sage of medicine Zhang Zhongjing, the divine craftsman Oyezi, the sage of commerce Fan Li, the sage of Songguan Hanqing, the sage of Ti Lu Yu, and the sage of Wood Lu Ban. There were 34 of them. Following them, several hundred more people appeared one after another, and within these people were either dressed as scribes, or as military generals or chivalrous warriors. Finally, when all of these people had finished appearing, the entire sky was already densely filled with people. Li Jianguo had already burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. The same was true for the other senior leaders. Even Long Yi, who had always shown himself as a tough guy, had reddened his eyes at this time. After these people appeared, the vacant history of Huaxia was completely filled in. A memory surfaced in the minds of the people of Huaxia. These forefathers had never abandoned them, even if they had long been forgotten by the world. The ideas they had inherited, the strategies they had learned, and even every aspect of their daily lives were all left behind by these forefathers. All of them were left behind by these ancestors in front of them. It had long since permeated every industry in Huaxia. Previously, they didn't know where these things came from. Now they know. It wasn't given by God. It was the crystallization of their human ancestors, who had worked hard on it. With such a thick heritage and so many legacies, just ask which country in the world can match it. Even though Jiang Wenming had known about this history for a long time, when these people appeared in front of him, he still couldn't stop himself from being excited. Exclamation point. Jiang Wenming couldn't help but utter these words, which instantly gained the approval of everyone present. Exclamation point. In the next life, I will still be in the flower planting family. At this moment there was no more doubting the heritage of Huaxia. No one was questioning the mythical history of Huaxia in Jiang Wenming's mouth. Previously, they had complained about their forefathers, why they couldn't be like other countries, proclaiming the deeds of the gods and spreading the glory of the gods in a big way. Now they understood what the gods could give. They, the Chinese people, could obtain themselves. The forefathers used their hands to cut through the thorns and create one path after another for future generations. Only with the passage of time, people gradually forgot this pioneering spirit. They became content with the status quo. Now the forefathers have returned to spread the flame of civilization to the world. Although some things had long since failed to adapt to this era, that will had returned. That's the most important thing. Once they had nothing and were still able to gain a foothold on this great land. Now that their descendants were surviving in an environment that was far better than their forefathers, why couldn't they? Many people recalled the words of Lu Zhu before he died. If he can, I can. This was the greatest treasure that the gods had left them. Only when an eagle leaves the shelter of its parents can it truly soar in the sky. The Chinese gods have long understood this. That's why they've always been in a free-range state with the Chinese, letting them develop, only guiding them, never interfering. Whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, all of them are letting the Chinese people solve their own problems, because they understand that only through trials and tribulations can they truly grow. Sword sharpness comes from sharpening, plum blossom fragrance comes from bitter cold. However, when the Huaxia people encountered a crisis that they could not resist, they would still stand up without hesitation and shelter the human race. This was their Huaxia's god, like a big tree in the sky, holding up a piece of heaven for Huaxia, but not always helping to shield them from the wind and rain. Because they believed that the Chinese people could withstand the test of wind and rain, these human and godly spirits were the best proof. Ungrateful children and grandchildren, welcome the return of the spirits of our ancestors. Li Jianguo, Jiang Wenming, Long Yi and the others bowed in unison. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng took a step forward and swept his majestic gaze over the crowd. The great calamity has arrived. Do you all have a way to deal with it? Jiang Wenming and the others looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what the great calamity he was talking about was. I still ask your majesty to clarify. Within the people present, only Jiang Wenming had the highest rank, so he stepped forward to ask. The battle of the gods has opened. My Chinese gods are lost in the outer realm and unable to return. If we can't obtain the coordinates to guide the gods as soon as possible, the Chinese summer will be in danger of annihilation. Qin Shi Huang's words shook the hearts of those present. This was the first time they had been explicitly informed of the situation of the Chinese gods, and the speculation in Jiang Wenming's heart was confirmed. There was indeed a problem with the Huaxia god system. However, lost outside the domain. What was going on? The god systems of other countries were all fine. Why were they the only Chinese gods lost outside the domain? More questions surfaced in the minds of Jiang Wenming and the others. However, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was clearly unwilling to talk more about this matter and did not continue the topic. Although we have returned, we are not able to fight against the gods of the Fey race with our strength alone. The most urgent task is to welcome back the gods as soon as possible. I can sense that the gods of the Fey race have begun to return. We must take back the key of creation as soon as possible. At all costs, retrieve the key of creation and welcome back the gods. When Emperor Qin Shi Huang said the last, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Wenming, as if he was speaking to him. Jiang Wenming was shocked in his heart as he could feel the urgency in Emperor Qin Shi Huang's heart. This made him more and more uneasy. What had happened that could make even this 1,000-year-old emperor so nervous? Also, why did the ancestors of the human race, only they appeared? Where were the others? You have to know that there were several other eras before the Qin dynasty, but those people did not appear. Jiang Wenming was about to open his mouth to ask, but he saw several beams of seven-colored light emerge from the sky, immediately followed by crimson rays, golden rays. Looking at the direction in which those rays appeared, Jiang Wenming's heart shook, because he could see that it was the aura of a god. The red rays represented the God King. And what did that seven-colored beam of light represent? Jiang Wenming didn't dare to think about it. Qin Shi Huang and the others also all revealed a look of vigilance after seeing those rays of light. Chosen one, you are the only variable. The future of Huaxia is in your hands. After Ying Zheng finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the people behind him and loudly announced, I am the first emperor of Qin, Ying Zheng, and all of my people of Qin are at the chosen one's beck and call, including the widowed one, to die and fight, the children of the great Han. The same is true. Sui, Great Tang, Great Ming. One emperor after another came forward to take a stand, followed by the 100 schools of thought and the 34 saints. Everyone pinned their hopes on Jiang Wenming. A token appeared and then landed on Jiang Wenming's heel, finally integrating into his body. From this moment on, he was no longer Jiang Wenming. Rather, he was the carrier of the will of the successive generations of Chinese ancestors. Why me? Jiang Wenming still asked the doubt in his heart. He didn't feel that there was anything special about him other than his identity as a traveler. The great Tao is 50. Heaven diffuses 49. And you are the one that has vanished. A white-haired old man explained to him amiably. Jiang Wenming recognized this person as Zhuangzi, one of the representatives of Taoism. Laozi is not here? After Jiang Wenming saw Zhuangzi, he then noticed that Laozi, the other big brother of the Taoist family, did not seem to have appeared. Brother Lier asked me to tell you that he will step in if necessary. While he was wondering, Zhuangzi's voice rang in his mind. Jiang Wenming hurriedly looked at the other party, but saw that he was smiling at him. First, he was stunned, and then a wave of enlightenment arose in his mind. At this moment, he came to his realization. He also finally understood what those people had told him earlier. These big brothers are really good at playing. He told him that the other divine systems all had undercards. How could they not have any in China? It turned out that they were waiting here. What can't be summoned across divine lineages? What can't be summoned across realms? It's all smoke and mirrors. They just didn't grasp the meaning conveyed by the big brothers. The sacrifice ended and the many spirits returned to the pantheon. Jiang Wenming explained the history of mythology live while cultivating the divine abilities he had mastered. The day ended quickly. Early the next morning, the mythological ring appeared in the void on time. The third match began. The spectators were already prepared and came to the audience early. Unlike in the past, this time, an illusory scene appeared above each country. There were silhouettes inside, like there were people inside. Jiang Wenming possessed fiery eyes, so he was able to see the scene inside clearly. It was the kingdom of God. The silhouettes inside were gods. They were actually there in person. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming hurriedly cast his gaze over the Chinese empire. Inside were clearly Ying Zhang and other human spirits. The gods lifted the restrictions. Jiang Wenming finally understood the meaning of this phrase. He also finally understood why Ying Zhang was so nervous. It was because in the next match, instead of the divine favorites randomizing the gods to fight, the gods could descend on their own. In this way, his advantage was gone. Others designated. He randomized. How could he fight? Even if the human gods on the Chinese side were able to designate, how many percent of them would have a chance of winning? No wonder Ring Zhang said that the Great Tribulation has arrived. No wonder they said they would fight to the death. They're prepared to take their lives. Representatives from both sides are invited to enter the arena and choose their gods. The voice of the host, Bobby, interrupted Jiang Wenming's thoughts. With a heavy heart, he stepped into the ring. When Jiang Wenming saw the representative from the opposite side, his expression froze. With black hair, black pupils, and tawny skin, this was clearly an Oriental. But wasn't his opponent the Papal States? How could an Oriental face appear? And the opponent's next action even made Jiang Wenming feel the hairs of sweat on his body stand up. This was because he spoke a fluent Chinese language out of his mouth. And the gods he summoned were also Chinese mythological figures. Looking at the stout man in front of him who was holding a longbow, Jiang Wenming only felt a little blackness in front of his eyes. De. The opponent had actually summoned out De. How is this possible? He wasn't a Chinese. How could he summon a Chinese mythological figure? The human race has finally come together with the demon race. Come on, let me see what growth the human race has now. De's voice came out. It was addressed to Jiang Wenming. Elder De, why are you helping the foreign races in the battle? Jiang Wenming asked in a deep voice. The story of Hou Yi shooting the sun was something he had heard since he was a child, and he had even popularized it with the people of Huaxia yesterday. But today, the other party was actually fighting on behalf of the Papal States. This made him unable to accept it. Nor could it be accepted. How could the native gods of Huaxia help other countries and turn against them? A foreign race? So it turns out that the descendants of our witch race are all foreign races in your eyes. Ha! No wonder we ended up in a situation where our clan was almost exterminated. De's tone was filled with anger and sarcasm. The moment De's words came out, Jiang Wenming's face instantly changed. The eyes once again looked at the divine favorite from the Papal nation. Indians. In his previous life, there was a rumor on the internet that the Indians might be people who migrated from China. It was only that the age was too far back to be verified at all. I didn't realize that they were actually descended from the witch race. In this way, everything made sense. The other party was an Indian and a descendant of the witch race, so it made sense to summon E, who was a great sorcerer. Because the witch tribe period, China has not yet appeared, naturally cannot talk about is the Chinese tribe. I just didn't expect that there were still Indians alive, much less that they had defected to the Papal States. However, as De said, their descendants were almost exterminated, but Huaxia never stood up and said anything. Based on this alone, the other side had a reason to disown them. Jiang Wenming didn't understand this history, so he couldn't really comment on it. He just felt a bit sad. The witch race had finally come to the opposite side of them. At this time, the entry list on the Chinese side had also been finalized. There was only one person on it. Human King Dixin. After Jiang Wenming saw this name, somehow that pressure in his heart instantly dissipated quite a bit. The world said that Dixin was a despot, but very few people knew that at the age of 12, he was able to tear a tiger with his hands. He was born with great strength and intelligence. Under his leadership, the Shang dynasty conquered hundreds of tribes around it. He was the strongest human king after the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. He was also the last human king, quick to distinguish, keen to hear and see, talented and powerful, and capable of fighting fierce beasts. I, Jiang Wenming, welcome King of Man, Dixin. If there were other choices, Jiang Wenming would definitely not choose Dixin, because this was the last human king of Huaxia. The position was too high. If he didn't get it right, he would get himself involved. Unfortunately, this time, there was only one person on the list, Dixin, and Jiang Wenming had no choice. As his words fell, a palace appeared in the void. Inside the palace was luxurious, and at the highest point stood a god statue. The idol was a tall and majestic middle-aged man, and just by standing there was a feeling that one couldn't help but worship it. In the heavens and the earth, I am the only one. It was this kind of aura, as if he was the core of heaven and earth. The stone skin above the idol slowly fell off, revealing his original appearance. A black dragon robe, sword brows and starry eyes, with a kind of angerless aura. The moment he appeared, the spirits of the Chinese Empire bowed and saluted. This was a sign of respect for the human king. Dixin swept his gaze across the void rift and took a step out to the ring. Late Jiang Wenming, I pay my respects to the human king coronation. With a Dixin turned his gaze to De, who was standing opposite him. You are Lone's opponent? The king of men? Ha! Both of their tones were incomparably arrogant, neither looking the other in the eye. The match begins. Bobby obviously also knew the power of the two men, and had no intention of staying here at all. He directly announced the start of the match and then instantly disappeared. Jiang Wenming originally wanted to remind DXIN of a few words, but seeing the other party's expression, he reckoned that he might not listen to his words. So he simply kept his mouth shut and retreated to the side to watch the battle. In Di's hand was his divine bow that had once shot down the sun, and behind his back was a bag of arrows with only 10 arrows in it. In DXIN's hand, on the other hand, was a sword cast from bronze, with elaborate patterns engraved on it. It was like words and patterns, but Jiang Wenming couldn't understand it anyway. As soon as the match started, Di quickly drew out an arrow and hitched it to his longbow. Without even seeing him aiming, the arrow had already turned into streams of light and flew out. Clang! DXIN's bronze sword was held across his body, blocking the strike. However, his body was also involuntarily knocked back several steps. After his figure stabilized, his entire body instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, directly appearing on the side of Di, he raised his longsword and slashed at his head. This strike, however, was similarly blocked by the other party. Fast. It was simply too fast. Jiang Wenming didn't even see how the other party struck before both sides had finished testing. Whether it was Di or DXIN, both sides were using the power of their physical bodies. This made Jiang Wenming not only a little staggered. To be able to do this with just the power of the physical body, it's worthy of being a mythological figure. It was really impossible to imagine how strong the two should be when they were on fire. Although Di was an archer, his melee combat ability was not bad at all. Rolling around, his body dexterity was incomparable. Not only did he dodge, but he was also able to utilize the gaps and attack with his bow and arrows. Only the arrows he shot were all blocked away by DXIN's bronze sword. At this time, there were only 7 arrows left in his arrow pouch, only to see Di's body rolling backward, pulling away and reaching out to take out an arrow from his arrow pouch. Jiang Wenming noticed that this arrow seemed a bit different from the previous one. It was a purple-black arrow. The aura emanating from it gave off an uncomfortable feeling, filled with an unsettling aura. The long arrow shot out. DXIN wanted to swing his sword to slash, but a bad omen rose steeply in his heart, so he temporarily changed his mind and sidestepped. A fishy wind crossed in front of him, giving him a feeling of vertigo. Poison. It was still highly poisonous. Only then did he remember the identity of the person in front of him. Great E. He had once hunted and killed 6 ferocious beasts that had plagued the party. Among them was a poisonous creature called the cultivating snake, whose poison even immortals can't withstand, and which seals the throat at the sight of blood. That arrow should be made from the poisonous fangs of the show snake. Sure enough, the arrow swept past his body and pierced into the lapis lazuli slab on the side, corroding a large pit in the floor in just the blink of an eye. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Di take out another arrow. This arrow was greenish in color, and there seemed to be wind flowing around it. A hideous monstrous bird silhouette appeared and let out a silent roar at DXIN. Great wind! The fingers loosened and the long arrow instantly disappeared. The next moment, boom! DXIN let out a muffled grunt as his body flew backwards. As the smoke cleared, one could only see blood spilling out from the corner of DXIN's mouth, and the dragon robe on his body was torn and tattered from the blast. He was unexpectedly injured. The speed of this arrow was far more than 10 times faster than before. It was so fast that DXIN couldn't even fend it off. Good archery. DXIN wiped the bloodstains that spilled from the corner of his mouth and reached out to rip the dragon robe off his body, revealing his toned muscles. Mom, I'm going to fall in love. It's not that my daughter is not reserved. It's really that the great king is too charming, too manly. This face value, this body, little fresh meat come over and get beaten. Are you still short of people in your harem? Great king? A bunch of superficial women. This is the human king. What kind of beauties haven't you seen before? Little fairies, save your breath. In the harem of Emperor Xin, there is Su Daji, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, and legend has it that she is also a 9-tailed demon fox. So can you compare her to a fox spirit? Brother, how do you know so well? Nonsense. Jiangshan wrote it clearly inside the feudal deities. At a glance you guys didn't observe it properly. Quickly look. What's that? With a cry of surprise, the crowd redirected their gaze to the ring, only to see a reddish golden light appear on DXIN's body, wrapping up his entire body. A moment later, a red golden battle armor appeared on his body, setting him off as even more heroic and extraordinary. Chi refining technique. Jiang Wenming was somewhat shocked. Although he had long known that the chi refining technique was fundamental to the human race, he still felt incomparably shocked when he saw that DXIN could utilize his chi refining to condense a battle armor. The other party's level of chi refining was obviously much higher than Bai Chi's, because Bai Chi didn't even condense a battle armor. Even those long swords of refined chi were all products of energy condensation, and one could tell if they were real or fake at a glance. But DXIN was different. The battle armor that he had condensed looked similar to the real thing, and it was clearly incomparably solid. At the same time, the bronze sword lit up with golden lines, and in the blink of an eye, it turned from bronze to reddish gold. The flame of refined chi danced on it, and even the surrounding space was somewhat distorted. Worthy of being a human king, to have practiced chi refining to such a level. De praised a sentence, and then his complexion turned grave. Once again, he took out an arrow from the arrow pouch behind him and gently rested it on top of the divine bow. This time he didn't directly scatter it. Instead, he took rare aim. In the heavens and the earth, in the three realms, all those who use bows and arrows will be honored by me. As De Yi's voice rang out, a golden shadow appeared behind him. None other than himself. The silhouette, like him, made the motion of drawing a bow and arrow. A golden arrow was constantly condensing in his hands. A powerful pressure swept around as the golden arrow began to take shape a little bit. The surrounding space began to tremble, and even showed signs of shattering. All those who saw this scene had one thought rise in their hearts unanimously. No one would be able to block this arrow. Is this the true strength of De? Jiang Wenming's heart chilled. Even through the ring barrier, he had the feeling that he couldn't resist, and he really didn't know how Emperor Xin, who was locked by his bow and arrow, should feel. Right at this moment, De finally finished storing his strength and his fingers loosened the bowstring. The arrow in his hand and the arrow shot from the shadow behind him flew out at the same time, then fused together in midair. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and smoke filled the entire ring. The barrier separating the ring shook violently, emitting a clicking sound as a thin crack surfaced on the barrier, as if it might break at any time. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared, and a golden chain flew out from the void, disappearing into the ring barrier and repairing those cracks. Only then was it barely stabilized. The spectators outside the arena couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw the scene, especially the Greek and Egyptian gods. Each of them revealed a horrified expression. This kind of divine power was not the slightest bit weaker than a divine king. What is the origin of this De? Does Eden have this number one character? No, he's not a god from Eden, but from Huaxia. Huaxia, what's going on here? Did one of their own implode? Sort of. It seems like a fight between two ethnic groups. Doesn't that shepherd of Eden love this kind of thing the most? Ha, arrogant and hypocritical guys. If Lord Zeus hadn't asked us to join forces with them, I really don't want to stay together. It can't be helped. The Chinese gods definitely can't return. After all, they're too powerful. Speaking of this, all the gods fell silent. Only after seeing them with their own eyes could they understand just how strong that group of Chinese gods were. If they were truly allowed to successfully return, where in this world would they still have a place to stay? However, it was fortunate that the vast majority of them were in the midst of self-sealing, and only a small portion of the gods had been awakened. In the case of losing their coordinates, they simply couldn't return in their true bodies. At this point, the ones who returned first, on the contrary, had an absolute advantage. The eyes returned to the ring. Amidst the smoke and dust, a straight figure slowly walked out from within. The pace was slow, but it was filled with determination. Lone is the common lord of the world. Within this world, no matter if you are an immortal demon or a demonic beast, you must bow down when you see Lone. Even your witch race is no exception. The smoke cleared, only to see DXIN standing there with an arrow in his hand. The powerful aura caused the surrounding area to fall dead silent. The aura emanating from DXIN's body gave all those who saw him a feeling of worship. It was as if no one was worthy of standing before him. The might of an emperor. This was the feeling of ordinary people. However, Jiang Wenming and some of the gods watching the battle noticed something else. Emperor Xin he actually caught De's arrow with his bare hands. How strong De was, all the gods present had witnessed it. An arrow shot out. Even the ring barrier couldn't withstand it. It was a power comparable to that of a god king. But such an arrow was actually clutched by someone's bare hands. What kind of greatness was this? Is this the former human king of Huaxia? So strong. Above the Greek Empire, on Mount Olympus, Ares, the god of war, looked at Emperor Xin in the ring with a burning gaze, not hiding his battle intent. Our enemy should not be the Chinese gods. Beside god of war Ares, a goddess wearing armor and holding a scepter with a pretty face spoke. Athena, are you still questioning Father God's decision? Ares looked at his sister with some dissatisfaction. Not questioning, but opposing. We've already been wrong once. Do we want to be wrong a second time? A hint of sulking appeared on Athena's delicate and pretty face. They had betrayed the Chinese gods, and now they wanted to completely block the other party's return passage. This had already violated the oath made at the beginning. Unfortunately, her dissuasion was useless. Zeus and the others wouldn't care about her opinion at all. even if she was the god of wisdom. This gave her a sense of absurdity. They believed that she was the smartest god in the world, but they were unwilling to believe that she was the smartest god in the family. Enough. It's fine for you to say this kind of words in front of me, but don't ever say it in front of Father God again, or else you'll really make him angry, and he'll definitely expel you from Mount Olympus. Ares had a bit of a headache. This sister of his was so smart that she forgot that she was not the Lord of Olympus. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the other party, Athena directly turned around and left. Good words couldn't persuade the damn ghosts. They only thought of blocking the way for the return of the Chinese gods, but never thought of the day when the other party returned. They were lost, not dead. One day they would appear to return to this world, and at that time, who could withstand their wrath? Originally they were close comrades fighting side by side, but because of their greed, they were forced to the opposite side. How sad. Sweeping her eyes over the two people still fighting in the ring below, Athena looked as if she had made some sort of determination. Her body turned into a stream of light and left Mount Olympus, flying towards the void. On the ring, Dxin casually threw away the arrow in his hand and looked at De with cold eyes. Comparing status? He is the king of this land. So what if you're a divine archer? Are you more honorable than the status of another king? If I were you, I'd better come up with some real skill, or else I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make a move. Dxin's words clearly reached the ears of all the spectators present. What? That's not even using your full strength? Crap. Should we be so fierce? It feels like the gods in front of them are completely out of their league compared to them. Lord Human King will win. When De heard Dxin's words, he didn't have much of a reaction. This was because he knew that the other party was telling the truth. The arrow he had just used was made from the plume of the ferocious beast, the great wind, and contained the power of the hurricane, making it extremely fast. But even so, it was still grabbed by the other party with his bare hands. It didn't even touch the other party's battle armor. Since that's the case, then you can try catching another arrow from me, De said, once again taking out an arrow from the arrow pouch behind him. This arrow had a dark color throughout, giving people a chilling feeling. Bending his bow, he strung the arrow, and this time he stored up his strength for a longer period of time. Dxin had no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to strike. Still standing there with his bronze sword in hand, Jiang Wenming under the stage looked a little anxious. He felt that Dxin was too ambitious. You have to know that this person in front of you is not an ordinary archer. He is the great Yi who once shot down 9 golden crows. In terms of lethality alone, even in the history of Chinese mythology, he is one of the most powerful men. At that moment, De finally finished storing up his power. His fingers loosened, and the arrow came out of his hand. Wherever the arrow passed, space shattered. Dxin's face changed, and the fire of refining chi flourished on the bronze sword in his hand. Cage of swords. Countless refining swords emerged from the void, falling towards the ground like rain. In just the blink of an eye, a cage barrier was constructed between Dxin and De. Ka-ching! The moment the arrows made contact with the cage of swords, they instantly pierced through it without any hindrance. When Jiang Wenming under the stage saw the scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk. This was because he could see that the arrow possessed armor-breaking properties, and physical defense was simply ineffective. Chisel Tooth, one of the 6 ferocious creatures that once died in the hands of De, a pair of sharp teeth is indestructible. I think this arrow should be made from its sharp teeth. First it was the cultivating snake, then the great wind, and now the chisel tooth. Could it be that the remaining arrows are all made from these beasts? Looking at the arrow capsule behind De, there were still 4 arrows left. In addition to the arrows made from the 6 ferocious beasts, there was one more. Sunset Divine Arrow. Jiang Wenming's throat rolled, and somehow, a sudden wave of fear and anger arose in his heart. He had received the inheritance of Di Jun. In other words, he was on the same side as the Golden Crow, and was considered half of the Golden Crow. De, on the other hand, was their nemesis. Jiang Wenming didn't want to substitute the grudges of the ancient times onto himself, but this kind of thing wasn't something he could decide. After he accepted the inheritance from Di Jun, this karma was also naturally transferred to him. What's more, De was now representing the Papal States. It was making an enemy of their Huaxia, whether in public or in private. We are destined to become enemies, Jiang Wenming muttered under his breath. Since they were enemies, they couldn't face them with the same mentality as before. He had always upheld a principle. Only enemies that were taken out were good enemies. Since they had come to the opposite side, then they should no longer harbor any illusions that an enemy was an enemy, even if he was once the faith of the people. What is De's weakness? Without a doubt, it's his wife Chang'e. In the mythological story, Chang'e ate the elixir given to De by the Queen Mother of the West and ascended to immortality, becoming a fairy in the Guanghan Palace. De, on the other hand, was left to grow old alone. He wanted to be reunited with his wife, but he could not reach the Guanghan Palace, and eventually died of depression. This was his regret and his obsession. If it could be utilized, it might not be possible to hold him back. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. The earth began to shake, and a cry of shock and screams came from the surroundings. Jiang Wenming barely managed to stand still and look towards the direction the sound came from. At once, he only felt a chill down his spine. It was because the barrier of the ring had been shattered. Not only that, even some of the audience seats were turned into rubble. The cries of alarm and screams just now were from those spectators who couldn't dodge in time. The power of an arrow was as terrifying as this. After noticing that the injured spectators were not Chinese, Jiang Wenming hurriedly averted his gaze and turned to the ring. He wanted to see how DXIN was doing. At this moment, DXIN's armor was badly damaged, but he was still standing upright, clearly not suffering too much damage. Seeing this, Jiang Wenming also breathed a long sigh of relief. However, DXIN still had no intention of striking, still standing in place, as if waiting for the other party to continue attacking. This caused a trace of doubt to rise in Jiang Wenming's heart. Once or twice could still be attributed to DXIN's arrogance, but this was already 3 arrows, and it was impossible for DXIN to not see the power of that arrow just now. Putting his life on the line to act like a bully? Nope, DXIN wasn't a fool to make such a low-level mistake. Then there's only one possibility. He was stalling for time. But what was the purpose of his stalling? A red light flared in Jiang Wenming's eyes, and 2 flames burned in his pupils. Fire Eye Golden Eyes. With the activation of his fire eyes, Jiang Wenming finally detected something unusual. The divine energy escaping from the surroundings was continuously converging towards DXIN. He was absorbing the divine power released by DE. Jiang Wenming was creeped out, and he then remembered something. Not only was DXIN a human king, he was also a god on top of the god ceiling list. The incense of the Chinese gods had been severed long ago, which meant that he was still in a weakened stage. No wonder he appeared in the form of a god statue. That was because the loss of divine power was so severe that he had no choice but to seal himself up. He wasn't pretending, but was secretly recovering his power. It was only that they were all shocked by him catching arrows with his bare hands before and subconsciously ignored this. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming immediately transmitted his voice towards Long Yi at the side. Uncle Long, have someone make incense offerings immediately. Offerings to whom? Long Yi didn't react for a moment. Human King Dixin. Heavenly Joy Star In Show. It wasn't that Jiang Wenming deliberately misled Long Yi. Rather, these 2 names were somewhat different even though they were the same person. Human King Dixin was the common lord of the world and belonged to the human race's Ing spirit. Tianqi Xingyin Shou was a minor official inside the Heavenly Court's 12 palaces of the Zodiac. This wasn't just humiliating, it was also because DXIN's soul had dispersed when he died, and Tianqi Xingyin Shou was just a wisp of his residual soul. Although it was only a wisp of residual soul, after all, it had been on the God Ceiling list and would still be suppressed by the God Ceiling list. The current DXIN was as if he had been starving for hundreds of years and was still carrying a shackle on his body as he fought with DE. Only after unlocking the shackles on his body and letting him eat his fill would he be considered a true human king. DXIN. If only I had the seal of gods. Jiang Wenming lamented. Wait, the God Ceiling list. A figure suddenly surfaced in Jiang Wenming's mind. Immediately, he took out a hair from his pocket and used the out-of-body transformation avatar to change him into his own appearance. Go to the Hall of 10,000 Gods to find Zhang Taigong. He remembered that there was an idol of Zhang Taigong in the Hall of All Gods, and although he hadn't been present at the last ritual ceremony, the other party must have seen it. Perhaps he had a way to unlock the shackles on DXIN. The doppelganger disappeared as a stream of light. Because it was so fast, not many people noticed the scene. On the ring, Dek took out the 7th and 8th arrows. This arrow was made from the bones of the ferocious beast seal rare and chokeweak, Jiu, after I hunted them. So far no one has been able to receive these 2 arrows. It was rare for De to open his mouth to explain. Obviously very confident in his own archery skills, he believed that DXIN would never be able to dodge these 2 arrows. Is that so? I would like to see what is so marvelous about this arrow. DXIN still had that same majestic and domineering demeanor. It seemed as if he didn't put De in his eyes at all. I once thought of leading my people to join the Yin Huang clan, but I never thought that you would drive my people to extinction after my death. Now it's up to you, the human king, to bear the wrath of my witch clan. Millions of unjust souls. Saying that, De loosened his bowstring. Wah! A baby's cry rang out. All those who heard this sound felt a dizzying sensation in their minds. DXIN, who bore the brunt of it, even appeared to lose his concentration for a moment. In a high-level fight, the slightest break was fatal, not to mention this brief moment of disorientation. Bang! Although it was 2 arrows, it strangely only made a single sound. Xian's body was pierced through by an arrow, but he had prepared for it and used his bronze sword to block the heart position in advance. So although this arrow injured him, it was not fatal. Be careful. Jiang Wenming snapped out of his disorientation, and he saw the arrow that had originally flown out, circling back in a weird arc. It stabbed straight at the location of Xian's back heart. This was the arrow that was made from sealed rare bones and had a tracking function. Once it was shot, it was a non-stop situation. This is also where Di's backbone lies, because this arrow cannot be dodged. Although Jiang Wenming had warned, it was ultimately too late. The severely injured Xian was simply too late to fend off this arrow. His heart was pierced through, revealing a bloody hole. Put! A mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and his body stumbled and almost fell. Xian leaned on his bronze sword and barely supported himself, keeping himself from being in too much of a mess. However, both the qi refining armor on his body and the flame of qi refining on his sword began to fade rapidly. This signaled his life, which was about to come to an end. Do you have anything to say? Di drew his bow and strung an arrow, aiming it at the half-kneeling Xian, and condescendingly asked, I have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to anyone? Do it, he said, and slowly stood up. His body was straight, just like a big mountain. Saints couldn't make him bow down, let alone a mere great witch. Go well. Di's eyes were cold as his arrow slowly moved upwards, aiming at Xian's head. Lord Human King, stand up. How could this happen? Didn't Jiangshan say that the Human King was strong? How could he lose? Di shoots the sun. He's clearly our Chinese god. Why would he go and turn against us? Don't. Whoa, Lord Human King. A noisy murmur went up from the audience in the Huaxia district. They had defeated so many outer race gods and had managed to get this far, but they didn't expect to lose at the hands of their own people. So unwilling. Di, the one who killed your people is someone else. Right at this moment, Jiang Wenming's voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, Jiang Wenming's figure appeared above the ring. Jiangshan, come back quickly. Crazy? Is he crazy? How dare he get into the ring now? Finished, completely finished. If God Jiang dies here, what should we do next? Someone please go save him. The original emotion of sadness instantly turned into panic after Jiang Wenming ascended the ring. Although they were saddened by Xian's death, they weren't too emotional. After all, the name-calling god battle was more than just one game. But if Jiang Wenming died, the nature would change completely. Who could take his place and awaken the gods? Even after a few days of popularization, there were so many gods in China. It would be good if they could remember a tenth of them. There was simply no one who could take his place. Therefore, once Jiang Wenming died, they would definitely lose the next match. The consequences of losing the match were clear to everyone present. Huaxia would completely cease to exist, because whether it was the Papal States, or Greece, or Egypt, it was impossible for them to let Huaxia survive. The only thing that awaited them was the death of their country and the destruction of their species. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, fearing that Di would accidentally pinch Jiang Wenming to death. However, the Papal nation was in a state of jubilation. This god is just too powerful. Kill them. As long as we kill that brat, we're sure to win. Lord Bao God, do it. What are you waiting for? They slaughtered your people. You still don't do it. Saving it for Christmas? Shoo. Boom. Di suddenly turned around and shot out an arrow, and the target of his attack was clearly the direction of the Pope's country. The barrier of the ring could not stop his arrow at all, and with just one arrow, he shot a tens of meters wide gully out of the audience. And those who were there before didn't even let out a scream as they directly turned into flying ash, not even leaving a hair behind. You guys are teaching me things? Di's words carried no emotion, just like his arrows. The audience was dead silent, regardless of which country the audience was from. All of them were in two wars at this moment, and many of them were even scared to death of their pants. He, surprisingly, had struck out at the audience, and he even managed to kill the spectators outside the arena. This was something that had never happened before. The barrier outside the ring was like a decoration to him. It was simply unable to withstand Di's attack. Originally, when this situation occurred, the host, Bobby, would have come out a long time ago, but not this time. From the beginning to the end, Bobby never appeared again, as if he had already resigned himself to his fate. Since he couldn't isolate his attack, he simply didn't care and let the other party toss him around. Seeing that no one else was talking around him, it was only then that Di returned his gaze to Jiang Wenming. Although Jiang Wenming wasn't tall, he was still 1.7 meters, but standing in front of Di, he was just like a small child. He only reaches the other person's chest. The result of this was that when he spoke, he had to tilt his head to see the other's face. What did you mean by what you just said? Di condescendingly looked down at Jiang Wenming, not hiding his killing intent. Our Huaxia has never driven out the witch race. On the contrary, ever since the fusion, we have maintained a good relationship, exchanging goods and even intermarrying. Even now, there are still quite a few of them present in our huaxia, the descendants and heirs in your mouth. If they are the only ones, I think you should have been deceived, Jiang Wenming said, pointing at that representative of the Papal States. What do you mean by that? De Yi frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over that Papal Nation representative before falling back onto Jiang Wenming. Stand down. Right at this moment, Dxin suddenly opened his mouth and softly shouted. The two gazes coincidentally looked towards Dxin, only to see him walking towards De Yi step by step with one hand covering his chest and one hand holding a bronze sword. This is Lone's battle. No one is allowed to interfere. But, coronation of the human king, there's nothing but, Lone hasn't fallen to the point where I need a junior to plead for me. Take out your full strength. If it's just this level of attack, it won't be able to kill me yet. As his words fell, the flame of refined chi surfaced on his body once again. The golden light coalesced and did not enter the broken hole in his chest. Back then, Uncle Bingon once asked me if a person could live without a heart. My answer was that it could live. But he died, because he told Lone that all people in the world have 7 emotions and 6 desires. If they have no heart, even if they are alive, they are no longer human. But I'm the king. I don't need the 7 emotions and 6 desires. What I want is the unification of all races and the return of the world to the heart. Jiang Wenming was surprised to find that Dxin's breath was recovering a little bit at this time, even stronger than before, and the location of his heart was covered by a ball of golden light. It wasn't a heart, but a ball of energy. The power of chi refining. Dxin had used the power of chi refining to replace his heart. Since you seek death, I'll kill you first. With a wave of his hand, the arrows that had been shot out flew back into his arrow pouch. You back off first. With a wave of his arm, Dxin directly pushed Jiang Wenming aside. Jiang Wenming had the heart to explain the misunderstanding, but unfortunately, the two sides didn't give him the chance at all. Both of them were arrogant people who didn't care to argue at all. They belonged to the type that would never beep if they could do it. What's the matter? Wait until the fight is over. Having no choice, Jiang Wenming could only retreat to the side and continue to watch the battle. At the same time, he prayed in his heart. His own body contacted Jiang Taigong as soon as possible, to help Dxin unlock the God Sealing List shackles. Long Ye's side was moving quickly, and Jiang Wenming could clearly see that a force of faith, if any, was pouring into Dxin's body. As a divine archer, De Yi's eyes were naturally incredibly venomous, and he quickly noticed Dxin's abnormality. So you've been in a period of weakness. No wonder you're so unbearable. After saying that, he even directly put away the arrow in his hand. Even if you are weak, so what? I will not shy away from battle. I don't want to take advantage of a person's danger. I'll give you 1 hour to recover. After you've recovered, we'll fight again, and I'll make you lose convincingly. After finishing his speech, De Yi directly walked to the side and sat down on his knees, starting to rest his eyes. This scene stunned everyone. Even Jiang Wenming was a bit surprised, as he could feel De Yi's killing intent towards Dxin. But because of this, he didn't understand why the other party was doing this. If it were him, he would definitely take advantage of your illness. Having become an enemy, then he would definitely do whatever it took to win the fight first. But De Yi didn't, just as he showed, proud and confident. He was the god of hunting though, and would never take on weak prey. If he wanted to kill, he would kill the strongest. He didn't care to take advantage of people's danger to do. Seeing him like this, Emperor Xin smiled faintly and immediately stopped hiding, directly sitting down on his knees and starting to recover with all his might. Right at this moment, an angel suddenly flew out from within the Garden of Eden in the sky of the Pope's country. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and kill him? That angel shouted angrily. Jiang Wenming looked at the voice and saw that the other party was covered in silver-white armor with 3 pairs of white feathered wings behind him. Archangel Gabriel? After Jiang Wenming saw the visitor clearly, a glimmer of clarity arose in his heart. This was the archangel whose status was second only to Michael. I didn't expect that even he had appeared. Shoo! An arrow flew out. Gabriel let out a scream. No one even saw how De Yi struck. Nope, he didn't even move. And it was only a thought attack that injured Gabriel. The arrow pierced through a pair of his wings and shot him out of the air. I don't like the tone of your voice. If there is a next time, I will kill you. The voice was not loud, but it was full of imperturbability. Gabriel slowly climbed up from the ground, looking at the man sitting on the ground with some trepidation. For a moment he actually didn't dare to open his mouth again. Go back and tell your master. My fight. Let him mind less. Otherwise, I don't mind killing him together. Get lost. Gabriel glared angrily at De Yi, but didn't dare to speak out in rebuttal, because he knew that the other party could really do such a thing. and also had the strength to do such a thing. After all, it was a man who could have fought God and was still alive. Gabriel looked at Jiang Wenming with a resentful gaze before flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Jiang Wenming of course noticed the other party's gaze, but he was in a daze. I didn't say a word. Why are you glaring at me? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Then he turned his grief into action and stretched out a middle finger at Gabriel's back. The audience outside the arena had long been stunned. Regardless of which country the audience was from, they all looked at the figure sitting on the ground with disbelief. What kind of hegemony was this? No one is allowed to intervene in my fight. Even if God comes, it won't work. At this time, the crowd finally understood why the host did not come out. Who would dare to meddle with such a fierce man who kills at the drop of a hat? Can't you see that Angel was seriously injured by one of his glances? At this moment, even the Chinese viewers who were hostile to him couldn't help but worship him. There's one thing to say, although he's our enemy, I can't hack him at all. Too handsome. It's a pity that he's not one of our Chinese gods, otherwise I'd only fan him in my life. Woo woo, great God, why are you fighting for the papal state? You are our Huaxia's god. Even though I'm from China, I still want to say that God is awesome. No one had expected that in just this short moment, countless people would have been enamored by De. Although his stance was different, his behavior was worthy of everyone's respect. Jiang Wenming was the only one in the entire room who didn't think so. At this moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. There was even an urge to curse. This was because he saw that there was surprisingly quite a bit of faith power that was constantly converging towards De, even far surpassing that of DXIN's. With this, the momentum that had been easily regained was once again being pulled away, but he couldn't speak out to stop it. After all, the other party's behavior just now was indeed very fan-friendly, and if he wasn't in a hostile camp, even Jiang Wenming himself wouldn't have been able to resist clapping his hands and applauding. But an enemy was an enemy. No matter how strong his personal charisma was, he was still an opponent after all. The better he was, the greater the loss on his side. This was something Jiang Wenming could not accept. Soon, an hour passed. De abruptly opened his eyes, and DXIN slowly stood up from the ground. Both sides didn't say a word of nonsense and directly began to attack. De reached out and took out 3 arrows from his arrow pouch, shooting them out directly without even looking at them. Wah! A baby's cry rang out. A wave of dizziness once again passed through the crowd's minds. However, DXIN on the ring was not affected this time. He only saw the bronze sword in his hand, which was quickly covered with a layer of golden flames, and his body was also enveloped in a layer of golden light. King Power. A furious shout. A silhouette of himself emerged behind DXIN. The moment the silhouette appeared, it reached out and grabbed one of the arrows in its hand. It was none other than that suffocating weakness arrow. Ka-ching! Only seeing that shadowy figure's forceful grip, the choke weakness arrow instantly snapped into 2. Hiss! Sounds of sucking in cool air came from outside the arena. Even De's pupils shrunk slightly, and his expression turned grave. The current DXIN was simply like a different person. Compared to the previous him, it was like a world of difference. Attacking Lone so many times. You also receive a sword from Lone. After DXIN finished speaking, the bronze sword in his hand slashed horizontally. A reddish golden sword chi burst out, 100 meters in size. De's feet powered up like a nimble ape, prancing from side to side, narrowly avoiding the strike. The spectators behind him were not so lucky. Boom! The audience once again created an additional piece of rubble 100 meters in size. The barriers on the ring were just as null and void in front of his attack. All sorts of miserable screams came out, but no one paid any attention to them at all. More people were scared pale and teleported away from the audience. They had come to watch the match, but they didn't say they were going to put their lives on the line. The power of these two was too strong, and the barrier simply couldn't withstand the aftermath of their attacks. In just the blink of an eye, the number of people in the ring's audience had been reduced by a large portion. Even the spectators from the Huaxia region were left with less than 1/5 of them. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but Li Jianguo was worried that they would be affected by the waves and forced Long Yi to expel them. Expel! De reached out and held his hand in a false grip, and the long arrow made of sealed and thin bones made an arc in the air and shot towards DXIN once again. DXIN's legs stomped hard, and his entire body was like a cannonball rushing towards De, even as a sonic boom occurred. Bang! The bronze sword's chop was blocked by De with the longbow in his hand. Emperor Xin violently raised his leg and heavily smacked on De, sending him flying out. Boom! De's body slammed into the stone wall at the edge of the ring, making a dull crashing sound. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and debris erupted, burying him in it. Dead? I don't think so, right? Suddenly I realized that the human king is so fierce now, it's just like taking medicine. Didn't you hear what they just said? Lord Human King was in a period of weakness before, but now he has recovered. It's a pity. I actually still like Ishin. Alas, who doesn't? Just as the audience was talking, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the pile of rubble. Bang! Ka-ching! Xin used the bronze sword in his hand to fend it off, but the arrow directly shattered the weapon. As for himself, he was also pierced through the shoulder by this arrow. Chisel arrow, with armor-breaking properties. It was indestructible. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 3 more arrows flew out. Xin, who had lost his bronze sword, could only use the power of chi refining to condense a long sword. However, in the face of Yi's arrows, these long swords of refined chi were simply unable to resist. As soon as they made contact, they instantly crumbled. The scene was once again passive. Coronation Xin. Proceed. Jiang Wenming under the stage suddenly shouted, casually throwing out an object. Seeing this, Xin directly threw away the bronze sword that was broken in two in his hand, reached out and fished the strange longsword into his hand. At this time, Yi's arrow shot again. Xin couldn't think too much and waved the long sword in his hand to slash. Ka-ching! The arrow snapped with a sound. Good sword! Xin couldn't help but exclaim in praise. Jiang Wenming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Xin get out of the crisis. Of course it was a good sword. This was the top 3 ranked divine weapon ruling in Eden. He had secretly hidden these treasures after getting Michael killed earlier. Gave the king of gold and silver a bunch of fakes, whether it was the frontier gold rope, or the purple gold gourd, or the jade pure bottle. They were all switched by him. According to his idea is that, anyway, after the 2 of them go back and won't come back, these treasures might as well be left to him, and can also be used to shade people at critical moments. You see, this is not used. Didn't Eden let their Chinese god go to war? Then he let Dixin fight with the other side's gods. Who wouldn't be able to disgust people? Yi's gaze glanced at Jiang Wenming, but he didn't mean to get angry. On the contrary, he was very appreciative of this kind of guts of his. Everyone else had long since run away in fear after seeing his power, and this little guy not only didn't run away, but also dared to participate in their battle. This boldness was enough to crush the vast majority of people. On the other hand, inside the Garden of Eden, the gods who were watching the match, after seeing Jiang Wenming take out the divine artifact verdict, their noses almost didn't give out in anger. This damned pagan! How dare he hijack the divine artifact verdict? I'm going to burn him to death. He's the one who assassinated Lord Michael. Unforgivable. The divine artifact ruling must be recovered. It absolutely cannot be straight outside. Each one of you speaks with great righteousness. You guys go down there instead. A discordant voice rang out. The gods looked at each other angrily, but when they saw the person who spoke, each of them dared to speak as if they had eaten a fly. The person who came was none other than the arrogant god envoy within the 7 deadly sins. He belonged to Jesus' faction, and was one of the 7 divine messengers under Jesus' command, with a status second only to the Wrath divine messenger. His own battle power was even more terrifying. Other than a few archangels, no one was his opponent. In fact, even the archangels might not be able to securely win against him. This was because the 7 deadly sins had never gone all out, and the only time they did, they had directly exterminated an ancient god lineage. At that time, Jehovah's evaluation of them was that the source of sin was far beyond Satan. One must know that Satan was the incarnation of the archangel Lucifer, and his combat power was second only to God Jehovah, and the fact that the 7 deadly sins could even be compared to him was proof of their terror. You are not welcome here. Please leave, Raphael said in a deep voice. Ha, do you think I want to come here? I'm here to deliver a message to you by order of my master. The arrogant god envoy let out a light laugh, his tone filled with disdain. What message? Don't be stupid, bastard. What did you say? Raphael was furious, and a holy sword appeared in his hand. Michael might be able to fight me if he's still alive. You're not worthy of being my opponent. The arrogant god emperor was as his name suggested, full of pride and conceit. In his eyes other than Michael, the other angels were not even in his eyes. Raphael almost exploded with anger when he heard this. Directly waving the holy sword in his hand, he chopped towards the arrogant god angel, before the person could even get close to the other party. Then he felt his head being grabbed by a large hand. The next moment, the arrogant god envoy directly grabbed his head and ruthlessly spoiled it on the ground. Boom! The ground was smashed out into a large crater. The arrogant god envoy acted as if he had done a trivial and insignificant thing, patting the non-existent dust on his hands. I've brought my words. If you still want to fight, you can go to heaven to find me. After seeing Raphael's expression that was almost ready to choose someone, he suddenly smiled evilly and added, the next time you draw your sword on me, but you will die. After saying that, he turned around and left. Only after the arrogant god envoy left completely did the many angels dare to come forward to help Raphael up. Lord Raphael, get lost. Raphael cursed angrily, shook off the angels assisting him, and turned around to fly towards the depths of the Garden of Eden. Today's insults, he would surely ask for it back 100 times over. However, it was imperative to send a message to the Heavenly Father that the group of rebellious gods in heaven were going to make small moves again. The arrogant god envoy who left the Garden of Eden re-entered heaven. It found 4 or 5 people either lying or sitting down looking down. What are you looking at? Arrogant god envoy asked in surprise. Escanor, how did you come back so quickly? Angry god envoy Mary greeted him in surprise. Just passing a message. What are you guys doing down here? Escanor asked again. Escanor, can't you see? Those 2 guys down there are so strong. I feel like they're going to catch up with you. Jealous god envoy Diane said with an excited face. I feel like they should be even stronger than Escanor. Greedy god envoy Ben faintly picked up. Hearing them say that, Escanor instantly became interested and walked over to sit beside them, his gaze also looking towards the bottom. On the mythic ring, De had been pushed to the brink at this point. Xin displayed his original strength, with a terrifyingly strong melee combat ability, combined with the blade of judgment in his hand. Each strike was able to cause great damage to De. Of the 10 arrows, 5 had been cut off by him at this point. De crouched down on a ruin, panting heavily. There were wounds all over his body. He had underestimated Xin after all. He could sense that the other party hadn't recovered to his peak level, but he was still able to press him and even force him to this point. It was enough to prove how terrifying he was. I admit that I underestimated you too much before, but the victory still belongs to me, De said, taking out the 10th arrow from his arrow pouch. It was a dark golden arrow with a length of over a meter. The moment this arrow was taken out, Jiang Wenming only felt the hairs of sweat on his body stand up. Surprisingly, there was an instinctive sense of fear. Sunset arrow. What could make him feel fear? Besides the sunset arrow that was used to shoot the sun in the first place, he really couldn't think of anything else. Seeing De take out this arrow, Xin's majestic face, which had no waves in its ancient well, also finally revealed a look of gravity. A solemn killing intent filled the ring. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared abruptly, and with a wave of his hand, all the spectators outside the arena were all teleported out. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Wenming and the representative of the Papal States, as well as the 5 people of Xin, and Bobby were left in the entire arena. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wenming only felt his scalp tingle. This action of Bobby was undoubtedly indicating to him that the next fight was already out of control. It was likely that the entire mythic ring was in the range of being attacked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent all the spectators away. Why don't you send me away as well? Jiang Wenming wailed in his heart. Was this giving up on him? As soon as he thought that later on, he might be subjected to the fallout of De's and their attacks, Jiang Wenming's entire being was nonchalant. As if he was aware of this problem, Bobby hesitated for a moment, reached out his hand, and brought Jiang Wenming and the other representative in front of him. Right after doing this, the long arrow in De's hand also finished storing up its power. Exclamation point. Alas! A pale sigh rang out before a figure was seen walking out of the void. The moment this figure appeared, it directly drilled into Xin's body. Jiang Wenming could see clearly that it was a silhouette that looked exactly like Xin. Heavenly Joy Starring Show. Jiang Wenming's heart was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the incarnation to succeed at this critical juncture. Now that Xin's soul had returned to its place, his soul was completely intact. Right after that soul fused with Xin, the aura on his body steeply increased by more than 10 times. De shot out, an arrow that eclipsed both heaven and earth. Only this arrow wasn't shot at Xin, but rather high into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless arrows fell from the air like raindrops. The ring looked like it had been carpet bombed, with rubble bursting and smoke rising in all directions. But this wasn't the end of it. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless people, a huge golden arrow fell from the void. The speed was slow, but it covered the entire ring. It gave people a feeling of being unable to avoid it. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. At this moment, everyone went deaf, and their eyes were covered in a blanket of white. It was like the end of the world. The gods within the many gods who saw the scene were all trembling, and their bodies were drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Mount Olympus, the god of war Ares swallowed hard, his face full of horror. This arrow, if it were him, he would have died for sure. How could there be such a powerful god in the world? From his understanding, other than those ancient gods from the ancient times, no one should be able to block this strike. Even his father god Zeus was no exception. At this moment, he finally understood why his sister Athena had said that. The gods of China were all monsters. Obviously, they didn't even have a god position, but their strength was so terrifying. Heavenly God Kingdom. The 7 divine envoys representing the 7 deadly sins were all dumbstruck. So strong. Angry god envoy Mei Li's eyes stared blankly as he dryly spat out 3 words. Truly strong and terrifying, even my immortal body. I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand this strike. Greedy god envoy Ban also had a gaze that was grave. Damn it, how could he be so strong when he clearly doesn't even have a divine position? Jealousy god ambassador Diane shouted unwillingly. Very strong indeed. I suddenly feel like my blood is going to boil. Mei Li, should we go down and fight them? Arrogant god envoy Escaner suddenly became excited. Don't. Allah said that the gods of China are not our enemies. Mei Li shook his head very directly. Alas, that's a shame, but this earthly king is really powerful. Escaner shrugged regretfully, his gaze falling back to the ring. Right in the middle of everyone's nervous gaze, a figure slowly walked out from inside the smoke. I am the common lord of the world, ruling the earth. At this moment, DXIN's body was covered in wounds, and the battle armor on his body had all but disappeared, but his eyes were bursting with radiant light. As his words fell, a giant golden dragon rose into the air within the Chinese Empire's pantheon. Ow! The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A red cloud emerged from above DXIN's head. The moment the red cloud appeared, everyone within the Huaxia Empire, including all the godly spirits within the Hall of 10,000 Gods, all bowed and saluted in unison. Greetings, coronation of the human king. Yes, at this moment, DXIN was no longer the king of Shang, or King Zhou, he was the human king. It was the common lord of the world, ruling over the earth. His status was comparable to that of a saint. That red cloud Jiang Wenming also recognized. It was the human qi, a power of qi that only emperors could possess. DXIN has been dead for many years. It is only right that there is no more human qi to add to it. So how could he possess such a strong power of qi? Jiang Wenming was puzzled in his heart. The power of qi. I really didn't expect that the you of today would still be able to borrow the power of qi to protect your body. Dai Yi had a complicated look on his face. He had lost, not to DXIN, but to the Chinese human race. For DXIN under the power of this kind of qi fortune, not to mention him, even if a saint came, he wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. What's more, in the collision just now, he had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and was no longer capable of using the sunset arrow a second time. DXIN slowly walked up to Dai. Back then, when I led my army to sweep the 4 barbarians, and ordered the great master Wen Zhong to conquer the North Sea, although I killed quite a few descendants of the witch race, that was part of the normal warfare, and did not drive them to extinction. Later, they decided to submit to my great Shang. I gave them a fiefdom, enjoy the same treatment with my Chinese people. In the past, when King Wen Ji-chang led the rebellion, they also raised their clan to help the war, but the time did not wait for me. When the army was defeated, I dispatched them to return to Ji-chang, so that they would not end up losing their tribe and their race. They are all brave and fearless warriors, unwilling to submit, so they led their clansmen, far away overseas. Since then no news. What you said about the death of the tribe and extinction of the species, has nothing to do with my Huaxia. The tone of DXIN's narration was calm, without any ups and downs. It was as if he was telling someone else's story. After hearing this, Dai Yi froze for a moment and looked at DXIN with some confusion. Why are you saying this at this time? Would Lone act in his life to explain to others? Then why are you explaining it to me now? Because Lone has now won the fight. Emperor Xin's chin was slightly raised, a look of pride on his face. Are you kidding me? If I explain after losing the fight just now, won't I look like I'm greedy and afraid of death? Now that I've won the fight, with the posture of a victor, I'll give you an explanation. This is a gift from the King of Men. Dai Yi. Looking at this arrogant human king in front of him, Dai Yi suddenly let out a bitter smile. He himself was being used as a gun. Do it, kill me and end this farce. Dai Yi casually threw away his divine bow that he had spent his entire life with and opened his arms to meet his death. The Chinese spectators outside the arena who saw the scene through the projection, each and every one of them felt their hearts clogged. Unexpectedly, this was all just a misunderstanding, but now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. As the loser side, Dai Yi, according to the rules of the ring, there was only one way to die. Many people couldn't bear to watch on. Damn papal states, too despicable. Obviously all of us are the gods of China. Now it's come down to this. I hate it so much. Woo woo, Lord Human King, can you not kill God? Even though I won the match, why am I not happy at all? Winning the match but losing a great god, why is that? Unlike previous victories, although the match was won this time, no one in the Chinese audience could be happy. Instead, each one of them had mixed emotions and were overwhelmed with grief. This was because this was their Huaxia's internal loss. On the ring, Emperor Xin held the blade of judgment and slowly raised it, and as it was about to fall to De Yi's neck, a voice rang out. Wait! Jiang Wenming's figure appeared in the badly broken ring. Are you ordering loan? Emperor Xin swept Jiang Wenming a glance, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Jiang Wenming. Puff! Jiang Wenming gave a knee on the spot. There was no way around it. This was the majesty of a human king. As long as he was still a member of the Chinese race, he had to kneel. Although his heart was depressed, he didn't get angry or feel shame. Coronation of the human king, don't hesitate to do so. The grass people have a matter to report. Jiang Wenming had no choice but to kneel and reply. Speak! Xin still had that same majestic look. Only in Jiang Wenming's opinion, he was just an arrogant person who wanted to save face and live to suffer. Obviously something that could be resolved with a single sentence. He had to pretend. Senior De Yi. As far as I know, the descendants of the witch race were divided into two groups in the beginning. One group stayed in Huaxia, and one group traveled to a continent called the Americas after leaving the divine state and prospered there. The group that stayed in China still continued the tradition of the Wu tribe, and they were called the Jiuli people, while the group that traveled to the Americas called themselves Indians. The descendants you mentioned earlier who were almost exterminated should be them, right? When De Yi heard this, he looked at Jiang Wenming with some confusion, not knowing what he was trying to convey, only to hear Jiang Wenming continue. Although the Jiuli people are sparsely populated, they are well clothed and fed within my Chinese territory and have not been treated unfairly. The group that traveled to the Americas, on the other hand, was invaded hundreds of years ago by followers of the Nordic gods, which also included the Papal States, who went on a massacre in the name of God, and finally occupied the Americas and established a country called the American State. If you don't believe this, feel free to ask anyone. Before Jiang Wenming could finish his words, he felt an icy cold killing chance. How dare you! De Yi shouted angrily. He didn't doubt Jiang Wenming's words because there was no need for the other party to tell lies to deceive him at this time. It was like to verify Jiang Wenming's words. Within the Huaxia Empire, quite a few people from the Jiuli clan stood out, kneeling and saluting towards De Yi. This was actually their ancestor, and if Jiang Wenming hadn't said it, they wouldn't have even known. Watching their ancestor being hoodwinked and nearly causing a catastrophe, these Jiuli people were both ashamed and angry. Cries and cries rose and fell. As a great sorcerer, De Yi could naturally feel the bloodline of the people praying below. Although it was very thin, it was indeed a descendant of the witch race. The more he understood, the stronger the anger in his heart became. Xion's face was also becoming more and more gloomy after listening to Jiang Wenming's words. He had thought that he had taken the blame for that old boy Ji Chang, but he hadn't expected it to be someone else. It would have been fine if it was a Chinese. After all, he was the king of the people, and he was responsible for the poor indoctrination. But it was the other foreigners who did it, and let him take the blame. How could he tolerate this? I've always been the only one who bullied others. When did someone dare to bully me? Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Thinking of this, he directly drew back the blade of judgment and looked at De Yi with a gloomy face. Although not killing you affects Lone's prestige, Lone can't swallow this breath. Can you? I've been to the Garden of Eden and can lead the way. De Yi reached out and beckoned. The divine bow and arrows automatically flew back into his hands. Good. Today, Lone will not kill you, so that you can take revenge yourself. Many thanks. De Yi bowed slightly and saluted Xin. You guys are violating the ring rules like this. The host, Bobby, saw the scene and stiffly stepped forward. Shut up. Xin swept him with cold eyes. De Yi was even more direct, his longbow raised in his hand, seemingly with the intention of shooting him at the drop of a hat. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Bobby's forehead when he saw this. What kind of sins did he do, encountering these two evil stars? However, he also knew that as China's national fortune became stronger and stronger, the gods summoned back in the future would also become stronger and stronger. This was only the first time, and it definitely wouldn't be the last. Rules were only valid for the weak, and the strong were never the ones who followed the rules. They would only make the rules. Two lords, the rules of the ring were made by the god kings. You're not following the rules. God kings? The rules? Did I agree? Emperor Xin sneered disdainfully, talking about rules in front of him, only he had always made the rules. When had anyone dared to make him follow them? Seeing that the two sides were at a standstill, Jiang Wenming suddenly raised a hand. Seniors, my juniors have something to say that I don't know whether to say it or not. The gazes of the three people all landed on Jiang Wenming. Jiang Wenming instantly felt a great deal of pressure, but he still spoke with a stiff upper lip. According to the rules, the gods of the losing side will die, but the one who dies is the Pope's country's De Yi, not our Chinese sun-shooting hero De Yi, right? When Jiang Wenming said this, a look of surprise appeared in Xion's eyes. He then turned his gaze to Bobby, as if he was waiting for his reply. Theoretically, that is indeed true. Bobby thought about it or nodded his head. Then no, the god of hunting, De, has died, and the late Jiang Wenming greets the return of the sun-shooting hero, De. We welcome the return of the sun-shooting hero, De. The viewers in the Chinese region who saw this scene through the broadcast have followed suit and started to welcome the return of the sun-shooting hero, De. This, Bobby was a bit dumbfounded. It could still be played like this? But the other party was right. The one who lost the battle was the hunting god of the Papal States, and the one they greeted was the Chinese sun-shooting hero. It doesn't seem to be a conflict, right? De looked very complicated after hearing the prayers of the crowd. The previous moment, he was still an enemy of Huaxia. Now the other party was actually willing to give him the divine position and welcome him back. The steps had been given, the loopholes had been drilled, and now it was just waiting for him to take a stand. As long as he nodded his head, then he would be Huaxia's sun-shooting hero. Then he would be able to avoid the punishment of the ring rules. But what a proud man De was. Even though he knew all of this, he still didn't nod his head. He didn't want to live on in this way. He was a warrior who could die on the battlefield, and definitely wouldn't live on in this self-deluding way. I refuse to. Ahem, Elder De, your wife is still waiting for you. Won't you give it more thought? I heard that there are quite a few gods who like to run to the Moon Palace, such as Tian Peng Yuan Shui, Lang Zhenjun, Wu Gang. Jiang Wenming saw that he was going to refuse and directly interrupted him. When things came to this point, Jiang Wenming also went out of his way. Dead Taoist friends don't die in poverty. In order to stabilize this fierce man of De, let Peggy and Erlangshan take the blame for them. Anyway, he also said earlier, this is all heard. Even if one day things are exposed, there is room for maneuver. When De heard this, his face instantly changed. He could go to his death openly, but to hear that his beloved woman was being missed, this absolutely could not be tolerated. Cannot die. Absolutely can't die. If he dies, a prairie will grow on his head. A piece of prairie will grow out of his head. Tianpeng Marshal, Lang Zhenjun. Ha! De recited these two names for a moment, then snorted coldly. Seeing that his attitude had eased, Jiang Wenming immediately struck while the iron was hot. Right. It's the two of them. I'm telling you, this is something that if it were me I would absolutely. You don't have to say anymore. I will return to Huaxia today. After I have avenged my clan, I will go to meet these two. How dare you think about my woman? Looking for death. De directly interrupted Jiang Wenming's words. The killing intent in his tone could be felt from a long distance away. It's over. It seems like the excitement has gone too far. Jiang Wenming was a bit dumbfounded. This effect was unexpectedly good. It seems to be okay to go overboard. Second senior brother has wronged you. Second master, your martial arts strength should be able to withstand it, right? Jiang Wenming kept comforting himself in his heart. Everything was for the sake of Huaxia. Somewhere in the void, Porky Pig, who was rushing along, suddenly sneezed several times. Who is chanting about my old pig? Nerd, with your appearance, who would be chanting about you? It's better to hurry up and catch up. If you're late, you'll miss the good show. Inside a dilapidated hall, a three-eyed statue's brow steeply lit up for a moment. It then dimmed again. Upon receiving an accurate reply from De, an oil lamp instantly surfaced within the Huaxia pantheon. The god position representing De also floated along with it. Bobby looked at Jiang Wenming with a grudging face, but didn't dare to stand up and stop it. After all, they were all men, and it was impossible for anyone else to endure this kind of thing. If he stood out to stop it at this time, maybe De would really give him a shot. De's figure disappeared and returned to the Huaxia pantheon. Only then did Emperor Xian take back his gaze. Not to mention that this kind of gossip sounds quite interesting. I can't imagine that a character like De would also be tied up by a woman. Based on this point alone, he can throw him off by tens of thousands of streets. A sense of superiority arose. This match is won by the Huaxia Empire. Bobby looked at the crumbling ring and added helplessly, the next match will take place in an hour. After saying that, he directly disappeared with that representative of the Papal States. When he left, only Xian and Jiang Wenming were left in the ring. Late Jiang Wenming congratulates the great king on his victory and raising my Chinese divine might. I heard that you wrote a book on Earth about the feudal gods and made up a story about how I was a despicable tyrant. Xian let out a cold laugh and looked at Jiang Wenming with an unkind gaze. Cold sweat instantly came down on Jiang Wenming's forehead. This was not a good thing to answer. Getting it wrong could be deadly. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he heard Xian laugh. Ha ha ha. King Zhou, that's the Zhou people's bad posthumous name for Lone. And Lone's people would call Lone Emperor Xian, or King of Men. You are not aware of the truth. And Lone is not yet so angry as to take it out on you. Get up. Hearing Dxin say this, Jiang Wenming was also relieved. It looked like this last human king on earth was indeed not as tyrannical as the rumors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let himself off so easily. But Dxin's next words instantly made Jiang Wenming dumbfounded. But deadly sins can be spared. But living sins can't be escaped. This feudal divine era loan doesn't like it. You turn around and change it. Write it as Ji Chang and other rebellious ministers kneeling down and begging Loan to forgive them. Jiang Wenming, is there a problem? No. I'm going to change it. Jiang Wenming shook his head into a rattle. Just kidding. You've put the ruling on my neck. Dare I say there's a problem? Very well. When it's finished, present it to Loan for a look first, and after Loan approves it, it will be widely spread throughout the world. Yes. Jiang Wenming nodded his head in a hurry. You are the king. It's good that you are happy. Anyway, what he wrote was a novel, not a history book. Who is black is not black. The only difference was that some people could get him to change the text offline. Some people just couldn't. In his heart, he mourned a moment of silence for all the great men of the Zhou dynasty, then looked blearily at Dxin. That, great king, you see that the battle is over. This sword is very good. Loan likes it very much. Have a heart. Emperor Xin looked at Jiang Wenming with an approving face. Jiang Wenming, god damn it has a heart. I was going to ask when you're going to return it to me, but Dxin obviously has no intention of returning it. What a joke. Can you ask for back the treasures you offered to the king? Not to mention you are a little commoner. Even if God comes, this is what he, Dxin, said. Seeing that his ruling blade had been hacked, Jiang Wenming was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. However, at this time, Dxin suddenly spoke. I don't have much time left. When I fight one last time for Huaxia, the item will naturally still be yours. He didn't call himself Loan this time, but used the word I very casually. Jiang Wenming was first stunned, then reacted. Can a person live without a heart? Dxin said, showing Jiang Wenming his empty heart. Jiang Wenming then remembered that his heart had been shot through by De long ago. Only at that time, when Dxin said that he was a human king and could live even without a heart, he thought that this was the other party's tactic, but he had never thought that it was all a pretense on his part. Loan is the king of Huaxia. As long as I am not dead for one day, I will shelter Huaxia for one day. But fortunately, as De has rejoined Huaxia, it doesn't matter even if Loan dies. While there is still some time, let me fight for Huaxia once more. A mere foreign god of hair dares to bully my Huaxia. When he said the last sentence, that domineering aura belonging to a king surfaced on his body once again. Jiang Wenming immediately stood in awe. So, you are not going to return my divine artifact ruling? The expression on Dxin's face froze, and he forced himself to resist the urge to pinch him to death, kicking him in the ass. Get lost and go write a novel. Write until Loan is satisfied. Jiang Wenming was a bit aggrieved and looked at Dxin with a step and 3 turns back. Dxin was almost infuriated and laughed at the sight. After so many years, it was still the first time someone dared to bargain with him. Looking at Jiang Wenming's departing back, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and he looked towards the heavens with a pair of deep gazes. To be exact, it was looking towards the various divine kingdoms in the firmament, finally landing in the direction where heaven was. Interesting, he actually saw us. Angry God Envoy Meili was a bit surprised. Paradise was different from the Garden of Eden and was not visible in the air. For the other party to be able to detect them meant that the other party's strength was not weaker than their Allah Jesus. However, Emperor Xin did not keep his gaze much longer, but quickly moved in the direction of Eden. Passive fighting was not his style, and he wanted to take the initiative. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. An old man dressed in rough linen clothes appeared. This old man had a white beard and hair, and he looked like an immortal. After seeing the visitor, Dxin's face changed slightly as he slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Jiang Shan, heretic Jiang Zia, meet the great king. Jiang Zia bowed slightly towards Dxin. What are you doing here? Is it to see Loan's joke? Emperor Xin's tone was slightly cold. The two sides had fought for decades, especially in the end when he was sealed within the god sealing list. There was a grudge in this, and it was considered a good thing that he was cultured if he didn't slash people on the spot. The straw man has come on this trip to dissuade the great king, Jiang Zia said in an unassuming manner. Ha, joke, you, a rebellious vassal, are worthy of dissuading Loan? Or do you think that with the whip of the beating god, you can negotiate with Loan? Dxin sneered, his tone filled with sarcasm. I don't dare. I just want to remind the great king that the mythic ring was formulated by all the saints in a joint effort. Once you break the rules, you will suffer heavenly karma. Although Huaxia is now in a difficulties, but it has not yet reached the point of exhaustion. Your Majesty must not make a mistake. Jiang Ziya sighed, his heart somewhat helpless. This was the layout of the saints. A catastrophe comparable to the God-sealing tribulation. They were just pawns. The winner would transcend and the loser would sink. No one could be spared. Right now, everything was still within the rules. And once DXIN truly broke the rules, what awaited Huaxia would only be extinction. Who are those old things counting on again? Emperor Xin's brows knitted slightly as he heard this. His soul was incomplete before, and the only remaining soul was too low in status to have access to the core secrets. So when Jiang Ziya said this, his first thought was that it was that group of saints who were being bad again. Within the three realms, no one is immune. Jiang Ziya sighed. He had lost all his magical power and couldn't participate in that kind of battle. But he couldn't help but have a high status and many friends. Some of his old friends and juniors still secretly revealed some news to him before they left. The real battlefield is not here. Jiang Ziya's figure slowly disappeared after saying these words. Emperor Xin looked in the direction Jiang Ziya had left, his face shifting, and in the end, he still didn't head to the Garden of Eden. An hour quickly passed. The mythical ring was also repaired. One after another, spectators appeared outside the arena. Jiang Wenming's figure also appeared in the ring once again. When he saw DXIN, who was still standing in place, his expression froze. Great King, why haven't you returned to the Hall of 10,000 Gods to rest? Jiang Wenming stepped forward to offer his courtesy. Have you finished writing your novel? DXIN glanced at him indifferently. Jiang Wenming. At this moment, he couldn't wait to give himself two mouths. What are you doing being attentive for nothing? Seeing Jiang Wenming get defeated, the corner of DXIN's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. This one will still be fought by lone. Ha! Jiang Wenming just wanted to persuade, but then remembered the injuries on DXIN's body. The words that were on the edge of his mouth were given a new swallow. Forget it. The other party was already determined to die, so how could he stand up and stop it? What's more, even if he stopped, the other party might not listen. Soon, a new representative was sent from the side of the Pope's kingdom. As soon as he appeared, he summoned an archangel. Before Jiang Wenming could see who the other party was, he felt a blur before his eyes. That angel was directly split in half. Next, Emperor Xin said in a flat tone as he held his ruling. Crap, Lord Human King, this is too fierce, isn't it? When I fought with Ishin before, I just thought he was strong, but now it seems like this is super strong, alright? A moment of silence for the Papal States. It's not that the angels aren't powerful, but my Human King is too fierce. Victory will definitely belong to Huaxia. The audience in the Huaxia area was boiling when they fought against DE earlier. Although they could sense that DXIN was strong, there was no comparison. After all, Deyi's strength was also terrifying, and the comparison between the two sides gave people the illusion that they were just like other gods, but now with a different opponent, they were directly given a sword chop. That was an archangel. This one wasn't as good as Michael, but it was at least at the archangel level. It was gone with just one sword? Not only the spectators, even the gods watching the battle were shocked. Only at this moment did they realize just how terrifying DXIN was. After consecutively killing two angels, the aura on DXIN's body had begun to slip. Jiang Wenming could clearly see that the golden light on DXIN's chest was flickering on and off, as if it might go out at any moment. Great King, stop! Jiang Wenming shouted at DXIN. Although the other party had hacked his divine artifact, he still didn't want him to die here. Next, DXIN's tone remained flat, not caring about his own condition at all. Right at this moment, a Sanskrit sound rang out in the sky. A naked youth stepped out from the void. This person had a head of blonde hair, a body as crystalline as jade, and was holding an apple in his hand when he appeared. Adam! Jiang Wenming lost his voice and exclaimed. That's right, the man in front of him was none other than Adam, the originator of the human race in the Garden of Eden myth. It was unexpected that it would appear at this time. At this time, DXIN was already at the end of his strength, facing Adam whose strength was unknown. Jiang Wenming didn't dare to think about it. He wanted to advise DXIN to stop, so that he wouldn't have to die as a loser. But he knew that the other party would not listen to him. You are the king of Huaxia? Adam, barefoot, walked up to DXIN and looked at him with a curious expression. However, barbarians, how dare you disrespect me? Without saying a word, Emperor Xin raised the ruling in his hand and chopped towards him. This was truly being infuriated. He was a human king, and for someone to stand naked in front of him, this was simply a humiliation for him. Did the beauty not smell good, or was the pose not enticing? Lone doesn't even look at them, and he's even asking me to look at you? Swinging the ruling in his hand, he aimed a sword at Adam. Nor did he see how Adam acted. The long sword slashed against his body as if it had cut off to the side. Dodge. Dodged it? He clearly didn't move. How could he dodge through? I thought my eyes were blurry, so it really didn't hit. The spectators outside the arena instantly exploded. Emperor Xian's strength was obvious to all. The archangels were all powerless in front of him, and were killed in a single move. But this naked man in front of him was able to easily avoid Xian's attacks while standing still. This was too terrifying. Inside heaven, the 7 divine ambassadors had different colors. Worthy of being a human patriarch, his strength is surprisingly so strong. That should have been his domain just now, right? Much like God's absolute domain. Within the domain, he can choose a law that the rest of the world cannot violate. Absolute dodge? But what's with this sense of violation? A strange color flared in Escaner's eyes. In the ring, Emperor Xian's expression froze as he missed a strike. Then he revealed a smile. After dealing with some stray fish all this time, I've finally met a decent opponent now. It's an honor to receive your approval. Adam stroked his chest and saluted. Chi refining art. Emperor Xian reached out and stroked his hand across the divine weapon verdict, and a golden pattern emerged. The fire of chi refining also gradually spread throughout the sword. A flash of surprise flashed across Adam's eyes. It was because he could see that what the other party was using was not divine power, but it was in no way inferior to divine power. This was a completely new kind of power, a power he had never heard of. Sword swing. A sword was swung out, and countless illusory sword shadows appeared in a flash. It instantly encompassed the entire ring. Obviously, Xin had also detected his opponent's bizarre ability, so he wanted to use this large-scale ranged attack to block his opponent's evasion route. Boom! In the next second, Xin's body abruptly flew backwards. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Jiang Wenming stood up directly from his seat in shock, because he hadn't even seen how Adam appeared just now. It was as if he was originally standing there, but before, he was clearly 4 or 5 meters away from Xin. It was too bizarre. The spectators outside the arena were even more confused, as if they were watching a movie that suddenly got stuck for a moment and then recovered. When the movie resumed, the scene had already changed. That kind of disconnectedness made people feel very uncomfortable. Xin climbed up from the ground and wiped off the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion beginning to turn grave. That strike just now was too fast, so fast that even he was unable to react. Domain. Xin slowly spat out 2 words. This was a divine kingdom that had yet to be formed, and under the enchantment of such a domain, Adam's combat power would change qualitatively. It was only within the opponent's domain that he would be knocked out without resistance. Thinking of this, Xin readjusted his breath. A layer of red clouds emerged above his head. Domain, kingship. Adam's eyes turned a few points heavier after seeing the red cloud above Xin's head. However, the next moment, his figure disappeared once again. Bang! A fist blasted out. A purple shield surfaced around Xin's body, deflecting the blow for him. Kings, sheltered by the heavens, were invulnerable to all laws. Before Adam could draw back his hand, the ruling in Xin's hand chopped towards the opponent's head. The long sword slashed through. The other party was unharmed, and his body was still standing in place. Bang! Adam raised his leg and jerked Xin out with a kick. This was pure physical strength, and although the body-protecting purple chi could block the damage, it couldn't block the impact. Before Dishin could land on the ground, Adam's figure reappeared in front of him. The fists fell like a raging storm. The dull sound of the blows traveled out a long way. This made the Chinese region spectators watching the match. Each and every one of them gripped their hearts. Lord Human King, hold on. It's too strong. Lord Human King has no power to fight back at all. His speed is clearly not fast. But why can't Lord Human King avoid it? Not only Jiang Wenming, even the ordinary spectators noticed this. Although Adam's speed was fast, it was just that compared to the previous gods, it wasn't too outrageous. But Xin was unable to dodge it at all. No, it wasn't that he couldn't dodge. It was more like actively needing Adam's attack. Could it be precognition? After Jiang Wenming saw the scene, this thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. However, it was quickly dismissed by him again. The precognition ability could certainly allow him to make judgments in advance, but it definitely could not affect Xin's attack. He had just clearly seen the scene where he didn't dodge or avoid, but Xin couldn't attack him. This was definitely not something that the precognition ability could do. Just at this moment, Adam and the two of them separated once again. The red cloud above Xin's head turned bright and uncertain, as if it had thinned out all of a sudden. It's over. Adam smiled faintly, and in his hand, he unexpectedly condensed a long sword of refined chi. Seeing this scene, Xin's pupils suddenly shrunk. Even Jiang Wenming was shocked beyond words. Chi refining. This was the foundation of the Chinese human race. Adam was a Westerner. How could he use it? Moreover, looking at the long sword in the other party's hand, it was clearly not a look-alike. This was a real product of chi refining. The long sword stabbed out and pierced through Dxin's chest without any obstacles. At this moment, all of the Chinese people could not believe it. Their king would lose so miserably, without the ability to fight back. An atmosphere of pathos filled the air. Lord Human King, stand up. Woo, how could this happen? Are we going to lose? Damn it, I hate not being able to help Human King Sama. Jiang Wenming was also lost in thought as he looked at the slowly collapsing Emperor Xin. His mouth opened and closed, but he didn't know what to say. It was not expected that a generation of human kings would fall in this way. Lost? Dxin's eyes were lifeless as he looked into the air. There was unwillingness and reluctance, but more than anything else, there was a wave of unprecedented calmness. In a trance, it was like he felt something. A crack appeared in the sky, and from within, a stunningly beautiful woman of great beauty emerged. Your Majesty, I have waited so hard for you. Daji, I seem to have seen you. Emperor Xin smiled to himself. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab something. Great King, it's really my concubine. Daji hurriedly reached out her catkin and took hold of Dxin's large hand. Her face long ago covered in tear stains. At the moment the palms of both parties came into contact, Dxin's body shook violently, and his gradually blurred consciousness returned. Beauty, is it really you? Dxin was a bit incredulous. He remembered that Daji had already been dispersed by her soul. Yes, it's really me. Daji burst into tears and grabbed Dxin's hand in death, and the crowd outside the field had long since looked dumbfounded. Crap, there's even such a beautiful woman in the world? Who is this beautiful woman? All of a sudden I don't think those starlets are pretty anymore. Family members who understand I as a woman actually have a feeling of heartbeat. I'm going to fall in love. Although it's a bit out of place to say this at this time, I still want to say, Lord Human King, don't worry about it. Nyang is under my care. Crap, brother, I respect you as a man. Daji, that name is so familiar. I remember. She's a fox spirit. The nine-tailed demon fox Daji. No wonder she's so pretty. So she's a fox spirit. All get out of the way. Let the poor Taoist come and subdue this demon. The original sad atmosphere was instantly swept away, and everyone was attracted by Daji's beauty. Jiang Wenming was no exception. In the past, he had always heard people say that they looked like a scourge, but in his opinion it was just an exaggerated rhetorical device. Until this moment, someone understood why they all said that King Zhou was despicable. With such a beautiful wife, it was quite logical to appear to be a bit more desolated. Adam was also briefly disoriented after seeing Daji, but he quickly recovered. This lady, please also step aside. I don't like hitting women. Dishin's face changed at his words, and he reached out to protect Daji behind him. However, Daji was as if she hadn't heard. She only had Dxin in her eyes, and when she saw him in this nervous state, a smile unexpectedly appeared on her pearly face. This smile of hers was not appropriate. All those who saw this scene all sank. Whether it was a human or a god, all of them felt their heartbeat accelerate, and had a great urge to transform into licking dogs. Many people even fantasized that they had taken the place of Dxin, willing to die for her. Great King, my concubine has come to heal your wounds. As she said that, 8 silver-white tails suddenly appeared behind her. The moment the tails appeared, they directly wrapped up Dxin and her. Daji stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked the wounds on Dxin's body. A miraculous scene appeared. The wounds that were licked by her were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, the penetrating wound on Dxin's body disappeared. Adam came back to his senses at this moment, sensing that something was wrong, and stabbed out with the long sword of refined chi in his hand. Daji let out a miserable scream. The long sword came out through her body and unexpectedly pierced her heart directly. Damn it! Stop it! What are you doing? Didn't we agree not to hit women? Trash gods don't keep their word. Stop it! Lord Adam! Hearing Daji's miserable screams, all the viewers' crowd exploded. Shouting curses and shouts rose and fell. It was simply more frenzied than brainwashed fans. Beauty, bastard! You seek death. Dxin was enraged. He just wanted to get up, but was held by Daji. Rest in peace, great king. My concubine is fine. Daji softly calmed Emperor Xin. Her voice was filled with a kind of magic that made it impossible to resist. Only Jiang Wenming noticed that Daji's tail was missing another one. Legend had it that the 9-tailed demon fox, who possessed 9 lives, would lose 1 tail with each death. She now had 7 tails left, which meant that she still had 7 lives. However, in this situation, not to mention 7 lives, even if it was 700 lives, it wouldn't be enough for the other party to kill. When Adam saw that Daji was still alive, a flash of surprise appeared on his handsome face. Then, he once again condensed several chi refining long swords. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Daji forced herself not to cry out. Only the tail behind her kept coming off. Xin was wrapped up in the tail, and with his serious injuries, he was simply powerless to break free. At this time, the wounds on his body were basically all healed, leaving only the location of his heart that was shot through by De. Daji suddenly spread a smile. Great king. Beautiful. Ifei is always the most beautiful woman in Lone's heart. That's good. Great king is the same in my concubine's heart. Always the strongest human king. After Daji finished speaking, she suddenly transformed into her original form and bit down on Xin's chest position. The flesh and blood were retorn by her. Xin didn't push her away. Instead, he held her in his arms with force. This was because he sensed that Daji's life force was rapidly draining away. A ball of 7-colored light was spat out from Daji's mouth before falling into the position of Xin's chest. Dang! Dang! Knock! The long dead heart once again beat. A tear fell from the corner of Xin's eye. Daji, who had transformed into the form of a white fox, reached out her claws and gently wiped away the tear on his face, then closed his eyes forever. Xin hugged Daji's corpse and roared to the sky. The red clouds that had originally disappeared reappeared, and the aura on his body began to gradually climb. The heart in his chest emitted a 7-colored glow. The 7 orifices Linglong heart. This was Baigon's 7 orifices Linglong heart. The 7 orifices Linglong heart that he had personally asked Baigon for in order to save Daji. Now Daji had returned it to him, or in this way, the white fox in his arms began to dissipate a little bit, turning into light spots in the sky. Xin didn't say anything, just regained his grip on the divine weapon ruling. The flame of refining chi appeared once again, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. A pair of reddish golden battle armor appeared, and at the same time, an additional cloak woven from fox skins was draped over his body. He didn't say a word, just calmly looking at Adam, but the feeling he gave off was completely different. If the previous him was like a sharp-witted god of war, then at this moment he was more like a king who ruled the world. Just by standing there, he gave people a sense of self-importance without anger, as if he was the only one in heaven and on earth. A disdainful aura came over him. King power. Xin raised his hand and held it in vain. Within the Huaxia Empire, countless pillars of light rose, and these pillars of light converged into a giant dragon, which then disappeared into Emperor Xin's divine seat in the pantheon. See my king. At this moment, within the hall of 10,000 gods, whether it was human gods and spirits, or gods and demonic beasts, all of them emerged and knelt down towards the man in the ring. The king who truly ruled the earth had returned. Xin gently stroked his hand over his heart, feeling the powerful heartbeat, but there was no half-smile on his face, because this was what Daji had exchanged her life for. Here was not only Baigon's 7-knuckle heart, but also Daji's thousands of years of Tao. Right at this moment, Adam's figure appeared steeply in front of him, stabbing his chest with a sword. Xin's expression remained unchanged, and the blade of judgment was raised in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clanking resounded. Blocked! Jiang Wenming was instantly overjoyed. The Huaxia region audience under the stage even erupted in cheers. On the other hand, Adam in the ring was surprised. Without hesitation, the long sword in his hand stabbed out at great speed, and even a stump appeared because of its speed. However, Xin blocked them all. How is this possible? Adam finally began to panic. Once or twice could be said to be a coincidence, but to be blocked so many times, it would only mean one thing. His ability was seen through by the other party. But how was this possible? The laws of time, truly divine. Tyson slowly spoke. Adam's face finally changed when he heard this. This was his bottom card, and no one knew about it at all except for God Jehovah. Everyone thought that he had inherited God's domain and possessed the absolute domain, or foresaw the future, but that was not the case in fact. He had only mastered the laws of time and could change the flow of time around his body. Although it was only for a few seconds, it still made him invincible. But now it was called out by this man in front of him in a single breath. How could he not be surprised? So what if you know? In front of time, no one is immune, Adam said in a cold voice. Is that so? Emperor Xin returned non-committally. The ruling in his hand slowly stabbed out. The speed was not fast. On the contrary, it was inferior to an ordinary person. But it was such a sword that actually stabbed Adam. Seeing Adam, whose shoulder was stabbed, the entire audience was in an uproar. What happened? I clearly saw that the sword wasn't fast. Why didn't the Adam Patriarch avoid it? It must be that Adam Beginner was careless. Victory will definitely belong to us. Just as the audience of the Papal Nation was looking for reasons for their patriarch, Emperor Xin suddenly raised his leg and kicked Adam out. A similar scene appeared. It was just like before when Adam violently beat up Tyson. Only this time the one taking the beating was replaced with Adam. Adam kept using the laws of time to reset his body to a few seconds ago, but it was useless. As if he had expected it, Xin appeared beside him every time and sent him flying. How could this happen? A trace of panic flooded Adam's heart. His eyes began to turn white and finally turned a pure white color. Enough! A bellowing voice rang out. Adam was only seen holding the divine artifact ruling in his hand. Bright red blood flowed down his palm, and he didn't even realize it. A divine aura emanated from his body, causing people to worship him. Jiang Wenming just wanted to use his fiery eyes to see. Instead, he was burned by a burst of blinding white light, causing him to let out a scream in pain. That power! Jiang Wenming was horrified in his heart. He wanted to open his mouth to warn, but realized that he had lost the ability to speak. In the ring, Xin also felt the sudden change in his opponent. However, he didn't panic too much as the refined chi flame on his body kept surging towards the blade of judgment. Swish! The blade slashed through, and an arm flew out. Adam looked at this scene with some disbelief. He had borrowed the power of Father God, but he was still unable to resist the other party's attack. Just at this moment, a crack appeared in the sky once again. A naked blonde beauty appeared and gently embraced Adam from behind. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the two sides unexpectedly melted into one. Crap! It's obviously a life and death duel. Why do I have the feeling of being stuffed with a mouthful of dog food? Sure enough, behind every powerful man, there is always a beautiful woman. No wonder I'm such a failure. So the problem is here. Lao Tai's words make too much sense. It's better not to say it in the future. Nonsense. I'm not pretty, but my husband is still very excellent. Beautiful. Missy, is it possible that the beautiful woman behind your husband is not you? First Dodgy, then Eve, one by one, they all chose to sacrifice themselves for their men. At this moment, victory and defeat didn't seem to matter so much. In a way, they had already won. At least for the vast majority of people present. After Adam merged with Eve, the wounds on his body began to heal quickly, and the arm that was originally broken also grew out quickly. The battlefield situation was once again back to square one. Sword domain, with Xin as the center, an ancient battlefield quickly appeared. Countless long swords of refined chi surfaced, as if they had self-awareness, and kept shuttling through this ancient battlefield. God's eye, the sight of stars illuminating emerged from Adam's pupils. In the next second, an ancient battlefield unexpectedly appeared around him as well. Exactly like Xion's sword domain, countless long swords of refined chi collided and entangled with each other, finally turning into nothingness. Both sides were surprisingly unable to do anything to each other. Heavens, what kind of ability is this? He was actually able to use Lord Human King's skill. This is too perverse, isn't it? What skill can be learned and used just by looking at it? No wonder he's called the human originator. This Adam is simply ridiculously strong. It was said that the strongest enemy was often oneself. Xin felt this way right now. Adam's God's eye gave him the illusion of fighting against himself. No matter what attack he used, his opponent would be able to replicate it perfectly. Thinking of this, Dixin decisively withdrew his sword domain and changed to close combat. Abilities could be imitated, but physical qualities could never be imitated. Could they? He intended to use his physical strength to defeat his opponent. Adam was in an absolute mimicry state at this time, and when he saw Xin withdraw his sword domain, he followed suit, charging towards Xin in the same manner. Swords and swords, fists and feet clashed. Although the audience could not see the movements of the two, they could hear the sound of punches hitting flesh. Both sides had no defense and were completely fighting for their lives, because they both knew that it was impossible to beat each other with defense. What they were fighting for now was physical quality, as well as their own will. Jiang Wenming, who was under the stage, had also recovered from the burns he had received just now. Although his vision was still a little blurry, he was already able to see the situation outside. No one had expected that this duel would turn into a contest of willpower. You punched me, and I returned the favor. Both of them were bruised and panting, but they still didn't stop moving their hands. Just then, Dixin punched Adam in the corner of his eye, sending blood flowing from his eye. Adam threw the same punch, blinding Tyson's eye. As a result, the two men pulled apart. It's over. Although Xin had lost an eye, a smile appeared on his face at this moment. Imperial Sword Art, the Blade of Judgment, which had fallen aside, flew up steeply and stabbed towards Adam. God's eye. Adam wanted to continue imitating this move. However, he quickly realized that he couldn't see the trajectory of the move at all. Fooled, Adam's heart sank. He finally understood why Dixin was trying to injure his eyes even though he was trying to blind one of his eyes. He was trying to take advantage of the moment he was injured to use a jutsu attack. Unfortunately, it was a little too late to understand now. He was just about to dodge when he saw a figure appear in front of him, holding him in a death grip. Are you crazy? Adam was a bit unwilling and incredulous, because although this way could confine him, the other party was just as unable to avoid the attack. This meant that DXIN wanted to die with him. But the verdict stabbed into the back of DXIN's heart and then penetrated his body, while also penetrating Adam's heart. A pattern quickly went up the two men's bodies. This was the characteristic that the ruling came with. Confinement. It could block the divine power in the enemy's body, and once the confinement was complete, the gods would also lose their divine power and become mortal. With such a fatal injury and no divine power to repair it, even the two of them were bound to die. Suddenly, a pillar of white light fell and enveloped Adam. Adam, who was under the white light, his body began to dissipate a little bit, while his soul was received into the sky by the white light. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared and shouted with some anxiety, "Sir, you are not doing this in accordance with the rules." But the white light continued to pull Adam's soul, not paying any attention to Bobby's words. DXIN looked at the white light in the sky, although he had the intention to stop it, but at this time, he had already run out of gas. He could not stop it at all. He could only watch the other party leave. "Shameless, how dare you play a trick with a bright face?" someone protested loudly. However, the next second, his body was like snow under the hot sun, rapidly melting away until it completely disappeared. Jiang Wenming was shocked and furious in his heart, because he had already guessed who it was that had struck. Other than Heavenly Father Jehovah, who else could it be? I didn't expect him to personally come down to fish for someone without caring about his face. Lord Jehovah, aren't you afraid of the saints joining forces to sanction you for doing this? Bobby forced himself to hold back his inner fear and opened his mouth to question. The opponent's move was not yet the same as that time of DE, who was killed by DXIN, who voluntarily gave up his strike. Adam, on the other hand, was forcibly taken away after losing. If DE was drilling a loophole in the rules, then Jehovah was forcibly breaking the rules. This kind of thing could never be left to the other side, or the mythic ring would be completely reduced to a joke. A life for a life. Adam is dead. We concede this round. Jehovah's voice came from the void. At the same time, a corpse was thrown out from the pillar of light. It was none other than Eve, who had appeared earlier. Adam and Eve were originally one. At this time he took Eve out to die for him. It wasn't considered breaking the rules. The same drill rules loophole. Although he was admitting defeat, his tone and attitude were full of condescension. Although the crowd was suffocating in their hearts. But with the previous lesson, one dared to be angry and dared not say anything. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly rang in Jiang Wenming's ears. "Chosen one, send away the human king, resummon the gods and leave him behind." Jiang Wenming froze and turned his head to look in the direction the voice came from. He only saw an old man nodding his head in greeting at him. "Zhuangzi?" Jiang Wenming chose to listen to the old man after seeing him, even though he didn't know what he meant. "I, Jiang Wenming, respectfully send human king Dixin back to his throne." As Jiang Wenming's voice fell, DXIN, who was already in a state of near death, was simply defenseless and was forcibly sent away, falling into the divine statue of the Chinese pantheon. At the same time, countless golden chains steeply emerged from the mythic ring. The moment the golden chains appeared, they frantically entwined towards the white light. "Seek death." An angry voice came from the void. Immediately afterward, an old man wearing white linen clothes and holding a shepherd's whip appeared in the ring. The host, Bobby, turned green with fear after seeing the old man. "Yeah, Lord Jehovah." The entire arena was suddenly deathly silent. Especially the audience of the Papal States fell to their knees in unison and burst into tears of excitement. "Merciful Heavenly Father, your servants offer you their most loyal faith. Lord Heavenly Father, have you come to save us? The glory of God will surely shine in every corner of the world." The gods of the empire, upon seeing Jehovah appear, were all silenced. This was the Creator God, an existence that truly stood at the top of the gods. No one had expected him to come down personally, whether it was the gods on Mount Olympus, or the gods within the pyramid, including the 7 godly ambassadors within heaven. All of them were shocked. This was the first god of creation to descend. "Huaxia is finished. Should we inform Lord Allah?" Greedy God Envoy Ban, with a grave tone, looked towards angry God Envoy Meili. "No need. Huaxia isn't going to be overthrown so easily. Everything will move according to plan." Meili's expression was equally grave, but he did not panic. Only those who had seen the gods of Huaxia with their own eyes would understand just how powerful they were. Although Jehovah was strong, it was just as not that easy to exterminate Huaxia. Mount Olympus, Zeus, who was sitting on his throne and was originally flirting with his ladies, suddenly looked stunned. "What's wrong, Father God?" A goddess in his arms, twisting her nearly naked ketone body, asked with a delicate face. "Nothing, my dear daughter Parsephone. There is something that needs to be done by you." "What is it?" Spring goddess Parsephone asked with a puzzled face. Go back to the underworld and inform your husband, my brother Hades, the king of the underworld, to come over. I have something to discuss with him. What? The spring goddess Parshphone sniffed and stood up in a flash, not caring in the slightest about the spring light that was leaking out from under her thin veil. Don't worry about it. I'm not trying to show down with him, but I really have something to discuss with him. Zeus slapped the spring goddess Parsiphone's plump body and said in an ambiguous tone, scared me to death. I thought, who on Mount Olympus didn't know Zeus's urbane nature? As long as it was a woman he had his eye on, none of them could escape his clutches. The spring goddess, Parsphone, was really worried that this father of hers would kill his husband and completely possess her because of herself. Go, shout your brother Apollo, the sun god, to me on the way. Inside a magnificent pyramid in Egypt, a group of gods were gathered here. At the top were the 9 pillars of gods, led by Ra, and below them were Anubis, Horus, and a dozen other main gods. The Garden of Eden's Jehovah has already made his move, so we can't continue to wait any longer. The Lord God Ammon spoke. It's good for us that Jehovah is in conflict with Huaxia. No matter who wins, there's no loss to us, so why should we get involved? Wind god Hu said indifferently. Jehovah has violated the agreement of the gods and suffered the backlash of the mythic ring. With the character of the gods of Huaxia, they definitely won't let him get away in one piece. We have to make preparations in advance. Earth god Geb said in a deep voice. Geb is right. That group of god kings from Huaxia are only trapped on the front line. It's not like they're dead there. If someone calls out their true names, it may not be impossible to summon them back. The god of the sky. Not. Agreed. What are you going to do? Isis, goddess of the harvest, asked. Send down an oracle for the believers to offer sacrifices. They must regain their strength as soon as possible to do so. Hades' king Osiris spoke in a cold voice. Leave this matter to Anubis and I to do it right. Storm god Set said with an evil smile. Seconded. Seconded. The other gods raised their hands in agreement. The mythic ring. Jiang Wenming knew nothing about what was happening in the other god kingdoms. He was now fretting over the candidate to go to battle. The opponent was, however, this was at least a great man at the saint level. Did the Chinese side really have a chance to win? Within the gods he had summoned so far, the one with the highest status was Di Jun, and the strongest were Kong Xian and Sun Wukong, but these were all at the paramount level and had no chance of winning against them at all. What's more, they had already appeared once and simply couldn't appear a second time. Damn. Unless a saint is summoned, or else whoever shouts dies. This is. Jiang Wenming cursed angrily in his heart, his eyes unblinking as he looked at the list in the sky. Inwardly, he prayed frantically, hoping that a saint would be chosen. The golden light on the list flashed rapidly and finally landed on top of 3 names. When Jiang Wenming looked at the list he was dumbfounded. The little girl who sells clay dolls? The gentleman who reads feng shui? The cowherd boy who rides a bull? What the hell is this? Jiang Wenming's mind directly exploded. He didn't remember writing this kind of name, but the list did indeed say these 3 names. The gentleman who reads feng shui, the cowherd boy who rides a bull. Jiang Wenming repeatedly recited these 3 strange names. The brain worked frantically, thinking about the characters in his memory that were related to these 3 names. Mud doll, feng shui, bull riding. Suddenly, 3 names surfaced in Jiang Wenming's mind. It can't be, it can't be. Jiang Wenming shook his head frantically, shaking this absurd idea out of his mind. The gods related to clay dolls in the history of mythology, other than the demon saint and the mother of humans, Mother Nuwa, he really couldn't think of who else there would be. However, is this list serious? You call Mother Nuwa? There was also the gentleman who looked at feng shui. Since it involved feng shui, it must have something to do with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and to be able to appear together with Mother Nuwa, his name was calling out to him. One of the 3 emperors of the human race, the heavenly emperor Fuxi. As for the last cowherd boy, there is no need to guess. Within the mythological characters, besides Lao Zilier, who else liked to ride oxen and worked as a shepherd boy? Jiang Wenming felt his heart trembling. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then this time it was 3 saints, and all of them were the top saints. This time, Huaxia was saved, but soon he began to get tangled up again. Who to choose? The 3 saints specialized in different areas. Nuwa was good at creating, whether it was living beings or magic treasures. One person was better than an army of 10,000. Heavenly Emperor Fu she specialized in array deduction, excelling in winning with the few and being unpredictable. And Lao Zilier, the incarnation of Taoist Heavenly Father, is good at teaching and educating the living beings, and his combat strength is unknown. Whoever was chosen seemed good, but whoever was chosen seemed unable to restrain Jehovah. Since that's the case, it's good to gamble and listen to the fate of the heavens. Sage, 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 show your spirit soon, Jiang Wenming said, using his hair to turn into a dice. 1 or 2 picks Nuwa, 3 or 4 picks Heavenly Emperor Fushi, and 5 or 6 is Lao Zilier. After saying that, he directly threw the dice. However, his performance here was unsurprisingly placed on the big screen. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Crap, 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 worthy of being God Jiang. He even plays with dice at this time. Don't panic when things go wrong. The dice help. Like the way I do multiple choice questions during exams. The end of truth is metaphysics. See, Jiangshin is the same way. I'm curious. What's the deal with those 3 names? Why are there no names? This is the first time I've seen this as well. Only titles without names. This will kill you if you guess wrong, right? No wonder Jiangshin has to shake the dice when he sees it. It can't be that God Jiang doesn't recognize these 3 gods, right? Isn't it normal to not recognize them? There's no picture, no truth, and only one title. Who on earth could have guessed it? In that case, aren't we bound to lose? Big brother, you still want to win? The one on the other side is a creation god. His fighting strength is even stronger than Shiva and Rudra of the celestial Buddha. How can we still win this? Not only the ordinary viewers in Huaxia, but even Li Jianguo and a bunch of other high-ranking people also had gloomy faces. Although they didn't know Jehovah, from within the title of creation god, they could also feel how powerful he was. On the opposite side of Jiang Wenming, it seemed that he had no intention of summoning at all. Instead, he was playing with the dice there. Little Jiang is probably under too much pressure, a general said. He's still a child after all. It's us who subconsciously overlooked this. Another general sighed, facing the god of creation, Jehovah. Even they on the stage were deeply disturbed, not to mention Jiang Wenming in the ring. Everyone was not optimistic about the next match. They only hoped that Jiang Wenming could successfully summon a god, whoever it was, as long as he didn't die in the summoning ceremony. As for Jiang Wenming in the ring, he was now looking straight at the dice on the ground, only to see the dice spinning non-stop. One moment it was 2, one moment it was 4, but the next second it became 5 or 6. It was as if someone was manipulating it. No, accurately speaking, it was more like it was being contested. Scrambling? Could it be that the 3 saints are still competing for the opportunity to fight against each other? The scene of the 3 saints competing with each other like children involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Jiang Wenming was amused by his own thoughts. Just at this moment, the dice finally stopped. The number on it was 1. Seeing this, Jiang Wenming no longer hesitated and immediately stood up and bowed towards the name in the void, tumbling earth to create man, beheading the giant Ao, subduing the black dragon, setting the 4 poles, melting the 5-colored stone to mend the sky. Late Jiang Wenming, I welcome the mother of all things, the saint of the demon race, the descent of Nuwa. Jiang Wenming originally wanted to say Mother Nuwa, but it suddenly occurred to him that since the other party hadn't revealed her true name, she must have her intentions. Since this was the case, he simply avoided the other party's true name and chose the name that was revealed in the void. As his words fell, a 7-colored haze immediately emanated from the sky. A little girl carved in pink and jade appeared, taking a step out from within the gate of creation and arriving above the ring. He. Sure enough, I still won. The little girl smiled cheekily at Jiang Wenming, and was surprisingly somewhat playful and cute. Jiang Wenming of course knew what she meant by winning in her mouth. It was only that he did not expect that the other party would descend into the world in this kind of appearance. The titular Mother Nuwa, the earliest batch of saints in the heavens and earth, would actually be a cute little girl? If this were to be set out, she would still be drowned in people's saliva. Jiang Wenming spat madly in his heart, and the audience under the stage instantly exploded. Has Jiangshin gone crazy? Surprisingly summoning a little girl out to die. Too cruel. Even though you know you'll lose, you can't pose like this. Am I the only one who noticed what Jiangshin just said? The mother of all things, the saint of the demon race, is a little girl? Is this world crazy? Or am I crazy? What a cute little sister. How could Jiangshin bear to let her come out to die? Hey. You even called her little sister. Don't be too outrageous, okay? Do you know the true identity of this god? Say it to scare you all to death. You know? Quickly tell me. If I remember correctly, this should be the creator of our Chinese human race, the mother of all things, Nuwa. Crap. Really? Mother Nuwa is a little girl? I'm not well read. Brother, don't scare me. The moment the little girl appeared, not only Jehovah in the ring, but even those gods within the divine country in the void were shocked. No one knew better than them what the 7-colored divine light represented. This was a meritorious divine light that only creation gods had. This little girl who was carved out of pink and jade was most likely a superb person within the gods of Huaxia. Jehovah's originally ancient and unperturbed face instantly turned brilliant. Nuwa. Old grandpa, you've recognized the wrong person, yo. People are just one, not the great Nuwa. The little girl's pair of cow horn braids shook like a rattle. her face innocent. Jehovah almost didn't choke on her words. Goddamn old grandpa. You're selling clay dolls? Or a little girl? Do you think I'm blind? But this kind of thing the other party does not admit. He cannot do anything. After all, the other party is really just an incarnation, not the body to descend. This is the same as him. The mythic ring was a law that had been jointly established by all the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Divine Grace continent. It clearly stated that saints were not permitted to participate in it. He was the one who took the lead in breaking the rules and tried to save Adam, only to be forced into the battle by someone utilizing the rules of the ring. As soon as he thought of this, he glanced angrily at Jiang Wenming under the stage. It was this brat who had spoiled his own business. Jiang Wenming, who was observing manhwa under the ring, suddenly felt an irresistible pressure enveloping him. It was as if the next second, it would crush him into flying dust. Do you want to buy a doll, old grandpa? A crisp voice rang out. Jiang Wenming only felt his body lighten, and that pressure around him instantly disappeared without a trace, only to see the little girl holding up a pair of dolls in her hands. She was looking at Jehovah with a face full of expectation. Who knows? After seeing the clay dolls held in the little girl's hands, Jehovah's face instantly turned unusually ugly. Through the large screen projection, someone soon detected the abnormality of those two clay dolls. Surprisingly, they were exactly the same as the Adam and Eve that appeared before. Jiang Wenming also developed an odd feeling in his heart after seeing this scene. As everyone knew, Adam was created by Jehovah in his own likeness and given life, a highly intelligent life community, which was a great achievement for him. It was his pride, touted by believers and widely publicized. But now what did he see? This little girl in front of him grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, and just casually pinched it a few times, and perfectly replicated the process of his human creation. And now she even brought it to him to show it off. What was she trying to express? Trying to prove that her achievements were nothing to her at all? It was simply murderous and heartless. Just as he was about to pick it up and destroy it, the little girl suddenly withdrew her hand. Oh, I'm sorry, I almost forgot. You also know how to knead clay figures. This action directly caused Jehovah's outstretched hand to freeze in midair. Deceitful. Simply too deceitful. When had he, the Hall of Creation God, ever been humiliated like this? You can't win against me with this kind of small trick, Jehovah said in a cold voice. Not necessarily. Oh, do you want to make a bet? The little girl smiled playfully. What do you want to bet? How about a bet on whether or not the person I created can beat you? Are you humiliating me? A chill flashed across Jehovah's eyes. No, I'm just stating the facts. Only to see her wave her small hand. A bunch of small clay figures appeared. After these clay figures fell to the ground, they instantly came to life, and one by one, they waved their little arms and legs and rushed towards Jehovah. God said, "Let there be light." A great sun appeared, and its light illuminated the entire ring. The little clay people in the ring were scorched by the piercing sunlight and cracked, finally turning into a flying ash. However, within the remaining little clay people, a clay person holding a longbow walked out. He was seen drawing his bow and aiming an arrow at the sun in the sky. Shoo! The bow and arrow shot out, and the sun was directly shot out, and the earth returned to normal. God said, "Let there be rain." Rain instantly fell in the sky, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this, the little girl smiled faintly and blew into the ring. Countless grasses and trees broke through the ground, turning the ring into a forest in the blink of an eye. The little mud people cut down the trees and built houses as a way to escape from the rain rushing over them. However, the rainwater became more and more, and finally turned into an ocean. Holding hands, the little mud people made a dam to separate the surrounding floodwaters. The survivors built bridges and roads, cut through the mountains and ran to live in the hills. God said, "The world is foolish. When the flood destroys the world." The floodwaters separated by the dam surged and broke the dam, drowning countless little mud people. At that moment, another little mud man stood up, and he led the surviving mud people to block the flood with mountain rocks. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. The flood spread and destroyed their homes, melting a large number of mud people. Yet the mud people did not retreat or beg for mercy. They worked together, dug ditches to open up the mountains, and guided the floodwaters to flow far away. Seeing this, Jiang Wenming finally understood. The two sides fought, using all living beings as pawns. Jehovah represented the gods, while manhwa represented humans. The gods were exterminating the world, while the humans were saving themselves. Whether it was the blazing sun before, or the flood just now, this had appeared in various myths. The humans created by Jehovah chose to seek refuge with the gods. The humans created by manhwa, on the other hand, kept fighting against the environment and finally overcame them. At this moment, the mud people in Jiang Wenming's eyes changed. They were no longer rough clay figures, but had transformed into countless sages of the Huaxia race. It was as if an epic scroll was unfolding in front of him. It took him back to the era of the magnificent struggle against the heavens. Soon, the spectators outside the arena also realized this. Why do I feel that this scene in the ring is so familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere before? I also have this feeling. Isn't this the history of Chinese mythology that God Zheng told us about? That's right, De Yi shooting the sun, Jingwei filling the sea, Shen Nong tasting 100 herbs, and Daiyu ruling the water. Oh my god, surprisingly, they all match up. Woo woo, why do I have a feeling that I want to cry? Sages of the human race, the spirit lives on. At this moment, no one looked at the clay figures in the ring as clay figures anymore, but instead imagined them as the human race's sages through the ages. So what if they were creation gods? As long as they couldn't be completely destroyed, then all the disasters would become nutrients for them, helping them grow rapidly. In the ring, Jehovah's face completely changed. It was because he realized that no matter what disasters he summoned, he could not completely destroy these mud people. In the face of an annihilation-level disaster, these mud people hadn't prayed to the gods for forgiveness or sought refuge. They had been relying on their own wisdom to seek survival in the cracks. The resilience of these mud people frightened himself as a creation god. Why? When it is clear that they are all equally clay people. Have these people not prayed for my forgiveness? Jehovah was shaken. He prided himself on being a shepherd, shepherding all beings. But now he suddenly realized that there was a group of people who didn't give a damn about his shelter. Much less would they bow down to him. Even after the disaster, these mud people would take the initiative to attack him. Although these mud people's attacks were weak and could not cause any harm to him at all, but they did launch an attack at himself. This was not a good sign. It was because there was no fear of the gods in the eyes of these mudmen in front of him. Don't you understand yet? Humans have never been pets that you keep. They have their own minds and their own paths. Since you are a creation god, then you should understand that what we need to do is not to interfere with them, much less enslave them, but to guide. The little girl's crisp voice rang in Jehovah's ears. No, I created them. They should listen to me, and any being that dares to disrespect me should not exist in this world. Jehovah said, his body glowing brightly. And God said, let there be wind in the world. A fierce wind rose up from the ground and swept across the entire ring in just the blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye, sand flew, trees on the ground were uprooted, and the houses where the mud people lived were destroyed in the gale. They couldn't even struggle before they were directly crushed by the gale. A scene of doom. The entire audience held their breath, substituting themselves into the scene, trying to imagine what they would do if they were in their place. But without exception, even though they now had high technology, they were still powerless to resist in the face of such a disaster. A sense of despair spread in the hearts of the crowd, especially the Chinese zone viewers. They really couldn't imagine how these mud people could cope in the face of this kind of natural disaster. Going to lose? Woo woo, is it true that humans cannot survive by themselves? Humans really must still seek refuge from the gods. Merciful Heavenly Father, we will surely spread your glory. Not only the viewers of the Huaxia region, even the viewers of the other empires also revealed a look of sadness as the rabbit died. Although this was a battle between Huaxia and the Papal States, it was just as much a battle between mortals and gods. No matter how strong humans were, survival and destruction were ultimately at the whim of the gods. Divine might was irreversible. The crowd cast their gazes towards the little girl in the ring, wanting to see if she would make a move to save those clay figures. However, they were disappointed. The other party was not moved at all, still standing in the same spot, without the slightest intention to intervene. After the gale, the ground was a mess. Jehovah looked at the tragic state of the miniature world with satisfaction, and had no ripples about destroying a group of living beings. There was no other way. The only thing that mattered was the familiarity of his hands. You lost. Jehovah looked at the little girl with a slight expression. Is that so? Nuwa smiled indifferently, her gaze falling back to the miniature world in the ring. All that could be seen was a small clay figure crawling out of the rubble. Oh, beautiful, bullish. The human race is invincible. At this moment, all the human races in the room boiled over. No matter who, no matter what camp. At this moment they were only humans. Even the audience of the Pope's country, one by one, was shocked beyond words. It was because the disasters suffered by those mud people had all appeared in their history. It was only that they chose to pray for the gods' forgiveness or to seek refuge in the gods. In their view, the gods' punishment was something they could not defy. But now, this group of mud people had actually resisted the punishment sent down by the gods by virtue of their own abilities. This touched them deeply. It turned out that humans could also survive by virtue of themselves. At this moment, for the first time, their faith in the gods began to waver. And the consequence of this was that the aura on Jehovah's body steeply dropped by a hair. The white light emanating from around his body also became less blinding, and had reached a range where he could see straight through. Jehovah's face changed, and the anger in his eyes flickered. Meddlesome, God says. Let's not talk about God. It's better to listen to what the humans have to say. Jehovah's words were ruthlessly interrupted by the little girl. Before he could react, he saw a group of mud people continuously burrowing out of the ruins. They raised their voices in a loud, shouted, and then from the crowd came out a mudman who was a few points taller than the other mudmen. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. And the sages are unkind and take the people as ruminants. They are gods on high, and will not care about the pain of us mortals. From today onwards, we human race should be self-improvement, ignore the gods and Buddhas, and only honor our ancestors. This cry was weak, but like a prairie fire, it instantly ignited everyone. Ignore the gods and Buddhas, only honor our ancestors. Ignore God and Buddha, only honor our ancestors. From inside the arena, to outside the arena, to the entire Huaxia, and even the entire Divine Grace continent, all of them echoed these words. The mud people used this declaration to announce to the gods that divine power would become history, and that they, the humans, would rely on themselves and walk out a path that belonged to them. Ridiculous, Jehovah sneered, and the shepherd's whip in his hand swung out. For the disobedient lambs, one needed to get one's hands dirty to punish them. The shepherd's whip emitted a white-colored radiance and looked divine. But what it did was so cruel. Countless clay figures were cracked into flying dust. However, these mud people did not have the fear or terror he expected. There was only stronger resistance. Within the miniature world, the flow of time intensified. The mud people quickly multiplied and began to establish a civilization that belonged to them. One part fought off the attacks from Jehovah, and the other lived in peace. Until one day, some mud people communicated with heaven and earth and realized the method of cultivation. Mankind officially entered the age of cultivation. It became increasingly difficult for Jehovah to deal with it. How is this possible? Jehovah was shocked. These claymen had long since not been the first generation of claymen, but had gone through reproduction for an unknown number of generations. It was reasonable to say that the divinity in their bodies had long since thinned out to the point of completely disappearing. But not only had they not gotten weaker, they had instead gotten stronger and stronger. Now they have even comprehended the cultivation method. Was this still a lamb in his eyes? Instead of killing them, they made these mud people stronger and stronger. Only at this point did Jehovah realize that the clay men in front of him were completely different from the ones he had created. They might not be as perfect as the ones he had created, but they had a terrifying resilience. If the humans he had created were brightly colored flowers, then these mud people in front of him were dogwoods. Although they were not as colorful as flowers, their vitality was frighteningly tenacious. No matter how much you destroyed them, as long as they were given a chance to breathe, they would be able to grow quickly. No, this can't be possible. It's obviously a group of mole crickets that can be destroyed with your hands. How can they do this? Jehovah didn't dare to continue thinking about it because he was afraid. He was afraid of being replaced by humans one day. He was afraid of losing his current position of being high above and dominating all beings. Nothing is impossible. Humanity itself is a miracle, and replacing us is only a matter of time. The little girl smiled bashfully, and there was actually a hint of relief in her tone. Crazy people, all of you Chinese gods are crazy. How dare you create such uncontrollable beings? Jehovah screamed in disbelief. The living beings created were themselves their playthings, but the Chinese gods had given them such great potential and even the chance to replace the gods. What was this if not madness? Why do you want to take control of them? The little girl asked rhetorically. Because they were created by me. Like my children, they must remain in awe of me and remain grateful to me. Jehovah's words were shared by many of the gods in the divine kingdom. They created the living beings out to serve them, not for them to replace themselves one day. He. The little girl suddenly laughed softly. Only this laughter was filled with disdain and sarcasm. Children? It turns out that the way you educate your children is to destroy them at the drop of a hat. It turns out that the way you educate your children is to make them believe in you wholeheartedly and not be able to have any independent thoughts. So this is how you parent. If you are a father and not merciful, how can you have the face to make your children honor filial piety? If a father is not merciful, he is respectful but not courteous. After listening to the little girl's words, Jiang Wenming's heart and mind were shaken. Instead of saying that she was refuting Jehovah, it would be better to say that she was using this way to show the world her attitude. You call yourself the Heavenly Father, yet you treat all living beings as livestock, treating them in a pastoral manner. If this is the case, how can you talk about living beings being disrespectful to you? If a parent's love is no longer pure, but wants to get something in return, then don't say how great you are, for you are a transaction in and of yourself. Now do you still think you are right? The little girl's words were like a sharp blade, mercilessly cutting through the covering on Jehovah. Shut up, Jehovah bellowed, somewhat annoyed. This was because in these few short words of effort, the power of faith in his body had dropped another chunk. As a creation god, instead of thinking of sheltering the living beings, You are instead proud and arrogant, spreading big lies, using fear to dominate the living beings, and using punishment to stifle the younger generation. I am ashamed to be in your company." With that, the little girl took out a golden gourd and a black cloth streamer from the void. After she took out these two treasures, Jiang Wenming's heart suddenly pounded, especially the black cloth streamer. Just by looking at it, there was a kind of awe that came from the bottom of his heart. Golden gourd, demon gathering streamer. These two names instantly surfaced in his mind. There was no need to mention the demon gathering streamer, but all people of the demon race had to listen to the orders of this streamer. It could be said that this was the symbol of the demon race. The status was equivalent to the national flag, but it had countless more substantial power than the national flag. And that golden gourd is the most precious treasure. It's a treasure that can be refined into an innate spiritual treasure. And it's also Mother Nuwa's original magic treasure. Let's put it this way. Half of the famous treasures in the history of Chinese mythology came from this gourd. This includes the purple gold gourd that Jiang Wenming stole and hid. The world only knows that Mother Nuwa's merits and virtues are limitless, but they don't know that of all the mythological characters. This one is the true divine magnate. Her battle power might not be the strongest, but she definitely had the most magic treasures. Even the spirit treasure Heavenly Father, who was known for his many magic treasures, had to shout sister when he met her. Some people may say that Supreme Lord Lao Jun has many magic treasures, and he can also make his own magic treasures, but who knows? He alchemy, refining with the 8 trigrams furnace is also Nuwa give. Emperor Fuxi was strong, right? The mountain, river, and Jigaku map in his hand was also given by Nuwa. The first Heavenly Father, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and Emperor Jun are great, right? What about the mirror of Yin and Yang, the seal of heaven, the demon recruiting streamer, the demon gathering streamer, the treasure lotus lamp, and the god sealer, which is not a magic treasure gifted by Nuwa. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings. Why did Zhu Rong help Nuwa smelt the heaven mending stone? It's not because Nuwa is a good person, she's really close to people. There's nothing that one spiritual treasure can't handle. If there is, then two. Just now, when we had the battle of creation with Jehovah, that was a rite of passage, and now that we're done talking, we're starting to soldier on. Between reason and physics, there is always one that can convince the other. Jehovah didn't dare to slow down when he saw this, and hurriedly took out his scepter. God says, "There shall be all living things in the world." Countless fierce beasts and monsters appeared, roaring and rushing towards the little girl. The little girl did a magic trick and from the void, took out a wine jug. Her small hand grabbed the wine pot and swung it up, and a large green spot of light drifted down and sprinkled onto the earth. The clay people's bodies became stronger and stronger after coming into contact with these green points of light. However, this was not all. Countless magic treasures spewed out from the mouth of the golden gourd and fell into the hands of the mud people below. The little clay people cheered and jumped for joy, holding all kinds of magic treasures and began to fight with those ferocious beasts and monsters. Right at this moment, the demon-gathering flag on the little girl's side suddenly shook gently. An invisible ripple spread out. The ferocious beasts and monsters that were originally fighting with the mud people, after being contacted by the ripples, fell to the ground, not daring to move. God says, "Where there is light, there is darkness." Along with the fall of Jehovah's words, the bright sky turned black all of a sudden. Not the night kind of black, but a blackness similar to nothingness. It was as if a person closed one eye and felt it with that closed eye. The light was obscured and everything began to wither. The mud people lost all perception and were running around like headless flies. Panic and anxiety were spreading. The little girl also sensed the seriousness of the matter, only to see her take out an object from inside the golden gourd. It was a 5-colored spirit bead. The soft 5-colored light dispelled the darkness and brought light back into this world. This light was weak, but it gave people hope. I don't know how long it took, but a fire was born from the darkness. One clay man drilled the fire out of wood, and the rest of the people followed suit, drilling wood to make fire. Jiang Wenming muttered. Soon, the flames lit up in clusters, completely dispelling the darkness. Once again, mankind used wisdom to overcome the environment. Jehovah also finally realized at this time the intractability of the mud people in front of him. The disaster he created could not destroy them, so he changed his strategy. A shadow of light came out from within him. This was his avatar. This avatar entered the tribe of the mud people, spreading civilization to them and helping them survive better. The little girl didn't stop the other party and allowed him to spread his beliefs in the tribe of mud people. Time passed for an unknown period of time. The mud people began to have their own kingdom, and quite a few of them appeared to start believing in Jehovah, building temples for him and praying for his protection. God said, "His light needs to shine throughout the entire earth. You namely are his believers. Then you should spread his light." Jehovah's incarnation finally bared his fangs and began to compel those believers to go on foreign conquests. However, something unexpected happened to him. The king of this country rejected his oracle. Dear Heavenly Father, my people have fertile land to cultivate, plenty of food to eat, and your shelter. So why should I go and attack them? They are heretics, God-forsaken people. You should destroy them and prove your loyalty and faith in me. We are immensely loyal to your faith, but I will not take the lives of my people to prove it, so I refuse to wage war. Are you not afraid of divine punishment? Fear, you are a high and mighty God. Naturally you don't care about the lives of mortals, but I am different. I am their king. I want to protect my people. The Lord was enraged, so he summoned a flood, wanting to teach these mortals who disobeyed his commands some lessons. The flood flooded the city, destroyed the kingdom, and countless people were displaced or died. And instead of praying for his forgiveness or shelter this time, the king of the mud people drew his sword. If the gods are all like you, from today onwards, we will no longer believe in them. After saying that, with one sword, he split the statue of Jehovah within the temple in half, declaring that they would no longer believe in Jehovah from now on. Damn mole crickets, all die for me. Seeing his idol destroyed, Jehovah was completely enraged and summoned one heavenly disaster after another in an attempt to destroy them. Everything was back to square one. The little girl's voice came, her tone a little cold. Have you played enough? The voice was like a thunderous roll, waking up not only Jehovah, but likewise the rest of the audience. Play? Jiang Wenming didn't react for a moment, not knowing what manhwa meant by this, but just because he didn't understand, it didn't mean that Jehovah didn't understand. It was just playing. The little girl was just playing a game of Genesis with him, and now she didn't want to play anymore. Within this game of creation, he lost. The way of shepherding beings that he was so proud of was useless here. Those mud people, they were not affected by him at all. When it was in their favor, they honored themselves, and when the two sides disagreed, they developed their own thoughts. What should be done and what should not be done? What can be done and what cannot be done? Always stay true to your heart and be unaffected by external influences. How could there be such a terrifying race in the world? You created these monsters. Aren't you afraid that one day they will get out of control? A word came to Jehovah's mind. Deicide. That's right, it was Godicide. These mud people were weak now, but according to their current development, they would one day catch up with them. The gods, with their reproduction speed, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. If one day they had a disagreement with the gods, then deicide would definitely happen. You still don't understand. Forget it. I'm tired. Destroy. The little girl completely lost her patience, and the two sides were simply not on the same channel. The creation god Jehovah had a very different mindset compared to the Holy Son Jesus. There was simply no way to communicate properly. This was also a common problem of those gods. It wasn't that they didn't understand the hardships of the earth, but they simply didn't care to understand. The arrogance of the higher powers is the root of all evil. After saying these words, the little girl's body began to change a little. A pair of small feet came together and transformed into a thick snake tail, and her clear and flawless eyes were replaced by a pair of vertical pupils, a golden gourd in one hand and a demon-gathering streamer in the other. All demons listened to the order. The demon-gathering streamer shook a bit, and those monsters and ferocious beasts created by Jehovah instantly lined up neatly. Kill! The little girl's demon-gathering flag pointed at Jehovah. Roar! Ow! Countless ferocious beasts and monsters roared up to the sky, defiantly charging towards Jehovah. The audience under the stage had a feeling of boiling blood when they saw the scene. This kind of large-scale battle was most capable of stirring up the grandeur in people's hearts. Go manhwa! Shoo, keep your voice down. That's not manhwa Yang. That's the little girl selling clay dolls. Someone whispered a reminder. Punch the duck. How dare you call the god of creation a duck? Brothers still have to be you. Older brother. You're too outdated. This is the buzzword alright. The human race will win. The audience in the Huaxia district shouted frantically, boosting the little girl's morale. On the other hand, on the Pope's side, there was dead silence. The reason was simple. On the one hand, it was their faith, and on the other hand, it was the human race. It wasn't that they didn't want to shout and cheer for their heavenly Father, but they didn't dare to do so. Because of the battle of creation just now, they saw very clearly that Jehovah's behavior, as long as not a fool could see it, he didn't take humanity seriously at all. Shepherding all beings, they are nothing more than livestock that the other side shepherds. To stand up and cheer for Jehovah at this time would be anti-human, and win or lose, they would not be able to survive in the human kingdom. Although everyone knew that the gods would not take them seriously, this kind of thing could be done but not said. This was the unspoken rule. Once it was put into the open, whether out of dignity or position, they had to oppose it, because this concerned everyone's interests. On the ring, countless ferocious beasts and monsters, as well as mud people, all began to attack Jehovah. But this was simply not enough for the creation god Jehovah to worry about. The opponent in his eyes was always just manhwa. But the little girl didn't do it herself. Instead, she pinched the clay figures herself. Unlike before, this time she was especially serious. Soon an exquisite clay figure was pinched out. It was a stout man. The moment he landed on the ground, the little girl breathed out at him. A stream of pure and incomparable life energy surged into the clay figure's body. After this clay man absorbed this life energy, his body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon turned from a palm-sized clay man to a normal human size. Right at this moment, the golden gourd in the little girl's hand spewed out a haze of light. A giant axe and a shield fell in front of the big mudman. The big mudman reached out and grabbed the axe and shield, and without saying a word, he charged straight towards Jehovah. When he was still about 10 meters away from him, he leapt high into the air, and the giant axe in his hand slashed down hard at him. God says, "No mortal shall harm me." With Jehovah as the center, the surrounding scenery quickly turned into a paradise, the Garden of Eden of the kingdom of God. The axe fell, but strangely slashed against Yahweh's body. It was exactly the same as when Emperor Xian attacked Yahweh earlier. Inside heaven, the 7 divine ambassadors had different colors. This hand of absolute domain of the boss is still so unreasonable. Escaner said lazily. Absolute domain is his native stance. As long as he is within the domain, no one can hurt him. I'm afraid that the saints of Huaxia are not his opponents. Meili had a grave expression on his face. You said that little girl is a saint from Huaxia? Do you recognize it? Ban asked with some curiosity. Who can fight with a creation god if not a saint? That little girl is good at creating life. If my guess is correct, it should be the manhwa of China. The lazy god envoy Beryl, who hadn't said anything all along, suddenly spoke up. So it's that lord. No wonder the strength is so strong. Tyrannical eclipse god envoy Marlene revealed an adoring gaze. This mudman is so strong. Greedy god envoy Ban suddenly let out a light eep. The crowd hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see that in the ring, the large mudman was holding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, charging across the Garden of Eden in the kingdom of God. Although it failed to injure Jehovah, it fought him back and forth. It was not the touch and go that the people expected. And God said, "Let there be thunder and lightning in the world." The sky was suddenly filled with rumbling thunder, and countless lightning bolts converged in the clouds. Ka-ching! A bolt of lightning streaked down, falling towards the big muddy man. Seeing this, the great mudman raised the shield on his left arm to block his head. Lightning blasted on top of the shield, and electric sparks shot out in all directions, but it did not have any effect on the mudman. The giant axe in the big mudman's hand chopped horizontally, but it was lightly dodged by Jehovah. Suddenly, a light shadow appeared behind the big mudman, holding a book with a silver pattern on a gold background. The book was windless, rapidly turning the pages, and a golden rune appeared, surging towards the big mudman's head. Ah! The big clay man let out a wail of pain. In just a few moments, he froze in place and stopped moving. Jehovah stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the top of the big mudman's head, saying in a solemn tone. The big mudman's body was covered by a layer of golden lines, and his eyes were replaced by a golden light. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the great mudman gave a respectful bow towards Jehovah, then turned around and rushed towards the little girl. The little girl frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and reached out her hand. The golden gourd once again spewed out an object. It was an emerald green vine with some undried mud on it. Bind! The vine flew out of his hand and quickly entangled the large mudman. This vine was called the creation vine, an innate spirit root used by Mother Manhwa when she created man back then. The item itself not only restrained the clayman, but also had the power of merit. Now that the big clayman was bound by the creation vine, he was unable to move for a moment. However, although she had bound the other party, Manhwa did not know how to undo this abnormal state of the other party. What she was good at was creation, not indoctrination. So in the face of this almost brainwashing indoctrination power of Jehovah, she could only stare blankly. Seeing this, Jiang Wenming under the stage also realized the problem. Although Manhwa is good at creating, she is not good at indoctrinating beings. We must find a way to help her. Just as he was thinking about what to do about it, his gaze suddenly caught a glimpse of the divine kingdom's shadow in the sky above Huaxia. I'm so damned, how could I forget about them? Jiang Wenming gently gave himself a big mouthful, and then looked towards the 100 schools of thought within the divine kingdom with a face full of anticipation. In terms of indoctrinating the living beings, who could compare to the 100 schools of thought? Lao Zilier is a cow, right? The incarnation of the Heavenly Father of morality. A proper saint. But within the 100 schools of thought, he's just one of the sects. It can't even be able to overpower all of them. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming hurriedly bowed towards the void. Late Jiang Wenming, I implore all the sages of the human race to take action and teach all beings, Within the divine country in the sky above the Chinese Empire, a group of old men looked at each other and smiled as they slowly got up and went forward. Kong Sage, please. Sage Shuang, please. The two of them, Confucius and Zhuangzi, stepped out and eyed the ring below. People-oriented, harmony, benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith. The 5 constants are indispensable. As his words fell, 5 large golden characters appeared in the sky. Benevolence, righteousness, manners, wisdom, and faith. The big golden words flashed away, ignoring the rules of the ring, and directly disappeared into the body of the great mudman. And after the big mudman, who was bound by the creation vine, came into contact with these 5 big words, his body began to struggle and twist madly as if he had been electrocuted. The golden light in his eyes also began to brighten and fade. Cheating, they Huaxia cheated. The gods of Huaxia are so shameless, they even struck out together to attack the benevolent Lord Heavenly Father. Where's the referee? Do you still care about this matter? The audience of the Pope's country began to clamor after seeing this scene. Finally, they had caught evidence of Huaxia's cheating. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared and expressionlessly glanced at the group of hooting and hollering spectators. This is the sound of indoctrination. All beings can listen to it, and it is beneficial and harmless, and does not belong to the scope of attack. At these words, the entire audience was in an uproar. No one had expected that a Chinese deity intervening in the match would not only not be ruled a violation, but instead be recognized by the referee. This caused many people to have an odd thought. This presiding person couldn't be an undercover agent sent by Huaxia, right? Otherwise, why would he defend Huaxia from time to time? Just as the crowd was whispering, Zhuangzi opened his mouth. The way of heaven is to benefit but not to harm. The way of man is to act but not to contend. When virtue is thick, it carries things, and goodness should be like water. The voice rolls, like muffled thunder, but does not let people feel harsh. On the contrary, there is a kind of enlightenment. For a moment, it wasn't just the mud people in the ring, even the audience under the stage. All felt a sense of liberation born between their hearts. Compared to Confucianism, Taoist thought was easier to teach others. The reason is simple. Confucianism teaches you to be a sage, while Taoism teaches you to be yourself. It is difficult to be a good person and even more difficult to be a sage, but being yourself is easy. The thoughts that Jehovah had instilled in the big clay man were completely shattered, and the golden lines on the clay man's body dimmed. Seeing this, the little girl reached out her hand and withdrew the binding of the vine of creation on him. I am who I am, not anyone's slave or your warrior. The glow in the mudman's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his tone grew more and more excited. At this moment, his body began to change little by little, and his earth-colored body gradually became lustrous. In just the blink of an eye, he transformed from a clay man into a real flesh and blood human. Many thanks for the grace of indoctrination, sir. The big mudman bowed towards Confucius and Zhuangzi to express his gratitude. Many thanks to Mother God and Father God for the grace of creation. The great mudman bowed again towards Mother Goddess Nuwa and Jehovah. Nuwa gave him life, Jehovah gave him a soul, and Confucius and Zhuangzi gave him a mind. You don't have a name yet, so why don't you just call yourself Worryless? The little girl looked at the great mudman Worryless with a kind face. Although this scene was filled with a sense of incongruity, no one felt anything wrong. After all, Carefree was created by the little girl's own hands. Good. Zhuangzi laughed cheerfully with an indescribable spontaneity. Unlike Nuwa and Zhuangzi and the others, Jehovah's face was unusually ugly. Stealing a chicken did not work. He had given his soul power to forcefully control the other party, but he didn't want to be sabotaged by 2 mole crickets, and also turned his new work into this appearance. You seek death, Jehovah said, and the shepherd's whip in his hand lashed out at Confucius and Zhuangzi. Father God, stop, they are not your enemies. Just as the attack was about to fall, Carefree's figure steeply crossed between the two sides. Using his own body, he blocked this attack from Jehovah. Bang! Carefree's body was directly jerked out and quickly disintegrated in the air. However, a bizarre scene occurred. The moment Carefree's figure dissipated, it reappeared intact in its previous position. Law of time. Law of life. Jehovah and the little girl exclaimed at the same time. The two saints' watchwords had both been inherited by him. Even Jian Wenming under the stage was staggered as he watched. I'll go. Is this the legendary strongest hybrid? In Chinese mythology, there had been a legend circulating. The harder the bloodlines were separated, the stronger the offspring born from the combination would be. Just look at Shen Xiang and Er Langshen. They were both hybrid descendants of mortals and immortals, and one turned out to be stronger than the other. Now this one called Wuyo seems to be even more powerful than Er Langshen and the others. This one was a monster created by the 4 saints. Right. It was no longer possible to call him a human. After all, Jiang Wenming felt that he wasn't the same species as him. He was so strong at birth, but he was so weak. Wouldn't that make him a waste if he was the same species? So in order to not let himself get hit, Jiang Wenming tacitly categorized him in the non-human category. Those who are stronger than me are all non-humans. It's much more comfortable to think this way. Jiang Wenming thought secretly. Child, come here. From now on you are my Jehovah's only holy son. The anger on Jehovah's face disappeared after seeing Wuyo's ability, and was replaced by a frenzy. It was a frenzy of being about to get a new toy. Father God, if you are willing to come with us, I am willing to be a holy son under your command in the future. Carefree looked at Jehovah with an expectant face. The little girl didn't say anything and had no intention of continuing her attack as she waited for the other party's reply. If the other party was willing to accompany them to the front lines, this would not be a bad thing. Jehovah sniffed and fell into silence. Time passed a little bit. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the Egyptian Empire. Jiang Wenming hurriedly looked towards that side, only to see a figure disappearing from the audience, and in just the blink of an eye, 1/5 of it had disappeared. What happened? I don't know. Egypt's people dropped off en masse? Look, the kingdom of God up there. Someone keenly noticed that the pyramid of the kingdom of God located above the Egyptian empire suddenly surfaced with two figures. The moment they appeared, countless human souls were sucked away by them and flew towards the inside of the pyramid. Assholes, how dare you commit such a murder? After seeing this scene, the little girl's pretty face contained fury, and a pair of vertical pupils revealed a few moments of killing intent. This was a sacrifice. It was still a super large-scale sacrifice ceremony. How could they dare? Nay, although she was furious, she was restricted by the rules of the ring and was unable to leave, much less intervene in such a matter. One could only stand in place and stare angrily. This was going to be a big deal. After hundreds of years of hard work to defend against this, it's going to be destroyed once and for all. These Egyptian gods really deserve to die. Even Jehovah, who was confronting the little girl, had a sudden change of color, and a sense of fear surfaced in his heart. Have the Egyptian gods gone crazy? Did they know what they were doing? With so much killing, the aura of resentment was bound to be terrifying. Weren't they afraid of attracting that group of evil demons? Or were they already contaminated by the evil demons? Jehovah, I'll ask you one last time. Follow me or not to the front line. The little girl didn't have the lightness she had before and said in a tone that was cold to the core. Jehovah's heart snapped. He could see that the other party was really angry. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party, he didn't dare to really annoy that group of gods in Huaxia, because once they decided to give up on defending against the evil demons, then what awaited them would be the true doomsday, the end that belonged to the gods. Others didn't know what was going on, but as a creation god, he knew too well. The mythic ring was like a conscription ceremony, where the victor was free to choose whether to go to the front line or not, but the loser must travel. This was because this was a rule that the saints had joined forces to make. They, the god kings and creation gods, were the officials in charge of the conscription, while the Chinese saints were the sitting frontline commanders. Usually it was fine to shirk their responsibilities. The status of the two sides was not that different, and due to the overall situation, they would only turn a blind eye, unless it comes to the point of war tension. Otherwise they will not force them. But now it's different. The Egyptian gods had gone so far as to offer sacrifices on a large scale, which had already touched the bottom line of the saints. No one knew better than them the terror of those evil demons. Such heavy killing and resentment, once utilized by the other party, descended here. The saints and gods of Huaxia and other divine systems would absolutely return at all costs. At that time, the front line lost the suppression of the saints and the evil demons drove in. This so-called great rear of theirs would definitely not be safe anymore either. At that time, even if they didn't want to participate in the war, they would have to do so. And their so-called blocking the gods' return, it was also just a joke. At the thought of this, Jehovah mentally cursed the Egyptian gods. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. This is their own back road blocked. It's fine if nothing happens. As long as something happens, everyone will be finished together. Looking at the little girl's cold, hard face, Jehovah hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. I will accompany you to the front line. When the little girl and Worryless heard this, their faces finally soothed. It was at this moment, Jehovah steeply struck out, the shepherd's whip in his hand fiercely lashing out at the little girl's body. This sudden change stunned everyone. Just now the conversation between the two sides, they can all hear clearly. Jehovah clearly has promised to leave with them. But now, he suddenly made a sneak attack. This caused quite a few people to reveal a look of indignation. The Hall of Creation God was so shameless. Jiang Wenming was also shocked, and a sense of fear surfaced in his heart. It was over. Ha 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 ha. Want me to go to my death? Then I will kill you all first. Jehovah laughed madly, and the light on his body was as blinding as the sun, making people unable to look directly at him. Father God. You! Carefree's complexion changed drastically, looking at Jehovah in shock and anger. The little girl was seriously injured by his sneak attack, and instead of resentment, her vertical pupils were filled with shock. Heart demon. Yes, the person in front of him was not Jehovah, but an extra-dimensional heart demon. He had occupied Jehovah's body. Although he didn't know how the other party did it, the facts were in front of him. Jehovah was indeed possessed by the heart demon. Die, all die for me. Jehovah laughed crazily, the shepherd's whip in his hand waving non-stop. The void shattered. The barrier on the ring was unbearable, and countless spectators who couldn't dodge in time died. Their souls were sucked by Jehovah. Lowly race, still dare to go against my will. Then all die for me. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and countless thunderbolts were birthed in it. The next moment, thunder fell from the void, indiscriminately attacking everyone around them. Quickly stop him, the little girl shouted towards Worryless. Worryless didn't dare to be slow, only to see his eyes flashing with golden light, a divine aura flowing out from him. Time, stand still. As his words fell, the thunder that was originally falling stopped in mid-air. It looked like a 3D projection. Carefree's time stasis targeted the thunder in the sky, so it didn't affect anyone else's actions. Seeing that his spell was blocked, Jehovah raised the shepherd's whip in his hand and lashed out at Wuyo. Get out of here! Carefree shouted. It was only then that the crowd recovered from the shock they had just experienced, and they were busy exiting the mythic ring. This day is going to change. Li Jianguo looked deeply at the gods in the ring, a feeling of powerlessness surfacing in his heart. From the conversation between the two sides just now, he also heard some insider information. There seemed to be some kind of agreement between these gods. It was only that some of the gods had reneged on the covenant, which caused the Chinese gods to be unable to return. For some unknown reason, the Chinese gods had defaulted to this sort of thing. From the only words he heard just now, he seemed to have heard something about frontlines and evil demons. This made him unable to resist the association. Could it be that there is another battlefield beyond the Divine Grace continent? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. It was a pity that the information was not equal, and he was unable to surmise more details. Instead, it was Jiang Wenming, whose mind shook at this moment. He had come into contact with more gods, and the information he had obtained was relatively complete. Now that it was pieced together piecemeal, he had vaguely guessed the general situation. Extraterrestrial evil demons had invaded, and the gods of the Divine Grace continent had agreed to join forces against the enemy. For unknown reasons, some of them came back, while others remained outside. These gods included the gods of Huaxia. The coordinates of the later return were divided up among the gods that returned from the major god systems, which led to the rest of the gods being unable to locate the coordinates, lost outside the domain. There was another key here, and that was why only the deeds of the gods of Huaxia had been erased. Or was it that the deeds of all the gods were erased in the first place, only for them to return later and be reinstated? But why was this? Everything has a cause and effect relationship, and anyone who does something will have logic to follow. They either do it out of personal preference, or to achieve a certain goal. Even if they are psychopaths, they can find logic in what they do, and naturally these gods are no exception. Erasing the traces of the world about themselves had to be awakened through the gate of creation. This in itself was a mind-boggling thing. It's like, I'm telling you to call me if you have something to do, but I'm not telling you my phone number. Isn't that bullshit? Unless they had a compelling hardship. Jiang Wenming thought of the earlier scene again. Mother Nuwa, Heavenly Emperor Fuxi, Dao de Tianzuan and their three saints, obviously appeared, but refused to reveal their identities. At first, Jiang Wenming only thought that it was because the other party was unwilling to let others recognize them, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Just as he was thinking, a majestic voice suddenly came from his ears. Kid, come to the Hall of 10,000 Gods. This is? Jiang Wenming's heart shook as he could hear that it was Xian's voice. Glancing at the several people still facing each other in the ring, Jiang Wenming's figure flickered and disappeared in place. The next moment, inside the Huaxia Pantheon, what man? Jiang Wenming's figure suddenly appeared, giving the guards at the entrance a fright. After seeing that the visitor was Jiang Wenming, they retracted their weapons. God Jiang, so it's you who has come. But what's the matter? A guard asked respectfully. Don't call me Jiang God. After sounding weirdly middle-aged, it's better for you guys to just call me by my name. Jiang Wenming was a bit embarrassed. He was aware of what others had called him, only that he hadn't had the time to correct it. Now that he was being shouted at to his face, even he felt his cheeks burning a bit. After casually exchanging a few pleasantries with the two guards, he walked into the Pantheon with large strides. At this time, the Pantheon was brightly lit, with an oil lamp and god positions neatly arranged. Compared to the first time he came, it was unknown how many times stronger, especially after the return of the Chinese human sages. There was even more splendor within the Hall of All Gods. Listening carefully, one could vaguely hear the human sages extolling the great Tao. He knew that this was the way the sages were teaching the living beings. It was said that sincerity was the key to success, and only by listening carefully could one hear the sage's response. After lamenting for a while, Jiang Wenming scanned the hall. Finally, in the second row at the top, he saw DXIN's divine seat. Only this divine seat already had fine cracks appearing. Late Jiang Wenming, see you, great king. Jiang Wenming bowed towards the divine seat. As his words fell, the divine seat's light flickered for a moment, but then it dimmed again. Immediately afterward, the god positions in the great hall that belonged to the human race all lit up with a soft glow. These rays of light converged together and merged into DXIN's god position. Soon after receiving the help of all the human race sages, DXIN's figure slowly coalesced out. Although his face was a bit pale, his body had that domineering aura belonging to a king still made people unable to look directly at him. Today, Lone has summoned you here to inform you of a matter. When DXIN said this, he paused slightly, as if he was wording what to say. Late generation washes his ears and listens. Jiang Wenming stood respectfully at the bottom. All of the gods and ing spirits of the major divine lineages of the Divine Grace continent had, hundreds of years ago, traveled to the extraterrestrial region to fend off the evil demons. And after the victory, a portion of the injured gods and ing spirits returned in batches. The other part of the gods and spirits took advantage of the victory and pursued those remaining evil demons. The battlefield grew further and further apart, and so the gate of creation was born. It was the coordinates left behind by the gods, which also preserved a portion of their power. On that day, we arrived at the lair of the evil demons and encountered a powerhouse comparable to the saints. Many of the gods were forced to disintegrate and reincarnate. In order to prevent the other side from finding out about this place, the saints stepped in to cut off all karma, erasing all traces of them. We fought and retreated and ended up facing each other in a void space. In order to deal with them, the saints teamed up to create the mythic ring, wanting to make the world awaken the fallen gods with their thoughts in this way. Only later, some of the gods got scared and didn't dare to travel beyond the domain, so they joined forces and took the coordinates on the way, blocking the way for the gods to return. They also blocked the way for the gods to travel to the extraterrestrial realm. As time passed, these gods gradually retrieved the divinity they had separated out, and during this time, there were also those who devoured the divinity left behind by other gods. They grew stronger and stronger until their desires completely drowned out their conscience. A crazy idea was born. If through the mythic ring, the divinities left behind by other gods were summoned back and then struck them down and devoured them, wouldn't they be able to grow stronger and stronger, even surpassing that group of saints? And so the rules of the mythic ring were twisted by someone, and it was no longer a place for the gods to return, but became a place where their life and death were decided. The victor gains everything, and the loser loses everything. As DXIN said this, a touch of imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes. He was once a first-tier warrior, but then he fell, and it was Jiang Wenming who reawakened him. His former rival, Jiang Xia, returned that remnant of his soul back to him, plus Daji used her life to help him recover, which allowed him to regain his memories. It was only then that this erased history could be reclaimed. Jiang Wenming was dumbfounded as he listened, but he soon sensed that something was wrong. Are you saying that all of the gods that are currently summoned are from after the fall? Jiang Wenming himself was taken aback by this statement. Most of them are, and because of that their temperament and strength are all a bit different from what they originally were. This is something you should have realized before. These summoned gods only possess some of the divinity they once had, and most of their power comes from your intentions and imaginations. DXIN unreservedly spilled the beans. Right on. Everything matched up. With the last piece of the puzzle filled in, Jiang Wenming finally sorted things out. It was just that this truth was too cruel. Almost all of the gods that had once existed had fallen, leaving only a wisp of remaining divinity. The remaining gods not only had to fend off the evil demons, they were also blocked out, isolated. The gods that had been awakened had crippled memories and 100% of their strength, and there was also the risk of being hunted down. No wonder the yellow wind monster and the others reminded themselves not to directly call out the true names of those great men. No wonder Nuwa and the others appeared and didn't dare to reveal their true names. This is because they haven't fallen yet and their true bodies are outside the domain, fearing that they will be found by evil demons following their karma. Jiang Wenming thought of another thing at this point and looked up at DXIN. According to you, those gods who fell in the mythic ring, if their divinity is still present, can they still be summoned back again? Theoretically they can, but it requires you to collect more keys of creation. When we left back then, in order to prevent an accidental fall, We left behind some of our divinity and memories from that time within each gate of creation node. If we can awaken them before those gods who reneged on the covenant find them, we can indeed reawaken them. This is one of the reasons why I called out to you. One of the reasons? Jiang Wenming froze. Jiang Wenming, come forward and listen to the seal. DXIN suddenly bellowed. Jiang Wenming's heart shook, and although he didn't understand what he was going to do, he still honestly stepped forward and bowed with his fists. As a human king, Long grants you the 9 cauldrons of the divine state. Are you willing to accept them? DXIN gazed at Jiang Wenming and asked, the 9 cauldrons of the divine state? Jiang Wenming looked puzzled. If you accept the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons, you will be the new king of man from now on, and for the rest of your life, you must shelter my Chinese people at all costs. Can you do it? Jiang Wenming was stoned by this sudden turn of events. All he could think about was the words human king. How did one become a human king? Can you do it? DXIN bellowed again. The late generation will definitely bow and die. The words had been set up to this point. Would it be foolish not to accept? Even if he didn't have this human king status, he would still serve and die for Huaxia. Don't say anything about greatness or not. Asking is the necessary bearing of the Chinese people. So this oath didn't mean anything to him at all. The instant he agreed to it, 10,000 feet of golden light abruptly lit up within the Huaxia pantheon. The golden dragon of national fortune appeared and opened its mouth to spit out 9 small tripods. After appearing, these 9 small tripods automatically flew in front of Jiang Wenming, circled around him in a circle of doom, and finally merged into one. Jiang Wenming just wanted to reach out to catch it, only to feel a pain in his fingers. A drop of essence blood flew out and fell within the 9 tripods. In a split second, the 9 tripods began to emerge with various mountain and lake patterns. Jiang Wenming knew that this was the map of Huaxia, which recorded the entire region of Huaxia, all the mountains, rivers, landscapes, and human landforms. The image flickered and then the 9 tripods disappeared into Jiang Wenming's body, forming a pattern similar to a tattoo. Right at this moment, the sound of something breaking suddenly rang in Jiang Wenming's ears. When he looked up, he saw that the god position belonging to DXIN began to break a little bit, and finally turned into a piece of the ground. As for DXIN himself, he also began to dissipate a little bit. Great King! Jiang Wenming shouted out of breath. When DXIN heard this, he smiled faintly at him before completely disappearing into the heavens and earth. Greetings to the human king. All of the Chinese human spirits bowed and saluted in the direction where DXIN had disappeared. At the location where DXIN had disappeared, a ball of 7-colored light shone. It was none other than the 7-knobbed linglong heart that Daji had given to DXIN. Jiang Zia stepped forward, reached out and removed the 7 orifices linglong heart, and walked over to Jiang Wenming. This is the gift that the human king has entrusted me to present to you. Jiang Wenming's heart trembled, looking at Jiang Zia with some disbelief. This was a human heart, or a 7-knobbed heart that belonged to Bygone, which also contained all of Daji's cultivation. How could he dare to accept it? In fact, as early as when the human king decided to pass on the 9 cauldrons to you, he was already prepared to completely disappear. This is something he purposely left for you, and only by obtaining this 7 orifices linglong heart will you be able to become the true human king. Why me? Jiang Wenming asked rhetorically. He was not related to DXIN, nor did he have any outstanding qualities. Why would the other party choose him? Jiang Zia sniffed and gently shook his head, smiling without saying anything. He knew, but he just didn't say anything. This made Jiang Wenming's teeth itch with anger. There was no way around it. He could only choose to accept it. As a matter of fact, he didn't care much about the 7 orifices linglong heart. He was more concerned about Daji's 1,000 years of cultivation. After all, he came to this world for too short a time. From awakening to now, although he obtained a lot of magical skills, but there is no time to cultivate, and Daji's cultivation was just enough to make up for this shortcoming of his cultivation being too shallow. The moment the 7 orifices linglong heart was integrated into his body, Jiang Wenming only felt a heart-rending pain. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. The guards at the door heard the sound and wanted to come in to check the situation, only to be stopped by an invisible barrier. Are you alright, God Jiang? The guard couldn't see the situation inside, so he could only stand outside the door and shout. Seeing that no one answered, a bad feeling rose in his heart. I'll watch here. You go inform General Long Yi. One of them shouted. The other person nodded and flew towards the outside. Inside the pantheon, Jiang Wenming only felt like his heart was being plucked out. This was in fact true as well. His original heart was being replaced little by the 7 orifices linglong heart. This kind of pain was no less than 1,000,000 ants eating his heart. Jiang Wenming very much wanted to pass out on this. Unfortunately, the surrounding human spirits simply did not allow him to do so. only to see the 100 suns surrounding Jiang Wenming, sitting on their knees in unison. A golden character was spat out from their mouths and then disappeared into Jiang Wenming's body. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took before this pain finally disappeared. The human race is counting on you. These were the last words Jiang Wenming heard before he fell unconscious. It was like it was said by one person, and it was like it was said by countless people. Jiang Wenming felt like he was in a void, unable to see any scenery or feel any movement. He walked forward in a confused and numb manner, not knowing how long it had been, when a call suddenly came from his ears. Civilization, civilization, wake up, wake up, a voice rang out. Jiang Wenming felt that the voice sounded familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall who exactly it was. Is this shouting at me? Who is shouting at me? Immediately followed by a uncontrollable sense of weightlessness came. Ah! Jiang Wenming sat up violently from the ground. Wenming, are you alright? What happened just now? Long Yi's voice rang in his ears. As his consciousness returned and his gaze gradually came into focus, Jiang Wenming then noticed that there were people standing around him at some point. What's wrong with me? Jiang Wenming rubbed his swollen temples, and for a moment he couldn't recall what had just happened. I still want to ask you, running to the pantheon without a word and being unconscious for so long, comatose for so long, how long have I been unconscious? Upon hearing these words, his originally drowsy consciousness abruptly awoke, and he hurriedly looked at the crowd. You've been unconscious for a day and a night. As soon as we came in we saw you lying on the ground. What exactly happened? Long Yi asked. 1 day and 1 night? Then how was the fight in the ring? Jiang Wenming hurriedly asked. He still remembered that when he left, the two of them, Nuwa and Wuyo, were fighting against Jehovah. So much time had passed, and he didn't know what the outcome was. Both sides are still fighting, and for a while, we can't get close. We can only watch through the projection. Long Yi said with some concern. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Li was more concerned about Jiang Wenming's physical condition. He couldn't interfere in the battle between the gods, but he could still care about Jiang Wenming's physical condition. I'm fine. Right. What's the situation over there in Egypt? I heard them sacrificing beings earlier? Jiang Wenming sidetracked the topic. Indeed, the 12 pillar gods of Egypt, who sacrificed millions of beings, are now much stronger and have put out the word that they want us to hand over the key of creation. Li Jianguo frowned, feeling much older all of a sudden. It's not just Egypt now, even the Greek side has started to make small moves. According to the news coming from our intelligence division, there have been a number of temples where miracles have appeared, so there's no need for me to say more about what this means, right? A general in charge of intelligence said. When everyone heard this, they all looked puzzled. Things seem to be moving in an uncontrollable direction. The key of creation can't be handed over. Not only can't we hand it over, we have to take the initiative and retake the key of creation from them at an early date. If it was before, Jiang Wenming hadn't been so urgent, but now after learning the truth, then he didn't dare to have the slightest delay. He could afford to wait, but those gods trapped outside the domain could not afford to wait. As long as the key of creation could not be assembled, the dead gods could not be resurrected in the true sense of the word, not to mention going to support the front lines. However, these were all afterthoughts. The dilemma they faced now was how to deal with Jehovah, who was possessed by a heart demon. If a powerhouse of this level were to break free from the shackles of the mythic ring, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Just thinking about the annihilating disaster that those clay figures had suffered, Jiang Wenming couldn't help but feel a chill at the bottom of his heart. He must be dealt with first. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming turned his gaze towards Long Yi. Uncle Long, I still need to trouble you to make a trip to the Pope's country. You are thinking? Aha! Jiang Wenming nodded heavily. Although Jehovah's followers were numerous, most of the temple churches were in the papal states. A little bit to weaken the other side now was a little bit. China ahead. Foreign gods are forbidden. A bellowing cry rang out from the air. Jiang Wenming and the others' faces changed as they left the pantheon and went outside to check the situation, only to see that in the void, the 5 sacred beasts were confronting 7 figures. Jiang Wenming glanced at the 7 people across from him with his fiery eyes and only felt that the aura emanating from the other party was terrifying. It was not even inferior to the 5 holy beasts. These were 7 gods, or gods that did not belong to Huaxia. They had unexpectedly appeared at the border of Huaxia now. What were they trying to do? Jiang Wenming and Long Yi glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It was because both of them thought of what they had just said. These 7 gods, it couldn't be that they also wanted to learn from them, right? What to do? Long Yi lowered his voice and asked. Shake people. Fuck them. They were all blocked to the doorstep. If this didn't beat them up, how could they hold their heads up in the future? However, just at this moment, he heard the other party speak. We have no intention of offending Huaxia. We just came here to discuss something, so please let the person in charge of the gods of Huaxia come out for a talk. At these words, Jiang Wenming and Long Yi's figures froze in place. Not here to fight? The crowd looked at each other. Before the crowd could ask questions, they saw a pair of golden feathered wings steeply unfurl behind Jiang Wenming. Wenming, what are you doing? Before Long Yi could finish his words, he saw Jiang Wenming flying directly towards the location of the 7 people. This brat, although Long Yi blamed him for his impulsiveness, he was still worried about his comfort, and with 2 flames rising under his feet, he directly chased after him. When Jiang Wenming came close to the 7 people, he noticed that the other party actually had the aura of holy light. This feeling, Jehovah! Jiang Wenming immediately looked. Color changed drastically. The purple gold gourd and the blade of judgment appeared in his hands at the same time, and he looked at the 7 people with a wary face. You are the Chinese god's wordsmith? Arrogant god envoy Escaner looked Jiang Wenming up and down with some curiosity. Who are you people? Why did you come to my Chinese territory? Jiang Wenming didn't answer, but he didn't deny it either. He was Di Jun's divine favorite and received the 9 cauldrons inheritance. In either aspect, he was qualified to be the talker. There's no need to be nervous. We don't have any malicious intent. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mei Li, one of the 7 divine ambassadors under Allah's command. The angry god envoy, Mei Li, was the first to identify himself. Allah, you guys are Jesus people? Jiang Wenming's frown deepened. He didn't understand how a great general under Jesus' hand could appear here at this time. However, right after he called out Jesus' name in one breath, the 7 divine ambassadors' faces instantly changed. Not in anger, but in shock, because their master had erased his true name back when he left this place, and this teenager in front of him was able to call out his name in one breath. This could no longer be described as erudite. Thinking of this, Mei Li looked sharply at Jiang Wenming and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly is your excellency?" Jiang Wenming's heart thumped. Could it be that my identity as a traveler has been recognized? It can't be, can it? So many bigwigs didn't see it. How could they? They must be swindling me. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming's heart, which had been lifted up, was put back down again. He did not panic when things went wrong, and he was elegant and dignified. My father's surname is Jiang, and he wants me to be a good person, so he named me Jiang Wenming. Jiang Wenming said half-jokingly, "Civilized? But you seem to be very rude, oh, friend." Escaner's tone turned steeply cold, his eyes staring at him in death. Honestly, what exactly are you, or which god are you? Jealous god envoy Diane looked at Jiang Wenming with an unkind face, looking as if she might be ready to strike at any moment. Crap, scared me. I thought I recognized my identity as a traveler, but it turns out that I was treated as a reincarnated god. Jiang Wenming let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Wait, this isn't right either. Reincarnation of a god doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Jiang Wenming was a bit puzzled. After all, every year, the awakening ceremony could awaken quite a few gods. It didn't make sense for them to be so attached to reincarnated gods. His mind spun rapidly, constantly pondering the previous conversation between the 2 sides. Could it be that they think of me as a reincarnated deity with memories? Looking at them, it seems like reincarnated gods are quite extraordinary. Jiang Wenming pondered in his mind for a moment before looking at the 7 people across from him again, a majestic and domineering look on his face. I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but I didn't expect to be discovered by you guys anyway. Alright, I'll show my cards. In fact, I am the reincarnated body of Demon Emperor Jun, in charge of the world's demon race. If you guys don't want to stay in Huaxia, I advise you to leave quickly. Jiang Wenming followed Emperor Jun's tone of speech, his chin slightly raised, his sideways head looking at the sky at 45 degrees, an expression of a master who was lonely and isolated. The 7 divine ambassadors were collectively speechless, looking at him with an expression of "You're teasing me." In the end, it was Mei Li who couldn't look away and spoke. Demon Emperor Jun coronation is still alive. Jiang Wenming's head, which had just been raised, froze, based on the principle that as long as I'm not embarrassed, then it's others who are embarrassed. Jiang Wenming coughed dryly. Ahem. I was just joking with you guys. In fact, my real identity is God Emperor Haotian. God Emperor Haotian isn't dead either. Escaner glanced at Jiang Wenming and spoke faintly. Jiang Wenming. Then I am the Jade Emperor. He's also alive. Tongtian sect leader. Alive. The first heavenly father. Alive. Taishan Laojun. He's not a fool. I'm afraid. Tyrannical Eclipse God Envoy Marlene looked at Jiang Wenming with the gaze of a fool. These words were instantly recognized by the rest of the people. Forget it, let's go. We can't count on the Chinese side. Seeing Jiang Wenming's demeanor, Mei Li also lost his mind about joining forces with Huaxia and turned around with the crowd to leave. Hey, don't go. I remember. I'm the East Emperor Tai. Jiang Wenming shouted at the backs of several people. The 7 divine ambassadors sniffed and ran even faster on their feet. After the 7 people disappeared, that nervous smile on Jiang Wenming's face also disappeared, revealing a look of stoicism. The saints are all still alive. The situation doesn't look too bad. Yes, everything that was done just now was all intentional on Jiang Wenming's part. After learning that they were Jesus' subordinates, Jiang Wenming had been looking for an opportunity to trap their words, wanting to inquire from them about the situation of the Chinese gods. 5 seniors, do you know those people just now? Jiang Wenming turned his head to look at the 5 sacred beasts. Qinglong spoke after a moment of contemplation. If I remember correctly, they should be the 7 deadly sins. They are the 7 deadly sins under Allah Jesus? Zhu Yao was somewhat surprised. When they were at the front line, these 7 were also very famous within the gods. They had once teamed up to kill a heavenly demon king. It should be them. I feel a strong pressure on them. If we really fought just now, we might not be their opponents. Qinglong spoke in a heavy tone. These 7 people had descended in their original bodies with their strength preserved intact, while they were all heavily injured. In that case, they should be the batch of gods that were withdrawn from the front line in the first place. Jiang Wenming also realized the seriousness of the matter. In this era where the gods had fallen, he knew better than anyone else what a group of gods with their strength intact meant. However, judging from the other party's behavior just now, there should be no malicious intent, or else the few of us alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Xuanwu, who had been silent, spoke up. They should have come to look for us to join forces, although we don't know what they want to do. It's not a good thing for us. Jiang Wenming pondered for a moment before speaking. The fact that the other party was so strong and still needed to find them to join forces meant that what was being sought was very difficult. Huaxia was too busy taking care of itself right now, so how could it have the time to take care of them? The most crucial thing was that Jiang Wenming didn't trust the other party. Those who were not of my race would have different hearts. Although this saying was not absolutely accurate, it was still accurate in most cases. Right at this moment, Long Yi, who was on the side, spoke up. Could their trip be related to dealing with Jehovah? There is this possibility, but it's not easy to say about this kind of thing. After all, they come from the same source. It's better for us to deal with Jehovah on our own, lest we get stabbed in the back. Jiang Wenming had also thought about this possibility, but it was still the same saying. Those who were not of my kind would have different hearts. He couldn't trust the other party. Uncle Long, please take someone to the Pope's country. I'll go to the ring now. Then you be careful. You too. The two looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding. 5 seniors, Huaxia is counting on you first. Jiang Wenming clasped his fists towards the 5 sacred beasts. Duty calls, you can rest assured. Many thanks. After Jiang Wenming finished speaking, with a wave of his feathered wings behind him, he directly flew up into the sky. Looking at Jiang Wenming's departing back, the 5 sacred beasts all fell into deep thought. Could it be that person? Can't be sure yet. That personality gap is a bit big. Don't care if it's him or not. He's now recognized by the Tao symbol and the 9 cauldrons. Before the saints return, we'll all have to listen to his arrangements. That group of humans are so relieved to leave this place in the hands of this little guy. White Tiger, don't underestimate those human godding spirits. In terms of strength they may not be as good as us, but if we really get into a fight, the 5 of us may not even have a chance to make a move. The Qilin opened its mouth. It was the closest to humans and understood them the most. It was precisely because of this that it knew just how terrifying those Ing spirits were. They were different from demonic beasts and these innate beings, where the demonic beast's own cultivation was strong, but their merits were insufficient. On the other hand, these spirits, although their cultivation was weak, the power of merit and virtue was huge. As long as their cultivation was raised, becoming a saint was a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, their lifespans were short and their innate deficiencies were insufficient. Otherwise, they would have definitely become saints. On the other side, Jiang Wenming came to the mythic ring. At this time there were only 3 people left on the field. Jehovah, the little girl, and Worryless. The little girl and Worryless teamed up to attack Jehovah and were currently in the upper hand. It was just a pity that there was a layer of domain shrouded around Jehovah's body. They were never able to break through. This was Jehovah's absolute domain. As long as one was within this domain, no one would be able to injure him unless the attack exceeded the limit of what he could withstand. Although the little girl was Nuwa's incarnation, her strength was more than a notch below that of her original body. Although Wushu's potential was strong, in the end, it had yet to be transformed into battle power. Inside this kind of high-end game, it was a bit stretched. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take for the 2 of them to fight alone. We must think of another way to do it. Jiang Wenming kept thinking about the key to break the situation. Perhaps it was because of the 7 knowledged Linglong heart, or because of the inheritance from the human sages. Jiang Wenming quickly thought of a solution. Jehovah is possessed by a heart demon, but his own will should still be there. Perhaps we can try to awaken him. The heart demon was strictly speaking just an unlimited amplification of the desires in people's hearts, which was then used to manipulate the target, and it wasn't considered strong in itself. This was something he had seen in his previous life when he watched The Legend of Shushan. How did the other party solve it back then? Jiang Wenming kept thinking about his memories from his previous life. Yes, first provoke the remaining goodwill within the other party, then strike while both parties are fighting for control of the body. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming's figure flashed and directly left the ring. Turn on the live broadcast and have everyone recite with me, Jiang Wenming said to the media reporters who were on standby. These media reporters were all arranged by Li Jianguo in advance, just to facilitate giving orders at any time. At this moment, when they saw Jiang Wenming speak, they all got ready. Pope State Cathedral. Long Yi and a group of dragon guards forced their way through the defense line and quickly arrived at the centrally located cathedral. Do it! Without the slightest hesitation at all, the group of people collectively struck out. All sorts of magic treasures and divine abilities fell, directly smashing the cathedral into ruins. This was also thanks to the fact that the Pope's country was too small, totaling only a few thousand square meters. It was simply not too easy for Long Yi and the others to invade. The moment they were about to leave, from the ground flew out two divine favorites of the Pope's kingdom. Both of them had a pair of angel wings behind them. They had just flown into midair and were about to open their mouths to question them. They were directly smashed into blood mist by a golden circle. Withdraw! Long Yi retrieved the Qianquan circle that he had thrown out, and with a wave of his hand, he led the crowd to retreat. A group of people were familiar with the road. Seeing that the task was completed, without the slightest stop, they turned around and ran. A set of actions flowing in the clouds and water, silky smooth and incomparable. On the ring, Jehovah's body abruptly stiffened, as he felt his power weakening. Before he could check on the situation, he suddenly realized that a chanting sound, if any, was coming from the direction of Huaxia, and the sound grew louder and louder, clearly echoing over the entire ring. A golden-colored light shadow appeared, its body wrapped in a layer of vast righteousness. Just by looking at it, one could feel that terrifying and incomparable vast chi. Heaven and earth have righteous chi, mixed with flowing forms. In the lower part, it is the river and the mountains, and in the upper part, it is the sun and the stars. In the human day, it is vast, and peppered with the darkness of the underworld. Jiang Wenming took one step and one sentence, walking towards Jehovah. Countless chanting voices and countless human silhouettes appeared behind Jiang Wenming. At this moment, he was not representing a single person. Rather, it was the vast righteousness of heaven and earth. This was the power that evil spirits feared the most. The moment Jiang Wenming appeared, Jehovah suddenly screamed miserably and wailed in pain as he clutched his head. Wisps of black smoke escaped from his body. The power of the heart demon has been weakened. Do it! The little girl suddenly shouted. A 5-colored spirit bead emerged in her hand. 5 spirit bead, fix. The moment the 5-colored spirit bead came out of her hand, it divided into 5 differently colored spirit beads, blocking off the surrounding space. Seeing this, Worry didn't dare to be slow, and the Confucian 5 constant truths were spat out from his mouth. Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith. 5 large, ancient characters appeared, then branded onto Jehovah's body, transforming into a golden chain. Little fellow, take the vast righteousness in you and inject it into his body. The little girl shouted at Jiang Wenming. Jiang Wenming was speechless for a while. Although he knew that the other party was the incarnation of Mother Nuwa, it still felt a little strange to be called his little guy by a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Spitting was spitting, but the movements of his hands did not slow down at all, mobilizing the vast chi around his body. He poured a brain towards Jehovah's body. Ah! A piercing wail sounded from Jehovah's mouth, and strands of black chi surged outward from his body. The black chi coalesced in the air and did not disperse, forming a bizarre face that struggled to escape. Don't let it escape, the little girl droned. A golden aura flashed in Wu You's eyes and he gently spat out a word, fix. The surrounding space and time were instantly imprisoned, and the heart demon's body maintained its hideous expression, not moving a muscle. Without saying a word, Jiang Wenming directly condensed a long sword with his Haoren Jingqi and chopped at the heart demon's main body. It chopped a dozen swords in a row until the other party completely disappeared, and only then did he dare to stop. Seeing that the heart demon had been killed, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief and turned their attention to the ghostly awakened Jehovah. Many thanks to fellow Taoist for coming to the rescue. Jehovah's expression was soft as he thanked towards Jiang Wenming's trio. Jiang Wenming glanced at the little girl and saw her nodding towards him before he dared to withdraw his Haoran Jingqi. With your strength, how could you be invaded by the heart demon? The little girl asked Jehovah with some doubts. He was a creation god, so it was reasonably impossible for him to be invaded by a heart demon, but he was possessed by the other party. It also nearly caused a great disaster. I'm ashamed to say that, when I fought with the extraterrestrial evil demon, although I killed a heart demon king, I was backfired on by it in its death throes and was cursed. Originally, I had already eliminated it by scrubbing myself with holy light, but I never thought that it just lurked, affecting my mind little by little until today when my emotions fluctuated and I suddenly snapped. Jehovah smiled bitterly. It was really humiliating enough for a creation god to fall to such a state. No wonder. The little girl murmured softly as if she had thought of something. What are your plans next? Will you leave with us? Or will you continue to stay here? The little girl asked again. Jehovah looked at the crumbling mythic ring, then turned his head to look at his own God's kingdom, and finally sighed. I will leave with you. But before that, there is something else that needs to be done. As Jehovah finished speaking, a white light burst forth from his body. God says, there should be order in the world. The voice was grand, but it didn't have that lofty aura from before. Instead, it was filled with neutrality and calmness. Jiang Wenming didn't know if he was originally like this or if it was because he had been influenced by the 5 Confucian principles, but it always turned out to be good. As Jehovah's words fell, the mythical ring, which was originally battered and tattered, began to recover a little. Fellow Taoist, please help me. Jehovah rushed at the little girl and said, good. The little girl nodded. 5 colored spirit beads flew out and landed in the center of the ring, transforming into the most basic 5 elements. Domain, absolute order. Jehovah violently sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood after shouting these words. The aura on his body began to slip a little. Fellow Taoist. The little girl was startled and wanted to step forward, but she saw Jehovah waving his hand at her. I'm fine. This domain. Just atone for my past behavior then. Jehovah integrated his domain into the ring, changing the distorted rules over. It also reinforced the rules of the ring, so that they wouldn't be broken without moving, involving the spectators outside the arena. The little girl was a bit eager to speak. Stripping her domain to incorporate it into the ring was a bit of a big deal. In this way, even if Jehovah reached the outside of the domain, it would still take a long time to recover, which would undoubtedly be a great loss for them. As if Jehovah could tell what was in her mind, he smiled faintly and spoke. The path to the extraterrestrial battlefield has been cut off, and I don't know how much time it would take for my main body to go over there. Since this is the case, it would be better to do it in a different way. What way? The little girl looked at Jehovah with some confusion. She didn't remember any other way other than through the gate of creation. My child Jesus should still be alive, right? Trouble you, Taoist friend. To give him my divine kingdom, he might be able to use it, Jehovah said, and a ball of energy coalesced in his hand. This was the power of his origin and the Garden of Eden. Fellow Taoist, are you trying to? The little girl looked at Jehovah in shock. She didn't expect the other party to actually do this. Actively stripping away his domain and then handing over his divine kingdom. Was this not wanting to live? You're right. I'm not a good father, and I used to only use punishment to teach my children. But you're wrong about one thing. It's not that I don't love them, but because I love them too much. That's why I'm afraid. Afraid that they'll go down a crooked path. And also afraid that they'll surpass me. Isn't that ridiculous pride? As Jehovah said this, his gaze softly looked at Worryless. Worryless showed a look of grief, but didn't bother to stop Jehovah's next move. Jiang Wenming on the side understood. What Jehovah was afraid of wasn't being surpassed by his child, but rather, he was afraid that as a father, he was no longer qualified to teach his child. As a result, he was influenced by the demons of his heart and deviated a little from his original intention. A ridiculous pride indeed, but equally pathetic. Woyo, my child. Thank you. It was you who helped me find my original heart. Jehovah smiled and waved at him. Father God. Carefree stepped forward and cried out softly. I don't have anything to give you. This is my divinity. Absorb it and it can help you reach the extraterrestrial battlefield. Jehovah tapped his brow with his finger. The little girl finally understood at this point what he was talking about in his mouth in a different way. Jehovah was planning to use his own divinity to forcefully help Worryless through the teleportation. Go on. My power can only last for a month. Child, for this month, I'm relying on you. Jehovah twisted his head to look at Jiang Wenming. At this moment, he was like an amiable elder who was admonishing his juniors. Elder, what do I need to do? Jiang Wenming wondered why Jehovah had named him. Defeat all the gods. Get back the key of creation. Reopen the star path coordinates. Whether you welcome back the gods or bring people forward, it's up to you. Again, getting the key of creation. Jiang Wenming said he was helpless. One said it really easily, just like he was really open. Unfortunately, he really didn't have a golden finger. Other than knowing more about myths and legends than the others, he really didn't have any other specialties. Now that the Chinese human spirits had left, For the next match, he could only rely on the demon race and some of the gods of the heavenly court faction. But what about the opponents? The Egyptian gods and Greek gods were all fiercer than one another. The Greek gods were okay, he knew more about them through movies in his previous life, while the Egyptian gods, he only knew about the 12 pillar gods. It was simply impossible to pick someone in a targeted manner. I can only pray that the luck isn't too bad. Jiang Wenming slandered in his heart. After Jehovah explained everything, his body began to dissipate into points of light a little bit. However, Jiang Wenming noticed that these points of light seemed to be flying towards the same place. A portal loomed in the void. Jiang Wenming recognized that it was the gate of creation. The points of light didn't enter it and disappeared. Let's go too. The little girl greeted towards Worryless and also stepped into the gate of creation at the same time. Nyang, wait a moment. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Jiang Wenming hurriedly opened his mouth and called out to the other party. What else? The little girl frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Wenming suspiciously. Nyang, you see that I'm going to fight against the other two divine lineages next. Are you sending me a few life-preserving magic treasures or something? I'm not greedy. Just give me a golden gourd, demon refining pot, 5 spirit bead or whatever. Little girl, if it wasn't for concern for her image, she would have wanted to spit out a sentence. What do you call this not being greedy? So it's not my own magic treasure. You still can't see it, right? Angrily, she glared at Jiang Wenming, then thought about taking out the demon gathering streamer and throwing it to him. This thing is given to you, just as things return to the original. Go. The little girl stopped halfway through her words, then drilled into the gate of creation without looking back. Leaving in such a hurry? What do you mean by returning things to their original owners? Do I have this thing? Jiang Wenming listened in confusion. Unfortunately, Mother Nhua had already left, so there was no way for him to continue asking. Lowering his head, he surveyed the demon gathering streamer in his arms. To put it nicely, it was called full of age. To put it bluntly, it could only be described as tattered and torn. It didn't have the appearance of a bullish magic treasure at all. Forget it, it's better than nothing. It's for nothing anyway. Maisie put away the demon gathering streamer, and then stomped on the ring under his feet. Host, it's time to come out and announce the results of the match. Here, cough, here it comes. A tender girl's voice sounded, and then it turned into Bobby's thick male voice. Soon, the ring flickered with light, and the host, Bobby, that big bald head, appeared in the ring. Jiang Wenming gave him a suspicious look, always feeling that something was strange. Seeing that he kept sizing him up, Bobby glared at him viciously, then cleared his throat. I announced that for this match, the Chinese Empire wins. The next match will be Egypt versus Huaxia, and in light of the change in the ring rules, the match will open in 3 days. After saying that, he glared at Jiang Wenming again before disappearing. Jiang Wenming was puzzled by his glare, but he didn't think much about it and directly flashed away from the mythical ring. 3 days of rest. This was too important to Jiang Wenming. On one hand, he needed to properly organize the information he had acquired, and on the other hand, he was planning for the next battle. According to his intention, it would definitely be a two-pronged attack, online and offline at the same time. Unfortunately, the Egyptian gods seem to have responded earlier, directly blockading the entire Egyptian empire with divine power. It was simply impossible to sneak in without a sound. In fact, not only Egypt, even Greece was the same. After all, first there was Tianzhu, and then there was the Papal States, both of which had incidents of mysterious people attacking temples. It was also all during the war with China, so any fool would know that there was a problem. In order not to follow in the former's footsteps, those gods simply blockaded the country with their divine power, not authorizing anyone to enter or leave. It's too much. To pull something like this, where is the trust between people? Jiang Wenming felt that his personality had been insulted. Ahem. We didn't have much trust to speak of with them in the first place. It's better to think about what to do next. Long Yi dryly coughed twice. In his heart, he wanted to spit out a sentence. They are all his own people, so stop acting. I don't know much about the gods on the Egyptian side. I only know that they have 12 pillar gods, and their bodies are mostly monsters like snakes, insects, rats and ants. Jiang Wenming tried to recall the Egyptian mythology in his memory. Indeed, those gods' instants were mostly shown as animal figures. The most famous of them, Horus, was a falcon. Anubis was a dog-headed man, and Montu was an eagle. The rest like what frogs, vipers, scorpions, sacred beetles, cats, a whole lot. Some of them are similar to Chinese demons. 3 days passed in a flash. The mythological ring was filled with crowds early on. After being transformed by Jehovah with his domain, the mythic ring, although the surface was no different from before, the inside was a world of its own. No matter how fierce the fight was inside, it would no longer affect the outside. The rules of the battle were also changed. no longer divided into ring battles and name god battles. All of them were unified as name god battles, only that the participating gods could only fight one battle. It was no longer like the previous name god battle, where one could pick several. Divine familiars could also choose to inherit the power of the gods and fight in person, and this was not subject to a limit on the number of times they could do so. A limit was also added to the number of participants. Each empire could only field 5 people, the system of 2 wins out of 3, but regardless of whether you win or lose, you must play all 5 games. The souls of the defeated gods were returned to the mythic ring. When Jiang Wenming saw this, he understood the intent. This was to avoid the loser's divinity from being devoured by the opponent. After figuring out the key to this, Jiang Wenming's mood relaxed quite a bit. At least he didn't have to feel guilty for getting anyone killed. But when he saw the last rule, his entire being instantly became bad. Only to see that the last rule was written, the losing side, the divine familiars die together. Jiang Wenming almost didn't explode. Combined with the fact that gods could retain their divinity, the divine dependents had to die, right? Please have the representatives of both sides come on stage and draw the participating gods. The voice of the host, Bobby, rang out. Jiang Wenming walked towards the ring in large strides, and Egypt's representative also walked up from the other side. Only the faces of both sides were not very pretty. After all, this was about their own lives, or the kind of lives they handed over to others. As for the divine favorites inheriting the power of the gods was even more bullshit. Not having enough bloodline affinity to inherit the power of a god wasn't looking for death? No. Jiang Wenming suddenly reacted. It seems that he is not subject to this restriction. With his understanding of the Chinese gods, he didn't say that he knew 100% of them, but he could still make a good point. Not to mention that there was also the identity of the demon race's young lord. This was simply a tailor-made rule for himself. Is this a coincidence? Or is it something that Jehovah intended? Jiang Wenming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Starting to draw the participating gods, a large carousel appeared in front of Jiang Wenming, and it was densely filled with the names of gods. Only the human names inside appeared grayish-white, which signified that they could not be summoned. On the contrary, on the Egyptian Empire's side, the list of names was small, but each of them radiated a light golden color. Place your hand on the dial in front of you, and just meditate on the extraction. Bobby's voice reached the ears of the two. Without hesitation, Jiang Wenming reached out and pressed his hand on top of the carousel, silently reciting the extraction. The dial spun up at a rapid pace until the name on it could not be seen, and only then did it begin to slow down slowly. The spectators outside the arena each stretched their heads, wanting to see clearly who they had chosen to fight. Soon 2 golden lights lit up, and at the same time, the list of participants was revealed. Egyptian Empire's participating deity, Sphinx. Chinese Empire's participating deity, Yang Jian. After Jiang Wenming saw that the drawn god was Yang Jian, a glint of joy appeared in his eyes. This game was a sure thing. On the Egyptian side, there was also joy in their eyes. The Sphinx was their guardian god. Not only was it physically powerful, but it also possessed a special ability. It could launch soul torture on its target, and once it couldn't answer, it didn't matter if you were a human or a god, you would be devoured by it. The audience area under the ring. The name Yang Jian is so familiar. Is there a big brother to popularize it? I know. His mom is a fairy. His dad is a mortal. They eloped and gave birth to him, only to be discovered by a monk. So he captured his mom and locked her up in a tower. Dude, where did you read that pirated book? His mom is clearly a snake demon. Okay? Where there's a crouching dragon, there must be a phoenix. The ancients honestly don't lie to me. Don't talk nonsense. This is a real big shot. He appeared many times in the mythological history written by Jiang Shen. He took part in the god sealing ceremony. He fought with the great sage and Neza had to call out to him as second brother when he met him. I remember. The second master single-handedly, through 5 passes and 6 generals, and finally defected to the big brother on the Liangshan mountain. Neza god followed closely behind, and said under his breath, I'm the same. What you damn well read is also a pirated book. On the ring, Jiang Wenming made a bow towards the void and spoke aloud. Crescent-like slingshot at his waist, 3-pointed 2-bladed gun in his hand. The axe splits Peach Mountain had saved Mother. The bullet beat Iluo double Phoenix. He was famous for killing the 8 monsters, and for his righteousness to the 7 saints of Plum Mountain. His heart was high and he did not recognize the family of heaven, but he was proud to return to God and live in the river. The Red City is a place of honor for the Holy Spirit of Yingling, and his manifestation is boundless. Called Erlang. I, Jiang Wenming, welcome the arrival of Yang Jian, the true lord of the myriad paths of Qingyuan. The void cracked open, revealing a dilapidated Taoist temple inside. Located in the center of the Taoist temple was a handsome and martial-looking young man holding a 3-pointed, 2-bladed spear. with a stone statue of a large dog lying at his feet. As Jiang Wenming's words fell, the stone statue cracked a little, finally revealing the true face inside. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, really handsome. 3 words, really fucking handsome. Even Jiang Wenming, who had never been a fan of handsome men, had a heartfelt feeling of shame after seeing the true face of Erlangshen. It was a kind of temperament that made people unable to even rise up with jealousy. Mom, look at the male god. The real male god. Too handsome. How can there be such a handsome male god in the world? Oh, I feel like I can't find a date in this life. Once I see the Erlang is mistaken for life. Even Jiang Wenming, who was a man, thought so, not to mention the girls on stage. The screams were so loud that it was even more lively than a concert. What kind of celebrities in fresh meat were all thrown out of the sky at this moment? At that moment, Chicken dropped the ball. Huashan stopped shaking. Compared to Erlangshen, it seems incomparable. Neither his status nor his face value and temperament were on the same scale. After Yang Jian unlocked the seal on his body, his eyes lifted slightly and looked at the void crack in front of him. With a single step, he appeared in the mythic ring. And the moment he left, the big dog idol under his seat in the Taoist temple moved. A large black dog with a glistening black body manifested and followed closely behind, jumping out of the void crack. Buy one get one free? Jiang Wenming looked at the roaring dog that had followed him over, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing that the mythic ring had no intention of rejecting the roaring dog, he was also speechless in his heart. It seemed like a bit of a big deal. Although the Sphinx was strong, in terms of strength, the roaring dog could definitely hang him. After all, the roaring dog was an ancient divine beast, not to mention Yang Jian. This coming to at once gave him the feeling of a cannon hitting a mosquito, but there was no way around it. If you're here, you can't just chuck them back, right? Roaring heavenly dog trotted to Erlangshen, crouched down on the ground, and affectionately rubbed his head against his pants leg. Erlangshen reached out and rubbed his dog's head, his face full of doting colors. This scene fell into the eyes of outsiders, and immediately set off another wave. Wow, is too caring and has a small pet. Sister, nymphomania is understandable, but we can't be blind. You call this 2-meter tall giant dog a little pet? Handsome man and beast. I feel like I'm falling in love. Not only the human audience, even the goddesses within the gods were no exception. They were all overwhelmed by Erlangshen's aura. Mount Olympus, dressed in a revealing outfit, with skin as white as snow, a delicate face, and a head of blonde hair that hung down like a waterfall, covering the fullness of her chest and only revealing a gully that caused infinite reverie. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, was originally leaning back lazily on her seat, but the moment she saw Erlangshen, her eyes instantly glazed over, her legs involuntarily clenched, and her face flushed. How could there be such a handsome male god in the world? A murmur came out from her mouth, not knowing what she was thinking about again. Inside the Egyptian pyramid, a group of goddesses were also showing strange colors, not hiding the greed in their gazes at all. What a handsome male god! I want to eat him. Viper goddess Vajit greedily spat out her snake core. What a waste to eat it. Why don't you let me have it? And maybe a group of handsome offspring will be born. Lioness goddess Samet laughed daintily. I'll take this Chinese male god. Tell the Sphinx to stay alive. I want him to be my male favorite. The goddess of life Isis opened her mouth, and the rest of the goddesses instantly shut up. In terms of rank, they weren't qualified to compete with Isis for a man. Erlangshen didn't know that he had just appeared and was being missed, or a group of female beast gods. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he would have chopped them up with his sword. The match begins. As the host, Bobby, gave the order, the Sphinx immediately roared and charged towards Erlangshen. It was 100 feet tall, and every step it took would cause the earth to shake. In 2 or 3 steps, it arrived in front of Erlangshen and raised its giant claws to slap at Erlangshen. However, Erlangshen didn't dodge, just stood in place like that, as if he was stunned. Boom! The giant claw fell, the earth crumbled, and smoke rose in all directions. It won't be slapped to death, right? So it's a fancy embroidered pillow. It's a pity for such a handsome face. Sphinx slap him to death. Some gods and spectators revealed looks of regret, while others revealed looks of excitement. In people's impression, men, the more handsome they looked the more vegetable their strength was. The ones who could really fight were those fierce men who were covered in tendon meat and could chew for a day if they cut off a catty. A handsome and graceful white boy like Erlangshen didn't seem to be very good at it. Handsome and capable little white men. Unseen, just as these people were getting jealous, they suddenly heard the Sphinx let out a wail. Before the crowd could react, they saw the Sphinx fly out backwards. It landed heavily on the ground, setting off countless amounts of smoke and dust. What happened? Didn't see it. In the blink of an eye, that giant beast flew out. So handsome, So handsome. A group of girls whooped. You guys saw it? Someone asked curiously. No. No, then what are you shouting about being so handsome? The giant beast that attacked my boy god was knocked away. So of course we should celebrate. This is not a good thing to pick up on. It's easy to get beaten up if you say it wrong. The group of boys glanced at each other and wisely remained silent. This kind of fanatic fan, they couldn't afford to mess with. Unlike the others, Jiang Wenming possessed fiery eyes, so he saw what had just happened. When the Sphinx's attack fell, Yang Jian held his gun in one hand across his body, then pushed with force. The Sphinx's entire person, oh no, it was the beast, flew out uncontrollably backwards. It was the kind where its feet didn't touch the ground. The physical strength that it was proud of was not worth mentioning in front of Yang Jian, who possessed the 8-9 Xian Gong. It should be known that Yang Jian is on the path of physical sainthood, and it can be said that since the death of Pangdu and Emperor Tai, he is the only god who has caught up with those greats. He was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a saint in the flesh, not to mention a tiny sphinx. Even if the 12 pillar gods came, no one would dare to say that they could securely win against him. It was also that he was low profile and usually didn't show off, so these foreign god families knew very little about him. As the smoke and dust cleared, Erlangshan stood there intact, not even moving his position in the slightest. Holding his gun in one hand, he pulled a gunflower, and with a fierce stomp of his feet, his entire person instantly disappeared in place. Bang! It was only after he disappeared for a second or two that a sonic boom was heard in the air. The tri-tip two-bladed gun in his hand probed out, directly piercing into the Sphinx's body, leaving only about a meter of the gun's handle exposed. Before the crowd could let out a gasp of surprise, they saw Erlangshan's arms exerting force, directly swinging his opponent and heavily slamming him into the ground. This feeling was just like someone using a toothpick to hold up a potato as a giant hammer. Although there was a huge difference in size between the two sides, it was only when they fought that the crowd realized. The Sphinx, who was huge in size, seemed to have been in a one-sided abuse situation. Boom! The earth trembled, and the Sphinx's body smashed heavily on the ground. Roaring dog follows, for your extra meal, Erlangshan said, drawing out his three-pointed two-bladed spear and lifting his leg and kicked. It directly sent the Sphinx's body flying out. Woof! Woof! Thank you, master. The roaring dog barked twice, then pounced towards the Sphinx, opened its big mouth, and ruthlessly tore off a large chunk of flesh and blood from its body. Crap! The dog spoke. What doggy? Show some respect. Shout dog god. Oh yeah. Dog god. Dog god is mighty. I found out. This is the roaring dog raised by Erlangshan, said to be an ancient beast. There are records inside the journey to the west, back then, but even the great sage was bitten by it. My mom loss I just did not say bad things about it. This teeth, also too good right. Worthy of being a male god. Even the fights are so handsome, and it doesn't forget to refill the pet's meal during the battle. The perfect male god. The roaring heavenly dog didn't know what the others were saying about him. It had followed its master's self-appointment for so long. It had long been starving. Now that he saw that there was meat to eat, where did he care about image? Anyway, it was just a dog. What image did it need? Eat first and then say. Erlangshan stood there quietly, watching the roaring dog gnaw on the Sphinx. In just a moment, it gnawed a bloody hole in its body. The Sphinx let out a roar of pain, but Erlangshan's previous kick was too vicious, directly breaking an unknown number of its bones, and for a moment, it couldn't even climb up if it wanted to. Just when the crowd thought that the match was going to end here, the Sphinx suddenly opened its mouth wide. Watch out! Erlangshan had a warning sign in his heart. His figure disappeared from its original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the roaring dog. Soul torture. Instead of biting at growling dog in Erlangshan, the Sphinx spat out human words. As those 4 words fell, a red chain wrapped around his body. Erlangshan's body abruptly froze in place like a puppet that had lost its soul. Soon, the crowd realized that Erlangshan's soul had been pulled out of his body. Jiang Wenming's expression changed when he saw this. Erlangshan's strength was obvious to all, definitely not an existence that the Sphinx could deal with. But now, he was actually having his soul pulled out by the other party. What in the world was going on here? Jiang Wenming's mind flashed rapidly. About the Sphinx. In Egyptian mythology, it was originally a monster born from the combination of a giant and a demonic serpent, with a cruel temperament, and it liked to guard the center of the main road, asking passers-by some strange and bizarre questions. If the person it asked could not answer, it would eat the other person. When Jiang Wenming saw this story in the past, he had wondered why those people had to answer. Now it seemed that it should be a special ability of the other party. Similar to a mandatory contract. If you don't answer its question, you will be eaten by it. It was just that I didn't know if it would commit suicide after answering out like in the story. There is a creature that has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and becomes 3 legs at night. What is it? The Sphinx asked with a solemn expression. At the same time, an hourglass appeared out of thin air beside it. Erlangchen stared and contemplated for a moment. His mind flashed through various creatures he had seen, as if he hadn't seen this kind. Jiang Wenming just wanted to open his mouth to remind him, but he realized that he couldn't make any sound at all. He was restricted by the rules of the ring. Seeing that the hourglass was about to run out, Erlangchen finally spoke. It's human. Reason. Humans crawl on all fours as toddlers, grow up and walk upright, and in old age, they rely on crutches. At these words, the hourglass suddenly disappeared. Obviously, his answer was correct. However, the audience under the stage was in an uproar. There's something wrong with this question. It even stole the concept of time. That's right. Where would you ask a question like that? Worthy of being a male god. This can even come up with an answer. I didn't even guess it. Is it possible that it's not that he's smart, but that you're too cute? It's also possible that it's the big boobs. Bah! Rascal, where are you looking? Amidst the discussion below, the Sphinx in the ring spoke again. Second question. What is it in your body that gets longer, then shorter, then longer again when affected by an external object? The hourglass of time appeared again. The moment this statement was made, the stage was abuzz. The men were excited. The women blushed, and they didn't know what they had thought of. Crap, is the question so explosive? Ahem, I'm a decent person who can't understand what you guys are talking about. What exactly is the answer? Why do girls pry so much? When you have a boyfriend you will naturally know. I do. I haven't seen anything that changes length. When these words came out, the people around her all looked at her with a sympathetic face, giving her a dumbfounded look. They didn't expect an answer either. Sister, as a person who has been there, my sister advises you to hurry up and change your object. In the ring, Erlangchen stared and contemplated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Shadow. Reason. Shadows get longer in the morning, shorter at noon, and longer again in the afternoon. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the entire room. The hourglass disappeared and the answer was correct. This caused a group of people who were thinking about it to be collectively petrified. Ahem, I guessed the answer a long time ago. It's really the same as what I thought. Ha, ha ha, I'm the same as each other. It looks like we are all in the same path. My path is not alone. Within the divine kingdom, the gods who saw this scene had different expressions. Some looked grave, some looked surprised, and others flooded. Aphrodite, the goddess of love on Mount Olympus, at this time breathing rapidly, face flushed, a pair of long and white jade legs are constantly changing sitting position. The great bank in front of her chest with her movements and constantly shaking, seeing people's eyes dizzy. Handsome in appearance, powerful in strength, and overly intelligent. It was simply the most perfect male god she had ever seen. If I can combine with him and give birth to offspring, it shouldn't be bad, right? As Aphrodite thought of this, her legs unconsciously clenched a few more points. Compared to the Erlang god in the ring, it seemed that all those lovers of her own had turned into trash. When he wins the match, maybe I can go talk to him for a night. Aphrodite flirtatiously flicked the blonde hair on her chest to the back of her head, and her pink tongue inadvertently licked her somewhat dry lips. In the ring, the Sphinx's face was ugly, and a layer of cold sweat couldn't help but seep out from his forehead. With one last question left, after thinking about it, he spoke again. Who is the strongest in the world? F***ck. Jiang Wenming directly exploded into foul language when he heard this question. Wasn't this an obvious trick? Not to mention how many godly systems there were in the world. Within those known gods alone, no one dared to say that they were the strongest. Even if they were as strong as a saint, no one would dare to conclude that they were stronger than the other party until they had fought. Not to mention the fact that this also involves the attributes that are mutually exclusive. Let's use an analogy. It's like the Monkey King, the Scorpion Spirit, and the Pleiades. The Scorpion Spirit can defeat the Monkey King, but not the Pleiadian Stargazer. But can you say that the Pleiadian Stargazer is stronger than the Monkey King? Obviously not. This is an insoluble question with no standard answer at all. Mount Olympus, Zeus, the king of the gods, looked at the surrounding gods and asked with a smile, "Who do you think is the strongest person in the world?" "I think it should be Father God. You are the king of the gods. Your divine power is endless. You can be called the strongest." Apollo, the sun god, complimented. "That's right. Father God is definitely the strongest." The god of war Ares followed in agreement. The god of the sea, Poseidon, and the king of the underworld, Hades, who were sitting on the side, looked at each other and then glanced at Zeus, who was laughing loudly on the god's seat. A touch of imperceptible sarcasm appeared on their faces. Inside the Egyptian pyramid, the sun god Ra, who was located on the highest divine seat, similarly scanned the gods below. The Sphinx asked this question very interestingly. Who do you guys think is the strongest person in the world? Of course it's you, the great sun god. Who else in the world is stronger than you? Shu, the god of air, complimented. No, 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 Zeus, the king of the Greek gods, is no weaker than me? This strongest should be him. Ra smiled and waved his hand. In his words, he didn't put the gods of the extra-dimensional domain in his eyes at all. In fact, it was also true that in their view, the death of those gods that remained outside the domain was just a matter of time. Their true enemies were the gods that remained on the Divine Grace continent today. As long as they devoured all those gods, they would be able to occupy the entire Divine Grace continent. Endless resources and believers would all belong to them. Zeus is just a pleasure-hungry trash. When we settle Huaxia, I'm willing to personally go fetch his head and offer it to the great sun god. Color of Warsate patted his chest and assured, Huaxia won't be so easy to win. Don't be careless. Ra faked a few words of modesty. Only the smile on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. In their opinion, the Sphinx had already won this round. Who let this question have no standard answer? At this moment, whether it was the audience under the stage or the gods within the god country, all of them looked curiously at Erlangshun, wanting to see who the strongest person in his mind was. Right at this moment, Erlangshun raised his head and looked towards the Sphinx, the 8-9 Xian Gong in his body working, although he was looking up. At this moment, but it gave the illusion of looking down on all beings. Only one word was lightly spat out from his mouth. The voice was not loud, but it was filled with an undeniable flavor. The red chains connecting him to the Sphinx steeply broke. This meant that the answer was correct. In a flash, the entire room was dead silent. At this moment, whether it was the audience, or the gods, including Jiang Wenming, they all looked at the figure in the ring with a shocked expression. How is that possible? How could you be the strongest person in the world? The Sphinx sprayed large mouthfuls of blood from his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Because I am invincible. Even if the heavens and earth return to chaos, I will break them with a single shot. What kind of confidence is this? What kind of pride is this? At this moment, his thin figure was infinitely elevated in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if he had turned into a giant that opened up the heavens and the earth. And after Jiang Wenming heard his words, his body trembled and a flame burned in his heart. What a shot to break it! Worthy of being a ruthless man who wants to become a saint in the flesh. A great man born in heaven and earth should be like this. To use force to prove the Tao. To become a saint in the flesh. What was needed was to have this kind of self-confidence of having me invincible. If you even doubt yourself, then how can you walk this most difficult path to sainthood? At this moment, a hint of enlightenment surfaced in Jiang Wenming's heart, and at this moment in the ring, the Sphinx's body was dissipating a little bit. This was the backlash of using soul torture. If others couldn't answer its questions, their souls were devoured by it, and once someone answered its questions, then it would have to atone for its sins with death. Seeing this, the roaring dog hastily pounced on it. A dog's mouth opened wide and ruthlessly tore off a hind leg from the other's body. Barfing, he swallowed it into his stomach in 3 or 2 swallows. The Sphinx's soul turned into fragments and was absorbed by the mythic ring. The match ended there. Congratulations to the Huaxia Empire for winning the first round. Please ask the Egyptian Empire to send a second representative as soon as possible. The host, Bobby, said this with a special emphasis on the second representative. The reason was simple. The first representative had died after the dust of the match had settled. Oh, beautiful. Open the door. I love you. Man god, man god. The Huaxia Empire audience let out a burst of cheers. Even Li Jianguo, who was in the podium position, had a smirk on his face that he couldn't hide. Erlangshun, who was on the ring, was still standing alone and proudly, as if he had done something trivial and insignificant. Late Jiang Wenming, welcomed the return of true Lord Erlang. Jiang Wenming hurriedly stepped forward to congratulate him. However, the next second, splat, a cerebral crash landed on Jiang Wenming's forehead, directly bouncing him a dozen meters away. Jiang Wenming only felt his brain buzzing, and for a moment, he didn't even know what had happened. The audience under the stage was also instantly silent. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Not knowing why Erlangshun would suddenly punch Jiang Wenming. I'll give you a lesson this time. Let's see if you still dare to chew on people behind their backs in the future. After Erlangshun finished speaking, he threw off his silver cloak behind him and left in style, only leaving behind Jiang Wenming who wanted to cry without tears. This scene directly amused the audience under the stage. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Why is it that when I see Jiangshan get defeated, I still feel that he deserves it? Jiangshan doesn't cry. Sister gives you warmth. Oops. My 2 male gods are fighting. What should I do? Sister, you should buy a pack of melon seeds and a small bench. Hey, how come I don't see that Long Yi kid? Li Jianguo suddenly realized that Long Yi had disappeared at some point. The secretary next to him sniffed and came over to say a couple sentences with his ear. After Li Jianguo heard the secretary's words, his expression suddenly turned odd. His eyes fell to the back of that teenager in the ring. Fearful later in life. Ha ha ha. Fearful later in life. The more he looked at Jiang Wenming now, the better he looked at him. This was simply a savior sent down from heaven. Not only was he knowledgeable, but he was also resourceful. This match hadn't even started yet, and the strategy had already been arranged. On the other side, the border of the Egyptian Empire, Long Yi and a group of other dragon guards were hiding in a desert at this moment. Looking at the giant pyramid towering in the distance, one of the dragon guards opened his mouth and asked, "General, are you sure we want to ambush here?" Ambush? Judging from the coordinates, this should be the place. Be on guard and ready to strike at any time. Long Yi looked at the satellite positioning and determined that the location was correct. But the Egyptian Empire has already locked down the country, and with this layer of divine power barrier outside, we can't force our way through it at all. So what exactly do we have to wait here for? They had been waiting here for several hours, and Long Yi didn't say exactly what he was going to do, which made the crowd's hearts very unsettled. "Just you kid talk too much, just let you wait. You'll understand when the time comes." When Long Yi said this, his own heart was a bit bottomless. The main reason was that when Jiang Wenming contacted him, he didn't tell him what he was going to do at all. He just said that he should wait here, and that he would understand at that time. Seeing that Long Yi had said so, the rest of the dragon guards had no choice but to shut up and honestly find a place to hide themselves. Just at this moment, the voice of Bobby announcing the result of the match came from the sky. "The match is won. The door is open." A dragon guard gave an excited cheer. "Keep it down. Isn't it normal to win? With Jiang Shen here, the victory will definitely belong to Huaxia," another dragon guard said with a smile. This wasn't blind confidence, but rather Jiang Wenming had fought his way out with victory after victory. Although it was only half a month, it had refreshed the essence of the Huaxia Empire. No one would worry anymore if they would fail, because they had Jiang Shen. This teenager who came out of nowhere was like a radiant sun, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded the sky over Huaxia. Seriously, Jiang Shen is simply too fierce, changing the pattern of the entire world with his own power, especially abusing Sakura and destroying Tianju. It's so relieving. That's true. Some time ago, I was reading the supplemental history and saw that there was an ancient military rank called Feng Wolfjushu. At first I didn't really believe it, but when I think about Jiang Shen's battle results, I think this is simply an honor tailor-made for him. Historically, sealing Wolfjushu was about Huazaishu, who took a group of men and fought all the way to the enemy's hinterland for more than 2,000 miles, and built an altar and monument on Wolfshushan Mountain to commemorate the occasion, declaring it to be Chinese territory. What kind of concept is that? It is like leading a group of people from Shanghai to Beijing on horseback, planting a flag and declaring that the territory within such a long distance belongs to China. What kind of honor is this? It can be said that it is a battle achievement that all military generals can only dream of. And now they are directly across half a continent to Egypt. If this is successful, even if they die here, they will be remembered in history. Enough for their children and grandchildren to brag for the rest of their lives. The second match has begun. Someone reminded. The crowd raised their heads to look at the projection in the sky. Only Jiang Wenming and another Egyptian representative mounted the ring and reached out to press their hands on top of the large turntable. The carousel spun rapidly and finally stopped. Two golden lights lit up, displaying the list of contestants in this competition. Chinese Empire participating deity, Wenzhong. Egyptian Empire participating deity, Horus. Jiang Wenming was overjoyed after seeing Wenzhong's name. Wenzhong, Master 1. He was also the Heavenly Court's Puhua Heavenly Honored One. Not to mention being powerful, he was also in charge of the Ministry of Thunder under his hand. Most of all, the most important thing was that he was a third-generation disciple of the Interceptor sect, or the kind that is super well-liked. There was no need to say more about what this meant, right? Jiang Wenming took a step forward and was just about to bow and salute when he saw a flash of golden aura in Wenzhong's name. It transformed into a mighty three-eyed old man with gray beard and hair, wearing battle armor, holding a female and male golden scaly whip, and riding an ink unicorn on his crotch. Human King, you must not be rude. Wenzhong jumped off the ink unicorn the moment he appeared and reached out to assist Jiang Wenming, preventing him from saluting. Although he was ordained as a god, he still regarded himself as a human subject in his bones. There was no reason in heaven and earth for a subject to be worshipped by a ruler. Jiang Wenming was not Xin, and the two of them did not have the love of master and disciple in it. Even for Emperor Xin, Wenzhong had not been saluted by him after he succeeded to the throne. This was the rule. Seeing this, Jiang Wenming did not continue to salute, but instead changed to clasping his fists. I have to thank you, Heavenly Honored One Puhua. Human King is polite. This is originally my part. Wen Zhong clasped his fists and returned the salute, then swept his gaze majestically across the opposite side of Horus. The audience of the Huaxia Empire under the stage immediately let out a commotion. What had they just heard? Puhua Heavenly Honored One? But wasn't the heavenly exalt of Puhua called Leijianzi? How could it be called Wen Zhong? A group of old professors had cold sweat seeping out of their foreheads as they kept looking through various canonical books. The information they had made public showed that the 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound universalizing Heavenly Honored One was Leijianzi. This information had been passed around for an unknown number of times, and even the teachers at the school had taught their students this. But now that Jiang Wenming suddenly called out another person as the heavenly exalt of Puhua, how could this not make them terrified? No one dared to doubt that Jiang Wenming was wrong. At least for now. He had never recognized the wrong god. Then this meant that it was them who were wrong. I'm ashamed of those children. An old professor couldn't bear the guilt of having wronged his children and actually vomited blood and fainted on the spot. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were also silent. This is not an accident. If something really happened and was exposed, they killed themselves on the spot to thank for their sins are not enough to make people angry. After all, the people who went to verify the authenticity of this information were their children, and even their own lives. If you are not sure of recognizing it, so be it, but you swore to make the information public and spread it widely, and it turned out that this is wrong. This kind of responsibility for misleading people, no one could afford it. Thinking of this, many people revealed a look of gratitude when they looked at Jiang Wenming's back. It was good that they had Jiang Shun. Scratch that. From now on, I'll only believe in the mythological history written by Jiang Shun. It's no good even if my teacher comes. Then is this teacher of mine good at talking? Mom, pain, pain, pain. So many people are watching. Don't pull the ear. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. On the ring. Jiang Wenming talked to Wen Zhong for a couple of sentences before getting out of the ring, leaving the battlefield to them. On the other side, Horus looked at Wen Zhong with a grave expression. It was because he felt a fearful pressure from his opponent. It was a killing force that had been in the battlefield for a long time. It made him uneasy. The feathered wings behind him unfolded and flew high into the air. Speed was his advantage, and in this small world-like ring, he could perfectly utilize that part of his advantage. Seeing Horus, who kept circling in the sky, the ink chilin on Wen Zhong's crotch lightly snorted. A humanized look of disdain appeared on its face, for masses of auspicious clouds rose from under its feet, carrying Wen Zhong directly into the sky. Seeing this, Horus' body swooped down straight, and his hands turned into sharp claws, directly grabbing at Wen Zhong's head. Humph! Seeing this, Wen Zhong gave a cold snort of disdain. The female and male golden jiao whips in his hands were raised, and the sky was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder. Countless thunderbolts fell densely, interweaving into a grid in the air. Before the Horus man could get close to Wen Zhong, he was struck by the dense lightning and directly fell down from the height. Bang! The sound of flesh hitting the ground clearly reached everyone's ears. This caused the group of Egyptian gods watching the battle to be shocked. How could this happen? Horus isn't weak, but he was knocked down in a single glance. Who exactly is that three-eyed god? It seems like it's called something like Huapu Heavenly Father. Within the Chinese gods, it's also a first-class main god. My poor child. How did he meet such a strong person? The goddess of life, Isis. Although her mouth spoke words of heartache, her tone was filled with gloating. Although Horus was his child, but had once cut off her head and turned her into a statue, it could be said that there was no love that existed between the two at all. Instead of saying that Horus was her child, it would be better to say that Horus was the tool that her husband Osiris used to take revenge. It was a pity that the strength of this tool of revenge was too powerful, and although she resented the other party, she simply did not have the strength to take revenge. Right now, seeing him get defeated, she was naturally happy to see it. In the ring, with electric arcs flashing all over his body, Horus forced himself to endure the paralyzing sensation coming from his body and stood up from the pile of rubble. A scepter encrusted with gems appeared in his hand. No! Instead of a scepter, it was more like a spear. At the tip of the spear, a gemstone similar to an hourglass was inlaid. Hourglass spear. Jiang Wenming lost his voice and shouted out after seeing this spear. This spear, a divine weapon of Horus, not only symbolized kingship, but likewise represented the passage of time and the transition between life and death. Anything that had anything to do with time was incredibly powerful, and this applied everywhere. Seeing the other party take out this spear, Jiang Wenming's heart lifted. In terms of the importance of a magic treasure, Jiang Wenming knew too much about it. After all, he had just used the purple gold gourd to pit Michael to death earlier. Right at this moment, Horus struck, only to see a wave of his feathered wings behind him. His entire body transformed into a stream of light, directly rushing towards Wen Zhong. Thunder! Wen Zhong repeated his old technique, and a dense grid of electricity appeared, instantly wrapping Horus up. However, this time, Horus' figure was not blocked by the power grid, only a layer of yellow sand appeared around his body, and the densely packed lightning struck on top of the yellow sand, causing no damage to him at all. When Zhong saw this, his tiger eyes narrowed. Then he threw out the female and male golden scale fire whip in his hand. After the golden whip was detached from his palm, it transformed into two auger dragons, entangled with each other and rushed towards Horus. Clang! The auger dragons and the hourglass spear came into contact with each other, emitting a crisp metallic clang. But immediately afterward, an unexpected scene appeared, only to see the two auger dragons suddenly let out a wail, and their bodies unexpectedly began to crumble a little. It was like weathering. Starting from their heads, they little by little turned into yellow sand until they completely disappeared. As for Zhong's female and male golden jiao whips, they also became obscure and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Zhong's face finally changed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. This was the magic treasure that his life had been handed over to him, and he did not expect that it would be destroyed here today. Before he had time to feel sorry for his magic treasure, he saw Horus rushing to his heels. The hourglass spear stabbed out, aiming precisely at his heart. Knowing the power of the other party's magic treasure, Zhong didn't dare to take it hard and hurriedly urged the ink Qilin to dodge. The ink Qilin shared the same mind as Zhong and naturally understood its master's mind. It sprayed a poisonous mist toward Horus, then opened its hooves and ran toward the distance. The poisonous mist was resisted by the yellow sand around Horus' body, and did not cause any harm to him. However, he also missed an excellent opportunity to attack. The surroundings were shrouded by a poisonous fog, and it was impossible to see the surrounding scenery. Horus frowned slightly, and immediately removed his eye patch, revealing his left eye. The next moment, amidst the surrounding audience's gasps of surprise, he actually gouged out his left eye. This scene gave everyone a numb scalp. It was too ruthless. Even Jiang Wenming, who knew that his opponent's left eye possessed the ability to protect his body, still felt a vicious chill when he saw his opponent take it out in this manner. The eye fell into Horus' palm and transformed into a rune. A light golden light shone from his palm, and the surrounding poisonous mist was instantly dispersed. Just then, Horus suddenly noticed that the sky seemed to darken. Before he could react, a bucket-thick purple lightning fell. Ka-ching! The lightning struck his body heavily, splitting him from a high altitude to the ground. Boom! The ground's masonry shattered, and a deep scorched black pit appeared. Horus's entire body was carbonized and still smoldering with black smoke, and a smell of roasted meat filled the entire place. Looking at this miserable state of the other party, Jiang Wenming's heart that had been lifted up not only didn't let go, but instead became even more tense. Horus was not only the god of guardianship, but also the god of revenge. The more vicious the damage inflicted on him, the stronger his desire for revenge would be. In other words, this fellow was a bit like a super saiyan. As long as he couldn't be beaten, after he recovered, his strength would skyrocket. It was a pity that he was in the way of the rule restriction and had no way to remind Zhong of these words. The thunder clouds in the sky gathered and transformed into a thunder dragon, roaring down from the sky as Zhong bellowed. Boom! An even more powerful vibration sensation than before came. The location where Horus was located turned into a large pit that was too deep to see the bottom. Countless electric lights flashed, and the surrounding ground was melted by the thunder dragon. This handful of thunder spells made the crowd stare in anger. Worthy of being the head of the thunder ministry, this means of controlling thunder is truly terrifying. Jiang Wenming was somewhat emotional. The only means of attack that he had at his disposal right now was the samsara divine wind that the yellow wind monster had imparted to him. It was a pity that he didn't have a magic treasure to match it, plus his cultivation level was too low to bring out its original power. After seeing Zhong's lightning method, he was envious. Thunder fell one after another, rendering the entire ring into a sea of purple thunder. However, as time passed, a sense of foreboding rose in Jiang Wenming's heart. It's been so long, why hasn't Bobby appeared yet? The host, Bobby, didn't appear, and that meant that the match hadn't ended. Still not dead like this? Hurry up and die. Jiang Wenming looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky, and then at the deep pit on the ground. The feeling of foreboding in the bottom of his heart grew stronger. Right at this moment, the thunder and lightning in the sky finally stopped. Zhong had performed so many thunder spells in one breath, and at this time, he also felt a little tired. The heavenly eye at the center of his brow opened steeply, shooting out a golden light and looking at where Horus was. One could only see that Horus was scorched black and had obviously carbonized, dead beyond death. Seeing this, Zhong also finally breathed a long sigh of relief and urged the ink Qilin to fall from the air. The winner has been decided. Announce the result of the match. Zhong looked towards Bobby who was hiding in the void. However, Bobby did not show up. This made him a bit displeased, and he was about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw Horus's body, wrapped up in a layer of burlap. Mummy, Jiang Wenming finally understood where that uneasiness in his heart came from. In Egyptian mythology, mummies represent not the dead, but those waiting to be resurrected. Horus is going to be resurrected. This is the unique means of the Egyptian gods, and it is also the bottom line that they can rival other god systems. Other god systems are dead when they are dead. Even in China, with treasures like the 6 paths of reincarnation, they still can't resurrect people directly. Only the Egyptian divine lineage could. Their death was not a true death, but the beginning of reincarnation, whether the soul is scattered or the bones are gone. Through the ritual of mummification, the soul can be regrouped and descend into the world again. The most terrifying thing about this kind of resurrection is that not only will it not become weak, but it will become stronger and stronger. The only drawback was that the ritual was rather harsh, requiring a large amount of life, power and soul power as a foundation, and the success rate was relatively low. But this was not a problem for Horus at all, because his mother was the goddess of life, Isis. He inherited Isis' life force. His father, Osiris, on the other hand, was the Egyptian god of the underworld. Combine that with the massive sacrifices of the Egyptian gods earlier, extracting the lives and souls of millions of people. It all makes sense. It was all in preparation for this moment. How strong would the reborn and returned Horus be? Jiang Wenming couldn't imagine. Bang! A beige figure leapt out from the deep pit. It was Horus, who was covered in bandages. A streak of yellow sand flowed out from the bandage, and in just the blink of an eye, it turned the surrounding area into a desert. Seeing this, Wenzhong raised his hand and summoned out 2 falling thunderbolts. Unfortunately, as soon as the thunderbolts fell, they were blocked by the quicksand around Horus' body. Crap! What kind of monster is this? It can still play like this? Bandaging itself? Referee, is this considered cheating on his part? For a moment, the spectators of the Huaxia Empire all started yelling. It was clearly a divine battle. Why was it like playing a game? It could even bandage itself. On the Egyptian Empire's side, on the other hand, there were cheers. Great guardian god Horus, I offer you my highest respect. No god will be spared from Horus' vengeance. Gods of China, prepare to meet the wrath of the god of vengeance. Look, the god of vengeance has taken out his bow of tears. Jiang Wenming under the stage also noticed this scene, only to see the bandages wrapped around Horus' body automatically disperse, revealing his incredibly fit body. In one hand, he was holding the hourglass spear, and in the other hand, he was holding a crystal clear longbow. It was his other divine weapon, the bow of tears. After he flashed this bow of tears, the ink qilin at Wenzhong's hip stirred somewhat uneasily. The Kirin was a precious beast, naturally possessing the ability to tend to good fortune and avoid evil. It could sense that the bow in the opponent's hand was dangerous. The name of the bow of tears was not because of its appearance, but because it was a divine artifact that was going to make the enemy shed tears. It would leave pain and sorrow to the enemy. That was what gave it its name. Wenzhong reached out and gently stroked the restless ink qilin, and looked at Horus with a grave gaze. Instead of flying this time, Horus raised his hand and put the hourglass spear on top of the bow of tears. A huge rune appeared behind him, looking like an eye. The eye of Horus. The moment the eye of Horus appeared, Wenzhong felt like he was locked in. An illusion arose in his heart. He could not avoid this arrow. With this in mind, he simply stopped defending. He rolled over and jumped off the ink qilin, gently patted its body, signaling it to leave first. The ink qilin hissed, still standing in place. Old buddy, it looks like you're going to accompany me to death again. A touch of softness appeared on Wenzhong's majestic face. The ink qilin affectionately rubbed its head against his body, then raised its head and hissed. Ha ha ha. You are right. Before the battle reaches the last moment, the winner is still unknown. Wenzhong suddenly laughed up to the sky. The voice was indescribably magnificent. Jiang Wenming only felt his eyes a little sore after seeing this scene. No one knew better than him what the bow of tears paired with the spear of hourglass meant. This was an insoluble strike. There was no other way but to resist it. But the hourglass spear, that was the artifact that killed storm god Set in seconds. Could Wenzhong resist it? Just then, Wenzhong's voice came from the ring. Interceptor disciple Wenzhong, I implore you all to help my disciple. Only to see that on the ring, Wenzhong clasped his hands and bowed towards the gate of creation in the void. Just as the crowd was wondering, a female voice suddenly came out from within the gate of creation. You can take this treasure. Don't let these rebel gods underestimate the people of my interceptor sect. A golden light flew out from the gate of creation and landed in front of Wenzhong. It was a pair of golden scissors, which, upon closer inspection, looked like 2 auger dragons joined at the head and tail. Many thanks for the gift of treasure, senior uncle. Wenzhong said thanks and reached out to hold the scissors. The spectators outside the arena were dumbfounded. What is that thing? How come it looks a bit like scissors? Be confident. Remove the bit and it's scissors. Are the gods all this rich? Even scissors are made of gold? Haven't you heard that in ancient times, emperors used gold bowls to eat? Isn't it normal and reasonable for gods to use gold scissors? Makes sense. Hey, hey, hey. Is the focus of your attention skewed? Don't care if it's gold scissors or silver scissors. The question is, how does this thing block the opponent's attack? Okay? That's not easy. Click it. Cut his bowstring and see how he shoots. Sister looks like she hasn't done this much. She's a know-it-all. Ha 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 ha. God of China, this is too funny. So grand to invite foreign aid. I thought it was some kind of unimaginable treasure. It turned out to be a pair of scissors. Didn't you hear that it was a woman talking just now? Maybe it was making clothes and just happened to take a pair of scissors and throw them out. I'd like to see how he's going to take the scissors to cut Horus' bowstring. Just then, the bowstring in Horus' hand finally loosened, and the hourglass spear flew out of his hand. The speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Bang! Wen Zhong's body flew out steeply backwards and fell heavily on the ground. It was surrounded by a pile of yellow sand. It was as if it was a direct hit as soon as Horus let go. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, obscuring the sight of those around them. Jiang Wenming's heart couldn't help but raise in his throat as well. Could it block this blow? Ka-ching! A crisp ringing sound came from within the smoke and dust. It was like the sound when cutting something with scissors. When the smoke and dust cleared, only half of the spear was inserted at Wen Zhong's heart position, and he was holding the other half in his hand. Seeing this scene, all the spectators in China couldn't help but hold their breath. They didn't even dare to blink their eyes for fear that the next second, the other party would disappear into the yellow sand in the sky. Time passed little by little. Wen Zhong suddenly moved. He casually threw the half of the spear in his hand to the ground, then held the other half at the heart position and pulled it out with force. The spearhead along with a copper mirror was pulled out from his chest. Who? This old man is so old. Still playing this kind of heartbeat game? Scared me to death. Jiang Wenming breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing this scene. The heart that he had been carrying then finally fell into his stomach. He recognized the copper mirror that was shot through. The iron-containing heart-protecting mirror. This treasure was a protective treasure given to the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother by Lord Tongtian, which could withstand one fatal blow. Later, when Wen Zhong learned the art and left the mountain, the Golden Sage Mother was worried about him. Mountain. The Golden Spirit Virgin Mother was worried about his safety, so she gave him this treasure, and she told him that he could not meet the word absolute in his life, and once he met the word absolute, it would be the day of his death. Even if there are iron heart mirror, also cannot block this calamity. Back then, when Zhong lost his life in the Dragon Ridge, and he could not use this treasure until his death. I didn't expect to use it today after so many years. Time and fate. When Zhong looked at the broken iron-containing heart-protecting mirror in his hand with a complicated expression, carefully putting it away, he then made a respectful bow towards the void. Only then did he turn his head to look at Horus. At this moment, Horus' face was ugly, both distressed and angry. The hourglass spear, that was his crushing treasure, paired with the bow of tears. It could be said to be invincible, even for the 12 pillar gods. Apart from the sun god King Ra, no one was even his opponent. But now, it was actually broken by someone. How is this possible? One must know that the hourglass spear, not only did it use a large amount of rare treasures, it was also mixed with the power of time. How could it be broken so easily? Only at this moment did he notice the golden scissors suspended above Wen Zhong's head. It must be the scissors. What is this treasure of yours that can cut through my hourglass spear? Horus asked. When Jiang Wenming under the stage heard this, a touch of mockery appeared on his face. Only a fool would tell you about this kind of crushing treasure. This is a magic treasure gifted by my senior uncle, named, fellow Daoist. Please. It was a pity that before the smile could be raised, he heard Wen Zhong's words, and suddenly the smile froze on his face. Master, do you want to be so honest? You say whatever others ask. Where's the art of war? Where's the strategy? Jiang Wenming mentally spat madly, but soon he remembered that it seemed that during the Shang dynasty, there was no such thing as the art of war strategy. When both sides fought, they were all in formation and frontal. Just take a look at the feudal deities, both sides of the war. I set up a formation you break? You set up a formation I break, which has so many curves. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming couldn't help but sigh. Hey, grandson or born late. However, fortunately, Wen Zhong was not a fool, and only said the name of, did not introduce the characteristics of the magic treasure. Otherwise, Jiang Wenming really had the heart to die. Cutting off the hourglass spear was tantamount to pulling out Horus' sharpest claws and teeth. With only a bow of tears, it was impossible to injure Wen Zhong, who had heavenly eyes. As a matter of fact, in the battle just now, Wen Zhong also relied on the precognitive ability of the heavenly eyes before he dared to take this gamble. Sure enough, he was right. First, he utilized the iron-containing heart protector to block the fatal blow, and then he utilized the cutting hourglass spear. That was what led to the scene that followed. Horus' eyes flickered as his figure steeply retreated, the bow of tears in his hand raised, and a golden arrow condensed from yellow sand appeared out of thin air. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 3 consecutive arrows were shot at Wenjong. Wenjong just wanted to avoid it, but he saw the 3 arrows explode abruptly, turning into a sky full of yellow sand falling down, obscuring his heavenly eyes and successfully covering him in it. Quicksand. Seeing that Wenjong was struck, Horus took out a scepter from the void. Quicksand scepter. This was his uncle Set's treasure, which could manipulate deserts and storms. When he killed Sate, he gave it for his own possession. The desert on the ground began to flow slowly, becoming more and more solid, and finally forming a small pyramid, burying Wenjong inside. Too insidious, even squinting his eyes with sand. I thought only we humans scatter sand when we fight. I didn't realize that fighting between gods also plays like this. Every time I watch a match, I grow some strange posture points. Learned. Watching Wenjong being sealed so easily, not only did Horus not rejoice, but he became more and more gloomy. Judging from the means the other party had shown, it shouldn't have been buried in quicksand so easily. Sure enough, in the midst of the quicksand, a small sandbag suddenly surfaced and was rushing towards him at great speed. Horus didn't dare to be careless. The wings behind him unfolded and used to flap, and his body directly rose into the air. The moment he flew high into the air, 2 intertwined golden scaly dragons broke out of the ground. They bit down heavily on where he was just now. An eye rune emerged behind Horus, scanning the yellow sand below. A moment later, he finally found Wenjong, who was traveling through the yellow sand. Without saying a word, he drew his bow and strung up an arrow, aiming at Wenjong with 3 consecutive shots. Wenjong was aware of this and directly broke through the ground the moment the arrows flew. Mountain moving art. Wenjong bellowed, holding his hands in the air, then slammed them hard towards Horus. The spectators outside the arena looked puzzled, for there was nothing in Wenjong's hands. Is this old man stupid? Surprisingly smashing people with air. Maybe people will use air cannons. Makes sense. Taking an air cannon against Lord Horus, who has the scepter of the storm god. Awesome. In response to the Egyptian audience's taunts, Jiang Wenming was not happy in his heart, but he still held back from disliking them. What's the point of getting serious with a bunch of fools who hadn't seen anything? As he came into contact with more and more gods, Jiang Wenming's eyesight was also rising by leaps and bounds. As the saying goes, outsiders see what's going on. Insiders see what's going on. Jiang Wenming was now considered half an insider. Of course he knew what was going on. This is the 5 elements of the Chinese arts, and the previous Golden Horn Great King's mountain moving art has the same origin, only much more advanced than the other side. The Golden Horn King's mountain moving technique could only be carried by brute force, while Wanzhong's mountain moving technique was carried through the void. It seemed that there was nothing in his hand, but in fact it was because the mountain was hidden in the void. Sure enough, just as Jiang Wenming guessed, after Wenjong made the throwing action, a big mountain appeared out of thin air. Horus had no time to dodge, and was directly smashed out by the large mountain that suddenly appeared. Boom! The mountain crumbled and yellow sand rose in all directions. Beautiful! Jiang Wenming couldn't help but wave his fist. Your grandpa is always your grandpa. This hand of 5 elemental techniques is really skillful, worthy of being the first of the 3 generations of disciples of the Interceptor sect. Go! Wenjong multiplied his victory and maneuvered the golden jiao scissors towards Horus. Horus was pressed down by the mountain and could not break free for a while. He could only watch the 2 augur dragons pounce toward him. When the Egyptian gods saw this, each one of them had a huge change in color. If this was sheared, it was estimated that they couldn't even spell it back. Although their resurrection ritual was powerful, but that would only work if they had a complete body. If the body was incomplete, even if they were resurrected, they would not be able to grow back in. For example, Horus's father Osiris. He was missing one thing when he was resurrected, and in the end, he couldn't even be a man. He could only use olive wood instead. The god of the sun, Ra, had a gloomy face and turned his head to the god of the underworld, Osiris, and the god of life, Isis, who were at the side. Lend him your power. This match, we can't lose. Osiris and Isis were Horus's parents. Both sides' power came from the same source, so naturally, they could pass it on through a ceremony that had been prepared long ago. At this moment, seeing that the supreme god had pulled the plug, although there was some reluctance in their hearts, the 2 still stepped forward and stepped into the ceremony. In the name of my god of death, grant you the power to dominate death. In the name of my god of life, grant you the power to dominate life. The ceremonial spell formation under their feet quickly lit up, and a complicated rune began to flash. The faces of both Osiris and Isis revealed a look of pain. This was not an ordinary borrowing of divine power. Rather, It was directly extracting their divine power to instill it into Horus. On the mythic ring, a pillar of light fell from the void and entered Horus' body. At this time, the two scaly dragons transformed by the golden Jiao scissors had also rushed to Horus' front. The two golden auger dragons intersected, and Horus' body was instantly split in two. However, the next second, countless bandages wrapped up his body, turning it back into a mummy. There it is again. There it is again. Marred. It even comes with an automatic bloodlock, right? This is too perverted. It can't be beaten at all. Burning into a charred corpse can revive it. Splitting it into several petals can still revive it. How can this still be fought? Countless Chinese Empire viewers couldn't help but spit. Wen Zhong was also frowning. The opponent's vitality was too strong. Even if he was strangled into pieces, he could still be resurrected with that shroud. It looks like we can only target the soul attack, Wen Zhong murmured. Although he didn't know anything about the means of soul attack, there were quite a few people under his command who were good at it. For example, Zhang Guifang of calling out the name and falling horses, Devil Li Hong of the four generals of the devil family, and Humming General. Since the other party did not abide by the rules of inviting foreign aid, then don't blame yourself for bullying the few with the many. Where are the four generals of the devil family? Wen Zhong shouted. The last general is here. Four responses came from within the gate of creation. Immediately afterward, four incomparably tall giants appeared, instantly occupying half of the sky. And General Devil Li Qing, and General Devil Li Hong, and General Devil Li Hai, last General Mo Li Ho. Greetings, Master One. The four generals of the devil family knelt down on one knee and saluted towards Wen Zhong. This sudden change shocked everyone. Crap, Master One. I remember now, he's Master One. Nonsense, we're not deaf. No, he is the one Taisher from the feudal god romance, human king Dixin's master, the commander of the Shang dynasty. Master One. Crap, is this old man that big? Jiangshan misled me earlier when he didn't call out his name. I thought it was just an ordinary great god, but I didn't expect such a big name. Brother, you call the nine heavens Ying Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua heavenly honors an ordinary great god? Who gave you the courage? It's true that the longer the title grows, the more bullish it becomes. Earlier, when Jiang Wenming called out one's own Puhua heavenly honored one, the crowd actually did not have any concept of it. After all, there were only a few heavenly deities that had appeared in Huaxia so far, and the one with the highest status was the heavenly puff marshal. But the name Wen Taisher was different. This was a character from the feudal deities. Even Kong Xian was a general under his command, and the human king Dixin had to respectfully call out to him as a teacher when he met him. He's a real big shot. Now the other party showed their cards and told them that Puhua Tianzuan was Wen Taisher. Only then did the crowd realize how much weight this name carried. A first-class god in heaven, with countless capable men and women under his command. This round was stable. Where is Devil Rights Red? Wen Zhong shouted. The last general is here. The four generals of the devil family were Wen Zhong's retainers, and they obeyed his orders. Seeing Wen Zhong calling him at this moment, they immediately stepped forward. Kill this god for me. Wen Zhong reached out and pointed at Horus, who was wrapped in a shroud. Yes, sir. Devil Li Hong answered and led the order, and was about to enter the mythic ring, but was stopped by a barrier. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared. Non-participating gods are prohibited from entering. Put, ha 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 ha, are the gods of Huaxia here to be funny? Not even knowing the rules of the ring, how dare you come to participate in the god battle? Look, look, his face is bashful red. Don't talk nonsense, his face is originally red. The spectators from the rest of the countries jeered. A cold aura flashed in Mo Li Hong's eyes, and his face showed anger. Humph, only to see him snort coldly. He removed the jasper lute from behind him and gently hooked his finger. Clang! A killing sound swept across the entire arena. The group of people who were originally still mocking him, immediately only felt as if their brains were being hammered hard. Blood instantly overflowed from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. When they looked at him again, their faces were all tinged with a bit of panic. This was still due to Demon Li Hong's mercy. Otherwise this attack would have been enough to kill all the mortals present in seconds. Even the divine favorites were no exception. Seeing that no one was clamoring, only then did Demon Li Hong look at Bobby. The four of us brothers, we are vassals under the banner of the great master. One honor is all that matters. One loss is all that matters. Why are you stopping me? Heavenly King rests his anger. This is the mythic ring, a rule set by the joint efforts of all the saints, forbidding the simultaneous entrance of a god of divine position. Bobby clasped his fists towards him before opening his mouth to explain. If that's the case, then why is he allowed? Magic Gift Red reached out and pointed at Horus. His situation is special. Although the Egyptian gods lent him their power, they did not personally enter the arena, so he is not included in the rules. Deceitful. Demon Lai Hong was furious and was about to go forward to theorize, but he felt a blossom in front of his eyes. A young man with extraordinary martial arts and a look comparable to that of a reader lord appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Jiang Wenming. Heavenly King rest his anger. Jiang Wenming opened his mouth to stop Devil Li Hong. Devil Li Hong was originally in a rage, and when he saw someone come out to stop him, he subconsciously reached out and slapped his hand towards Jiang Wenming. Second brother must not. Seeing this, Mo Li Qing was shocked and hastily reached out to pull his brother back and saluted towards Jiang Wenming. Mo Li Qing greets the human king. At this time, Devil Li Hong also reacted and hurriedly bowed to apologize. There is no need for the several heavenly kings to be polite. Jiang Wenming also gradually adapted to his human king status at this time. I wonder why the human king is blocking me. Demon Lai Hong's remaining anger had not yet subsided, so when he spoke, he also carried a hint of anger. The heavenly king doesn't know. The rules of the ring were set by the sages. If we violate them, it would be disrespectful to the sages. So if you want to help Master Wen, you have to be methodical. Jiang Wenming smiled confidently, drilling loopholes in the rules. Right? Don't you know that little master is the best at this? The current Jiang Wenming had inherited the wisdom of the 100 schools of thought, including the sages of Zonghong and Hengjia who were the best at strategizing. It was no exaggeration to say that if he wanted to count on someone now, he could make the other party experience 100 different kinds of pleasure, all without repeating himself. Methods? What method? The 4 generals of the devil family all had their eyes light up at the words, and they all bent down to look at Jiang Wenming. Master Wen's strength is enough to crush the other party. The reason why we are in a stalemate right now is only because the other party is using the Egyptian gods' power to recover amazingly. You guys don't need to enter. You just need to lend him a few pieces of magic treasures that you can use while you're there. In this way, it won't be considered a violation of the rules of the ring. Jiang Wenming smiled confidently. The strength of the 4 generals of the devil family might not be considered outstanding within the heavenly court gods, but it couldn't help that their magic treasures were bullish. This was a treasure that even the Monkey King had suffered losses. He still didn't believe that Horus' body could be stronger than the Monkey King. The 4 generals of the demon family were overjoyed when they heard this. Worthy of being a human king, truly clever. Devil Lihai praised a sentence. Jiang Wenming. It wasn't easy to pick up on these words. He wanted to spit out a sentence. It's not that I'm smart, but you guys are too naive. This thing called brain, although everyone has it, it doesn't mean everyone can use it, doesn't it? The 4 generals of the devil family were clearly the kind of players with more muscles than brains. The 5 whispered and whispered, discussing how to support Wen Zhong. Bobby on the side listened and rolled his eyes. He wanted to spit out a sentence. Can you guys drill holes while I am not around? Isn't it a bit too much to discuss this in front of me? Bobby directly flashed away, as if he did not hear. I don't want to be bothered by it. Soon, the 5 people discussed their countermeasures. One by one, the magic treasures were thrown into the ring, and even Devil Lisho's little pet, the violet gold flower fox ferret, was no exception. Under its grumbling gaze, it was grabbed by Mo Lisho and thrown into the arena. When Wen Zhong saw several pieces of magic treasures flying towards him, he was first stunned and then revealed a smile. It came at the right time. He opened the mixed yuan umbrella to protect himself, reached out to hold the green cloud sword, and threw it towards the sky with a recitation of the magic spells under his breath. The long sword flew into the sky, and immediately turned into a sky of black smoke, covering the sky and the sun. With the sound of metal clanking within, the black smoke enveloped Horus, and his miserable screams came from inside, as if he had been subjected to some kind of inhuman torture, which made people's hair stand up straight. However, this was not the end. When Zhong held a jasper lute and flicked it with force, and an invisible ripple emanated out. Even through the ring barrier, it still made those who heard the sound feel a wave of dizziness. This was an attack against the soul, ignoring any physical defense. The violet gold flower fox sable crawled to Wen Zhong's feet and rubbed against his pants leg as if pleasing him. Seeing this, Wen Zhong bent down, gently stroked its fur and said with a smile, "Go!" Squeak! The violet gold flower fox sable barked twice in excitement, and its body transformed into a purple lightning bolt, instantly disappearing from its original spot. Ah! An even more mournful scream rang out from the smoke. The people around them were creeped out by what they heard. The miserable screams lasted for more than half an hour before gradually weakening. At this time, the black smoke had already dispersed, revealing the scene inside. Ah! Vomit! Crap! After the spectators outside the arena saw the scene inside, many of them bent down and vomited, only to see Horus nailed to the ground by countless spears, his body constantly festering and recovering. A purple and gold flower fox marten was squatting at the location of his head, constantly gnawing on his body. Every time he took a bite, Horus' body would recover again. The flower fox ferret came and went as if it was eating an unlimited refill buffet again, its little stomach bulging with food. Now those spectators finally understood why Horus had let out such a mournful scream. The recovery power that he was so proud of had, at this moment, in turn become the biggest obstacle in his quest for death. Being corroded by black smoke, being gnawed on by monsters, and having to endure attacks from the soul. Anyone with poor recovery strength would have died long ago, but not only did he not die, he instead became the ration for the other party's infinite refills. This was simply worse than death. Boom! Inside the Egyptian pyramid, Supreme God Ra angrily slammed the golden cup in his hand to the ground. Their Egyptian god had been reduced to a monster's ration at this time. How could this be tolerated? The great god of the sun rests his anger. The gods were so intimidated that they hurriedly bowed. Ra's chest rose and fell for a long time before this calmed the anger within. Withdraw the divine power infusion. Osiris and Isis sniffed and breathed a long sigh of relief, finally able to detach themselves from that ritual of having their divine power extracted. With the cessation of the divine power infusion, Horus in the ring finally stopped recovering. The flesh and blood on his body began to rapidly disintegrate, finally turning into a field of yellow sand. A pillar of light fell, and Horus's soul detached from his body and was about to be sucked away by the pillar of light. Right at this moment, a golden chain steeply probed out from the mythical ring, deadly wrapped around Horus's soul, ripping him towards the ground. No! Horus screamed in terror, but unfortunately, he was unable to break free at all, and could only watch as his soul was sucked into the ring. The mythic ring, as a backhand left here by the saints, was not something that he, a small lord god, could break free from, not to mention that this was a ring that had been remodeled by the creator god Jehovah. Here, the loser had only two choices: erase their memories and send them to the front lines, or turn into the purest divine power and serve as sustenance for those gods who took the initiative to go to the front lines. And the criteria for this choice depended on the choices they had made and their own worth. Deserters had their memories wiped, and their divine favorites inherited the divine power and became new gods. The gods created mankind, but mankind likewise made the gods. As long as the divinity was given to the god followers, then they could completely replace those old gods. You don't want to go to the front line? No problem. Give your divinity to the divine favorites and let them replace you as the new gods to fight on the front lines. And the traitors would have to be reduced to being the sustenance of others, helping those gods who had been reincarnated after dying in battle outside the domain to regain their strength, just as these traitorous gods had done earlier. Although the divine power attributes between gods were different, their divine nature was the same, and devouring each other's divine nature could help them grow quickly. Gods that were reincarnated and reborn could quickly recover their strength with the help of the divine power, divine nature, and the wish power of all beings collected within the ring. This was the original intent of the saints in creating the mythic ring. Otherwise, what was the point of fighting between gods? Simply to determine the winners and losers and arrange to go to the front lines? Of course not. That was the obvious reason. The real reason was to borrow this method to collect the gods' divine power and divinity and store them. And the best way to collect divine power and divinity is to have them fight each other to the death. The loser is forced to go to the front line, and the winner, whether you want to go or not, will lose a lot of divine energy from the battle. It was also considered another way of support. This is also why when battles are fought, it's usually the case that gods with similar attributes appear. Coincidence? Of course not. Everything was arranged by the saints long ago. It's just that no one paid attention to these things. The Egyptian gods to which Horus belonged were all rebel gods, so his soul would be crushed directly, retaining only his divinity and power. This was also the main reason why the Egyptian gods, after seeing how strong the Chinese empire was now, couldn't wait to sacrifice beings to raise their strength. Although there were traitors in the other godly systems, they more or less had some gods who stayed behind to fight outside the domain. Only they, the Egyptian divine lineage, all came back. And not only did they come back, but they also united with the other divine lineage renegade gods and stabbed the extra-dimensional gods in the back. The result of this was that once the extra-dimensional gods returned, they will definitely be cleansed. And it's the kind that completely destroys them, just like when they destroyed the other minor god systems. And although there were rebel gods in the other god systems, there were also gods fighting outside the domain. In this way, even if the gods returned, they would consider the opinions of the participating gods and wouldn't go too far. There was no way back for them at this point. The only way they could continue to survive was to fight to the death and defeat the Chinese gods. But now that they had lost 2 games in a row, if they lost another game, they would have to hand over the key of creation. What this meant was clear to all. All the gods turned their gazes to the highest god of the sun. R.A. The hope in their eyes was self-evident. Even Horus, who possessed the power of 4 gods, had failed. So within everyone present, only the supreme god Ra remained. Only he could undo the defeat. However, The sun god Ra's face was unusually embarrassed. As the supreme god, how could he easily risk his life? Or else he wouldn't have become a rebel god. His eyes swept over the crowd and finally landed on Anubis, the messenger of the underworld. Anubis shivered in fear when he saw the god of the sun Ra looking at him. Although he wasn't weak, he was half a caddy with Horus. And how could he win when even the other party had lost? Anubis next game. Great supreme god. I can think of someone. Perhaps he can help us salvage our defeat. With his own life at stake, Anubis couldn't care less about etiquette and hurriedly interrupted Ra. The gods all looked at Anubis with puzzled faces at his words, not knowing who he was talking about. Which god do you want to recommend for the war? Ra asked patiently even though he was a bit displeased by the other party's interruption. Not a god. A human. Anubis spoke in a hurry. Humans? Could it be? That's right. It's the hero king Gilgamesh. Anubis opened his mouth, confirming Ra's suspicions. A dead silence fell within the temple all of a sudden. A long ago memory surfaced in the minds of everyone, and Ra's face was a bit embarrassed. It was an unforgiving past. A long time ago, there was a king among the humans, who was valiant and powerful. Not only did he unify the whole of Egypt, but he also conquered many smaller countries around him. For a while, he was a great success. However, he was not satisfied with these, so he set his sights on the gods of Egypt. Humans under his leadership destroyed one temple after another, and how many hundreds of gods died in his hands? Even the 12 pillar gods. He killed most of them. In the end, the god of the sun, Ra, personally took action and only repelled his opponent. The two sides engaged in a decades-long tug-of-war, with neither side able to destroy the other. Unfortunately, he was only a human after all, and he would also have human birth, old age, sickness, and death. Finally, when his power declined in his later years, the god of the sun, Ra, led the gods and their followers to defeat the other side, and chopped his body into a dozen pieces and built a pyramid to suppress the other. Since then, this history was deliberately buried by the gods, and for a long time, no one remembered that name. The heroic king Gilgamesh. No one expected that Anubis would even mention this name at this time. Wasn't the lesson learned back then enough? Letting that man out, who could control him? The sun god Ra's face was gloomy and uncertain, and the rest of the gods didn't dare to speak and lowered their heads. They didn't want to go and fight the Chinese gods, and Ra likewise didn't want to. It seemed that awakening Gilgamesh was also a good choice. However, it still depended on what the supreme god Ra said. Time passed little by little, and just when there were just 5 minutes left in the match, Ra finally spoke. Wake him up. The battle at hand was clearly more crucial than the crisis later on. Although Gilgamesh resented them, he was still a member of their godly lineage after all. With his arrogant personality, he would definitely go all out to fight, because he didn't like to fail. The resurrection ceremony had been there all along, and now all that was needed was to piece together Gilgamesh's corpse. This was not a difficult task for the gods. Soon, inside Egypt, a pyramid began to shake. Countless people fell to their knees, shouting prayers for the gods' forgiveness. After all, in their opinion, when something like this happened, it must be that some person had caused the gods to be displeased again. That was why the punishment was sent down. It was just that within these crowds, there were some people who secretly looked in the direction of the pyramid, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Outside the Egyptian border, Long Yi and his group also noticed the changes in the pyramid. General, is something happening inside? Big Eye, did you see anything? The man named Big Eyes was a divine favorite of clairvoyance. Hearing Long Yi ask him, he immediately exerted his divine ability to look inside Egypt, only to see that inside the pyramid, a set of stone coffins flew out, inscribed with complicated patterns, and it was impossible to see what was inside. There are so many coffins that are flying towards the largest pyramid. Coffins? Long Yi was first stunned. Then his face turned ugly. He remembered that Jiang Wenming had once told him, the Egyptian Empire believed that the dead could come back to life. So after death, they would wrap the dead body with a shroud and put it into a sarcophagus to be able to come back to life one day. So many sarcophagi appeared. Is someone to be resurrected? With such a mobilization of people, the one to be resurrected must be some kind of big shot, or a powerful god. But whichever it wasn't a good thing for them in China. The other party must be stopped. Prepare for action. Destroy the boom. Before Long Yi could finish his words, he felt the earth begin to shake violently. What happened? Long Yi hurriedly opened his mouth to ask Big Eye. Someone has blasted down a pyramid. Big Eye swallowed hard and said with some disbelief, blasted down a pyramid? The hearts of the crowd were shaken, and they all revealed shocked expressions. Surprisingly, they weren't the only group of people messing things up here. Thinking of this, the crowd all looked towards Long Yi as if asking what to do now. Long Yi also had his head in two places. the order he received was to pick up here. And Jiang Wenming didn't say exactly who to pick up. Now that such a big thing had happened inside Egypt, there would definitely be people coming out to search. If they were found, it would be a case of yellow mud falling down their pants. Not shit. At the thought of taking the blame for someone else, Long Yi instantly became unsettled. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to bring people to take shelter first, the shouts of Shun Feng'er suddenly came from his ears. General, this seems to be one of their own. I heard someone say that they want us to receive them. What? Own people? Not only Long Yi, even the other dragon guards were all in a state of confused. How come it was one of their own? Aren't all of them dragon guards here? General, someone is charging this way. No, it's a group of Jiang Shen. They're also carrying a coffin. Crap, what the hell? Long Yi thought he heard wrong. It's a group of Jiang gods. They grabbed a coffin and are running towards us. Fuck, brothers, prepare to move and receive him. Long Yi couldn't care to think about why Jiang Wenming had appeared inside Egypt at this moment. Or was it a group? Right now, the top priority was to bring people to receive the other party. A group of dragon guards communicated with their own gods, mobilizing the power within their bodies and desperately attacking the barrier at the border of the Egyptian Empire. Long Yi transformed into the three-headed, six-armed third Prince Neza, and the Qiankuan circle in his hand was thrown out, smashing heavily on top of the barrier. A crack appeared. Immediately afterward, another gold brick appeared in his hand, and the fire-pointed gun flew out of his hand, nailing it in the middle of the crack, and the gold brick directly wheeled round and slapped heavily on the end of the fire-pointed gun. Ka-ching! The tip of the gun successfully pierced through the barrier, revealing a large hole of about a meter. Before they could be happy, they saw that the broken hole unexpectedly began to rapidly heal. It was about to regroup and repair. Right at this moment, a group of people sped over in the distance. Uncle Long, catch! After Jiang Wenming's men finished speaking, they directly threw out the coffin they were carrying. The sarcophagus smoothly passed through the barrier and landed in front of Long Yi and the others. Civilization. You. When Long Yi saw that Jiang Wenming was trapped inside, he was shocked and wanted to use the Qiankuan circle and smash it once more. Quickly go! Don't mind me! Jiang Wenming waved his hand at them, signaling them to hurry and run. What will you do if we leave? Long Yi didn't want to give up on the other party. This is just some hair turned into an avatar. It won't get in the way. You guys hurry up and run, I'll hold them off. Jiang Wenming grinned at Long Yi and the others, then turned around and flew towards the pyramid. Long Yi and the others watched as a group of Jiang Wenming rushed towards the pursuing divine familiars like moths to a flame. One by one, their eyes were a little red. However, after hearing the second half of his sentence, each of them instantly froze again. For a moment, they didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The emotions were all brewing in place. Didn't they say that you sacrificed your life for righteousness? How did it turn into a few hairs? Long Yi sniffed, finally put down his heart. His face showed a touch of smile, and waved his big hand. Withdraw. A group of people carried the coffin and used all their strength to desperately flee. Just less than a minute after they left, a man who looked like the sun appeared in the sky above Egypt. R.A., the god of the sun. Damned mortals, how dare you spoil my big event? R.A. roared angrily, the scepter in his hand lashed out with force, and the gods' familiars in Chang civilizations that were originally facing each other were all turned into ashes. On the mythical ring, Jiang Wenming, who was meditating on his knees, abruptly opened his eyes. Worthy of being the supreme god of Egypt, it's really terrifying enough, destroying all my incarnations in one strike. Jiang Wenming was somewhat emotional. With the disappearance of his avatars, he also understood the cause and effect. Originally, it was just an idle move, but he didn't expect it to come in handy. On that day, when he cultivated divine abilities such as the Samsara divine wind, he simply shaved himself bald in order to facilitate practicing the 72 transformations and out-of-body incarnations. With just a few dozen strands of hair in the back, he managed to master the outer body incarnation. Looking at the remaining pile of hair, Jiang Wenming thought it would be a shame to throw it away, so he might as well stay and wait to use it when he performed his divine abilities. However, he couldn't use up all the hair, so he came up with a good idea. He turned all these hairs into avatars and secretly sneaked into other empires. When the divine war started, let them wreak havoc inside. Letting Long Yi and the others go over to meet them was also just in case. I just didn't expect it to come in handy. Jiang Wenming was also curious at this time. What kind of person was inside that sarcophagus? Looking at the runes on it, it was more of a seal than a preservation. This was also the reason why Jiang Wenming took the risk of grabbing the coffin. Never mind what it was. It was so tightly protected. Grab it first. Looking at the time. At this point, there were still 2 minutes left before the start of the match. He believed that with Long Yi's strength, 2 minutes was enough for him to run back As long as he returns to Huaxia, no matter what kind of god, another one counts. Come and stay for me. Of course, this was for those gods who had lost their divine bodies. Although those gods could briefly leave their homeland, their strength would be drastically weakened. If it was something like the 7 divine ambassadors kind of gods with their bodies intact, it would be more difficult to deal with them, especially now that the Chinese human spirits had left. Just as he was thinking, a majestic figure appeared above the mythic ring. Jiang Wenming sensed that a gaze was watching him and hurriedly raised his head to check. He only saw that Ying Zhang had appeared in the sky above China at an unknown time. Your Majesty the First Emperor, why are you back again? Jiang Wenming's mind was a bit confused. Hadn't the human spirits and sages all left? How did he come back again? On the way, I met King Wen, who said that I still have a calamity yet to be solved and asked me to come back. Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang looked at Jiang Wenming with a complicated expression. I hope you can help me get through this death calamity. Ying Zhang sighed in his heart. The first time he met him, he was just a weak little guy, and it's only been half a month, and he's already grown to this point. Even his own death calamity had to rely on the other party to help dissolve it. Could it be that in this round, you are going to play? Jiang Wenming was shocked when he heard the meaning in the other party's words. What else? Why do you think the widow was here? Ying Zhang looked at Jiang Wenming with some amusement. But didn't the host say that the turntable needs to be randomly selected? Jiang Wenming remembered that the rules said so. Ying Zhang looked at him with a wry smile. Call him smart. Most of the time he was indeed very resourceful. Call him stupid. Sometimes the questions he asked were indeed stupid. Why do you think the saints created the mythic ring? Was it really just to allow random battles? Ying Zhang asked rhetorically. Jiang Wenming froze, and his mind began to quickly flash through the previous battles. It seemed like every group of players had a trace of common ground. Jiang Wenming looked at Ying Zhang with some shock. Could it be? Just understand it in your heart. You don't need to say it out loud. This is the Saints Bureau. You, me, and the other gods are nothing more than pawns in the bureau. Ying Zhang sighed. He boasted of being an emperor for the ages. But in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being used as a pawn. Just like the saying, when you look down on all living beings, have you ever thought that there are also people above your head looking down on you? Alright, get ready to start the game. Ying Zhang glanced at the time and signaled Jiang Wenming to come up to the stage to draw lots. Please invite the representatives of both sides to the stage to draw lots. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared in the ring on time. Jiang Wenming looked across the room, forced down his doubts, and slowly turned the large turntable. The turntable spun rapidly. When it finally stopped, it landed on the name of Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang. With a bland smile, Ying Zhang took a step forward and landed on top of the ring. At this moment, he was wearing a black and gold dragon robe, with a bronze sword at his waist. Standing on top of the ring, he looked out of the corner of his eye, displaying the elegance of an emperor. On the other side, the Egyptian one, the god's favorite, also began to flick the dial. Soon a golden light flashed and landed on top of a name. Hero King Gilgamesh. When Jiang Wenming saw the name, he felt his scalp explode. No wonder Ying Zhang said that he had a catastrophe. It turned out that his opponent was Gilgamesh. Jiang Wenming didn't know much about Egyptian mythological figures, but Gilgamesh definitely counted as one. This emperor's whole life was a legend. Not only was his experience extremely similar to Ying Zhang's, but it was even better, because he once almost destroyed the Egyptian god system. While others had at most compared themselves to the gods with their mortal bodies, this one had truly enslaved the gods. If he hadn't reached the end of his lifespan, the Egyptian divine system might have been destroyed by him. Jiang Wenming couldn't figure out what the Egyptian gods were thinking, that they had released this tyrant. It was important to know that the hatred between the two sides could be described as unshared. With this tyrant's character, how could he listen to the Egyptian gods? Just as he was shocked, a golden pillar of light steeply lit up in the sky. An elegant and noble youth appeared. His appearance was incredibly handsome, no less than Erlangshan, with ruddy pupils and golden hair, looking both evil and divine. He was the oldest and most powerful king in Egyptian history, the heroic king Gilgamesh. Wow, so handsome. Who is this god? Does anyone know him? This face value is not inferior to Erlangshan. Erlangshan is a high and cold male god. This one is an evil little puppy. It's a pity it's not our Chinese god. What's the pity? His Majesty the First Emperor is also very handsome. Is it not better to be mature and stable than a little puppy? That's true. His Majesty the First Emperor, go for it. Even Jiang Wenming had to admit that Gilgamesh's face value was indeed very impressive. Whether it was her looks or body, all of them were in the perfect golden ratio. Suddenly, Jiang Wenming discovered an abnormality. Half of the opponent's left arm seemed to be missing. Could it be? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Jiang Wenming thought of his avatars earlier, who seemed to have robbed a sarcophagus inside the Egyptian pyramid. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming hurriedly turned his gaze to the outside of the ring. Sure enough, he saw Long Yi's figure. Long Yi, who was watching the match outside the ring, smiled and made an okay gesture at Jiang Wenming when he saw him looking towards him. The sarcophagus had been successfully brought back to Huaxia, and when they opened it and realized that it was only half an arm inside, Long Yi was still chagrined about it for a while, feeling a bit unworthy, but when he saw Gilgamesh in the ring, he instantly understood everything. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that Jiang Wenming, this kid, was simply brilliant. This could even succeed in intercepting the arm. That intercepted arm was currently being guarded by the 4 holy beasts. It wasn't that they didn't want to destroy it, but they were worried that Jiang Wenming had another use for it, so they kept it. On the ring, Gilgamesh was clad in a cloak with gold stripes on a white background, with a beautifully compact dagger hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at Ying Zhang with a playful expression. While he was sizing up Ying Zhang was also sizing him up. Although the other party was missing an arm and looked a bit dangly, Ying Zhang felt an unprecedented pressure on the other party. No wonder King Wen said that it was a death-defying calamity. It is indeed very strong. Ying Zhang pondered in his heart. Just then, Gilgamesh on the opposite side suddenly spoke. Lowly slave, why don't you kneel down when you see this king? Arrogant, insolent, and superior. This was the first impression Gilgamesh gave off. Even though the person standing opposite him was Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang, he still looked down on the other party with such a condescending tone. Ying Zhang lifted his eyes expressionlessly, without any sadness or joy, and did not feel angry because of the other party's contempt. A true king did not speak with his mouth. Rather, it was cut out with the long sword in his hand. Clang! The sword hanging from his waist was sheathed, pointing straight at Gilgamesh. In front of the widow, you are also worthy of being called king. The tone did not have Gilgamesh's kind of overbearingness. Instead it was more like stating a fact. Somewhat interesting, the corner of Gilgamesh's mouth sketched out an evil arc. It was the first time he had encountered a human who did not fear him. Within his previous opponents, even the gods, after seeing him, were scared and trembled, not to mention daring to talk to him like this. The opponent in front of him, however, was clearly a human, and not only did he not fear himself, he even dared to speak out in ridicule. Interesting. It was really interesting. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh suddenly held his forehead with one hand and began to laugh crazily. It was as if she had thought of something happy. Ying Zhang frowned slightly, feeling that the opponent in front of him was somewhat mentally abnormal. Lowly slave, this king will teach you today that when facing a strong person, you should always remain submissive. Gilgamesh suddenly changed his words, and a golden chain appeared out of thin air in his hand. At the end of the chain, there was also a section of cold light shining spikes, which looked somewhat similar to the Chinese 9-section whip. The chain was flung by Gilgamesh, and it was directed towards Ying Zhang's face. Ying Zhang raised his sword to block, easily deflecting it. As the saying goes, you don't hit a person in the face. Gilgamesh's move was undoubtedly humiliating Ying Zhang. Even though Ying Zhang was well educated, he couldn't help but get angry. In terms of status, who isn't an emperor? Are you the only one who's not a bully? A coldness flashed across his starry eyes, and his body slowly floated into the air, even half a head taller than Gilgamesh. When Gilgamesh saw that Ying Zhang actually dared to stand taller than him, a trace of anger flashed across his handsome face. Just when he wanted to raise his head to rebuke him, he heard Ying Zhang snort coldly, "A mere barbarian. Who gave you permission to look directly at me?" The aura that belonged exclusively to the superior was on display. "You humiliated me by not kneeling down, so I will mock you for not even being qualified to look at me." At this moment, the spectators outside the arena all showed odd expressions. How did these two emperor-level figures give off a childlike feeling? A verbal sparring match before a fight? Only Jiang Wenming looked grave as he seemed to understand something. This was the battle of emperors. It appeared to be a battle of words, but in reality, it was the clear heart. Once they showed their cowardice, their kingly aura would be suppressed by the other party, thus losing the battle. Both sides are now building up their invincible power, the power to be the only one in heaven and on earth. Although Ying Zhang didn't say much, he wasn't overwhelmed by the other party's aura. Instead, he made a sarcastic remark that directly caused Gilgamesh to break his defenses. "Good, very good, lowly slave, when you die, I will personally tear down every single bone of yours and lay you on my throne, underneath, to be trampled on daily. When you die, I will bury you well." The widow is the emperor of the Great China, not so much as to take a dead man out of anger. This point of temperament widow still has. The language exchange between the two sides was obviously better. There wasn't a single dirty word in his words, but that kind of condescending attitude directly crushed Gilgamesh. Earlier, the crowd hadn't felt anything, but as the two exchanged words, the audience outside the arena quickly compared them. Gilgamesh looked noble and elegant, but every word he said revealed a sense of superiority from above. Savage, vulgar, and brutal. On the other hand, although Zheng didn't look as sharp as Gilgamesh, the subdued demeanor of his body gave people an unrivaled peace. He was like a towering great wall, standing there, and no matter what the winds and rains did, they could not shake him. Calm, rational, and gentle. Also an emperor? Both sides seemed to be two extremes. The former tyrannical, the latter gentle. However, both sides gave the same kind of power to look out of the corner of one's eye, as if the two were originally one person, displaying two different personalities. Jiang Wenming shook his head, shaking this absurd feeling out of his mind. On the ring, the two sides started exchanging blows once again, and Gilgamesh waved the chain in his hand, once again flinging it towards Zheng, only to see that the chains, which were originally 2 or 3 meters long, surprisingly began to extend at a rapid pace after flying out. In the blink of an eye, it grew from 2 to 3 meters long to over 10 meters. The long sword in Zheng's hand lit up with a reddish golden glow. Qi refining technique. Jiang Wenming's heart was slightly shaken. He did not expect that Zheng was also a Qi practitioner, but then he was relieved. Historically, Zheng had once recruited all the world's experts to refine immortality pills for him, so it was not surprising that he knew Qi refining technique. With the power of Qi refining, the long sword in his hand had doubled in power. With just one casual strike, he chopped that chain into two. But the next moment, the broken chain suddenly split into two, as if it was a snake coming at him again. Zheng raised an eyebrow and swished 2 more swords. The chain suddenly changed from 2 to 4 and 4 to 8, as if they could split infinitely. A look of gravity appeared on Zheng's face, as he finally realized that the chain in his opponent's hand was not an extraordinary object, but an extremely special magic treasure. Just as he was swaying, a chain suddenly stabbed him from behind. Ah! Watch out! A cry of alarm went out from the crowd. However, just as the chain was about to stab Zheng, he was wrapped in a layer of red golden light. An ancient red golden shield appeared and blocked his back. Clang! The sound of metal clanging resounded, and the chains were bounced out by the shield. Seeing this scene, the spectators of the Huaxia Empire let out cheers. Worthy of being an emperor of the 1,000 years. His strength really isn't something to sneeze at. A sword and a shield. Let's see how that golden hair on the opposite side can still fight. Through the previous exchange, the crowd had already seen that Gilgamesh, with this chain, was unable to cause any damage to Zheng at all. Instead, every time Zheng struck, his opponent would pull away to dodge. It was a close call. Gilgamesh didn't give up when he missed, but continued to swing the chain in his hand. The chains were getting longer and longer, and there were more and more spikes at the top. In just a few moments, it had already covered a small half of the ring. As Jiang Wenming watched, he sensed that something was wrong. Although the opponent was tyrannical, he was not a fool. On the contrary, he was still the type of person who was particularly intelligent. So it was impossible for the opponent to do this kind of useless work. Not good. He's trying to block off space. Jiang Wenming looked at the chain silhouettes roaming the sky and quickly reacted, losing his voice and exclaiming in shock. Although Zheng was not afraid of the opponent's attack, this was under the condition that there was room for evasion. Once the space around him was blocked off, then he would be constrained in every way, turning into a trapped beast. Unfortunately, his reminder could not even reach Zheng's ears. As the chains continued to grow, Zheng, who was on top of the ring, also realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was already too late to escape, as the surrounding area was already densely entangled with an unknown number of chains. When Gilgamesh saw this, the corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile. One hand clenched in the air. Lock! All of the chains violently contracted inward, unexpectedly forming an octagonal cage made of chains. The fire of refined Qi flared up on Zheng's body, condensing one refined Qi shield after another, blocking the chains from the outside. The long sword in his hand kept slashing, but unfortunately, the speed of the slashes was far behind the speed of the chain's growth. Swoosh! A chain broke through the defense of the shield and came towards Zheng. This time, Zheng didn't dare to continue chopping, but instead slapped it away with the spine of his sword. This chain seemed to be a signal, and immediately afterward, one chain after another broke through the shield's blockade and stabbed at Zheng. Since Zheng was wrapped in chains, the spectators outside could not see what was happening inside. Even Jiang Wenming, who possessed fiery eyes, could not see the scene inside the chains. An uneasy feeling spread in the hearts of the crowd. Struggle, wail, now kneel down and beg me. This king might be merciful and let you die. Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh felt the struggles inside getting weaker and weaker, and burst into unrestrained laughter. Behind him, a throne made of pure gold appeared, with an unknown number of rare treasures densely inlaid on it. Gilgamesh slowly sat down, one hand propped up his head, one leg stepping on top of the throne. She looked down on Ing Zhang, who was still struggling. At this moment, the exquisite dragon robe worn by Ing Zhang was already torn and tattered, and countless fine wounds appeared on his body. These were all wounds from the chains. It is indeed a good treasure. It can even absorb my power. Ing Zhang's eyes were bright and his demeanor was calm, not the least bit embarrassed by being trapped. Unparalleled sword, pure June. With a soft shout from his mouth, the refining fire on his body surged. Rumble! A muffled thunder came from the sky above the ring, and the clouds began to tumble and coalesce. It was like something was about to come out. Oh, I didn't expect this flea to be quite capable of bouncing around. Gilgamesh's eyes lifted slightly and glanced at the situation above, only to see a huge longsword poking out from the clouds, wrapped in unrivaled momentum, falling towards where Ing Zhang was. Go! Gilgamesh softly shouted, his body not even moving. Ripples rippled in the void behind her, and a heavy armored shield carved with the face of an evil spirit appeared, swiftly flying towards the giant sword. The heavy armor shield was like a barrier, deadlocked against the giant sword. The sword collided with the shield, emitting countless sparks. The giant sword disappeared, revealing its original appearance. It was a bronze sword with a simple and ancient shape. The body of the sword showed a golden yellow color, while the hilt of the sword was copper green. The first impression it gave was unparalleled honor and dignity. Yes, it was just honorable and noble. It was as if only the most honorable person under the sky was qualified to possess it. Everyone's gazes were attracted to this long sword. Ka-ching! A slight cracking sound rang out, and immediately after that, the heavily armored shield turned into countless pieces and fell from the air. Seeing this, Gilgamesh was not shocked, but rather pleased, and a touch of greed appeared in his eyes. Such a good sword should naturally belong to him. Gilgamesh, this person, his favorite thing to do in life was to collect all kinds of treasures, from fine wine and food, to beautiful women and treasures. There was nothing he didn't want. As a matter of fact, he does have this strength. During his lifetime, he had destroyed countless countries and god systems, and had collected countless treasures. The beautiful women were filled into his harem to entertain him. The treasures were put into his treasury and used for viewing. The chain he used to deal with Ing Zhang earlier was one of them, and it was also one of the treasures he used more often. It wasn't that this treasure was so powerful, but because of his bad taste, he liked to watch his enemies being chained and prostrate at his feet, struggling and wailing. After breaking through the shield's blockade, the pure June sword landed straight on top of the cage formed by the chains. Ka-ching, ka-chop! The sound of chains breaking was endless. This added to the frenzy in Gilgamesh's eyes. Boom! A wave of air swept through the surroundings, and the cage originally constructed by chains was suddenly split in pieces. Holding the pure June sword, Ing Zhang slowly walked out. As for the sword he had earlier, it had long since broken in two during the battle just now. Offer the sword in your hand to this king, and this king can consider sparing your life. Gilgamesh sat on top of his throne, looking down on Ing Zhang from above. Ing Zhang glanced at the pure June sword in his hand, and then at Gilgamesh, who was sitting on top of the throne. Suddenly, he let out a light laugh. What are you laughing at? Gilgamesh showed a displeased look on her face. You're not worthy yet. This was not an intentional sneer on Ing Zhang's part, but he was speaking the truth. The pure June sword, also known as the sword of honor and nobility, was not only incomparably sharp, it was likewise a symbol of status. Only emperors who were recognized by it were qualified to use it. Others were truly unworthy. Even he, only after unifying the six kingdoms, was recognized by the other side. As for Gilgamesh, with his brutal nature, it was impossible for him to be recognized by the pure June sword. Seek death. Gilgamesh was furious at his words. The void behind him began to ripple, and countless treasures appeared. These treasures, either swords, spears or shields, were densely packed with thousands of pieces. What treasures has this king not seen in his life? To look at your longsword, that is your honor. Ha, it's just you, who would take these broken pieces of copper and iron as treasures. It's really sad for you to be a king. Ing Zhang nonchalantly sneered. Oh really? Since that's the case, then let me see what kind of collection you, the emperor, have, and whether it can be as much as a tenth of what this king has. Gilgamesh knew that the other party was intentionally provoking himself, but still wanted to humiliate the other party a bit through this way. How dare he say that his collection was all broken brass? He had never seen such an arrogant person. The widow doesn't collect rags, so of course there aren't as many as yours. Speaking here, the words changed, but since you want to see it, then the widow will let you have a long look and see what real treasures are, lest you spend the whole day holding a bunch of broken copper and iron as treasures without realizing it. Although Gilgamesh was annoyed, he did not say anything, because he did want to see what treasures the other party would take out. As long as the other party took it out, he could take it for himself. Thinking of this, The corners of his mouth couldn't help but draw out an arc. Ing Zhang's words attracted the attention of everyone present. The spectators outside the arena were abuzz. The Egyptian Empire audience area. How foolish. To dare to compare treasures with the hero King Gilgamesh. Rumor has it that Lord Gilgamesh has a king's treasure trove that contains countless treasures. Could it be true? Of course it's true. Didn't you see those weapons displayed just now? Those could be the treasures used by the heroes and gods after being beheaded by him. Let's see what kind of treasures this god from Huaxia will bring out later. How dare he say that the things in the king's treasure trove are all broken brass? Huaxia Empire's audience area. It's clearly a battle. When did it turn into a treasure appreciation meeting? Financial power is also a form of strength. The collections of the two emperors. Aren't you curious? Worthy of being a battle between emperors. Trenchant. That golden-haired kid has so many treasures. I wonder what His Majesty Qin Shi Huang will take out to compare with him. What treasures does my great China not have? Just take out some and blind their eyes. Zhang Wenming was also curious at this time. Gilgamesh's treasures he had just seen, basically all belonged to the magic treasure level. Although the quality was not as good as the magic treasures of the Chinese gods, they were still considered very rare treasures. I wonder what treasures Qin Shi Huang will take to compare with him. This treasure competition seemed like a child's play, but in reality, it was a contest between the two empires' underpinnings. It was like a military maneuver. I don't necessarily use these things to beat you, but I want you to know that I have something that can beat you. Soon, a portal slowly surfaced behind Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang turned around, reached out and pushed the bronze-cast gateway open, and a blinding white light lit up. When the light dissipated, everyone looked curiously inside. Everyone looked inside with curiosity, only to see that it was empty, with only a row of weapon racks and nothing else. This caused many of the spectators to let out sighs of disappointment. This treasury was indeed a bit shabby compared to Gilgamesh's. One should know that the other party's treasury contained countless exotic treasures, gold coins and precious stones everywhere. As for Ing Zhang's treasury, there was nothing but a weapon rack. Ha 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 ha. I've never seen such a shabby treasure trove. Just now, he said that Lord Gilgamesh collects broken brass and iron, but it turns out that he himself doesn't even have broken brass and iron. Are all the kings of the Chinese Empire this poor? A sneering voice came out, causing many of the Huaxia spectators to stare angrily. Even quite a few of the Chinese Empire's viewers felt bashful. After all, this treasure trove of Ing Zhang's was indeed a bit shabby. You don't say that it's brilliant, but you should put in some gold, silver and jade, but there is only a row of weapon racks inside. You just let this king look at these? Gilgamesh revealed a sneer and disappointment. He had thought that there would be some treasures, but he didn't realize that it was only a row of weapon racks. Was a row of weapon racks. Ing Zhang smiled indifferently and didn't explain anything. He just raised his right hand and lightly called out, "Swords, come!" In a blink of an eye, 9 streams of light of different colors instantly flew out from that row of weapon racks. 9 long swords of different colors and ancient shapes hovered around his body. The moment these 9 swords appeared, the sky and earth abruptly changed color. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Within China, all of the long swords began to tremble, emitting a slight sound of sword chimes. The weapons within the king's treasury behind Gilgamesh also began to tremble. Gilgamesh's face changed, somewhat incredulous. What's going on? How could there be fear coming from these weapons? It wasn't just him. Even some of the gods within the divine country felt their weapons begin to vibrate. Some of them were fearful and submissive, while others were filled with battle intent. At this moment, even a fool would know the extraordinary nature of these 9 swords. When the 9 swords come out, 10,000 soldiers submit. Seeing this, Ing Zhang casually held one of the swords in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. The name of this sword is Bearing Shadow. It is a sword of elegance and cannot be used by those who are not good dancers. After saying this, he let go of his hand and let the shadow-bearing sword fly back to its original position. Then he held another sword. The name of this sword is Fish Intestine. It is a sword of courage and extinction, and cannot be used by anyone other than a brave and deadly warrior. Ing Zhang reached out and gently stroked over the fishgut sword, his eyes revealing a touch of reminiscence. He had almost died under this sword in the beginning. After Jing Ke's failed assassination, he kept this sword in his collection, always reminding himself. He wanted to prove that he was not a tyrant. He wanted to prove that he would open up peace for the ages for China. Releasing his palm, he let the fishgut sword leave and gripped another sword. The name of this sword is 7-Star Dragon Abyss. It is a sword of high integrity. It cannot be used by anyone other than a person of high integrity and purity. Letting go of the Dragon Abyss sword, he looked at the other 2 swords. The name of this sword is Dryad and Moxie. It is the sword of sincere love, not to be used by non-loving lovers. The name of this sword is Taya. It is the sword of mighty Tao, not to be used by those who are not mighty and unyielding. The name of this sword is Red Sky. It is the sword of the Emperor's Way. and may not be used by those who are not heavenly ordained emperors. The name of this sword is Zhanlu. It is the sword of the way of benevolence, and cannot be used by those who are not great scholars with a heart for the world. After saying this, Ying Zhang looked at the last sword again, only this time he did not reach out to hold it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he wasn't qualified yet. All my life, I have boasted that I have accomplished more than the 3 emperors, and that my virtue is as high as the 5 emperors. But in the end, it's nothing more than boasting. Ying Zhang let out a bitter smile, unable to hide the despondency on his face. The name of this sword is Xian Yuan Xiaoyu. It is the sword of the holy way, teaching and transforming all beings, and cannot be used by anyone other than a saint. After the introduction, the entire room was dead silent. Jiang Wenming's heart was stirred as he listened, his eyes burning towards those 10 swords. Elegant, noble, courageous, sincere, noble, unyielding, benevolent, inheritance. Instead of saying that these were famous sword treasures, it would be better to say that these were 9 types of character. They represent the most valuable human qualities. No wonder Ying Zhang said that Gilgamesh's treasury was all trash. Compared to these 10 swords, those weapons that were only used for killing were indeed all trash. After listening to Ying Zhang's introduction, Gilgamesh's eyes revealed a rich color of greed. There is such a marvelous treasure in the world? He did not believe in the conditions of use that Ying Zhang had mentioned at all. The weapon itself was being used. To say that it couldn't be used, that was just him not being powerful enough. He himself was the hero king, the most powerful monarch in the world. These weapons, too, could only become playthings within his own treasury. Thinking about this, the smile on Gilgamesh's face grew stronger. King's treasure trove opened. A golden gate emerged behind Gilgamesh. After the king's treasure vault opened, a strong suction force came from it, and the 9 famous swords beside Ying Zhang, as well as the pure June sword in his own hand, began to tremble violently. Ying Zhang's gaze sank as he allowed his opponent to display his divine abilities. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 9 streams of light flew towards the king's treasury behind Gilgamesh. The crowd let out gasps of surprise at the sight. How could His Majesty the First Emperor be so careless and not stop it? It's over. It's over. Our 10 famous swords of China are going to become the other party's collection. Despicable. If you don't have any treasures yourself, you're robbing us. Gilgamesh's face revealed a sneering arc when he saw these 9 treasured swords flying in. All the treasures under the sky should belong to him. The 9 famous swords of China? It belonged to him now. As for why it wasn't the 10 famous swords, it was because there was still a sword that was still suspended beside Ying Zhang and hadn't been sucked away by the king's treasure vault. The sword of the sacred way Qian Yuan Xiaoyu. Even Ying Zhang was not qualified to use this sword, because he was not meritorious enough to use this sword. Gilgamesh casually gripped a flying famous sword, but as soon as his palm touched the hilt, he felt a stabbing pain coming from it. It was a pain that pierced right through his soul, and the pain caused him to let go of the long sword in a hurry. He looked at the sword in disbelief. He remembered that this sword was called Dryad, a sword of sincere love, a pair with another sword called Emosia. Surprisingly, it's so odd that even I can't use it? Gilgamesh frowned slightly, then gripped another sword. The same tingling sensation came. Still unusable. Undeterred, Gilgamesh tried one after another, but none of the 9 swords could be used for him. Damn, how could this happen? Gilgamesh's anger fell into the ears of the people present, and each of them wore a strange expression. Just now, Ying Zhang had said clearly that it could not be used unless it had a corresponding quality. At that time, Ying Zhang had introduced himself with 9 swords in his hand, which made people think that the other party was just exaggerating. But now, looking at Gilgamesh's condition, it seemed to be true. Ying Zhang could use it, but Gilgamesh could not. Did this not mean that Gilgamesh's character was inferior to Ying Zhang's? One word came to mind: virtue does not match position. Empty status, but no virtue to match it. No wonder His Majesty the First Emperor didn't block the other party at all. It turns out that the other party can't use it at all. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. So what if I grabbed the treasure? Isn't it still the same as only being able to stare at it? Bad character, can't get the recognition of the 9 swords. On this there is still a face to call himself a king? Egyptians are really pathetic. Gilgamesh's face was gloomy and uncertain. Killing intent revealed in his eyes. Even if I can't use these 9 swords, so what? After I kill you, will subdue them. He had already thought about it. If he still couldn't use those 9 swords after killing Ying Zhang, he would destroy them. Anything that dared to go against his will should not exist in this world. With a wave of his hand, the king's treasure vault closed, and the 9 famous swords were included in it. The evil smile on Gilgamesh's face grew stronger as he looked towards the empty-handed Ying Zhang. Now that you don't have any weapons, how can you still fight me? Is that so? Ying Zhang gave him an expressionless look, and in his hand, he quickly condensed a sword with his chi refining technique. A bit interesting, it looks like you. Huaxia, are indeed worthy of this king's conquest. It's a pity that I didn't know about it before and missed out on it for so many years. Seeing such a marvelous scene, Gilgamesh's desire to conquer Huaxia became even stronger in his heart. You should be grateful, Ing Zhang said with a still cool demeanor. Celebrate what? I'm glad that you didn't come to China in the first place. Otherwise you would have understood the saying, those who violate my China will be executed even though they are far away. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though it's far away. These words echoed over the ring, instantly igniting the bravado of all the Chinese people. Yup, as the oldest nation in the world, although they, Huaxia, emphasized on peace and harmony, it didn't mean that they didn't have a temper. People don't offend me. I don't offend. If people offend me, they will be executed even though they are far away. A single concession will not bring back peace. Cannons can be used not only to defend the territory, but also to measure the land area. For the first time, Ing Zhang showed the world his domineering spirit, which only belongs to a king. If he was a sword that had yet to be sheathed before, then now, this sword had finally been sheathed. Blood was seeping out from the cut on his palm, but Ing Zhang didn't even realize it. He let the blood flow down the sword. The bloodstained sword added a bit of killing color to him. Gilgamesh got up and left the throne, and the golden chain kept rotating around him. Bind! The golden chain flew towards Ing Zhang as his one arm danced lightly. However, this time Ing Zhang did not bother to counterattack, as if he did not see it. Holding his sword in one hand and taking a step, he instantly appeared in front of Gilgamesh. The long sword slashed, and Gilgamesh hastily summoned her chains to help fend it off. A sneer even appeared on his face. Put! The sound of the longsword entering the flesh came. Gilgamesh's smile froze and he looked at the wound on his body with some disbelief. He couldn't figure out why his treasured tool had suddenly lost control. Unfortunately, Ing Zhang did not give him any time to think, as the longsword in his hand swung rapidly, leaving wound after bone-deep wound on his opponent's body. Enough, damn slave! You've completely angered me, Gilgamesh suddenly bellowed, a terrifying aura emanating steeply from his body. It directly flicked away the Ing Zhang in front of her. Anything that dares to go against the will of this king should not exist in this world. A uniquely shaped longsword emerged from the void. Gilgamesh reached out and held the hilt. Any in the crowd's stunned gaze. He directly swung the longsword in his hand and chopped on top of the golden chains in front of him. Ka-ching! The chains that could originally split and grow indefinitely, snapped inch by inch at this moment, turning into a pile of broken copper and iron. Ing Zhang's gaze froze, and a warning sign went off in his heart. This was because he felt the terrifying aura coming from that sword, as if it was going to destroy everything. This was a sword of destruction. Jiang Wenming under the stage lost his expression for a moment after seeing the huge sword in Gilgamesh's hand. That seemed to be the off-behaving sword, the offbeat sword that was claimed to be able to slice through the world. No wonder it was able to destroy the heaven's lock with a single strike. The lock of heaven was the chain from earlier. That was a weapon specifically used against gods. The stronger one's own divine power, the higher the toughness of that chain would be. Once entangled, almost no deity would be able to break free. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Shi Huang Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang was not a god, nor did he have divine power, and he was using the human alchemy technique, so the heaven's lock could not exert its proper power in front of him. Gilgamesh didn't know this, nor did he care to know this. He only knew that the heaven's lock had gone against his will, and instead of fending off the opponent's attack in time, it had tried to break free from its own manipulation. This was something he could not tolerate. As Gilgamesh took out his strongest treasure weapon, the off-good sword, his aura instantly began to change, terrifying, furious, and destroying everything. Destroy! Gilgamesh lifted the rival sword high and swung it towards Ing Zhang with great force, a terrifying wind pressure falling. Bang! The alchemy sword in Ing Zhang's hand shattered in response to the sound, and even he himself was hit by this terrifying wind pressure, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Before the blood could fall, it was blown into mist by the terrifying wind pressure and dissipated in midair. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one had expected that Gilgamesh, who was actually moving, would actually be this strong. What exactly is the treasure in this yellow-haired brat's hands? The power is actually this strong? I don't know. His Majesty the First Emperor has lost all of his weapons, and now there's no way to fend off his opponent's attacks. What can we do? Isn't there still a sword there? Why doesn't His Majesty the First Emperor use it? Didn't you hear what His Majesty the First Emperor just said? It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but he's not qualified to use it. It's over. Is Qin Shi Huangdi going to die? It won't. Qin Shi Huangdi is an emperor of the ages. How could he lose to a yellow-haired kid? The crowd murmured, although they didn't admit it on their lips. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Gilgamesh was too strong and was completely pressing Ing Zhang. And Ing Zhang, not to mention counterattacking, even dodging was incredibly difficult. Jiang Wenming under the ring watched the scene and always felt that something was wrong. Even if Qin Shi Huang's strength wasn't as good as Gilgamesh's, the gap between the two sides definitely couldn't be this big, not to mention the fact that the other side had lost an arm. Moreover, after careful observation, Jiang Wenming discovered that although Ing Zhang seemed to be in a sorry state, he hadn't actually suffered any serious injuries. His clothes were tattered and torn, and his body was covered in scars, but none of the more serious wounds were there. This reinforced Jiang Wenming's guess. Ing Zhang was acting, although he didn't know why the other party was doing this. Out of his understanding of this emperor, he must be plotting something bigger. After all, this one had endured for more than 10 years back then in order to remove powerful officials like Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. It was only after he was completely sure of himself that he made his move and dealt a fatal blow to the other side. It is said that Qin Shi Huang Ing Zhang had a good life and became the emperor at the age of 9. But who knows that the sufferings he went through in his life were something that no other emperor had ever experienced. From the time he was born, he spent 9 years with his father, Zi Chu, as a hostage in the state of Zhao. 3 years after his return to Qin, King Zhuangxiang died and Ing Zhang succeeded to the throne at the age of 13. But at that time, Lu Buwei was so powerful that even when he saw him, he had to respectfully call out to him, Yafu. He was able to pacify the other man while secretly cultivating his own wings, until he was 22 years old, when he took control of the dynasty. He did not kill Lu Buwei, nor did he kill Zhao Ji. Even though these two people had treated him like that, he still gave the other side after his victory. After his victory, he still gave the other party the decency they deserved. As he said to Gilgamesh earlier, if the other party died, he would give them a thick burial, because this is the respect for his opponent, but also the mercy of his heart. The world said that he was barbaric, but he never had a queen in his life. Even as an emperor, he only married 3 women. The world said he was brutal and murderous, but he killed people who shook the foundation of the country. The world said that he was harsh on taxes, but they didn't know that he was the only emperor who paid his slaves regular money. The corrupt scholars would criticize him, the historians would discredit him, but he knew it, and he did it anyway, because he was Qin Shi Huang. He was the first emperor of the ages. He will carve out a foundation for China that will last for 10,000 years. Internally, he unified the world with the same text, the same railroad, and the same measurements. Externally, he built the Great Wall to defend against foreign enemies, ordered 1 million old Qin generals to guard the frontier, and instructed those who, even if there is a civil war in the future, will never allow them to return to the king, because if the civil war is lost, Huaxia is still Huaxia. Once the border is lost, then China will be reduced to someone else's territory. He had fought for Huaxia all his life, so he would never allow this to happen. Qin died in the 2nd century, and the unification of Huaxia flowed for thousands of years. Jiang Wenming retrieved his chaotic thoughts and redirected his gaze to the tall and slightly distressed figure in the ring. Gilgamesh saw that he was never able to kill his opponent, and the anger in his heart intensified. The king's treasure trove, descend. The golden door appeared once again, and countless weapons poked their heads out from the void. They were aimed at Ing Zhang from afar. Under the heavens, there is no place other than the king's land. A gigantic silhouette emerged behind Ing Zhang, wearing a 9-loosened king's coronet on his head and a 9-dragon robe with gold patterns on a black background. It was none other than his previous imperial image. The two domains collided together, with neither being able to do anything about it. Right at this moment, countless treasures flew out from the void, targeting none other than Ing Zhang. Ah, His Majesty, the first emperor, be careful! Cries of alarm came from the crowd. Faced with these thousands of treasures attacking, how could the bare-handed Ing Zhang resist? Many people even revealed a look of intolerance and turned their heads to the side, not daring to look any further. His Majesty Qin Shi Huang is awesome. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Just when the crowd thought that he was about to die, those Chinese spectators who were still watching the match suddenly shouted out in excitement. When the crowd looked up, they saw that the treasures that had originally attacked Ing Zhang were all silently suspended within his domain. They looked like soldiers in formation, waiting for the king to review them. There is no one who is not the king's subject. Kill! Ing Zhang reached out his hand and pointed, and as if they had received an order, those treasures directly turned their spearheads and pointed at Gilgamesh. One by one, the treasures shot out, like missiles, towards Gilgamesh. Lowly bastard! What on earth have you done? Gilgamesh's face changed greatly. He couldn't figure out why his own treasure tools, following his opponent's orders, would turn around and attack him. After hearing Gilgamesh's insults again, Ing Zhang's face instantly sank. A terrifying killing intent emanated from within him. When Jiang Wenming saw this scene, he also laughed bitterly in his heart. Which pot is not boiling? You mention which pot? This Gilgamesh bastard was used to having a foul mouth, but he didn't know that what Ing Zhang hated the most in his life was the word bastard. This is good. If I don't break out my universe and hammer him, I won't be worthy of being the emperor of the ages. The truth was just as Jiang Wenming had guessed. At this moment, Ing Zhang's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if he wanted to devour someone. The domain around him also steeply expanded by a circle at this moment. Swords come. The dragon had reverse scales and would be furious when touched, only to see him reach out and hold his hand in vain. Countless sword cries resounded steeply within the king's treasure trove. Immediately afterward, it was seen that 9 streams of light flew towards Ing Zhang at great speed. Behind these 9 swords, there were also countless treasures densely following. All of them were the treasures that Gilgamesh had included in the king's treasure trove. Crap! Is this going to curate? I've always thought that loan sharks 9 out of 13 are ruthless enough. But today when I see His Majesty the First Emperor, I can only understand what the hell is called a big brother. I'm afraid this isn't emptying the other side's treasure trove. Is it? Quickly look at the golden flash's face. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Stealing a chicken did not work. Strong X did not work but was F***ked. See if he dares to rob other people's things recklessly in the future. Bro, you don't think he has a future, do you? That's true. After years of hard work, he's back to the pre-liberation era. Or the old ancestors are smart. Early told us, wealth cannot show wealth. Look at this time by thieves. With this operation of Ing Zhang's, not to mention the audience, even Jiang Wenming was dumbfounded. It was clearly the other party who had snatched his 9 swords, and as a result, these 9 swords of his had directly brought the other party's treasure trove to an end. Worthy of being the first emperor of all time, this hand is really good at taking away money from the bottom of the cauldron. Although Jiang Wenming didn't know how Ing Zhang did it, it didn't stop him from gloating. Look at Gilgamesh's face that is as black as a pot. I'll let you get away with it. Don't you have a lot of treasures? Don't you like to show off? Go on. The Taya, which represents the sword of dominance, fell into Ing Zhang's hands, and this sword also represents his mood at this moment. He was going to crush his opponent with a dignified force. At this moment, Gilgamesh was about to explode with anger. All these treasures he had collected had betrayed him. Not only that, but now they even dared to attack themselves in turn. Damn bastard, I'm going to skin you. Gilgamesh roared as he rushed towards Ing Zhang with the sword of goodness in his hand. At this moment, he was already blinded by his anger, and all he could think about was how to torture Ing Zhang later. King Power Hegemony. Ing Zhang held the Taya sword and pointed towards Gilgamesh. The countless treasures in the surroundings were like sharks that smelled blood, all of them emitting a slight buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, they turned into streams of light and directly attacked towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh raised her sword of goodness high and lightly spat out a syllable from her mouth. A strong wind pressure swept around. Dense rule symbols began to appear in the sky, and in the end, all of these symbols converged on the rhythmic sword in Gilgamesh's hand. The original Rikuzu sword, which was like a golden key, emitted an even more terrifying might at this moment. All kinds of rules gathered together and condensed into the embryonic form of the sword. Gilgamesh's back turned golden, and all the treasures that attacked him were all blocked in front of his body by that layer of golden light. As the sword of goodness in his hand fell, a terrifying wind pressure appeared, and the surrounding treasures looked like they had been cut by invisible air blades, turning into pieces on the spot. This scene stunned everyone. It was too strong. It was simply so strong that it was somewhat foul. Ing Zhang's brows furrowed slightly as he continued to maneuver those treasures to attack. He was like a commander on the battlefield, and those treasures were his soldiers. Under his command, they attacked according to some strange trajectory, but at this time Gilgamesh, it was as if he was hanging on. His body could not be approached within a range of 10 meters. A random strike could shatter a large swath of treasure tools. As the treasure tools in the ring became less and less, the aura on Gilgamesh's body became stronger and stronger. Ing Zhang could see that the strange long sword in his opponent's hand seemed to be able to absorb the power of other treasures. As more and more treasures were destroyed, the power of that strange long sword would become stronger and stronger. With this in mind, Ing Zhang decisively withdrew all of his treasures. Holding the Taya sword in his hand, he directly met it. Clang! The two long swords touched each other. Ing Zhang only felt an unrivaled force coming from his opponent's sword. His tiger's mouth cracked and blood flowed down his arm. In terms of strength, he was clearly no match for Gilgamesh. It was unwise to use one's own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. Instead of continuing to fight hard, Ing Zhang's figure rapidly retreated, pulling away from his opponent. At the same time, he pinched his sword technique in his hand, and the other 8 famous swords broke through the air. 9 Palace Sword Formation. The 9 famous swords quickly occupied 9 directions as he maneuvered them. Fall. Ing Zhang's palm pressed down, and the 9 famous swords quickly fell to their respective formation eyes. The moment the famous swords took their positions, 9 pillars of light shot up into the sky. 9 blurred silhouettes emerged from the long swords. These were the sword spirits of the 9 famous swords. The one holding the shadow-bearing sword was a woman. Only her appearance was blurred and could not be seen clearly. However, her figure was exquisite, and she seemed to be dancing with the shadow sword in her hand. Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows, wondering what Ing Zhang was up to. Bastard servant girl, get lost for this king. With that, he raised the off-behavior sword and slashed at the woman's figure. The woman's footsteps were light, each step incomparably graceful and agile, as if she was dancing, but the shadow-bearing sword in her hand was deadly. The shadow-bearing sword collided with the good sword, emitting an unbearable groan. Gilgamesh had a disdainful sneer on his face, and was about to add more strength to cut off the shadow-bearing sword. Suddenly, the woman let go of the shadow-bearing sword and drew a narrow sword with a chilling aura like moonlight from within, containing light sword, a sword that was twinned with the shadow-bearing sword. It was only that the world had only heard of the name manhwa, but very few had seen it. This sudden change caught Gilgamesh off guard. It was too late for him to draw back his sword. She could only watch as the light-containing sword stabbed into her chest. Ka-ching! One of the earrings hanging on Gilgamesh's earlobe abruptly shattered. The chest that had been pierced by the light-containing sword began to recover rapidly. Secret medicine, time regression. This was a spirit medicine that Gilgamesh had once collected, and no matter what injuries were sustained, as long as there was still a breath of air present, it could instantly recover as if it was the beginning of time. Damn bastard! How dare you hurt me? Gilgamesh was enraged, and in his hand, the off-behavioral sword began to rapidly spin up, like an invulnerable arrow, directly stabbing at the shadow-bearing sword spirit. Clang! The shadow-bearing sword spirit resisted the blow and was directly struck, almost collapsing. Seeing this, Ing Zhang's face changed. He hastily retrieved her. Gilgamesh was about to capitalize on the attack when she suddenly felt a sense of deathly crisis coming from her. Without being able to think about it, a puff of smoke appeared out of nowhere and quickly condensed into a shield behind herself. Dang! Clang! Clang! Dense crashing sounds rang out, but when he turned around, he realized that there was nothing around him. No one? Gilgamesh had a puzzled look on his face. Just as he was lost in thought, a black shadow suddenly appeared at his side, and a cold light appeared. Clang! The attack was once again blocked by the black mist on his body. Before he could show a smile, he felt a pain in his chest, as if he had been stabbed by something. The fish gut sword stabbing ability was unleashed, instantly breaking through the black mist blockade and stabbing Gilgamesh's body. This time, however, Gilgamesh got a good look at what attacked him. It was a tiny short sword that looked about the size of a dagger. He remembered that the sword seemed to be called fishgut, which represented the meaning of bravery and determination, and was a weapon specialized in stabbing. The one holding the fish intestine sword was likewise a shadow, dressed in a strong suit. His body was hidden, and it was hard to discover his existence without careful observation. Just when the other party was about to disappear far away again, the golden light behind Gilgamesh made a big fuss, directly illuminating his figure. Omniscient and omnipotent star. This was one of Gilgamesh's innate treasures, possessing the effect of the eye of true sight. It could see through all illusions. Flee, gotcha. The off-behavior sword in Gilgamesh's hand slashed towards the fishgut sword. Boom! Terrifying wind pressure swept across the field, and the fishgut sword and sword spirit Jingko were directly hit head-on. Clang! The fishgut sword fell to the ground, and Jingko's figure dissipated with it. Ing Zhang watched all of this with an expressionless face as he continued to strangle the sword technique in his hands. Two famous swords once again flew out from within the Nine Palace sword formation. Dry General and Mosia, the two swords, one green and one blue, were like a loving couple, entangling and covering each other. One sword attacked head-on, the other attacked from behind. Unfortunately, they were equally unable to break through the black mist around Gilgamesh's body. That was his defensive treasure tool, Incense of Returning Soul. It could gather the remains of infinite treasures to form a black mist with amazing defense. That was why he had destroyed those treasure tools just now. It was because the more treasure tools that were destroyed around him, the stronger the defense of this treasure tool would be. Now that there were thousands of treasure tools wrecked around, the defensive power of the soul-returning fragrance had reached an extremely terrifying state. Although the 10 famous swords were strong, they were not manipulated by their masters, and relying on the sword spirits alone, they could not bring their true power into play. Ing Zhang obviously realized this problem as well. However, the 10 famous swords all had their own temperament, and 1 or 2 swords alone were fine. He could control them, but using 9 famous swords at the same time, even he could not achieve perfect control. Unless, Ing Zhang glanced at the sword of the sacred Tao beside him. If he could obtain the recognition of the sword of the sacred Tao, perhaps he would be able to control all the famous swords. It's not time yet. Ing Zhang sighed. He only had one chance, and if he failed, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to draw the sword a second time. Right at this moment, Gilgamesh suddenly bellowed. The world abruptly stood still, and then the surrounding space was like a mirror that began to crack little by little until it completely collapsed. This scene stunned everyone. Even space was sliced. What kind of attack was this? The nine-palace sword domain that had originally imprisoned him was also directly and violently broken open under this strike. A trace of cracks also appeared on the swords of those 9 famous swords, and their sword spirits had all disappeared. Bastard! Do you still have the means to amuse this king? Gilgamesh's face was mocking, looking at Ing Zhang as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Sword domain! Ing Zhang ignored him and instead gently spat out 2 words. The 9 famous swords began to tremble, then turned into streams of light and flew towards Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang didn't even look at them and casually grabbed one of the swords. A heavenly sword intent emanated from his body, and at this moment, he abandoned all techniques. The only thing in his mind was the sword-swinging motions that he did day in and day out. Finally stopped juggling? Gilgamesh's mouth still stank, and each sentence had a very underhanded feel to it. In fact, Ing Zhang did want to punch him. Just now was a warm-up. Now let me weigh in on what qualifications you actually have to clamor. In front of me. Before the last word fell, Ing Zhang's figure had already rushed in front of Gilgamesh. The Taya sword in his hand slashed down at his head. Gilgamesh smiled disdainfully, not even dodging as he directly raised his sword of goodness and stabbed Ing Zhang's head. Wound for wound. No! He was confident that Ing Zhang would not be able to break through his defense. The truth was just as he suspected. As soon as Ing Zhang's long sword came into contact with the black mist around his body, it was bounced off. Similarly, his attack did not hit his opponent. Only, in the next second, Gilgamesh's body abruptly shook, and a mouthful of blood violently spurted out. How is it possible? How could one be injured? He clearly didn't hit himself, right? For the first time, a look of horror appeared on Gilgamesh's face. However, Ing Zhang clearly had no intention of explaining to him, and the long sword in his hand once again probed out. This time, Gilgamesh didn't dare to continue to be arrogant and raised his sword of goodness to block. Bang! The 2 swords collided together, and he only felt that the force coming from the other party's sword was like ocean waves. Continuous. It was clearly a single strike, but it gave him the impression that the other party had attacked countless times. The defense he was so proud of was not even worth mentioning in front of this force. This was because it was not chopping damage, but rather shock damage. A kind of damage that was similar to high-frequency vibrations that simply ignored any defense. As Ing Zhang swung his sword for the 3rd time, a golden light lit up behind Gilgamesh. The omniscient and omnipotent star was unleashed. This time he finally saw his opponent's attack clearly. It wasn't 1 sword, but 9 swords in one. And each time he attacked, all 9 famous swords would attack at the same time. The same trajectory, the same frequency, the same landing point. The 9 swords were perfectly fused together. That was why it gave a strange feeling that there was clearly only 1 sword. But the force was continuous. Bastard! You dare to trick me! Gilgamesh was furious. And in his hand, the off-good sword began to glow with a piercing red light. Boom! The sword of goodness swept across the room. A terrifying wind pressure swept through everything around it. This move was simply unavoidable. Ing Zhang summoned 9 famous swords to protect his body. Time suddenly stood still for a split second. And immediately afterward, the 9 swords broke into 2. Even Ing Zhang was cut with a 1-meter-long wound by this sword. That tragic appearance sent chills down the people's spine, fearing that he would turn into 2 in the next second. Jiang Wenming stared at Ing Zhang with disbelief. No! He was an emperor of 1,000 years. He had never lost in his life. How could he lose here? Everyone held their breath, their eyes looking at Ing Zhang without blinking. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha 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 ha. Ing Zhang suddenly laughed out loud. This scene, when it fell into the eyes of everyone, had an indescribable strangeness to it. Had he gone crazy? No one could figure out why. At this point in time, he could still laugh. The 9 famous swords were destroyed, and he himself was severely injured. Could it be that he still had any cards that were useless? Lowly slave, this king has to say that you are an interesting opponent. This king is having a lot of fun. So, you can go die, Gilgamesh said, steeply raising the departure goodness sword in his hand before slashing heavily at Ing Zhang. Right at this moment, a slight sword chime sounded. The holy Dao sword Xin Yuan Xiaoyu, which had been motionless all along, suddenly moved, transforming into a stream of light and blocking in front of Ing Zhang. Bang! The earth crumbled and smoke rose in all directions. However, the area located at the very bottom of the off-behavior sword was not damaged in any way. Covered in blood, Ing Zhang slowly stretched out his palm and gripped the hilt of the Xin Yuan Xiaoyu sword. Dare I ask you all, is I, the emperor, competent? The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. It was just that the crowd did not understand why he was asking this question. Was it important? Many Chinese people looked at each other. They didn't know much about this first emperor in front of them, so no one dared to answer. Jiang Wenming's body shook as he heard the words. A layer of clarity rose in his heart. It wasn't that Ing Zhang wasn't qualified to use the sword of the sacred Tao, but that he had always felt unqualified. He was shaken by what he had done. Come to think of it, he died early and did not see the heyday behind him, and did not understand the impact of what he had done on the later generations. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming's figure flashed and appeared directly above the ring. God Jiang, what is he doing up there at this time? Come down quickly, be careful of golden flicker killing you. Jiangshan is confused. It doesn't matter, once the first emperor dies, according to the rules of the ring, Jiangshan will definitely die. It's the same whether he goes up or not. Alas, there were dismay, regret, and sadness in the crowd. Right in the middle of the crowd's clamor, Jiang Wenming suddenly spoke up. The king of Qin, Ing Zhang, unified the 6 kingdoms, made the books in the same language, the cars in the same track, unified the measurements, and rested to build the Great Wall to defend against foreign enemies. Although Qin died in his second life, he laid the cornerstone of immortality for China for the ages. You deserve to be the first emperor of all time, Jiang Wenming said, bowing slightly towards Ing Zhang. Good. Ing Zhang's dragon face smiled. The flame of refined qi on his body steeply began to surge, and all the blood that flowed out of him turned into golden flames. A furnace constructed from the fire of refined qi appeared. Jiang Wenming's pupils suddenly shrunk as he thought of a legend. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The Chinese smith god Oyezi once said that a precious sword needs to be refined by 1,000 hammers with fierce fire before it can be molded. And there are 3 things in this world that are the hottest. Do you know which 3 things are there? At this moment, Ing Zhang did not look like an emperor, but like an amiable elder who was teaching his juniors. My junior doesn't know. Jiang Wenming shook his head. The first object is named, the lover's tears. Loyal and faithful lovers. Their tears are the hottest. Also like Dryad and Moxie, who feed their bodies to the furnace, martyring themselves for love. As Ing Zhang's words fell, the 4 severed swords flew up from the ground and fell into the furnace. The furnace fire churned, and in the flames 2 figures could be faintly. 2 figures could be seen. The husband was casting the weapons, while the wife was guarding them, day after day, year after year, until one day, the weapon was molded, but could not complete the final step of quenching. The husband became sick with worry and lost weight day by day. In order to help her husband fulfill his wish to create a world-class weapon, the wife left a suicide note and jumped into the furnace. The husband was in pain after seeing his wife's last letter, but the divine weapon has reached the critical moment. He could not bear his wife's heart and soul in vain, so he forced to endure the grief. The sword casting out. This sword is named after his wife, named Mo Xie. In order not to make his wife alone, he cast another sword. In the sword molding day, he also, like his wife that year, jumped as the furnace. He quenched the fire with himself, to be cooled by the fire. Another sword without a blade came out. Later generations, in order to commemorate their husband and wife, they named this sword as Dry General. The pair of divine weapons, Dry General and Mo Xie, symbolize the hottest love. It can't be used by people who are not in love. The scene ended there. At this moment, all the spectators, including the gods watching the match, were silent. Some of the more emotional people even began to sob softly. Gilgamesh's heart was filled with alarms, as if death was approaching. He desperately attacked Ing Zhang, but his attacks were all blocked by the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword. The 10-meter radius around Ing Zhang's body was like a forbidden zone where no attack could fall into. Jiang Wenming was also there. At this moment, he no longer had the ring in his eyes, nor did he have victory or defeat in his heart. There was only the shock of what was in front of him. The second object is named, the blood of a chivalrous man. Chivalry is for the sake of the country and the people. And when a warrior is angry, he will bleed 5 paces, and the world will be onyxed. Their blood is the hottest, just like Jing Ku, who risked his life for the people. When Ing Zhang said this, a trace of remembrance flashed in his eyes. Although Jing Ku had assassinated him, he did not blame the other party. He was a king, and in his heart he hid the world of 10,000 years, not a moment of fame. Whether it is right or wrong will be judged by future generations. From the moment he became king, he was already destined to become a loner. The 2 fish-gut swords flew up and fell into the furnace. The flames boiled up again, and another image appeared. In the image, Ing Zhang was sitting on his throne, looking down. Below him sits a man of cloth on his knees, and the 2 of them are talking about the world's affairs. As if he had met a confidant, Ing Zhang spoke of his ambitions. He wanted to unify the world and end the chaos of the warring states, to open up a prosperous world without war for the people, where the old can be fed and the young can be cared for. The cloth-clad hand listened quietly. After a long time, he held a scroll to offer him a map. When the map was unfolded, he steeply drew a short sword from it and stabbed Ing Zhang. The sword was the fish guts. Ying Zhang was quick to avoid it and drew his sword to fight with him. Eventually, Jing Ku was wounded. But it was clear to all present that it wasn't that Jing Ku couldn't kill Ying Zhang, but that he didn't. He deliberately avoided Ying Zhang's attack. He deliberately avoided Ying Zhang, revealing his flaws, which was why he was wounded by Ying Zhang. With your strength, you shouldn't have missed within 5 paces. Why didn't you kill me? Ying Zhang's voice came out. Even though I am a man of cloth, I know the great king's ambition. I want to trust you for once and see what kind of a prosperous world the great king can open up. Since you agree with the widow's philosophy, then why did you strike? You should understand that if you don't make a move, the widow will pretend not to know. Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness are hard to reconcile. Since I was entrusted to take your life, then I definitely can't give up halfway. When I die, I will also be considered to give an explanation to the Duke. The moment these words came out, there were quite a few people in tears on the spot. To be entrusted by someone, to be loyal, this is loyalty. To be chivalrous, to serve the country and the people, this is righteousness. When loyalty and righteousness cannot be reconciled, Jing Ku chose righteousness, and chose to believe in Ying Zhang, but he can't leave alive, because it's disloyal, so he has to do it. Whether he said he was ashamed to face his old friend, or whether he said he was seeking peace of mind, they all disappeared with his death, and the rights and wrongs will be judged by future generations. The wind is xiao xiao and the water is cold. Once a strong man goes, he will never return. Jiang Wenming couldn't help but recite the stalwart poem. The image of Jing Ku disappeared. This third object is called the emperor's heart. When one is an emperor, one should have the heart of the world, either to show benevolence, or to show authority, or to be noble, and to educate all the people. Likewise, in times of danger, one should stand before the 10,000 and shelter the people with his body as a city. As Ying Zhang's words fell, the Taiye sword, red sky sword, and pure June sword, the remaining 6 swords flew up and fell into the furnace. A picture emerged, telling the story about these swords. Not only these spectators, even Gilgamesh, who had been trying to find a way to attack Ying Zhang, was also attracted by this magnificent and epic image. The movements of her hands slightly halted, and her eyes looked unblinkingly towards the furnace. I am willing to use the heart of an emperor to retemper Excalibur today. Are you all willing to help me? Ying Zhang asked as he cupped his fists into the void. The void was silent and no one answered. Jiang Wenming looked towards Ying Zhang in confusion, only to see him smiling faintly, holding the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword and leaping as if he were in the furnace. His Majesty the First Emperor. Jiang Wenming was shocked and wanted to reach out to stop him, but he was still a step too late. He could only watch as Ying Zhang was wrapped in flames. With my heart, I will forge a weapon to subdue the country. After Ying Zhang finished speaking, he pulled out the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword and violently stabbed it into his chest. Blood flowed out along the long sword, and the originally ancient and simple long sword began to redden a little, and the 9 broken long swords began to melt a little. The 9 sword spirit shadows transformed into golden characters that did not enter Ying Zhang's body. His clothes were burned to the ground, and his skin was cracked by the flames. Many people couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look anymore. Ow! The golden dragon of China's national fortune emerged and roared up to the sky. The silhouettes of successive emperors and sages emerged, and then one by one, they all flew towards the furnace. These weren't their real bodies, but merely a portion of the power they left behind before they left. Now all of them entered the furnace. The flames rose steeply, completely encasing Ying Zhang's body, making it difficult for outsiders to see what was going on inside anymore. What a fool to plan on forging a sword with his body. Gilgamesh couldn't help but sneer after seeing Ying Zhang disappear. Shut the fuck up. Jiang Wenming sniffed and the anger in his heart completely exploded. He was going to die anyway, so he gave it a go. And the fact that Ying Zhang didn't spar with him was because he was cultured and dignified. Jiang Wenming didn't care. He would take revenge on the same day, and he would be scolded on the spot. You're not the only one with a long mouth. Bastard. What did you say? Gilgamesh was furious. It was the first time he heard someone dare to scold him when he grew up, or to his face. Bastard with your mouth open. Lowly with your mouth shut. What do you think you are? Yellow hair and red eyes. Have you ever seen a second person like that? Don't you know who your parents are? Do you want me to introduce you to two? As a senior spammer who dared to take on more than 30 people at the same time with a single phone, Jiang Wenming cursed without any ambiguity. Not only did he dislike Gilgamesh himself for being a bastard, he even listed the evidence. The most crucial thing is that Gilgamesh has no way to refute these words, not to mention no way to prove his innocence, because he really does not know who his parents are. Originally, the unique image of blonde hair and red pupils was a feature he had always been proud of. It showed that he was unique and there was no second person in the world. But when it came to Jiang Wenming's mouth, it became evidence of his impure bloodline. You say you're not a bastard. Then why are you the only one who looks like this? In a few words, it directly gave Gilgamesh a scolding to break his defense. Damn bastard. I want to crush every bone of yours. I want to watch you die a little bit in the sound of wailing and begging for mercy. I want to. Bastard. Little Master gave you face, right? Believe it or not. Little Master will hammer you to death in minutes. Jiang Wenming directly interrupted him. When cursing, how can you let the other party follow your own rhythm? You must take the initiative yourself. It's not that I'm underestimating you. It's also that our His Majesty the First Emperor intends to use you as a whetstone. Not to see eye to eye with you. If we really want to do it, just one hand can beat you to death with no hair left. Oh yeah, almost forgot to tell you. That hand of yours was snatched by me. Are you angry, Gilgamesh, huh? Come over and lick my master's shoes. My master can consider later. Send you to Sakura province to be a duck king or something. With your looks, you should be able to earn a lot selling your ass. Jiang Wenming kept stimulating the other party with words, and as he spoke, he also quietly opened the stopper of the purple gold gourd. Bang! Gilgamesh surprisingly didn't curse at each other this time. The off-behavior sword in his hand heavily smashed on top of the barrier on the outside of the melting furnace, sending out a loud sound. Not falling for it? Could it be that he discovered the purple gold gourd? Jiang Wenming felt some regret in his heart. Facing Gilgamesh, who had many treasures, the treasures in his hand were also restrained to death. The opposite party possessed the omniscient and omnipotent star, and no treasure could hide in front of him. Gilgamesh could easily view the abilities of all his treasures. It was not surprising that the trigger conditions of the purple gold gourd could not be hidden from the other side. What only surprised Jiang Wenming was that the other party was still able to restrain himself in the midst of his rage. From this point of view, Gilgamesh was not as reckless as he appeared to be. This was a powerful yet cunning opponent. With a reputation like this, it's still a bit harder to shade this kind of opponent. As for going out to fight him, Jiang Wenming didn't even think about it. With his current strength, even if he borrowed Di Jun's divine power, going up there would still result in him being blasted into slag with a sword. He wasn't that stupid. Even if he wanted to fight, it would be after the furnace disappeared. For now, it was better to wait. At the very least, wait for Ying Zhang to come out. It wasn't that Jiang Wenming saw something, but the host, Bobby, hadn't shown up yet. This meant that Ying Zhang should still be alive. Although he didn't know why the other party didn't die even though he had already fed his body to the furnace and stabbed his heart with a long sword. It wasn't the first time he had experienced this kind of thing. Hadn't Emperor Xian also lost his heart earlier and was still alive and kicking? When he thought of Xian, Jiang Wenming couldn't help but touch his heart again. Everyone had pinned their hopes on him, although he didn't feel that he could afford it. But with things having come to this, he still wanted to do everything he could to help Huaxia. With just one more win, he would be able to obtain the fourth key of creation. And by then, he would be able to welcome back another batch of gods by lighting up the coordinates of the star path. According to his guess, this time it would most likely be the heavenly court gods. Once the heavenly court gods returned, he would have nothing to fear. What? You're saying there are still Greek gods that haven't fought? Jiang Wenming said that after the return of the gods of the heavenly court, none of the other god systems could fight. When the gods of the heavenly court return, Little Master must teach you all how many eyes Master Ma has. Jiang Wenming secretly swore in his heart. Just as he was rambling, the sword furnace finally moved. Ka-ching! A crisp cracking sound rang out. It was immediately followed by scorching heat, and Jiang Wenming was forced backward by the heat wave. The layer of barrier around them disappeared abruptly, and a terrifying wind pressure struck. Jiang Wenming didn't dare to have the slightest delay and directly ran far away with a heel. Boom! The location where he was originally located instantly turned into a large deep pit that was more than a dozen meters in circumference. Bastard! Die for me! Seeing the barrier disappear, Gilgamesh didn't hesitate and directly chased after Jiang Wenming. The throne behind him quickly morphed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into something like a warplane. Gilgamesh lightly leaped and jumped onto it, her body turning into a stream of light as she chased towards Jiang Wenming. Crap! The flying machine is whole. Jiang Wenming was startled and turned his head to run, communicating with Di Jun's power as he ran. At the same time, he secretly prayed, hoping that Ying Zhang would hurry up and come out. Boss, if you don't come out, I'm going to be finished. The two chased and fled, transforming into two streaks of golden light in the middle of the ring. The people under the stage all looked at each other in disbelief. Didn't God Jian just say that he could hammer him with one hand? How did he run away? Nonsense. The flying machine is all made up. Is this not running to stay as a target? As long as I'm fast enough, the bullets won't be able to catch up with me. Zhangshan has the essence of this move. Zhangshan is so pathetic. But I have to say, Zhangshan's speed isn't ordinary. He's even making a shadow. What's the use of being fast? The key is to be durable. Miss, you elaborate. I don't understand. Bang! Just when Jiang Wenming could barely hold on, the sword furnace finally cracked completely. Terrifyingly high temperatures swept around, and the ground began to melt. Gilgamesh, who was originally chasing Jiang Wenming, had his body lurched and his expression turned grave. It was because his true opponent had appeared, only to see the original location of the sword furnace. At this moment, a tall figure was standing. It was Ying Zhang who had fed his body to the furnace earlier. At this moment, his body was wrapped in a layer of reddish golden light, and in his hand, he was holding a long sword with a peculiar shape. The body of the sword was a reddish gold color, with a length of nearly 2 meters and a width several times wider than that of an ordinary sword. The position near the tip of the sword was hollowed out. Below the hilt of the sword were engraved 2 ancient big seals. Jinhua, you just attacked me for so long. Now take a sword from me as well. Ying Zhang's voice came out, his tone still calm as ever. EA. Alarm bells went off in Gilgamesh's heart, and without hesitation, she waved the off-behavior sword in her hand. Space instantly froze. Clang! The sound of metal clanking resounded. Only Ying Zhang held the Jinhua sword in one hand and blocked the strike head-on. How is this possible? Gilgamesh's face changed drastically. His world cutting was actually blocked? Don't say that I'm bullying you for a disability. I'll let you have one hand. After Ying Zhang finished speaking, he directly negated his left hand behind his back. His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. One hand to crush him to death. Jiang Wenming at the side immediately started shouting and cheering. Just now, after being chased by Gilgamesh for so long and almost dying, he was already full of grievances. Now that he saw that Ying Zhang had taken action, he immediately began to act as a flag waver. Bullish? What does it mean? Ying Zhang showed a puzzled look as he looked at Jiang Wenming. It means very powerful. Jiang Wenming thought about it and still decided to use a more euphemistic way of saying it. Well, you're also awesome. Ying Zhang nodded and replied back. Put. Ha ha ha. His Majesty the First Emperor is so cute. High and cold is what I want. Dorky and cute is what I want. Can't you have both? I choose His Majesty the First Emperor. It's over. It's over. The high and cold male god is going to be brought down by Jiangshan. I suddenly realized that His Majesty the First Emperor is also very grounded. Grounded? I think it's more like grounded house. Can't you see that His Majesty is planning to hammer golden bling with one hand? Let's just hammer it. Anyway, I've long been displeased with golden bling. Don't ask why. Just hate the rich. In the ring, Gilgamesh came back from his shock and then felt an unprecedented sense of shame. He himself, the king of heroes, was said to have let one hand go. Anger instantly crushed his sanity. He was the only one who humiliated others like this. When did someone dare to humiliate him like this? In his hand, the departing good sword swung wildly, clashing with the Jinhua sword with a clanking and crunching sound. He chopped hundreds of swords in one breath, but he didn't even touch the corner of Ying Zhang's coat. How is this possible? How is this possible? You miscellaneous. Poof. Before Gilgamesh could finish his words, he felt a surge of chi and blood in his body, and a mouthful of blood spewed out directly. You think you're strong? In the eyes of the widow, you're nothing but a waste with empty treasures. Ying Zhang looked at him condescendingly, his tone still calm. It was as if he was stating a fact. As an emperor, Gilgamesh was indeed strong. After all, he had collected so many treasures. But as a warrior, his sword skills could only be described in 4 words, unimpressive. Your strength is nothing more than a bubble piled up by treasures. And after leaving these treasures, your own strength is not worth mentioning at all. After Ying Zhang finished speaking, the Jinhua sword in his hand, once again raised, and the fire of refining chi quickly covered the entire body of the sword. Chop! Ka-chop! The sound of breaking rang out, and the off-behavior sword in Gilgamesh's hand was actually directly chopped off by this strike. This can't be possible. My off-good sword is the sharpest treasure tool under the sky. How could it be chopped off by you? Gilgamesh simply ignored the injuries on his body. His eyes filled with madness. This was a treasure tool that could even cut through the world. How could it be chopped off by someone? But right now, his off-good sword had indeed broken into 2 pieces. Sharpest? A sneer appeared on Ying Zhang's face. It seems like you don't understand anything. After saying this, he also lost the desire to continue fighting and directly beheaded him with a single sword strike. Sheathing his sword, he slowly turned around, turning his back to Gilgamesh and said, compared to faith, a mere sword is nothing. Gilgamesh still wanted to speak, but with only a head left, his mouth opened and closed a few times, and not a single word came out. His body turned into fragments and began to dissipate little by little, while his soul was absorbed by the ring and transformed into the purest power to be preserved. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared. Congratulations to the Huaxia Empire for winning the 3rd match. The Huaxia Empire has won 3 matches in a row, obtaining the Egyptian Empire's key of creation. 2 announcements in a row instantly made the entire Huaxia begin to boil. Yay! God Zhang is awesome. His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. Huaxiao will win. Zhongshan, I want to give you a monkey. Your Majesty, my concubine wants to warm your bed. Huaxiao was cheering, while Egypt was as if they had lost. They had lost again. The one who lost was still Gilgamesh, the hero king they had high hopes for. Boom! Inside the pyramid, the supreme god Ra was so angry that he directly beat the human attendant on the side into a bloody mist. Rubbish! In the face of Ra's anger, the gods below were all silenced, and no one dared to run into a gun at this time. There are still 2 battles left. What do you say, Anubis? After a few moments, Ra's anger gradually subsided and he turned his gaze towards Anubis. The gods all cast a gloating expression towards Anubis. Earlier, when he was asked to appear, he pushed back and finally brought out Gilgamesh. Now it was good. Gilgamesh was dead. Now he can't even run away if he wants to. With the last 2 matches left, it didn't matter if they won or lost to their Egyptian divine lineage. There was no benefit to winning, and people had to die if they lost. No one was willing to go, but had to go, and now that Anubis was named, the chances of the others being chosen were 1 point smaller. Anubis had a dog face full of sweat. Even Gilgamesh had lost. What was the difference between him going up and sending him to his death? No! Ra wanted him to die to save the other gods. He knew this, but he still didn't dare to refute, because if he didn't go, with Ra's character, he would definitely execute him on the spot and absorb his divine power. After thinking clearly about the key, Anubis stepped forward and respectfully bowed towards Ra. Great god of the sun, I, Anubis, am willing to serve you. It was useless to push back when it came down to it. Life was like forced X. Since one couldn't resist, one should just close one's eyes and enjoy it. Very well. Ra saw Anubis take the initiative to come forward, and his face finally eased a bit. The people who messed up earlier, did you find out where they were sent? Ra remembered the matter of Gilgamesh's body being snatched earlier, and twisted his head to look at the animal god responsible for tracking it down. Reporting back to the great god of the sun, the other party was wiped out by your divine power after snatching one of Gilgamesh's arms, and we did not find out where the other party came from. Rubbish! Ra heavily stuttered the scepter in his hand. That animal god was so frightened that he hastily knelt down and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Ra was just about to continue speaking when he felt the temple shake violently. Immediately afterward, a giant beetle-like insect appeared. This was Egypt's national divine beast, the bright sacred beetle. A golden chain wrapped around the bright saint beetle, causing it to let out a wail and struggle desperately, but it was never able to break free from the chain. Great god of the sun, should we stop it? Stop, are you going or am I going? The rules of the mythic ring, even the god of creation, Jehovah, can't go against them. I'm of similar strength to him, how can I stop it? Ra glared at that god in annoyance. The gods didn't dare to open their mouths again when they saw this, and could only watch as the key of creation was drawn away by the chains. At the same time, below the mythic ring, all the spectators in the Huaxia region looked at the 2 people in the mythic ring without blinking. Holding the Jinghua sword, Ying Zhang stood with his arms folded, looking out at the distant Chinese region audience, and for a moment, he was actually a bit lost in thought. Your Majesty? Jiang Wenming shouted in a low voice. Ying Zhang came back to his senses and looked at Jiang Wenming, revealing a smile at him. Within the smile, there was loss, disappointment, and a hint of relief. Now that you're a noble human king, it's more or less inappropriate for you to call out to your Majesty. The widow. First, the matter before. Many thanks. Jiang Wenming knew that he was talking about the fact that he had helped him untie his heart earlier. You are too polite. Although I have accepted the inheritance of the human king, in my heart, you are still the emperor of the 1,000 years. Ha! Ying Zhang let out a light laugh and didn't say anything else. Now that the calamity of the widow is past, it's time for me to leave, and this sword will be a token of appreciation to you, Ying Zhang said, throwing the Jinghua sword in his hand to Jiang Wenming. Just as Jiang Wenming was about to reach out to pick it up, the Jinghua sword abruptly dispersed and transformed into 10 long swords of different shapes. This, Jiang Wenming was dumbfounded. What kind of black technology was this? It could even split and reorganize. With your current strength, you can't use the Jinghua swords yet, but after disintegrating, you can gradually gain their recognition. Ying Zhang's voice was getting farther and farther away. When Jiang Wenming raised his head, half of Ying Zhang's body had already stepped into the gate of creation. Greetings to the one emperor of the ages, Xin Shi Huang Ying Zhang, for returning to his throne. Jiang Wenming bowed towards Ying Zhang, knowing that the other party was going to the front line again. Once they parted this time, they didn't know if they would have the chance to see each other again. Ying Zhang stopped and turned around, looking deeply at this familiar yet unfamiliar country. The people of the oligarchs should be guarded by the oligarchs themselves. With that, he resolutely stepped into the gate of creation. Jiang Wenming looked at the other parties departing back and only felt a little blocked in his heart. Bobby's figure appeared at Jiang Wenming's side and reached out his hand to hand him a key of creation. Your trophy. Thanks a lot. Jiang Wenming received the key of creation, then raised it high towards the direction of the Huaxia Empire. Ow! The golden dragon of national fortune emerged and roared up to the sky. The key of creation automatically flew into its mouth, and within the Huaxia pantheon, light shone brightly. Countless stars shone and finally turned into oil lamps that fell into the pantheon. Immediately afterward, within the gate of creation, a magnificent and ancient palace emerged. The palace was surrounded by clouds and mist, so it was impossible to see what was inside, and one could only vaguely see that a number of white jade pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes stood at the outermost perimeter, as well as 3 large characters carved on the doorhead. South Heavenly Gate. Welcome the Chinese heavenly gods, return to the throne. Jiang Wenming shouted hoarsely with all his strength. After struggling desperately for so long, they finally waited for this moment. Their Huaxia's gods had returned. Greetings to Huaxia. The Huaxia people in the audience area had long been cheering, and many of them even burst into tears of joy. People embraced each other, crying and laughing. Even Li Jianguo, who was sitting on the podium, couldn't help but stand up and secretly wipe his tears at this moment. At one time, they were like children that no one wanted, and had to bear any suffering alone. Now it's good that the parents have come back. They didn't expect these parents to help them get back, but at least when the adults of other people's families beat them up, they weren't as reckless as before. The magnificent and ancient palace flew over the Chinese empire and disappeared into the clouds, disappearing from the crowd's view. But everyone knew that they hadn't left. They were just watching the people from another place. The 4th match begins. Please have the representatives of both sides enter. Bobby's voice interrupted the crowd's cheering, and the crowd remembered that the fight with Egypt was not yet over. There were still 2 more matches to be fought. Just as Egypt's god's favorite was about to go on stage, his body froze abruptly, and then he fell to the ground. This scene directly froze Jiang Wenming. Host, you saw it. I didn't even make a move and he fell down. Does this count as us winning? Jiang Wenming asked with his hands spread out. Bobby blankly glanced at him, and just as he was about to reach out to help the divine favorite, he saw a golden light fall from the sky. A god who was 5 meters tall, dog-headed and holding a scepter appeared. The moment he appeared, a soul flew out from within the body of that divine dependent. Anubis grabbed it, and without even looking at it, directly swallowed it in one bite. At the same time, the aura on his body grew by a fraction of an inch visible to the naked eye. He actually devoured the divine power of his own divine dependence. Jiang Wenming was first stunned, then reacted. It looked like the Egyptian gods were planning to break the pot, directly devouring the divine favorites to boost their own power. The divine familiars were, to put it nicely, the continuation of the gods, and to put it bluntly, they were containers for the reincarnation of the gods. The relationship between the 2 sides was very delicate. The divine favorites could inherit the power of the gods, but could likewise be devoured by the other side to restore their power, and this dominance depended on the power of both sides. Whoever had the stronger divinity would be able to take the initiative. Let's take Jiang Wenming as an example. His original god is only Emperor Jun. If Emperor Jun intends to make a move against him, with his power, he is simply defenseless. If Emperor Jun's god falls, then he can absorb the power left behind by the other party and become the second Emperor Jun, and it is dominated by his own consciousness. Anubis was not satisfied after absorbing his own god's favorites, and the scepter in his hand lashed out towards the ground. A complicated arcane spell formation appeared under his feet. At the same time, in Egypt, a mega-sized spell formation appeared in the sky above the city. Countless people's souls were absorbed by the spell formation, and the original city with hundreds of thousands of people was instantly transformed into a dead zone. At this moment, not only the viewers of China, but also the viewers of other countries, were stunned, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of living beings without moving. These Egyptian gods were too heartless. Seeing this, the host, Bobby, frowned, and the disgust in his eyes flashed away. Above China, the heavenly court, a group of gods gathered at the southern heavenly gate, watching from below. Egypt sent out a dog. Which one of us is going down? Hasn't Erlang Jinjuan awakened? Let his snarling dog go. Dog bite dog is just right. Actually, Quima Wolf can do it too. Old Tai Bai, how long has it been? And you're still holding a grudge against me. Quima Wolf disliked back somewhat unhappily. It was fine to let him participate in the battle, but who are you diabolizing by coming up with a dog-eat-dog line? I'm the wolf, okay? Why don't you go? Fire Virtue Star Lord? I'll help you prepare the cauldron. Tai Bai jinxing started egging Fire Virtue Star Monarch on again. Tai Bai, you want to eat dog meat yourself. Why are you always egging me on? It's not like I'm good at it. None of you are going? If no one is going, then I'll go down? You don't want to join in the fun. You're not ashamed to deal with such a small dog. It's better to leave it to the demon clan. Isn't the demon clan side still out of contact? Forget it, all of you stop arguing. Let little master go down, and I'll treat you to dog meat later. Neza couldn't watch any longer and decided to go down himself. He had been craving dog meat hot pot for a long time. Unfortunately, Erlangshin was watching closely, so he didn't have a chance to get his hands on it, and the other immortals didn't like raising dogs. Neza couldn't help but gulp at the thought of eating dog meat hot pot. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly felt someone behind him pulling him. Neza turned his head and was ready to curse, but saw that it was his father, Li Jing, the king of heaven, who was pulling him. The word little master was stifled by him. This dog is a god of the underworld. This matter is under the control of the hell. What are you doing? On the other side, the earthly mansion, Fengdu Dadi and the 10 temples of hell, originally was happily watching the gods of heaven fight, but never thought to eat melon to their own head. A group of people looked at each other in dismay. Ahem, Li Jing has a point. This puppy belongs to the underworld. It's really time for us to step in. Which one of you will go? Too weak. Not interested. Black and white. Oxhead and horseface. You 4 guessing. Whoever wins goes. Good Lou. Oh, black and white impermanent. You 2 have enough performance. This time let us brother and sister, how about it? Oxhead revealed a naive smile. Doesn't matter. Whoever goes can go. Let's do it this way. Let's guess. Give you guys a chance. What if I only put out cloth? Bullhead and Horseface looked at each other, then looked at their hooves. They immediately burst into tears and ran to one side of the wall to draw circles. Seeing that White Impermanence's one sentence took care of the 2 staring at each other, Black Impermanence couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old fan. Let's not argue between the 2 brothers. I'll go over first and call you back. Okay. I'll go inform the following to prepare the frying pan. Black Impermanence answered dryly. Seeing this, White Impermanence smiled and bowed towards Fengdu Emperor and the king of the 10 temples of hell before picking up his chains and wailing rod and heading outside. Chinese representative, please summon the gods to the battle as soon as possible. Upon hearing Bobby's shout, Jiang Wenming came back to his senses from the shock he had just experienced. Just as he was about to toggle the dial, a ringing sound suddenly came from his ears. Little brother, there's no need to go through so much trouble. It's better to let us do it ourselves. A voice rang out from behind him. Jiang Wenming hurriedly looked back, and when he saw the person who came, his entire body was shocked. He only saw a pale and incomparably pale dead face with eyes turned out and a tongue hanging down to his chest appear behind him. Crap! Ghost! Saying this, he directly smashed his fist on White Impermanence's face, and then ran far away with a heel. This scene directly dumbfounded the crowd under the stage. Is this the same Jiangshin who disliked the sky and the earth and the air, and who dared to go up and call out a slap when a dog came in front of him? Wasn't he just a ghost? Why are you so excited? Even the gods who had been watching the movements of the ring had a strange look on their faces. Isn't this kid a contemporary human king, or the young lord of the demon race? Why is he so timid? Goon! A single White Impermanence can scare him like this. Neza had a look of contempt on his face. Ahem. Actually, White Impermanence's face is indeed a bit creepy. I'm not scared. I'm mainly afraid of his tongue licking me. The crowd suddenly dawned on them, and when they thought about it this way, it did make a few sense. Oh no! Neza suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? The gods looked towards him in confusion. When White Impermanence catches that dog later, will it still be edible? The gods were collectively speechless. What time is it now? And you're still thinking about eating. However, after looking at White Impermanence's long tongue, everyone secretly said it was a pity that the dog meat hot pot was gone. Above the ring, Jiang Wenming only felt his heart pounding. He was truly frightened. Not frightened by the opponent's looks, but the opponent's identity. White Impermanence, the ghostly messenger of hell who specialized in seducing people's souls. Who wouldn't be scared? When White Impermanence saw the other party's reaction, his outstretched hand froze in midair, and for a moment, he didn't know whether or not to take it back. Master Impermanence, I just turned 16 this year. Do you want to come so early? Jiang Wenming cried out to White Impermanence. White Impermanence froze, then reacted. The other party was thinking that he had come to ask for his life. No wonder he reacted so greatly. Little brother, don't panic. I'm not here to ask you for your life. I'm the god of this competition. White Impermanence helplessly rubbed his eyes and explained to him. Not to mention, this kid's hands were quite dark, and with that punch just now, his eyes were all swollen from hammering him. Once Jiang Wenming heard that he wasn't here to hook his own soul, he immediately made a 180-degree face change and hurriedly went up to hold the other party's hand with both hands. So it's one of our own. Misunderstanding. Just now it's all a misunderstanding. Looking at Jiang Wenming's so enthusiastic appearance, White Impermanence was surprisingly still a bit uncomfortable. As a soul seducer, wherever he passed, not to say that everyone shunned him, but they all stayed away as long as they could. How had he ever seen this kind of battle? He even dared to shake hands with him? But thinking that he hadn't walked in the world for a long time, perhaps the world had long forgotten his existence. This is our first battle for the return of the hell. We must fight beautifully. White Impermanence was secretly calculating in his mind what he should do later to show off the majesty of their hell's ghostly messenger. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Wenming suddenly took his hand and raised it high up, shouting towards the bottom. The deity competing in this match is the sole summoner of the Earth's hell lineage in our Chinese divine lineage, the White Impermanence Xia Bian, the White Impermanence of life and wealth at first sight. What? Soul summoner? Crap. It's a ghost messenger. I heard my grandmother tell me that when she was a child her grandmother once heard her grandmother say that after a person dies there will be a soul hook messenger coming over, bringing the soul of the person into a place called hell. There will be a judge who will punish the person according to the crimes committed in their life, and only after the sins are cleared will the person be reincarnated. I didn't realize that this is true. Dude, then did your grandmother say how to clear your sins? Why does it sound so creepy? It said that there are 18 layers of hell inside the hell, and they will be assigned according to the crimes that a person has committed in the yang world. Going up the mountain of swords and going down the frying pan, gouging out eyes and pulling out tongues, and freezing in blazing fire. Then what if you can't carry on and die? Die? Those who can go to hell are originally those who have already died. As long as they enter the hell, they are immortal existences, unless they clear their sins. Don't think of leaving. Before he finished his words, the people around him all shivered in unison. These punishments were all chilling to hear, not to mention the setting that the sentence must be served to completion. This caused quite a few people to look horrified and start trying to recall what bad things they had done in their lives. I slept with my male best friend in one piece, so it shouldn't be considered cheating, right? I have to hurry up and make up for my back pay. That shouldn't be considered a sin, right? Woo woo. I peeped at the ant next door taking a shower. Will I get my eyes gouged out? You guys are nothing. I've done all of what you're talking about. Brother, I respect you as a man. That's not true. According to what he said, the soul snatcher should be scary. Although it looks a bit creepy with his tongue out. But why is he happy? And what's the matter with that one side of raw wealth on his hat? This, haven't you heard that old saying? Money makes the ghost push the mill. Should be trying to collect benefits, right? The surrounding people nodded with deep sympathy, indicating that they recognized his statement. You guys don't listen to his nonsense. The soul hookers will only catch those with sins to go to hell. If you do good deeds on a regular basis, not only will you not be hooked when you meet them, but good things will happen instead. And that's where the money comes from at first sight. According to you, isn't this the god of fortune? Without further ado, I'll give a kowtow first. Together. As the crowd spread the rumor, it soon turned into a rumor that White Impermanence was actually the god of fortune. Master Impermanence blessed me with great wealth. Master Impermanent blesses me with prosperous business. Master Impermanence blesses my daughter-in-law with an early birth. Auntie, you've made a mistake, haven't you? What do you know? Master Wu Chang is the messenger of the soul. What kind of people reincarnation do not have to go through his hands? I now worship, so that he can pick a good grandson for me. This is not very normal? Makes sense. Then I'll worship too. You pick a child too? No, I pick the child's mom. The prayers of the people under the stage all reached the ears of the gods of the heavenly court, and the gods of the earth. Within the heavenly court, careless, this business expansion of Earth's mansion is also too ruthless. Old Zhao, what do you think? Tai Bai Jinxing looked to the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, who was at the side. I don't give a damn. This bastard Xiebian, he even dares to steal my job. From now on this beam is considered to be knotted. The god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, blew his beard and eyes in anger. No, we can't just let that group of people from hell make a splash. Our heavenly court gods have to go and show their faces as well, or else this business won't all be snatched by hell? Makes sense. Let's go to the next game. In the middle of hell, Feng Dudadi and the 10 temples of Hades both had odd expressions on their faces. I didn't expect that after not returning for a few hundred years, the earth would be so enthusiastic about our hell. The 10 temples of Hades revealed a look of relief. Not bad. I like the humans in this term. Turn around and add 10 years of yang life per person at your discretion. Fengdu Emperor stroked his beard and laughed. It looks like we need to let them go out and about more in the future. Our hell's reputation has been corrupted by those vultures in the West, and now that it's hard to recover, we must maintain it. I've heard that the earth is now popular with horror houses. Turn around and organize regular tours to bring people over to visit them. And if the funding is not enough, the location will be set in the 18 layers of hell for the time being. So good. feel the atmosphere of our hell in advance, or understand where you are going in the future. The 10 halls of hell had a word from you and a word from me, directly arranging the future planning of hell. On the ring, White Impermanence's pale face actually had an extra touch of redness at this moment. People nowadays are also too enthusiastic. This power of faith is rubbing up. And this incense, really nostalgic. Looking at the surrounding incense gas, White Impermanence fiercely sucked it in and inhaled it into his belly. A touch of remembrance and delight appearing on his face. A sight of raw wealth. The weeping stick in his hand waved a bit, and countless green fluorescent lights flew out, spilling into the Chinese audience area. Ah, my stocks went up. The lottery ticket I bought won. My house is going to be demolished. The advertisement of seeking a son with heavy money is true. The rich sister asked me to meet her. An excited voice rang out, and many people began to cheer. Jiang Wenming was dumbfounded as he listened to the shouts from below. Almost even he thought that what was in front of him was not the White Impermanence, but the god of fortune. Now instead of worshipping the god of wealth, they are worshipping the impermanence? Just when he was pondering if he opened it in the wrong way, Bobby's voice suddenly came to his ears. This match is between White Impermanence, the Chinese soul summoner, and Anubis, the Egyptian god of death of the underworld, and the match is about to begin. White Impermanence sniffed, flicked his long tongue, and walked towards the ring with a smile on his face. Is this your China looking down on me? How dare you send a tiny ghost messenger like you here? Although Anubis said this on his lips, he was happy in his heart. If other positive gods came, there was no way he could be a match for those gods, but the other party had even sent only a tiny ghost messenger. In his impression, the status of a ghost messenger was similar to that of a servant or handyman below him, doing all the dirty work, but he didn't realize that within the Chinese mythological system, status didn't represent strength. The black and white irregulars were indeed ghost dispatches, but they had another position. Commander of 100,000 in soldiers. Hell can only countless dead souls. Ghosts, in soldiers are naturally not a few, and as the most famous two ghosts, Black Impermanence Fan Wu Pian, White Impermanence Xia Bian, two people are also naturally in a major position. Only the hell is not like heaven. Nothing to catch a demon to get rid of a demon or something. They are only responsible for the dead souls to attract. So usually, rarely send a large number of Yin soldiers. On the other hand, once there is a large number of Yin soldiers, it means that the world is in chaos, and the people are suffering. The smile on White Impermanence's face grew stronger after hearing Anubis' words. God of death Anubis, your young life is over, so follow me back to hell to be tortured. After saying that, he took out a token from his bosom, which had a black background with red stripes and the word detain engraved on it. Ha 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 ha, ridiculous, you a small hell ghost messenger, also dare to be reckless in front of me. I am the god of death of the underworld. Anubis burst into laughter, not putting White Impermanence in his eyes at all. Alas, I knew that detaining people with a good voice wouldn't work at all. So, are you trying to disobey orders? When White Impermanence said the last sentence, his tone steeply turned gloomy. The writing on the hat on top of his head also changed. Originally, what was written on the hat was a sight of raw wealth, but now it had changed to you can come. This reminded Jiang Wenming of the legends about the black and white irregulars in his previous life. Legend has it that when the black and white irregulars walked in the Yang world, if they encountered a good person, Shanghai at first sight and peace in the world would appear on their heads, and if they encountered an evil ghost or a bad person, the hat on their heads would appear you can come, and are catching you. Obviously Anubis was categorized in the category of evil spirits. Resisting orders? Joke, your Chinese gods can't control me yet. Anubis sneered disdainfully. The scepter in his hand gave a heavy thump on the ground, and countless grievous spirits and evil spirits crawled out from under his feet, crawling towards White Impermanence with open teeth and claws. The King of Hell lets you die on the third night, and will never leave you until the fifth night. After White Impermanence finished speaking, he threw out the chains in his hands, and those grievous spirits and evil ghosts froze in place after coming into contact with the chains. Immediately afterward, the chains were as if they were alive, automatically binding these evil ghosts and grievous spirits, looking like grasshoppers on a rope. However, this situation did not last long. Just in the blink of an eye, these evil ghosts and grievous spirits were absorbed by the chains, only revealing faces wailing in pain, surfacing on the chains from time to time. Anubis' pupils shrunk. He didn't expect that this unassuming ghost dispatcher in front of him would have such a terrifying strength. In just one move, he had eliminated so many grudging spirits, somewhat capable. I'd like to see how many more you can capture. The scepter in Anubis' hand gave another beat, and a black vortex appeared behind him, with countless evil spirits and mummies crawling out from within. The number was so great that one could not see the end of it at a glance. Are you trying to bully the few with the many? White Impermanence's face was still smiling. You're right. I'm bullying you with fewer people. There are still millions of undead within my underworld. I can pile you up even if I pile you up. Anubis grinned, clearly intending to carry out the Sea of Men tactic to the end. More people than you, right, old black? Come alive. White Impermanence non-committally flicked his long tongue, waved the chains in his hand, and drew a circle in the void. The void cracked open, revealing another scene. This was clearly the scene inside the Hellmouth, only to see Fengdu Emperor sitting on a high seat, the 10 halls of Yen Luo on both sides. Even more outside is the judge and ox-headed horseface, as well as behind them, the countless Yin soldiers, green-faced and fanged. Their faces were hideous. It could be said that any image of evil spirits that people could think of appeared at this moment. At a rough glance, there were hundreds of millions. Anubis's dog face instantly turned brilliant with dismay, disbelief, and more than anything else, horror, especially when he saw those 11 figures at the highest point. The fear in his heart instantly reached its peak. Each one was comparable to the sun god Ra, and the one at the very top even gave him the feeling that he didn't dare to look directly at him. It was as if even looking at him was a great disrespect to him. Black Impermanence fan Wu Jia wanted to grin, but unfortunately, he had been crying all the time, and a grin would be even more hideous and terrifying. He first bowed towards Fengdu Emperor and the others, then stepped into the teleportation channel carrying the wailing rod. Amidst the stunned gazes of the gods, he actually came above the ring. Mount Olympus. How is this possible? How could Huaxia send 2 gods to battle? Ares, the god of war, had a face of dismay. Not 2, but 1. Goddess of war Athena opened her mouth to explain. What's going on? The Chinese god system emphasizes the reconciliation of yin and yang, and these 2 gods' breaths, one yin and one yang, are entangled with each other, more like a twin of a single body, the same as the gold and silver children from before. There's such a thing? But why are they 2 separate individuals? That I don't know. The Chinese god system is very ancient and mysterious. It would be too unwise to make enemies with them. Sister, what's the use of you talking about this now? Father God's will is something we simply cannot go against. Alas, the twilight of the gods is coming. Brother, if you don't want to fall, you'd better leave with me. You really still want to go to the front line. It's more dangerous there. We are gods. We should shelter our people. I would rather die in battle than make enemies of these former comrades. Athena had a complicated look on her face. Even with her wisdom, she couldn't figure out why they had come to this point. They could obviously be the closest of comrades, but now they had to fight each other. Ares didn't say anything, only his clenched fist showed how unsettled he was inside. Athena glanced at Ares and didn't continue to persuade him, but turned around and walked towards the temple of the gods at the back. Inside the Egyptian pyramid, Ra, the god of the sun, was so angry that he broke his defense on the spot after seeing the scene in the ring. Anubis, this fool, even letting the other party open the passageway to the underworld. Damn it, damn it. Ra was about to explode with anger. Just that moment just now, he felt that he was being watched. Although the other party had only casually glanced at him, that aura made him feel fearful. He knew better than anyone else present how strong the gods of Huaxia were. He had seen with his own eyes back then that the deity sitting high in the picture had crushed the soul of an evil god even stronger than him with just one strike. It was unrivaled. That was a scene he could never forget for the rest of his life. And on the extraterrestrial battlefield, to a god like him, he simply couldn't even squeeze into the first echelon. Not to mention the commander-in-chief level. But there even the commander-in-chief had died several times. And the first echelon of gods had even died dozens of times. It was the second echelon gods like them that dealt with some weak evil gods, which allowed them to return in their true forms by a fluke. He didn't know how many of the gods that came back from Huaxia this time were true bodies, and how many were only partial remnants of their souls. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that they had returned, with the backhand left behind by those saints. As long as they could return, they could be restored through various means. It was only a matter of time. Once they waited for those gods to recover, they would definitely liquidate them. Traitors, at all times, were unforgivable existences, something Ra himself knew only too well. By the looks of it, we can only choose that method. Ra didn't want to die, or else he wouldn't have betrayed the gods. Dodging away from the temple, he came to his own mausoleum, the scepter in his hand tapping on top of a golden box. The seal on it began to lift a little bit. Ra looked at the golden box with a hint of fear in his anticipation. The golden box was opened, revealing the item inside, which was a heart that was still beating. Only there was an eye growing above the heart that was looking at him without blinking. An unsettling aura filled the mausoleum, and all sorts of negative emotions kept surfacing in Ra's mind. It gave him an urge to destroy everything. Ra hurriedly covered the golden box and resealed it. Only then did he feel the violent emotions disappear. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the 4 emperors opened their eyes at the same time. the scent of an evil demon. Could it be that someone has been contaminated by an evil demon? Seal off the heavenly court. Use the demon shining mirror to line up all those who have returned once. Within the hell. Fong Dudadi also had a puzzled look on his face. Why do I feel the aura of evil demons? This was their world. It was simply impossible for those evil demons to come here. Unless someone had been contaminated by the evil demons. As Fengdu Emperor thought of this, his face abruptly turned serious. Pass the order down. Blockade the hell. No one is allowed to come in or out. A few of you go down and check if there are any evil demons mixing in with us. Yes, because they had just returned. Quite a few immortals were in a hurry to recover their vitality, so they all descended into their respective temples to absorb the incense offerings. This also led to these bigwigs, for a moment, being unable to determine if it was one of theirs that had gone wrong. Evil demons had a myriad of strange tactics, and they could only line up little by little. On the ring, Jiang Wenming was still watching the match with great interest. Originally, he thought that it was just White Impermanence himself, but he didn't expect Black Impermanence to come as well. But thinking about it, these two were inseparable, just like Siamese twins. It wasn't surprising that they could enter the ring at the same time. Black Impermanence was a short, dark-faced deity who wore a weepy face all day long, a stark contrast to White Impermanence. After he appeared, White Impermanence decisively disengaged from the battle ring, leaving the position to him. He himself flung his chains and threw all those grumbling evil spirits into the hell. As for whether or not these evil ghosts and grudges would have any impact on the hell, they weren't worried at all. With the 10 temples of hell and Feng Dudadi in charge, not to mention a small group of evil spirits, even if the entire Egyptian divine lineage went there, they wouldn't be able to make much of a splash. At most, it would be a bit of trouble for them to pick a hell. However, this is none of their business. Judgment is the business of the judge and the king of hell. They were only responsible for catching ghosts and hooking souls, throwing in thousands of evil ghosts and spirits. Bullhead and Horseface immediately became excited. Old Horse, half for one. Okay, the two ghost dispatcher took out their soul chains, and just like an eagle catching a chicken, they caught them one by one and sent them in front of the judge. The judge wore a smile on his face. After so many years of not working, what was wrong with suddenly being a little excited? Before the smile disappeared from his face, another batch of evil spirits were sent to him. This time there were more than 5,000 of them. These two grandsons, they just can't see me being lazy, can they? Sending so many evil spirits at once. How long do I have to interrogate them? Before the judge could finish spitting, he saw another batch of evil ghosts and spirits being sent in. The judge's face immediately turned black and green. It was over. The vacation period ended early. However, when he flipped through the life and death book, he then remembered that these evil ghosts and spirits in front of him didn't seem to be from China. As soon as he thought of this, he didn't even have the mood to continue the interrogation, and directly shouted towards Ox-Headed Horseface, "Don't bring them here. Directly throw them into the 18 layers of hell." Ox-Headed Horseface blinked his big eyes when he heard this, with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing this, the judge went up and slapped one person. "You two naive goods. These ghosts are not on our life and death book. Can't find out their biographical information. Directly thrown into the 18 layers of hell. First serve 10,000 years." After listening to the explanation, Oxhead and Horseface came to a realization, and hurriedly let the Yin soldiers pull these evil ghosts to the 18 layers of hell. However, as more and more evil ghosts and grievances were sent in, Oxhead Horseface and the two of them were a little too busy, looking to the judge for help. They seemed to be asking what to do. "You guys are silly. Won't you just open the 18 layers of hell and let the black and white irregulars throw the ghosts in directly? Judge, or you're smart. Such a good solution. Why didn't we come up with it? He. Oxhead scratched his head in embarrassment. He. The judge held his forehead with one hand, exasperated by these two simpletons to the point of losing his temper. Above the ring, the black and white impermanence cooperated well. Black impermanence dealt with those mummies that possessed entities, while white impermanence dealt with the grievous evil spirits. After catching them, they didn't even look at them and directly threw them into the hell. Anubis didn't feel anything at first. After all, within the underworld, there were millions of undead, but soon he felt something was wrong. In just this moment of effort, he had actually lost tens of thousands, and the other party didn't seem to have much to consume at all. Instead, they were getting more and more energized. He didn't realize that the black and white irregulars hooked souls to claim their lives, following the rules of the heavenly Tao. For every evil spirit they captured to enter the hell, they would gain a little power of merit. Anubis releasing so many evil spirits was a once-in-a-lifetime performance for them. Black and white impermanence even had the urge to rush to the other side's territory to grab people. Oh no! Grab ghosts. The sea of people tactic that he was so proud of. In front of the black and white impermanence. Not only did it not work as it should, but on the contrary, it was like giving the other party a performance. This made Anubis somewhat unacceptable. Soul drawl. The scepter in his hand slammed heavily on the ground, and a ripple spread out from under his feet. The undead within the vortex behind him no longer rushed towards black and white, but instead rushed towards him. Anubis opened his mouth and sucked in with force. Countless grievous evil spirits were sucked into his belly. His body steeply skyrocketed by a large amount, turning into the image of a giant over 10 meters tall. Ha! Getting bigger? White Impermanence looked at Anubis with some surprise. Old White, the performance is gone. Otherwise let's just detain him. Alright, this dog-headed god looked quite fierce. I didn't expect it to be so useless. It's only been a while and it's not working. White Impermanence fluttered his long tongue with some regret. Old White, be careful. Black Impermanence suddenly threw out the chains in his hand, wrapping around White Impermanence's body and pulling him to his front. Just the moment White Impermanence left his original position, a spear nailed him where he had previously stood. At some point in time, a dozen more mummies holding weapons appeared around them. Looking closely, these mummies didn't seem to be real corpses, but rather puppets made out of sand in shrouds. Only these puppets had souls stuffed inside. Living puppetry? Black Impermanence fanboy saw the principle of this spell at a glance. Old Black, it seems like it's coming to a hard point. White Impermanence Xiabian pulled at the corner of his mouth and sketched out a wry smile. As ghost dispatches of hell, they roamed the earth all day long, and hadn't seen any kind of evil ghosts or spirits. The living puppet technique was an extremely vicious technique, where the caster would stuff the soul of a living person into the puppet after making it. In this way, the puppet will have a spirit, because the body was that of the puppet. No matter what kind of damage it suffered, it would be able to recover quickly. It was only that most people who made living puppets did so with wood alive clay, and it was the first time they had encountered the likes of Anubis, who used sand and shrouds. Desert Descent. Anubis' hand scepter heavily smashed on the ground. The original hard and incomparable ground quickly turned into yellow sand. Those living puppet mummies, as if melting, directly disappeared into the desert. Seeing this, the Black and White Impermanence hand chain at the same time threw out. The chains were as if they possessed spiritual intelligence, directly drilling into the desert. A moment later, 4 groups of shrouds drilled out from the desert, the surrounding yellow sand cohesion, in the blink of an eye into a mummy. The black chains also rushed out from the ground at this moment, instantly penetrating the mummy's body. Bang! The mummy's body turned into a pile of yellow sand, and the shroud was like a flexible viper, once again drilling into the desert and disappearing. The two of them frowned as they watched the scene. There is no soul within the body. It should be attached to the shroud. The black and white irregulars quickly exchanged a few words and once again waved the chains in their hands. Unfortunately, those shrouds were too flexible, plus they could condense yellow sand at any time, which caused the chains in the two men's hands to be unable to wrap around them at all. Anubis watched as the two kept attacking the shrouds, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A drop of blood dripped down from his finger and quietly disappeared into the yellow sand at his feet. His movements were so stealthy that the black and white infernal didn't notice any abnormality. Shoo! A spear condensed from the yellow sand rushed out from the ground, aiming at the White Impermanence who was searching for the shroud. Black Impermanence reacted extremely quickly, throwing out the weeping stick in his hand and directly crashing into the spear. Boom! The spear turned into a piece of yellow sand and dissipated. The wailing rod quickly flew back into Black Impermanence's hand. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a cracking sound from behind him. Shoo! 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 A dozen spears flew towards the two of them. Seeing this, White Impermanence shook the chains in his hands, spinning them rapidly in the air to form a shield. Bang bang bang! One after another collision sounds rang out. Those yellow sand spears, crashing into the chains, turned into a piece of yellow sand. Old Black, there seems to be something wrong. There is indeed something wrong. I feel as if there are many souls gathering towards us in the surroundings. Black Impermanence's wailing face was even more unsightly at this point. Right at this moment, the surrounding yellow sand suddenly bulged upwards, quickly condensing a humanoid silhouette. These sand soldiers held the yellow sand condensed out of their weapons. Step by step, they drew closer towards the black and white irregulars, and the number was also increasing. As far as the eye could see, there were already thousands of them. So many, it should be fine. Alright, don't play with him anymore. The black and white irregulars glanced at each other, and at the same time inserted the wailing rod in their own hands into the yellow sand under their feet. The yellow sand underneath his feet, as if it had been contaminated by something, began to transform towards black. A rotten smell emanated from the black ground, and as the black area grew larger and larger, dark yellow water began to bubble out of the ground. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wenming under the stage finally understood where the scene in front of him was. The Yellow Spring Road. The yellow springs flowed very quickly, and in just a few minutes, it swallowed up most of the entire desert. Those living puppet mummies, after coming into contact with the yellow spring water, it was like they were stuck in a quagmire. No matter how much they struggled, they were never able to break free. Little by little, they sank into it until they completely disappeared. Anubis was shocked. He couldn't figure out how his yellow sand soldiers could be wiped out so quickly. One should know that he had used this move to defeat many gods that were stronger than him. Yellow sand soldiers were immortal, and even if their bodies were destroyed, they could recover quickly. But why did they directly disappear after coming into contact with those springs? It didn't even manage to splash a little. He couldn't figure it out. The yellow spring water was still spreading, and it was already about to spread to his feet. Anubis didn't dare to be careless. His body quickly retreated, and the top of the scepter in his hand began to light up with yellow light. The yellow sand under his feet began to tumble, isolating the yellow spring water that was spreading over. In the name of death, wake up, my servant! The scepter stuttered heavily on the ground. The yellow sand underneath his feet instantly began to churn as if it was boiling. A pair of hideous giant chalars violently poked out of the ground, followed by the appearance of a 5-meter-tall humanoid giant scorpion. Scorpion King! The moment the Scorpion King rushed out of the ground, its 8 legs began to move at a rapid pace. Wielding its huge scorpion keely, it rushed towards the black and white irregulars. An arm formed of white bones stretched out from the yellow spring water beneath its feet, trying to grab it and pull it into the water. However, under its terrifying strength, they were all broken, and they couldn't even slow down its speed. Seeing this, Black Impermanence shook the chains in his hands, trying to wrap around the other party. The chains wrapped around the Scorpion King's giant keely, and it was like a red-hot iron encountering the flesh, emitting a zippy sound. Roar! The Scorpion King let out a pain howl as its giant keely swung, directly throwing the Black Impermanence at the other end of the chain out. Seeing this, White Impermanence also hurriedly shook out his chain and wrapped it around the Scorpion King's other giant chelate. In order to avoid being thrown out himself, he directly wrapped the other end of the chain around the weeping stick at his feet. At the same time, he took out a wooden token from his bosom. This was similar to the kind of token used by the magistracy to take people in ancient times. Black on the bottom, red on the top, and only about 30 centimeters in length. However, after White Impermanence took it out, the token steeply lengthened, turning into a short board that was a meter long. On top of the token were engraved 4 big words, 5 Thunder Order. On the other side, Black Impermanence also followed suit, quickly wrapping the chain in his hand around the top of the wailing rod, and also took out a token from his pocket. This token was engraved with the words, General Summoning 10,000 Ghosts. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, rushed towards the Scorpion King at the same time. Just when they were about to touch each other, 2 walls of sand rose abruptly from the ground, blocking the path of the black and white irregulars. The 2 tokens hit the sand walls, directly dispersing them. However, this delay also gave the Scorpion King time to react. He only saw his 2 keely struggle hard and crossed his arms. The giant keely stuck onto the chains and gave a forceful shear. Ka-ching! 2 crunching sounds. The chains wrapped around his arms were directly cut into 2. Not good. Black and White Impermanence secretly screamed that it was not good. The soul-locking chain was cut, and the Scorpion King broke through the bindings and swung his 2 giant keely left and right, just like swatting a fly, directly sending the Black and White Impermanence on both sides flying out. Jiang Wenming clearly heard the sound of bones breaking, and his body was somewhat deformed. It was also that the 2 of them were ghost messengers. If they were living people, it was estimated that blood would have to be spewed out by a caddy. The Scorpion King's power was too strong. The 2 black and white impermanent ghost messengers were simply unable to resist it head-on. The moment they both fell, a piece of quicksand directly wrapped the 2 ghosts. A cruel smile appeared on Anubis' face as the scepter in his hand once again emitted an earth-colored glow. The quicksand began to spread rapidly until it completely wrapped the 2 of them. The Scorpion King's 8 legs slid swiftly and arrived in front of the sand sculpture where White Impermanence was, raising its incomparably sharp giant kelisar. It directly clipped towards his head. Jiang Wenming's heart jumped as he watched. With this shear, it was estimated that White Impermanence's head had been pinched to pieces. Bang! The sand sculpture burst into pieces, turning into yellow sand in the sky. However, Jiang Wenming was surprised to find that there was no figure of White Impermanence inside the yellow sand. Vanished? Jiang Wenming hurriedly opened his fiery eyes and swept his gaze around, but he didn't see anything. That's not right. It seemed like there was an extra wisp of white smoke in the yellow sand. Before he could figure out what was going on, the Scorpion King wielded its giant keely and smashed heavily on top of the sand sculpture that Black Impermanence had transformed into. The sand sculpture shattered. And again, there was nothing inside. Only this time, A wisp of black smoke emanated out. Ha 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 ha. The gods of Huaxia are nothing more than that. Anubis looked up to the sky and laughed in a victorious manner. Ah, the two uncommon masters are dead? No way. Obviously so powerful just now. How could they lose? But now even the corpses are smashed to pieces. It's simply impossible to survive, right? They seem to be Ghostbusters. I remember Ghostbusters don't have entities. Seems a bit reasonable. But just at this moment, Jiang Wenming clearly saw that the black and white mist had slowly merged together. Anubis's laughter steeply lurched. He also noticed the abnormality and hurriedly looked towards the two masses of mist, only to see the fog slowly coalesced out of the human outline. This person was tall, with a face in front and back, and a tall hat on his head, black on one side and white on the other. The black side had the words "are catching you" written on it. It corresponded to the crying face. The white side said "you're here," corresponds to a smiling face. In his right hand, he carried a black and white weeping stick, and in his left hand, he held a token. On the front side of the token is engraved, the Order of the Five Thunderbolts. The reverse side of the token was engraved with, summoning 10,000 ghosts. The moment this figure appeared, somehow, Jiang Wenming actually suddenly shivered. Perhaps this one is the real one. Jiang Wenming thought of the rumor that the black and white impermanence was in charge of the Yin soldiers, and at the very beginning, he wondered if it was the black impermanence or the white impermanence. Now it seemed that it should be this one after their fusion. Scorpion King, tear him apart for me. Anubis also felt the pressure from the monster in front of him. It was an unsettling aura, as if it was the most vicious curse in heaven and earth. Even one more glance would make one feel uncomfortable. Scorpion King, receiving the order, it flew towards charging. The giant Keely in his hands swung from side to side, wanting to crush the other party. Bastard! How dare you be reckless! A shrill voice came out from his mouth, clearly a single voice, but it emitted two tones. It made one feel nothing but numbness in one's scalp when listening to it. As his words fell, the wailing rod in his hand directly struck towards the Scorpion King. Boom! The weeping stick collided with the giant Shella and was directly knocked back dozens of meters. The Scorpion King, on the other hand, let out a painful wail. The howl spread throughout the entire ring, and even if the crowd didn't see him get hurt, they could still feel the pain he was feeling at that moment. This was a magic treasure that specifically targeted the soul. Jiang Wenming thought of the key to it at the first moment. In Chinese folklore, wailing sticks are usually made from willow wood, which is one of the 4 major ghost woods. Not only can it be used to enrich the shade of one's children and grandchildren, but it can likewise be used to make magical weapons that restrain ghosts and spirits. Willow sticks to beat ghosts. Hit a whip short 3 inches. Willow tree after 1,000 years. If not dead, will have a spirit. Need to be a thunderbolt. If successful, can be formed into a spirit. Only need to cultivate some more years. Accumulate some merit. Will be able to ask for a job in the city god. From now on to become the official establishment of the hell. But if they can't survive the thunderbolt, they will die. The body they left behind is this 1,000-year lightning strike willow. This material is a first-class treasure for the ghosts of hell. Not only has the role of soul nourishment, but also can restrain the soul body. The weeping rod in the hands of the black and white impermanent is the best of the 1,000-year-old thunderclap willow. This is the Feng Chun lightning strike willow. The so-called spring lightning strike willow is 1,000 years of willow tree failed to die, but in the original dead wood to reroot and sprout. Not only does it possess dead energy, but it also possesses vitality at the same time. When Fengdu Emperor accidentally obtained this kind of treasure, it will make a weeping stick, and then because of the black and white invincible performance, it will reward him this treasure. Because of the great power of this treasure, it is usually split into 2. White impermanence holds the white wailing rod, the main reward. The black impermanence holds the black wailing rod, the main punishment. When walking in the yang world, white impermanence will use this treasure to bestow blessings on the good people he meets. It's a blessing that will help them to avoid calamities and have good luck. If they meet evil people, black impermanence will use the black wailing rod to punish them, reducing blessings and eliminating life and bad luck. Once the 2 wailing rods are fused, they will possess the characteristics of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning is the strongest and youngest thing, specializing in destroying evil spirits, and can be said to be the natural nemesis of the dead souls. Although the Scorpion King's physical body was powerful, he was still an undead spirit after all, and he couldn't carry it in the face of this treasure that specialized in attacking souls. With just one strike, he was seriously injured. As Anubis listened to the Scorpion King's agonizing wail, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. With a point of the scepter in his hand on the ground, countless evil spirits crawled out from the ground and flew towards the Scorpion King, crawling all over his body in just the blink of an eye. What does that dog-headed man want? Brother, that's Hoo Wolf. Hey, it's all the same. Did they implode? No way, isn't infighting at this time looking for death? Look, that scorpion is devouring those evil spirits. Someone exclaimed out in shock, only to see that in the ring, the Scorpion King grabbed those evil spirits with its giant kelliser. Just like Master Yu smoking, one bite at a time. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of evil spirits were devoured by him, and the aura on his body began to recover a little bit. Crap, self-charging treasure this is. The Egyptian gods really know how to play. One by one, they can all be transferred to be milkmaids. Alas, it seems to be another battle of attrition. Before the crowd's words fell, they saw a scale suddenly appear in Anubis' hands. A feather was placed on one end of the scale while a heart was placed on the other end. But strangely, the two were kept in a state of equilibrium. Jiang Wenming's pupils suddenly shrunk after seeing this scene. He remembered that Anubis had another title besides being known as the god of death. It was rumored that he would put the heart of the dead into the balance, with the feather of the goddess of truth on the other end. If the heart was heavier than the feather, the monster, Amit, would appear and devour the heart. If the heart was lighter than the feather, then it would be taken into the underworld by Anubis. But this was for mortals. Now that his opponent was the fused black and white Anubis, could it be that he was still planning to use this method to weigh the heart of the black and white Anubis? Jiang Wenming was somewhat speechless. The body of the black and white impermanent was made of the two chi of yin and yang. Whether it had a heart or not was one thing. Now he even wanted to use this trick to weigh the heart of the black and white impermanent commander? At this moment, the uncommon commander, still fighting with the Scorpion King, both sides fought back and forth, and didn't even notice Anubis's small action. The Scorpion King was obviously not a match for the uncommon commander, but he couldn't help but recover quickly. The weeping stick struck him, and although it caused a considerable amount of damage, it would soon be replenished and repaired by the rest of the evil spirits. Facing this kind of opponent with thick skin and flesh, the uncanny commander didn't have too good a solution. After all, what he specialized in was capturing ghosts and hooking souls, not physical strength. Old Black, there are too many of these evil spirits. It's not good for us to wear out like this. What do you want to do? Otherwise, let's just summon the 18 layers of hell directly. Ha, what if something goes wrong? With the great emperor and Yama in attendance, nothing can happen. If we drag this out any longer, even if we win the fight, we'll still be laughed at by those two simpletons when we return. Alright, let's do as you say. The two faces turned their backs to each other and began to discuss. After repairing his soul, the Scorpion King charged towards him once again. Right at this moment, the head of the impermanent commander suddenly came to a 180-degree rotation. The original black impermanence instantly turned into white impermanence. The long tongue in the white impermanence's mouth flung out like a steel whip, heavily lashing at the Scorpion King. Before the other party could react, the long tongue was like it had come to life, quickly binding the Scorpion King's two giant chelae. Old Black, do it! White impermanence shouted as he bit his tongue. Black impermanence suddenly stepped out of his body, holding a black and white wailing rod, and heavily struck the Scorpion King on the head. When the Scorpion King felt the pain, he wanted to continue devouring the evil spirits to recover. Black impermanence didn't give him that chance at all, only to see black impermanence take out the red and black token. The five thunders call for the extermination of evil and avoidance of foreigners. After saying that, he inserted it directly into the Scorpion King's back. After the token was inserted into the Scorpion King's body, black lightning began to flash on it. As soon as those evil spirits got close to the Scorpion King, they were directly smashed into flying dust by the black lightning. Old White, do it! Black impermanence shouted at white impermanence. Nightly ghosts hooking souls. Impermanent solicitation. The soul chain that had originally been cut by the Scorpion King was re-gripped into black and white impermanence's hands. At this time, white impermanence had already retracted his tongue, while black impermanence threw out the chain in his hand. An iron hook appeared out of thin air at the end of the chain, and it disappeared into the Scorpion King's body without any obstacles. The hook was successful. Seeing this scene, black and white impermanence breathed a long sigh of relief. Previously, the other party's yang energy was too strong, and the soul chain was unable to touch the other party's soul. Although the Scorpion King was an undead creature, he was not a dead creature, and his physical vitality was very strong. It was only the soul that was more fragile because it had just been stuffed, which was a major reason why the other party couldn't withstand the Weeping Stick's attack. After a battle just now, coupled with the fact that white impermanence used his long tongue to blow away quite a bit of the opponent's yang qi, this was the only way to successfully hook the soul. As a soul body, once you were hooked by the soul chain, no matter how capable you were, you would not be able to break free. This is the exclusive magic treasure of the Hell's Ghost Messenger, and it is also the treasure that Feng Du Da Di personally refined. It was specifically used to deal with grumbling evil spirits. Just as the two were planning to throw the Scorpion King's soul into the hell, a light suddenly lit up beneath their feet. Complex runes emerged from the yellow sand beneath their feet, quickly outlining a spell formation. A golden chain bound the two of them. The next moment, a huge golden scale appeared. The black and white irregulars only felt the sky darken, and when they raised their eyes to look, they only saw a huge, hideous dog's face appear in their line of sight. It was none other than Anubis. Old White, how did this dog-headed man become so big? Black Impermanence asked with some curiosity. White Impermanence rolled his bulging deadfish eyes and said vaguely, "It's not that he's gotten bigger, it's that we've gotten smaller." Got smaller? Black Impermanence looked around in confusion, only to realize that the scenery around them was enormous. Finally realizing that they were being shaded by the other party. Heavenly balance ways. Sin appears. A white feather appeared in Anubis' hand and gently placed it on the other end of the scales. There was a sneer on his face. This was his special law, and once it was in the scales, it could not be avoided. If the result of the scale was heavier than the feather, then the other party would be devoured by the monster Amet. If the other party weighed less than the feather, then he would be able to return to the underworld with the other party's soul. Either outcome would be good for him. However, the next moment, the smile on Anubis' face froze. It was because the scales were unchanged. At first, he thought that he had blurred, and even rubbed his eyes with his hands, but the result was still unchanged. It was as if the black and white invincibles were weightless, always remaining in balance with that feather. How is this possible? How could you two not have a single sin? Anubis was somewhat incredulous. Not to mention evil spirits. Even gods wouldn't dare to guarantee that they didn't have an ounce of sin in them, unless it was those saints who had completely transcended. But these two in front of him were clearly just the most ordinary evil spirits. How did they manage to not have a single sin in their bodies? Seeing Anubis in this state, the black and white irregulars glanced at each other and suddenly laughed out loud. Old White, look at this dog-headed man's expression. He seems to be surprised. Black Impermanence revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Old Black, people are entertaining our brother and sister so warmly. We have to return the favor properly too. White Impermanence laughed strangely. It was true that they were ghost messengers, but they were not born gods. They had also made mistakes. How could they not have sins? It was only those sins that they had already paid off within the 18 layers of hell. Hardly in the 18 layers of hell within the sentence completed. Washed out the lead. To change the evil. Only then did they become ghost messengers. Anubis saw the two men's appearance. A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Before he could react, suddenly felt a softness under his feet. The whole person suddenly could not move. It turned out that at some point, his feet had turned into black scorched earth. That was the Yellow Springs Road of Hell. Egyptian god of death. We brothers have experienced your judgment, and now we also invite you to experience the passion of our hell. White Impermanence laughed grotesquely and his figure steeply transformed into a wisp of white smoke, breaking free of the scales to return to the ground. Black Impermanence also followed suit, turning into a wisp of black smoke to break free. 18 layers of hell open. The two men held the wailing rod on the ground at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. As the two men's words fell, the ground steeply cracked open with a gap, and the smell of rotting and blood poured out. And within the crack, the sounds of countless souls wailing in pain came out. Anubis' face changed, and he wanted to break free from his bonds, because he felt fear inside that crack. The figures of the two black and white irregulars flashed and instantly appeared in front of Anubis. Without saying anything, they went up and kicked. Welcome to the 18 layers of hell. Anubis' body was kicked into the 18 layers of hell by the two. Host Bobby's figure appeared and wanted to stop it, but unfortunately it was still a step too late. He understood the consequences of falling into the 18 layers of hell better than anyone else. What a good chunk of divinity and divine power. Just like that it was cut off by hell. Bobby looked grudgingly at the black and white irregulars and just wanted to announce the end of the match. However, he heard a voice coming from the Egyptian divine system. Anubis is not dead. The match continues. Bobby froze, then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The dead duck's mouth was hardened, not admitting defeat even at this point. Anyway, he was the referee. It didn't matter to him who lost or won. What mattered was whether he could reap the benefits. Now that Anubis' soul has fallen into hell, he doesn't bother to claim it. Since Egypt wanted to see it, it would be good to let them see it. This piece of forbidden land that came from the most terrifying of the Chinese god systems. With just a wave of his arm, the ring instantly surfaced with Anubis' current condition. His physical body was corroded by the yellow spring water the moment he fell into the hell. At this moment, only a divine soul remained. Two huge beasts with ox heads and horse faces, one on the left and one on the right, held chains and shackles to bind him and threw him directly into the hell of tongue-pulling. The moment Anubis was shackled, all of his power disappeared. Just like a most ordinary evil spirit, he was bound to an iron pillar by a soldier. He raised his eyes and looked around. all densely packed with such iron pillars, each of which had a soul bound to it. A commander like Een soldier walked over and just casually glanced at him, instigating right and wrong, lying and cheating. According to the law, you will be punished with the punishment of a tongue, with a sentence of 1,000 years. After saying that, without even looking at Anubis again, he turned his head and left. Before Anubis could figure out what it meant, he saw Een soldier walk over, holding a pair of pliers in his hand. Open your mouth. The shadowy soldier chortled. Anubis was unmoved, only showing disdain. He was the god of death of the underworld. Even if his power was sealed, he was not something that could be driven by a mere Een soldier. Seeing that he didn't cooperate, that Een soldier didn't get angry and lifted his leg and kicked him in the crotch. Ah! Anubis let out a heartbreaking cry of pain. The Een soldier was quick to see and quickly shoved the iron pincers in his hand into Anubis' mouth. Then with a pinch and a pull, his tongue was yanked out. Anubis was a jackal incarnate, so his tongue was originally longer than an ordinary person's, so he didn't feel any pain for a while. However, as time passed, his tongue was pulled out longer and longer, and the intense pain he felt made him unable to resist letting out an agonizing wail. Unfortunately, with his tongue being pulled outside, he could only able to emit a whimpering sound. On the ring outside the arena, Black and White Impermanence stood there, silently watching this scene. Especially Black Impermanence fan Wu Jia. He had personally experienced this kind of pain in the beginning. As the prodigal son, he had also committed many crimes in his lifetime, and after being sent to hell, he came to his senses. Hard to simmer through the 18 layers of hell, wash all the lead, and go through 3 years of testing, which became a ghost messenger. Just as the two of them were watching the show, Figdu Emperor's voice transmission suddenly came to their ears. You two boys don't be idle. Take this opportunity to introduce our hell to the world. After so many years of not coming back, I found out that many people have sins in their bodies. Have they forgotten that there is a god 3 feet above their heads? When the Black and White Irregulars heard this, their bodies stiffened and they glanced at each other. A good public vacation was forced to work overtime again. There was no way around it. The two could only do as they were told. Who let the other party be their boss? Old Black, you come or me? It's better if I come. I'm more familiar with this matter. Black Impermanence's wailing face turned even more eerie. Turning his head, his gaze swept across the room. This is the tongue-pulling hell. Anyone who instigated right and wrong, slandered and libeled, insulted others, lied and cheated in their lifetime, depending on their sins, will receive a different sentence. The Een soldiers will pull out your tongues with an iron pincer, and pull them outward little by little, until they are pulled out. Speaking of this, Anubis' tongue on the screen had already been pulled out half a meter long. The White Impermanence on the side suddenly spoke up and added, of course, pulling it out doesn't mean the punishment is over. Inside the hell of pulling out tongues, your souls do not die or perish, and this punishment will continue until the end of the punishment. His tone of voice was incomparably cold, and in conjunction with his smiling expression, it made the people present feel nothing but chills. It was also unknown if it was because the flow of time was different between hell and earth. After Anubis' soul endured the tongue plucking for a period of time, the scene shifted and appeared inside another hell. The same countless souls were wailing, only this time, Anubis wasn't tied to a pillar. Instead, he was bound by his hands and feet and stuck on top of a clamp. Black Impermanence spoke once again. This is the hell of scissors. Anyone who abets others in lust and cheating, regardless of gender, will have their 10 fingers cut off. Once these words came out, many people outside the arena turned pale and cold sweat broke out. And on Mount Olympus, Zeus and the other gods who were watching with great interest, immediately broke their defenses. How it sounded was like it was connoting them. This kind of vicious punishment is only retained by the kind of barbaric god system like Huaxia. Simply, the god king doesn't need to be angry. The gods of Huaxia can't control us here yet. Poseidon, who was on the side, glanced at Zeus faintly. He would like to see what kind of scene this brother of his would be if he entered the 18 layers of hell. In the ring, Anubis stayed in the scissors hell for a much shorter period of time, as he hadn't committed such a sin. It was merely that hell had purposely allowed him to experience it in order to achieve a publicity effect. Next the picture changed layer by layer, and the Black and White Impermanence also explained with vigor, telling the sins and means of punishment of each layer of hell. Like a salesman selling a product, he was close to pulling people over to experience it for themselves. Jiang Wenming watched silently from the side, calculating in his heart, if this is really punished according to the tenets of the 18 layers of hell, it was estimated that no one in the world could escape. After all, according to their words, all living beings are equal. Who dares to guarantee that they have not killed a living being, accidentally stepped on an ant and swatted a mosquito to death, to the hell as well to resist life? Oh, after listening to their explanation, I feel that if I die, I guess I can't get out for 10 000 years. Alas, I just counted. I accounted for 3. I'm 5. You're all younger brothers. I've accounted for all 18. Brother Bull. I'll see you on every floor from now on. Jiang Wenming didn't bother with the audience's murmurs, his eyes unblinking as he looked at Anubis inside hell. According to the words of the Black and White Infernal, those who entered hell to be tortured were immortal. But if this continues, doesn't it mean that Anubis won't be able to die at all until he finishes being tortured? Could it be that the match was going to stay deadlocked like this? On the side of the Egyptian divine system, it was obvious that they had seen this point and wanted to sacrifice Anubis to stall for time. Just what was the point of them doing so? Their key of creation was already gone, so even if they stalled for time, it was meaningless. Jiang Wenming's brain raced, but unfortunately, he was never able to figure out the key. The only possibility was that they were stalling for grease. However, according to Jiang Wenming's understanding, the relationship between the two sides should not be good enough to this extent. Moreover, the Egyptian gods were not some self-sacrificing holy mother. There must be an inside story here that he didn't know about. With this in mind, Jiang Wenming made a flash and came to the Black and White Irregulars, the two impermanent masters. Can I ask if I can get this Anubis killed? I'm afraid not now. The 18 layers of hell were built by the saints to wash away the sins of the deceased and then put into the 6 paths of reincarnation with a clean slate. No one can leave before the sins are cleansed, unless they take the initiative to open the gates of hell and release him. But then the commotion would be too great. And as you can see, there are too many evil ghosts inside the hell. It's inevitable that some ghosts will run out. Black Impermanence's words caused Jiang Wenming's heart to cool halfway. Was it really going to be so exhausting? That's not necessarily true. White Impermanence suddenly spoke. Jiang Wenming's eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked at the other party, only to hear White Impermanence say quietly, "Everything is born with each other." The sages firmly believe that the heavenly diffusion is 50, leaving behind the recluse one, and there is a person in the hell who might be able to do it. Who? Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei? Jiang Wenming froze. Information about Zhong Kuei then surfaced in his mind. Strictly speaking, Zhong Kuei was not a ghost messenger, nor was he a member of the hell. His identity was very special and could be said to be unique within the 3 realms. Under normal circumstances, after death, a person would either enter the hell or become a lonely ghost. But he is not the same, although he became a ghost, but because he saved the Emperor Tang Xuanzong, he was appointed as the general of the demons, hunting the worlds of Yin and Yang on behalf of heaven. Tang Xuanzong was the emperor of the earth. Originally he was not qualified to enthrone ghosts and gods, but the other party is the son of heaven, protected by the Ziwei emperor. Zhong Kuei was nourished by the emperor's qi and had become half a ghost god. Although his order was hasty, the Hellmouth had to give the Ziwei emperor this face. But face is face. It doesn't mean that the emperors on earth can act recklessly. They, the earthly mansion, cannot arrest Zhong Kuei, but they also definitely do not recognize the other party's identity. So Zhong Kuei, the ghost god, can't live in the Yang world for long and can't go back to the netherworld. He can only wander around in the Yin and Yang worlds. Now the Black and White Irregulars even wanted to let themselves go to him for help? Brother doesn't know. Those are old stories. Zhong Kuei has now been admitted into the hell by the great emperor, ranked as one of the 4 judges, in charge of the Department of Punishment and Evil. Seeing Jiang Wenming's silence, White Impermanence guessed what was on his mind and explained with a smile. Jiang Wenming also didn't expect that there was such a thing. He only remembered that there were Cui and Lu double judges inside the hell, but he didn't know that there were 2 more. But right now is not the time to discuss this. Immediately asked how to contact Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei is now in charge of the 18 layers of hell, and has rarely come out. Even us colleagues rarely see him. If you are in a hurry, you can personally make a trip to the 18 layers of hell, and perhaps you can find him. White Impermanence's words made Jiang Wenming's scalp numb for a while. Speaking like a joke, the 18 layers of hell is not a playground. Whoever wants to enter can enter. What's more, the entrance to the hell is written. The living stop. How can he go in as a living person? Jiang Wenming didn't know how to get out of his body, and he didn't want to be hooked. Mr. Changeless, why don't one of you help me to go down? I'm a big living person going to hell. Isn't this breaking your rules? It's okay to be a wimp, but you won't admit it even if you beat yourself to death. As a Chinese person, there is no one who is not afraid of hell, especially those who know more like him. Don't look at the journey to the west where the hell is written as garbage. But the truth is that this place is not in the least bit weaker than the 4 major departments of the Heavenly Court. Technically speaking, it was the 5th department of the Heavenly Court, and Fengdu Da-Di himself, in terms of status, is only a little worse than the Jade Emperor, with the rest of the 4 emperors of the Heavenly Court at the same level. If he really wanted to take action against Sun Wukong, he would have been cold a long time ago. He caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace, The Earth's palace and the Dragon Palace looked fierce, but to put it bluntly, in fact, it is a group of adults watching a bear child fooling around, or a big brother's bear child. As long as it is not too much, turn a blind eye and it will pass. Black Impermanence sniffed and interjected. Our brothers fought with him earlier. Now let us beg him. Don't even think about it. Jiang Wenming gave the two a suspicious look, wanting to ask, are you sure it was a fight and not a beating? But this would be a bit offensive if said out loud. Jiang Wenming wasn't that stupid. Seeing that the atmosphere turned silent, Jiang Wenming gritted his teeth and decided to go there personally. By the way, to pay homage to the mountain. After all, the big brothers have returned. Maybe one day bumped into. With this in mind, Jiang Wenming clasped his fists towards the black and white irregulars. I'm grateful to the two impermanent masters. Small matter, the white impermanence said, and the chain in his hand was directly put onto Jiang Wenming's neck. With a forceful pull, Jiang Wenming stumbled and almost fell. Black and white impermanence was dumbfounded. The soul lock chain was specifically used to hook souls, and could be said to be invincible against mortals. But now, it was unexpectedly unable to hook out the other party's soul. Before he could think of the key, he saw that the soul-locking chain that came into contact with Jiang Wenming's body unexpectedly began to turn red, followed by directly turning into a puddle of iron. Crap! Black and white impermanence directly screamed out in heartache. This treasure was destroyed just like this? What exactly is your kid's origin? The soul and the flesh are fused together. Could it be that you are also practicing the way of flesh becoming a saint? That's not right, even if it's the way of flesh-body sainthood. How old are you? How could you possibly achieve this step? The black and white irregulars spoke to each other, looking Jiang Wenming up and down as they sked and sked. Jiang Wenming didn't know what was going on. When he was entangled in the chains just now, he only felt a coldness and his body reacted involuntarily. That seemed to be the power of Emperor Jun's bloodline. Ever since he obtained the Emperor Jun bloodline, he realized that it didn't serve much of a purpose at all other than pretending. In terms of speed, it wasn't as good as Somersault Cloud. In terms of attack, it wasn't as good as Samsara Divine Wind, and it didn't have any other special abilities like Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes. This made him think that his bloodline was just a status symbol. I didn't expect to suddenly come up with such a thing today. Is he considered to be not afraid of being seduced? Think carefully is. The Golden Crow is the most rigid to Yang. Di Jun is the first Golden Crow, born to restrain evil spirits. Soul Chain belongs to the Yin. By his bloodline, power to restrain is also very reasonable. It was just that this power seemed like he couldn't manipulate it at all. Unlike other people, after others awakened, they all gained the abilities of their native gods. But from start to finish, he only grew wings, glowing heat and long wings to fly. Looks very bluff, but the actual combat ability is almost zero. Not as good as Wu Ji-Chi to the real, directly sent their own Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes and strength ability. But just now, after hearing the words of the black and white irregulars, a trace of doubt flooded his heart. The abilities he had mastered didn't seem to cultivate his physical body. Why would he say that his physical body and soul were fused? One must know that this kind of ability, even within the course of becoming a saint in the physical body, there were few people who were able to do it. It was definitely exclusive to the superb. Jiang Wenming pondered hard and couldn't find an answer, so he simply gave up and turned his gaze to black and white impermanence. The soul could not leave the body. Did he need to physically enter the hell? Just as he was pondering, on the other side of the hell, the Fengdu Emperor, who was originally sitting on a high seat, had a solemn expression, and his gaze seemed to penetrate through space as he looked towards Jiang Wenming on the ring. The way of flesh-body sainthood. I didn't expect that there would still be people in this era who would take this path of cultivation. All of them had returned in their true bodies, so they didn't know that Jiang Wenming had obtained Emperor Jun's bloodline. Even if they knew, they wouldn't be too surprised. After all, quite a few gods had been dismantled and reincarnated. Even he had left behind a legacy, only to be guided back before he could use it. Such a pure Golden Crow bloodline. It looks like the Demon Emperor is very attached to him. That's just it. Just let me give you a hand in this. With that, a piece of yellow paper appeared on the table in front of him. Fengdu Emperor took the brush and wrote quickly on it, then put down the brush and blew towards the yellow paper, only to see 4 big words written on the yellow paper: 100 nobodies. The yellow paper was windless and flew up gently, floating all the way to the rift above the hellmouth. Zhong Kuei, go and finish off that dog. Fengdu Emperor's voice echoed from within hell. In the deepest part of hell, an ugly-looking man with a full beard opened his eyes abruptly. A terrifying aura emanated from him. The moment he opened his eyes, all the evil spirits in the entire 18 layers of hell stopped wailing. It was as if they were afraid of attracting his attention. Zhong Kuei took a step and arrived at the 15th layer of hell, the hell of tearing off limbs. Anyone who digs up graves and excavates them will suffer from the separation of limbs here. As the Egyptian god of death, Anubis naturally didn't do much grave digging. That's why he's trapped here. His body being split again and again. His spirit had collapsed long ago, and he hated to self-destruct his divinity to die. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. His soul, no matter what kind of damage it suffered, would regain itself the moment he died. Immediately following that was torture after torture. Even though he had become the god of death for tens of thousands of years and had seen all sorts of torture, but only after he entered the 18 layers of hell did he realize how naive he was before. Compared to this place, those tortures in his underworld were simply like playing a game in the kindergarten, children's playground. No one could withstand the punishments here, no matter who he was. He now only wanted the other party to hurry up and kill him. He really couldn't take it anymore. Do you know your crime? A majestic voice rang out. Anubis suddenly winced when he heard this voice. It was as if he had heard heavenly music. I know the sin. I was wrong. I shouldn't have dug up the grave. I shouldn't have desecrated the dead. Anubis flew out his crimes. He wasn't afraid of the other party interrogating him now. He was afraid that no one would pay attention to him, because at that time, what awaited him was only endless punishment. Since you have known your crime, then this judge will give you two choices. One is to accept the punishment and simmer for the full 99,999,000 years of punishment. And two is, I choose two. Zhongkue hadn't even finished speaking. Anubis gave his answer in a hurry. That level of cooperation was so fast that it was simply rattling. The spectators outside the arena who saw the scene, whether they were humans or gods, all sucked in a breath of cool air. This was the god of death. What kind of big storms have you not seen before? And how long has it been? 18 layers of hell. Haven't even finished walking around yet, and he's already become like this? At this moment, not to mention people, even cooked ducks don't dare to talk tough. They only have one thought in their mind, to clear their sins as soon as possible, lest they enter the 18 layers of hell after death. Just kidding, even the god of death couldn't carry it off, let alone them. Not only Huaxia, even those affiliated countries that had defected to Huaxia, one by one began to take action, building bridges and paving roads, helping people. On the road saw an old lady crossing the road, not to mention help. A group of people directly rushed over to carry up and run. Fear of being slowed down by other people. To the old lady scared. Straight call old age cannot stand so many people. Zhongkue also did not expect that the other party actually so cooperative. Since the other party made a choice, he did not continue to nonsense. Directly grabbed the soul of Anubis. Like eating, he squeezed and rubbed it with both hands and pinched it into a small ball and threw it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. It's obviously a dog, but it actually tastes like chicken. It's really strange. Zhongkue made an evaluation while chewing. This scene directly dumbfounded the audience outside the arena. That death god was actually eaten? Crap. What kind of big brother is this? Eating a god is as rough as eating. This is too fierce. No wonder God Jiang said that once the Chinese gods return, we will have nothing to fear. This is simply too strong to be foul. What's wrong with me suddenly looking hungry? Why don't we order a takeout? After Anubis was eaten by Zhongkue, he didn't reanimate this time. Seeing this scene, Bobby finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Although Zhongkue was not an evil person, he was the nemesis of all evil ghosts. Because he could eat ghosts, this one ability alone established his position in hell. The match is over. The fourth match is won by the Huaxia Empire. Bobby directly announced the result of the match. No one cheered this time, mainly because the scene of Zhongkue eating Anubis was too shocking, coupled with the previous popularization of the black and white irregulars, so much so that many people were scared and worried about entering the 18 layers of hell after their death. Jiang Wenming, however, didn't have so many scruples. Ever since he knew that black and white irregulars and the others couldn't hook out his soul, his whole body floated, going up to the two of them with one hand. He wrapped his arm around both of their shoulders and made them face the crowd. The two impermanent masters, what you just said was too scary. This will scare them. Why don't you say a few more words to calm them down? White impermanence thought about it and thought it made sense. Such things as sins are inevitable, but as long as they are not sincerely evil, they can be eliminated by doing good deeds and accumulating virtues, sparing them the suffering of the 18 layers of hell. When I go back to hell to report to the great emperor, I will turn around and set up a merit pillar on earth, so that you can check your sins on your own, and what you do in the future will depend on your own choices. If you do good deeds, we will bless you. If you continue to commit crimes, you will have to go to the 18 layers of hell. Although White Impermanence's words were not loud, they were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Although his voice was eerie and shrill, at this moment, it was like heavenly music in everyone's ears. Master Wu Chang is merciful. Holy shit, almost scared me to death. I thought I was going to hell after I died. No, I'm going to do good deeds. Buddy, are you going? only to see the middle-aged man with a big belly who was asked. He inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes unhurriedly, then spat it out and said slowly, "I'll wait until the Pillar of Merit comes out. Otherwise I don't know what sins to atone for first." In the ring, as the match ended, the black and white irregulars were ready to leave. "Greetings to the return of Master Impermanent." The black and white Impermanent smiled at him as he sniffed and said, "You are welcome to come and play in hell sometime." Jiang Wenming stumbled on his feet and almost fell. In another place, maybe he would have agreed. But hell, forget it, who in their right mind would go there? Even ghosts don't want to go there. After sending off the black and white irregulars, the rift in the ring also closed. Next was the final match. Jiang Wenming casually fiddled with the turntable in front of him. He could kind of see it now. Since the return of the Chinese gods, the entire picture of the ring had changed. In the past, it was still necessary for him to flick the dial and randomly pick the gods to appear. But now, random was a hammer. Everything was all set in stone. He could guarantee that no matter how he spun it, it would definitely be the same as the gods sent out by Egypt, with similar attributes. The carousel was still spinning and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping at all. Jiang Wenming waited for half a day and didn't see the Egyptian godfathers come on, so he curiously looked at Bobby. "When will the next match start?" 3 minutes? 2. Crap. Jiang Wenming was so scared that he jumped out of the ring. 1. As the final countdown ended, a golden light appeared in the ring with a blinding light that was as dazzling as the sun. A figure slowly emerged within the golden light. It was none other than the Egyptian supreme god Ra. Ra's face was unusually ugly at this time. How could he not expect that he would be chosen for the last match? He had clearly designated the inferior god to appear. If this was to say that there were no shady practices, he wouldn't believe it to death. Unfortunately, he had no evidence for this kind of thing, and even if he did, no one would accept it. At the same time, the carousel finally came to a slow stop. A golden name emerged. God of Wealth Zhao Gongming. Crap! Jiang Wenming directly exclaimed in shock after seeing this name. The crowd in front had just taken white impermanence as the god of fortune, but in the blink of an eye the real god of fortune came down. If he said that there was no connection between them, he wouldn't believe it. However, before he could think of how to explain to the other party, he suddenly saw the name flicker. It steeply changed to the word Hui. Jiang Wenming hastily rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had misread it, but the name no longer changed this time, and it was indeed the word Hui. Crap! It can still be played like this. Jiang Wenming was completely dumbfounded. It really was Hui. Hadn't he already gone into battle earlier? How did he appear again? It was still representing the Huaxia god system. Could it be a renaming? Jiang Wenming tried to think hard about whether there was anyone else named Hui in mythology. Just then, a golden light fell. A half-naked, heroic man with a longbow appeared. But wasn't it precisely the previous Hui of the past? Jiang Wenming was instantly messed up, and in the middle of the heavenly court, Tai Bai, get out of my way. I have to kill this guy. How dare you steal my appearance? The god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, was furious and cursing as he tried to move forward. Old Zhao, calm down. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The Tai Bai jinxing at the side tugged his arm to death, not allowing him to go forward. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. The place that came to hand was cut off. God of fortune. If this matter is to be put aside on the little master, I will definitely not be able to endure. Li Neza, who is watching the fun, is still on the sidelines, giving Zhao Gongming an arch fire. Li Jing, what are you doing there? Why don't you hurry up and pull your filial son away? You've been causing trouble all day long. Tai Bai jinxing shouted towards Li Jing while pulling Zhao Gongming away. Li Jing's face darkened. Look at this. Is this human language? If I could control him, would I still have severed the father-son relationship in the first place? Tai Bai jinxing. I'll remember your words. Just wait for me. Neza glanced angrily at Tai Bai jinxing and twisted his head to leave. The little brat isn't big, but his temper isn't small. Tai Bai jinxing looked at Neza, who had left in a huff, and cursed with a smile. But when he saw Neza heading towards where he lived, his face changed. Li Neza, where are you going? Neza's wind and fire wheels appeared under his feet after hearing Tai Bai jinxing's words. With a whoosh, he disappeared in place. Ha, Tai Bai jinxing, why do you old man still have women's clothes? This loot is nice. Lend it to me for a few days. Neza's voice came out. The surrounding people all looked at Tai Bai jinxing with odd faces. Even Zhao Gongming, who was previously furious, stopped struggling. It seemed like there were melons to eat. Only some of the more senior great gods simultaneously held their foreheads and said in their hearts, "It's over. Li Neza, put down this palace's loot." Tai Bai jinxing cursed angrily, not bothering to pull Zhao Gongming. Her figure flashed and instantly disappeared in place, only leaving behind a group of dumbfounded gods. Is old white mad with anger? How come he called himself this palace? Zhao Gongming looked on in confusion, surrounded by the rest of the clueless gods. Ahem. Actually, Tai Bai Jinxing is a daughter, a Western queen mother, who was sitting in a high position, suddenly coughed dryly and explained. What? Crap. Really? Am I not awake? The crowd of immortals were all dumbfounded and thought they were hallucinating. However, when they saw those more senior immortals, they all had an expression that they knew this was going to happen. Only then did they realize that what Shi Wangmu said should be true. The gods were messed up. A joyful old man like Tai Bai Jinxing was actually a daughter? All of you gods are latecomers, so you don't really know where he came from. Tai Bai Jinxing was transformed by the Star of Enlightenment, originally a daughter's body, and then because of his position, there were many inconveniences, so he changed into a white-haired old man's appearance. Over time, other than us old gods, very few people know her true identity anymore. Western Queen Mother was also speechless. Li Neza, this bare child, was considered to have made a big mess this time. Tai Bai Jinxing was a master of killing, only that over the years, in order to maintain his immortal and Taoist persona, he had restrained himself a lot. This time, Li Neza's identity has been exposed, and the grievances he has accumulated over the years have found an outlet. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the West looked at Li Jing with some sympathy. She looked at Li Jing with some sympathy, as if she was saying, your filial son has gone to new heights of filial piety again. Li Jing hadn't gotten over the fact that Tai Bai Jinxing was a woman, and then he saw the sympathetic gaze that the Queen Mother of the West threw at him. Some puzzled, thinking that this is that rebellious son caused trouble, cannot be counted on their own head, right? The trouble caused by that rebellious son wouldn't let himself take the blame again, would it? Just when Li Jing was thinking about this issue, he suddenly heard a scream ringing out. Gu, who are you? Why are you hitting me? Little master doesn't hit women. Don't you force me to do it. Gu, auntie, I'm wrong. Don't hit. I really know I'm wrong. The gods looked at each other in dismay. Is this still the Li Neza who weighs 100 pounds and has 99 pounds of backbone? He admitted his weakness so quickly? Before the gods could digest this, they saw a piece of white silk thread flying from afar. In the blink of an eye, it bound Li Jing into a dumpling, raising a child without teaching his father. You come here for this palace as well. Then, in the gazes of pity from the gods, Li Jing was also captured by Tai Bai Jinxing. TSK, didn't see it. Tai Bai Jinxing has such an explosive temper. Luckily I thought he was the good old man inside the heavenly court. I didn't expect to hide so deeply. But why am I so happy to see Li Jing and Neza getting beaten up? Alas, why are you guys so far away? Ahem. You said it. It has nothing to do with us. I'm afraid that Li Neza and the others will turn around and take it out on you, splashing me with blood. At this time in the ring. De, oh no, now called Hui. His appearance instantly caught the attention of everyone present. After all, this was the only god that had appeared twice, and earlier, when he fought with Dxin, he had almost demolished the ring. Isn't this the god of hunting from the Pope's kingdom? Why has he appeared again? He's also fighting on behalf of Huaxia. I don't think so. I'm not too sure. Chinese people all look the same in my eyes. Could it be twins? Makes sense. On the other side, the Huaxia zone audience. Crap. It's Yi Shun. It's really him. Didn't he already make an appearance? How can he still return? Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see that his name is Hui? Maybe it's not even the same person. Never mind if it's the same one. Sisters, hurry up and take a picture. I'm going to keep it as a screensaver. My god is back. As long as the handsome one is your male god. Bah! Scum girl. In the ring, the host, Bobby, looked like he had seen a ghost. De, you violated the rules. Are you blind? My name is Hui. Hui glanced at him and directly disliked him. Bobby, others might be able to recognize the wrong person, but as the mythical ring's artifact spirit, how could he possibly recognize the wrong person? However, Hui had clearly made up his mind and was dead set on not recognizing it, which left him with no choice. After all, the rules of the ring recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter at all. God of hunting E, how dare you break the rules set by the saints? The god of the sun, R.A., spoke in a cold voice. What god of hunting? That's the title of the sorcerer race's great E. It has nothing to do with my human race's Hui. Hui pulled out his ears, his face full of disdain. Jiang Wenming was also confused by this scene, as there were indeed two people named Yi in history. One shot the son and the other's wife ran away. However, he had asked Yi earlier and the other admitted that Chang'e was his wife. This meant that the other was the same person. Could it be a reincarnated body? Fire flared in Jiang Wenming's eyes as he carefully measuring the person in front of him who called himself Hui, but the result disappointed him. There was no trace of abnormality on the other party, and his divine power was abundant, much stronger than when he fought with Dxin, An odd color surfaced in his heart. This bastard shouldn't be acting, right? Not to mention acting quite like that. Even he was bluffed. The host Bobby grudgingly looked at Hui, but didn't say anything else. Both players are in position. The match will begin. As Bobby's words fell, a pillar of light falls steeply from the sky, landing at Hui's location. The terrifyingly high temperature instantly melted the ground, revealing a pool of magma. The audience outside the arena immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. It was too fast. They hadn't even seen what was happening before an additional piece of magma appeared on the ground. Hui won't be killed in seconds, right? I don't know. It was too fast just now. I didn't even see it. Worthy of being a supreme god. Too strong. The light of the god of the sun will surely shine throughout the world. Swoosh! An arrow suddenly emerged from the void, targeting none other than Ra's head. Clang! The golden sunlight instantly turned into substance, like a barrier that protected around Ra's body. The arrow struck it and was directly bounced out. Hui's figure fell from the heights, and the surroundings began to change. A mountain rose up, a piece of tree broke through the ground, and the ring turned into a barbaric scene in the blink of an eye. What's going on here? Could it be that the application changed the environment? Didn't see it? Hui's figure kept weaving in and out of the forest, occasionally lifting his longbow to deliver a few rounds. His posture was the same as that of the previous Hui. However, the arrows he shot were shattered by the light around the other party's body before he even got close to pulling them. Jiang Wenming's heart sank as he watched. All of Di's arrows were destroyed earlier when he fought with Dxin, and now these arrows condensed by divine power can't break through Ra's defense at all. When experts competed, it wasn't just about strength, but also about magical treasures. Di's strongest ability was his bow and arrows, but now he only had his bow but no more arrows, which would undoubtedly lower his strength by a large margin. Jiang Wenming wanted to help, but unfortunately, he didn't have any arrows either. Just then, a sneering voice suddenly rang out from the ring. Mouse, is that all you can do is run away? Immediately afterward, it was seen that the ring turned pitch black. No, it wasn't pitch black. Rather, all the light was distorted. Those rays of light turned into substance, transforming into countless spears suspended in front of Ra's body. What a familiar scene. It seems like Golden Flash knows this move as well. What is this move called? Oh yeah, the King's Treasure Trove. Seriously, this supreme god is a far cry from Golden Flash. That's right, the Golden Flicker is taking treasures to smash people. This supreme god in front of me is all treasures condensed by divine power. It's too shabby, but so many light spears. God, how to hide. Looking at the densely packed light spears that filled the sky, it was impossible to imagine how to dodge them other than hard resistance. Escape? Are you misunderstanding something? Hui's voice rang out with the same disdain in his tone, only to see that he had already stood on top of a mountain at some point, his longbow drawn full in his hand, a golden arrow slowly condensing out. 10,000 arrows. The bowstring was steeply loosened, and the golden arrow cut through the darkness and shot straight up into the sky. The moment it flew out, it split into 2 and 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the entire sky. Bang bang bang. The sound of explosions in the sky and air was endless as the light arrows and light spears touched and cancelled each other out. When the god of the sun Ra saw this scene, his complexion was slightly aghast. This opponent in front of him was even stronger than he had expected. Your archery skills are indeed impressive. But, after saying that, the scepter in his hand steeply lit up with a piercing light. The light became more and more intense. The temperature also became higher and higher. And the flowers, plants and trees on the ground began to gradually wither. Even the mountains and rivers turned scorching hot, vaguely showing signs of melting. Hui's face remained unchanged, and a dark golden shadow emerged behind him, performing the same bow-drawing maneuver as he did. This time, he was aiming at the sun god Ra. Swoosh! A dark golden arrow flew out, cutting through the dark night sky, wrapped in terrifying power and shot towards Ra. Bang! The arrow collided with the light around Ra's body and did not harm him. The power is too weak. This amount of power can't hurt. At all. Ka-ching! The light around his body began to crack and then shattered a little. The light above the ring began to recover little by little until it became what it originally was. Crap! This is too awesome, right? Even light can shoot through. Worthy of being e-god. This archery skill is unrivaled in the world. After all, it's a man who dares to shoot even the sun, so it's really strong enough. Oops, you're so dirty. No, we're discussing a very serious issue. What are you blushing for, miss? Ra was taken aback by the arrow. The light barrier he was so proud of had been shattered by his opponent. Before he could react, he saw Hui once again draw his bow and aim an arrow at him. Shoo! The long arrow arrived instantly, and was about to hit Ra's head. The next moment, Ra's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already come to another place. Instantaneous movement? Jiang Wenming was a bit confused. How could this be a fight? However, Hui quickly told him the answer. He only saw the longbow in his hand, constantly drawing it full and loosening it. Just like a humanoid machine gun, the arrows turned into streams of light and kept attacking Ra, not giving him any chance to catch his breath at all. In just a moment, thousands of arrows appeared in the sky. No matter where Ra flashed to, arrows were bound to appear in the next second. Just like that, Ra kept flashing, leaving behind shadow after shadow in the void. Those arrows, on the other hand, didn't disappear, but chased after Ra non-stop as if they had come to life. Tracking arrows? How come it feels even stronger than before when we fought with DXIN? Jiang Wenming, however, clearly remembered that when Hui fought with DXIN, although he also used this move, it was with the help of the arrow's characteristics, but the scene in front of him did not utilize any special arrows. Could it be that he's gotten stronger? Jiang Wenming looked at Ra, who was being chased around, and always felt strange. This Egyptian supreme god was too weak. Apart from showing a bit of attack in the beginning, ever since his defense was breached, he started dodging all the time. Dodging? Jiang Wenming carefully observed Ra's movements, and each of his dodges seemed to contain some sort of pattern. With his superb memory, Jiang Wenming began to recall all of his opponent's courses of action. Each flash represented a point. When the points were connected together, Jiang Wenming was surprised to find that it was actually a spell formation, and it was also a spell formation that was about to be completed. Be careful, Jiang Wenming reminded loudly, and in order to avoid the other party from hearing him, he even made a deliberate physical movement to signal him to be careful, but limited by the rules of the ring, his voice couldn't even reach Hui's ears. It's over. Watching Ra patch up the last note of the spell formation, Jiang Wenming's heart sank. The sky suddenly lit up with a brilliant hexagram pattern. At the same time, within the Egyptian empire, dozens of gods each stood on top of a pyramid, with the same 6-magnet spell formation under their feet. Obscure and complicated incantations were spat out from their mouths. The formation lit up, and a pyramid began to vibrate. The sky lost its brightness and was shrouded in a layer of gray. A large number of plants began to wither. Rivers began to dry up, and all sorts of undead crawled out from the ground. Judgment of the beings. Dozens of formations quickly connected together to form a megaspell formation. The people of Egypt didn't know what was happening, and one by one, they prostrated themselves on the ground, chanting prayers for divine forgiveness under their breath. But their prayers were destined to be in vain, for the plague itself was set up by the gods. The purpose was to sacrifice all living beings to enhance their divine power. Countless human souls were stripped of their souls, and their bodies turned into dry corpses, just like the mummies they believed in. Isis, the goddess of life, held her scepter in her hand and continuously siphoned off all the life energy. Set, the god of storms, rolled up an endless sandstorm destroying everything that could be seen. Those Egyptians finally despaired. Instead of forgiving them, the gods had sent down an even worse plague. They desperately tried to escape, but unfortunately, Egypt had long been blockaded by the gods, and they could not escape at all. Fear, despair, and resentment, all sorts of negative emotions intertwined, and they began to curse the gods for doing this to them. However, no god stood out to answer their questions. Ra, who was in the ring, was in the middle of a 6-main star formation. The light around him grew brighter and brighter. A golden armor emerged on him, the scepter in his hand also transformed into a spear, and a golden disc emerged behind him. Just when the crowd thought that this was the end, a golden holy beetle drilled out from the hexagram formation, climbing up Ra's body. It took a bite out of his head as it came to where his head was. He himself replaced his head. This bizarre scene dumbfounded everyone present. Even the knowledgeable Jiang Wenming was thunderstruck by this scene. I've seen a lot of transformations during battles, but this was the first time I've seen one that was as explosive as Ra. In the heavenly court, the gods were collectively petrified. Only after a long time did someone open their mouths. What the hell is this thing? The god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, twisted his head to look at the gods beside him. Seeing that no one answered, he then turned his gaze back to Queen Mother of the West at the rear. As one of the oldest gods in China, she should know something about it, right? That's a kind of bug. Seeing that all the gods were looking at her, the Queen Mother of the West spoke indifferently. The gods were collectively speechless. They were unseen, not blind. Of course they knew that it was a kind of worm. A scarlet blush floated up on the face of the Queen Mother of the West, and she seemed to have realized that there was a problem with her words, so she added another sentence. In ancient times, there was a creature called the radiant sacred beetle, whose bodies could generate high temperatures and could glow like fireflies. This group of bugs liked to live in the desert, feeding on sand and rocks. Their body armor was invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and many great powers liked to take them as pets to raise, and then they disappeared somehow. I thought it was extinct, but I didn't expect to see it here. Western Queen Mother's words caused the crowd to freeze. This tone of voice sounded. How did it have a kind of vestigial feeling that the robbing office was not grabbed? That's not right. According to you, that radiant sacred beetle shouldn't be very strong. But this one right now, even within the great Luo Golden Immortals, it can be ranked, right? I don't know about that. Perhaps it has gotten some kind of chance and mutated. The Queen Mother of the West spoke absent-mindedly, but her eyes were looking straight at the ring. It's a pity. If I had known that it was the radiant sacred beetle, I should have gone down there myself, and missed out on another hand-warmer. So angry. When she thought of the scene of the cold wind blowing in the Kunlun Mountains, Shi Wangmu's gaze towards Ra became even more eager. Who could turn down a hand-warmer in the cold weather? In the ring, Ra's strength skyrocketed after he recovered his body, and the aura emanating from his body was scorching hot. In just the blink of an eye, the entire ring was turned into a sheet of lava. Hou could only keep retreating, looking for a new landing spot. Essence of the sun. So it was you who devoured the remains of the golden crow back then. Hou felt this somewhat familiar aura, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. Back then, he shot down the 9 suns, but only found 8 remains, leaving the last one unaccounted for. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, he encountered it here. No wonder the other party could transform into the sun like the golden crow. Everything made sense. After so many years of cultivation, Ra's strength was far from the golden crow of old, not to mention that he had now sacrificed the entirety of Egypt. The light from the sky was like a barrier, falling without discrimination and covering the entire ring. As he said before, light was everywhere. Hou's face was grave as he reached into the void, and a dark golden arrow was yanked out of the void by him. 9 Heavenly Sunset Arrow. After seeing this arrow, Jiang Wenming was completely certain that Hou was De. But then an odd thought surfaced in his mind. De is addicted to shooting the sun? Getting killed the golden crow is not enough, and will target to the outside of the sun above? Ra in Egypt is known as the god of the sun. If this shot off, the next turn will be the Greek god of the sun Apollo? What is this? A solar nemesis? Or is it the sun terminator? Just as Jiang Wenming was thinking, Hou put the 9 Heavenly Sunset Arrow on top of his longbow. A little bit of stored power was pulled back, and the surrounding aura was like it was coming to life, frantically converging towards the arrow. This scene is somewhat similar to Inuyasha's heaven-swallowing source chi technique. After noticing the arrow in Hou's hand, a wave of panic rises in his heart for no reason. It was as if he had encountered some kind of nemesis. He had once been nothing more than a radiant saint beetle that had inadvertently devoured a flame during a disaster, and had later slowly developed a spirit. He had been hiding in the desert to survive, and then somehow the earth began to shake, and he realized that the place where he originally lived had begun to move. The continent was in tatters, and with one of the pieces of land, he came to an unknown area. It was even hotter. With his favorite desert, his natural enemies were also gone, and as the flames in his body were absorbed, he became stronger and stronger. Then he encountered some creatures who called themselves gods, and the other tried to enslave him, only to have him kill him back. Ra then realized that he had become so strong, so he called himself the god of the sun, gathered some old gods and prospered on this desert. Then some natives discovered them, and seeing how powerful they were as a group of gods, they began to worship and believe in them, offering them sacrifices and food. Ra realized that when the natives believed in him, he could feel their thoughts and receive an indescribable benefit, so he built up a system of myths with him as the main focus. The old gods, and rightfully so, became his right-hand men, and they were collectively known as the 9 pillars. As time passed, the 9 pillar gods bonded with each other and reproduced, giving birth to offspring. As time went on, the 9 pillar gods bred with each other, giving birth to offspring, and some of these second-generation gods also possessed incredible abilities, so Ra granted them the position of Lord God, allowing them to help him manage his own territory. As for those second and third generation gods that were weaker, they were sent out at his discretion to show miracles to the believers and spread their faith. Until today, when he met Hou. Originally, he didn't notice any difference, but when he saw that arrow in Hou's hand, the memories of his ignorance were abruptly awakened. Disasters that were once like extinction resurfaced in his mind. Dead memories came back to life. The figure of the person in front of him gradually began to intertwine with the figure in his memories until they completely fused together. It's him. It's the person from back then. Ra felt his body tremble a little. It wasn't because of fear, but a kind of excitement, as if an existence that he once feared and was unattainable suddenly stood in front of him one day, while he could dominate the other party's life and death. Fear and excitement intertwined together. Even he himself did not understand what this was a feeling. The spear in his hand began to glow red a little, like a flowing flame. Right at this moment, The 9 heavenly sunset arrow in Hou-Yi's hand had also finished storing up its power. Swoosh! The long arrow shot out, the surrounding space distorted and shattered, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the god of the sun, Ra. And at this moment, the spear in Ra's hand spewed out a fiery flame. It collided with Hou-Yi's long arrow. The two masses of energy kept colliding. Flames shot out in all directions, and the temperature of the entire ring once again rose by a large margin. And these high temperatures seemed to give Ra strength again. The flames in the spear grew more and more prevalent, and had vaguely suppressed the 9 heavenly sunset arrow. When Jiang Wenming saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Ra had actually blocked it head-on. The spear in his hand didn't know what kind of treasure it was, and the flames ejected were terrifyingly incomparable. The original dark golden body of the 9 heavenly sunset arrow unexpectedly began to turn crimson at this time, and the runes on it shone brightly. There was a stalemate like this for a full minute. A drop of crimson liquid dripped down from the 9 heavenly sunset arrow. It was followed by the second and third drops. Hou-Yi's complexion changed drastically as he saw that the 9 heavenly sunset arrow was actually melting. The runes on it were covered by the melted liquid, and the tip of the arrow had disappeared, leaving only half of the arrow body at this point. How could this happen? The 9 heavens sunset arrow was made using the hardest materials in the heavens and earth, and he had later improved it by incorporating the skeleton of the golden crow. This arrow could be said to be even more powerful than the 9 that shot the sun in the first place, but it was such a powerful treasure that was melted by the other party? Boom! The 9 heavenly sunset arrow was completely melted, and the flames in the spear were no longer hindered, directly transforming into a fiery serpent rushing towards Hou-Yi. Before the scorching heat could even get close to him, the surroundings had already turned into magma and began to boil. Hou-Yi's body retreated at breakneck speed. His speed was so fast that even in the midst of the magma, it was as if he was walking on the ground. The long bow in his hand was constantly drawn, and a stream of arrows flew out, shooting at Ra in the high sky. But at this time, the power of Ra was frighteningly strong. The light around his body was like an invisible barrier. Any attack that fell on it could only splash a ripple, and could not hurt him at all. In the middle of the heavenly court, a group of immortals saw this and started discussing again. This Hou-Yi can't do it. He can't even break the opponent's defense. The radiant sacred beetle itself is extremely good at defense and recovery, and offensive power is conversely his weak point. Only I don't know what kind of treasure he has in his hands. It's even stronger than the Samadhi true fire, the Western Queen Mother said with some doubt. Why don't you, Water Virtue Star Monarch, lend Hou-Yi your treasure and let him put out a fire? Zhao Gongming, the god of wealth on the side, spoke up. My water is heavy water. It can't extinguish a flame at this level. Not to mention that this isn't a flame for him. That's right. This is light, not fire. Fire Virtue Star Monarch also spoke up to concur. No one had more say than him in the flame path. Why don't you let me try? A clear and soft voice came out. When the gods saw the visitor, they bowed and saluted. Greetings to old Mother Tyene. The Queen Mother of the West also stood up from her seat and took a step forward, arriving at the Empress Dowager Tyene to speak. Sister, why are you in the mood to leave the Moon Palace? I have nothing to do, so I came out to take a walk, and I happened to come across this matter, and I've also resolved a period of karma, so don't be quick to come over. After finishing her speech, the old Tyene Empress chided towards one of the maids behind her. Master, Yue Shi, the current Moon Palace Lord, Tyene astrologer wanted to intercede on behalf of Yue, but was frightened to shut her mouth as she was glared at by the Tyene Empress. Let's leave the matters of the past aside. Let me ask you, are you willing to help your husband? The slave girl is willing. Yue, also known as Chang Yi, she had eaten the elixir that De had begged from the Queen Mother of the West in order to stay young forever in the first place. As a result, she flew into the Moon Palace and was unable to meet with De for the rest of her life, and after so many years of thinking about it day and night, she had long regretted it. She had also thought of finding Tai Xingjuan and explaining the situation, hoping that she could come down to earth to meet her husband, but there were many Chang'e in the Moon Palace, and she was just one of the inconspicuous little courtesans. How could her words reach the ears of Tyene astrologer? However, she never thought that after so many years, the real master of the Moon Palace, Empress Tyene, would personally ask about this matter. As long as she could meet her husband and explain clearly to him, she wasn't afraid even if she died. Very well, you are a disciple of my Moon Palace, with a Tyene Chi, which just happens to restrain the other party's sun force. Since you are willing to help your husband, then I will help you. Saying this, Empress Tyene reached out and tapped at the center of Moon Yi's brow. Surging Tyene power continuously surged into her body, and a layer of frost condensed from around her body. A moment later, the original Moon Yi disappeared, leaving behind only a crystal-clear arrow that emitted a cold aura. It was as if it was cast from 10,000 years of cold ice. Go! If you are lucky enough not to die today, You will be the second disciple under my seat. After Nyang Taiyin finished speaking, she waved her arm and directly sent this arrow out of the heavenly court, falling towards the ring. Sister, you are still of this nature, obviously helping her, but you have to say something so unkind, and you are not afraid of being misunderstood by her. The Western Queen Mother let out a light laugh and looked towards the Taiyin Nyangyang in front of her. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. This group of children does not let me save my heart. There is also you. As the contemporary Taiyin astrological monarch, do not properly restrain the disciples to cultivate, all day long to get involved in their shit. After Mother Taiyin finished speaking, she twisted her head and glared at the Taiyin star monarch behind her. Taiyin star monarch. There was no way who let the other party be her master? Although she was aggrieved in her heart, she didn't dare to retort. I heard that Brad Dxin died. Aren't you going to give him a ride? Empress Taiyin looked at Taiyin Stargazer behind her again. The two of us have finished our karma in our past lives, so why should we get involved in karma again? After Taiyin Star Monarch finished speaking, she sighed, her stunningly beautiful face filled with despondency. Compared to Daji, she, the proper wife, obviously didn't know much about pleasing people. Idiot child, if you have truly let go, why would you say so? Go, he is still waiting for you. Don't let yourself regret it for the rest of your life. After Nyang Taiyin finished speaking, she nodded towards Shi Wangmu, and then disappeared in the same ground. After she left, Taiyin astrologer's face changed color. Finally, he closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and disappeared with him. Inside the Huaxia pantheon, a figure appeared out of thin air and froze for a moment as it looked at the shattered god position. And Jiang Wenming under the ring seemed to feel something in his heart and turned his head to look at the pantheon. Hiss! A sharp pain came from his heart, causing him to suck in cool air. What's going on? But the pain came and went quickly, returning to normal in just an instant. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw a silver light falling from the sky. Even under the blazing sun, it still shone brightly. What is that? It seems like an arrow. I thought it was moonlight. So beautiful. Many spectators outside the arena also noticed this scene and looked up into the sky. The crystal-like arrow went straight through the ring barrier and landed in front of Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi's complexion was slightly stunned, and he shouted out with some uncertainty, Moon-Yi, is that you? The long arrow didn't answer. It just hovered silently in front of him. The arrow exuded a cold chill, dispelling much of the sizzling heat around it. The god of the sun, Ra, saw a long arrow that actually blocked his attack. He could not help but be shocked. What is it? However, there was no one to answer his question. Hou-Yi reached out to hold the crystal long arrow, and immediately only felt that it was warm to the touch and not as cold as he had imagined. However, the ground around him had somehow formed a layer of frost. The frost was spreading, and it made a zippy sound when it touched with the magma. Blazing Sun Battle Spear. The spear in Ra's hand once again emitted a brilliant light, just like a small round of sun. A terrifying might swept through everything around. At this moment, everyone went blind. This was because the light was so intense that people's eyes couldn't see the brilliance. Boom! That piercing light jetted out, and although it wasn't fast, everything in its path was all turned into flying ash, and the wide range of the attack made it impossible for Hou-Yi to avoid it. Light is everywhere. Ra's voice sounded again. Hou-Yi looked at the long arrow in his hand, and his eyes became determined. He drew his bow and strung his arrow. All the divine power in his body converges towards the bow and arrow. Sunset from the 9 heavens. Swoosh! The long arrow came out of his hand, and a wonderful woman's figure emerged in the air. Moon-Yi, no! Hou-Yi lost his voice and screamed out after seeing the figure. He had previously thought about the origin of this arrow, thinking that it was given to him by his wife, but he never thought that this arrow was actually his wife herself. But it was too late to regret now. Shooting an arrow with all his might had drained all the power from his body, and even if he wanted to maneuver the other side to deviate from its path, he couldn't do so. Moon-Yi's virtual image was hearing Hou-Yi's words, turning her head to look at him, crystal teardrops spilling down and turning into stars. Husband, let me perform one last dance for you. Yui's figure danced in the air, only at the last moment, but just like in the old days, she flew straight into the high sky. Only this time, instead of the moon palace, she went to meet the sun. The shadow disappeared and reformed into a long crystal arrow. It collided with the sun overhead. The power of Tai-In and the power of the sun touched together, and the image was frozen. Hou-Yi looked at his wife, who was frankly going to her death, and his eyes were filled with tears. The time they used to spend together, scene by scene, came to mind. She was the most beautiful woman within the tribe, while he was the most powerful warrior within the tribe. The two loved each other and eventually came together. During the daytime when he went out hunting, she would stay home and clean up the house, and every evening she would stand at the door on time waiting for him to come back. He clearly remembered that every time when he returned with a full load, she would smile at him and say, "Husband, the meal is ready. Eat it while it's hot. Husband, there's nothing to do today. Let me do a dance for you. Husband, if I grow old one day, will you still like me?" He clearly remembered his wife's trepidation and uneasiness when he saw the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. That look made Ho-yi's heart ache to see. So he wrapped his arms around his wife and told her that no matter what she became, he would always love her. As time went by, Mooney's face became more and more wrinkled and gray hair appeared on her head, and he still had the same young look. Yui began to intentionally avoid him and drive him away. She did not want her husband to see her getting old. Ho-yi assured her that he would find the elixir to restore her youth even if he traveled to the ends of the earth. Later, he heard that the Queen Mother of the West in the Kunlun Mountains had the elixir of eternal youth, so he came to the Kunlun Mountains. The Queen Mother of the West told him that if he wanted the elixir, then he must go and kill the 6 demonic beasts that were causing trouble for the party. After several years, he succeeded in killing the 6 ferocious beasts. The Queen Mother of the West also kept her promise and gave him the elixir. The news of hunting the beasts spread all over the world, and countless people praised him as a great hero. Only he himself knew that everything was for his wife. When he returned to the tribe, before he could tell his wife the news, he was dragged away by the clan to celebrate. That day he was so happy that he got drunk, because he was finally able to see his wife smile again. But that was the day he saw his wife fly into the sky and was never heard from again. He searched all the tribes, traveled all the mountains, and finally came to Kunlun. The news he got was that his wife, Yui, had entered the moon palace. He was a sorcerer, and although his physical body was strong, he could not fly, nor could he practice the art of flying. He could then only wait silently, hoping that one day his wife would return from the moon palace. This wait was hundreds of years, until the moment he died. He never saw his wife again. He didn't expect to see his wife again in this era, but in this way, he was not willing to do so. Once he was a sorcerer, but now he is not. Taking a step, a golden arrow emerged under his feet. Qi refining technique. Jiang Wenming looked at Hui in shock, rubbing his eyes. He was sure that he hadn't misread it. It was indeed the Qi refining technique. Crap, it's really a human race. Jiang Wenming was confused. He remembered clearly that Dxin, by Qi, and Emperor Qin Shi Huang had all told him that the Qi refining technique was the foundation of the human race. It could not be learned by non-human races, but now Ho-yi had used it. Wasn't he a great sorcerer? Could it be that he was reincarnated into the human race? Jiang Wenming could only think of this one possibility. Just like the heavenly Emperor Fuxi, who was originally a demon saint later reincarnated into the human race. On the ring, Hui stepped on the long arrow condensed by the Qi refining technique and ran step by step towards where Yui was. The original still image resumed as Ho-yi's body transformed into a dark golden stream of light, instantly arriving in front of that crystal long arrow. Together with her, he resisted the sun in front of him. This time, I won't let you leave alone again. Ho-yi's tone was unprecedentedly gentle. However, the aura on his body was stronger than any time before. Use your body as an arrow. Use blood as a guide. The sun will fall from the 9 skies. The 2 arrows of gold and silver entangled and rotated with each other, like a drill, breaking through the front Tai Yang's defense and charged straight towards Ra. Bang! The long arrow hit the top of the Saint Beetle above Ra's head, directly bursting it. The sun behind him also dissipated, turning into the remains of a golden crow. Winning! Jiang Wenming waved his fist excitedly. The battle with the Egyptian god system was finally over. The figure of the host, Bobby, appeared and glanced at Hui and Yui, who had returned to human form, and did not say anything. I announced that this match is won by the Huaxia Empire. Boom! Before Bobby could finish his words, he felt movement coming from Ra's corpse behind him. A pillar of light fell on top of his headless corpse, and the holy beetle, which had originally been shattered, unexpectedly coalesced back together again. Not dead? Crap! This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? The head is gone and still alive. Quickly look at what's that. Ha! So disgusting. There are actually eyes growing above the heart. Vomit. My head is so dizzy. Vomit. Ah! A heart with eyes flew out from Ra's body, and all the spectators who saw that heart all turned pale. There were even quite a few people who began to react with dizziness and dry heaves. It was like the dirtiest thing in the world, and even looking at it would trigger discomfort in the body. Jiang Wenming also noticed the heart, and only had an instinctive aversion to it, but did not have any adverse reactions like the others. However, the gods who were watching the match all changed their faces drastically after seeing that heart. Evil demon's heart. These bastards. How dare they, by order of the gods of heaven, immediately head to the Egyptian god kingdom to find if there are any other evil demon remains and exterminate them at all costs. By order of the gods of hell, head to the Egyptian god country and arrest all the gods. At this moment, Whether it was the heavenly court or the earthly mansion, all of them began to take action. In the heavenly court, except for the Jade Emperor and the reincarnated gods who did not return, the rest of the gods who came back went out in unison. In the hell, the 10 halls of Yama, as well as the 4 great judges and ghost differences in soldiers came out in full force. The evil god wants to come back to life. He needs a large amount of flesh and blood souls. I hope it's not too late. Emperor Fengdu's face was embarrassed. Earlier, he had sensed the aura of an evil demon. Only at the time, he thought that they had brought it back, so he just cleared the interior. However, he had never thought that it was actually in the Egyptian divine kingdom. When things came to this point, they didn't care about manifesting on earth. Hundreds of immortals flew out from the heavenly court and headed straight for Egypt. Countless soldiers and ghosts emerged from the ground, part of them staying in the Chinese territory, while part of them neatly lined up and headed to Egypt under the leadership of the 10 temples of Hades. Everyone was startled by the scene. Even Jiang Wenming was no exception. All the gods poured out. What was happening here? Unfortunately, the other party was too fast, and the crowd didn't even see what was happening. It just felt like the surroundings had suddenly turned gloomy. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but those divine favorites could see it clearly. The entire Chinese territory was filled with soldiers and ghosts, who were 5 steps forward and 3 steps back, or they were hosted on top of an item or hidden in someone's shadow. Without bothering those ordinary people, they just stared silently. Can someone tell me what's going on? Why are there so many soldiers and ghosts? Jiang Shen, quickly go find Jiang Shen and ask. Right. Jiang Shen should know something. The dragon guards are here. What are they doing? The commotion in Huaxia quickly attracted the attention of the dragon guards, and Long Yi immediately brought his men forward to check it out. They were all divine favorites, so they were able to see the soldiers and ghostbusters, so some of them went forward to ask, but the soldiers and ghosts didn't want to bother with them. They just coldly returned. Following orders. Following orders? By whose orders? A member of the Dragon Guard asked. Unfortunately, these soldiers and ghosts didn't bother with them anymore, and stood at their posts on their own. If the other party didn't pay attention to them, they couldn't possibly take the initiative to fight. After all, this was the soldier, who had just helped them fight for China in front of them. Long Yi thought about it and decided to go to Jiang Wenming to ask about it first. With regards to these ghosts and gods, it was only Jiang Wenming who knew more. A wind and fire wheel shadow emerged under his feet, and he flew towards the mythological ring at great speed. At this time above the ring, Ra's body began to appear irregularly twisted, and countless threads poked out from that heart like wire worms, drilling into Ra's body and constantly sucking his strength. The light of the formation under his feet grew brighter and brighter, as if someone was constantly transmitting something. Quickly stop him, he's going to resurrect the evil god. Bobby's voice even became shrill because of his nervousness. Countless golden chains wrapped towards Ra's body, but they were blocked out by the light around the other party's body. Hui was holding Yue at this moment, gently landing on the ground and setting her aside. Wait for me here. After saying that, he picked up his own longbow and shot at that heart. 9 stars in a row. Swoosh swoosh. 9 arrows were fired in succession, and the 9 arrows transformed into a straight line and impacted on top of that golden barrier. The barrier shattered, but before the arrows could get close to each other, they were directly crushed by a tentacle. What pure divine power! A low, hoarse voice came out of Ra's mouth, and the eye on his heart looked at Hui with it. Although the other party only had one eye, Jiang Wenming saw the color of greed and excitement in that eye. It wants to devour Hui. A thought surfaced in Jiang Wenming's mind. He didn't know why he had this thought, but the other party gave him the feeling that it did. Hui bent his bow again. Surging divine power converged, and a dark golden arrow was coalesced. Blood flowed down his fingers towards the arrow, adding a touch of red to the arrow. God slaughter. The fingers loosened, and the arrow instantly disappeared. Bang! The heart didn't enter Ra's body, and the arrow made a large hole in Ra's chest. The next moment, the large hole that broke open recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it was back to its original state. Hui obviously also knew that the other party had a strong recovery power, so he didn't expect to kill him with a single blow. He was testing how many % of the strength of the evil demon in front of him had been restored. Judging from the results just now, the other party was still borrowing from Ra's own abilities. This meant that it hadn't recovered yet. Arrows shot out one by one. Ra's figure flashed rapidly, and the scene seemed to fall back into the previous scene. Just then, directly Hui's right hand was clenched in vain, and a single word was gently spat out from his mouth. Seal. Countless arrows fell like meteors, and between these arrows, a golden chain was actually connected at some point. If you don't make a move yet, when will you wait? Hui shouted. These words directly confused the crowd. Could it be that there were others? The crowd all turned their gazes towards Yui, who had transformed into a crystal arrow, as she was also the only outsider present in the ring. However, the next moment, Jiang Wenming's body suddenly moved and, surprisingly, he appeared directly above the ring. A golden shadow appeared behind Jiang Wenming. That person was no other than the human King Dishin who had disappeared earlier. Damn it, getting on me again. Jiang Wenming was speechless. Why did each and every one of them like to get on him? It's not like he's a woman. Other people went to the ring covered in sweat, but he himself was fine. He was covered in a big man. Meditate and concentrate. Watch. This sword will be awesome. DXIN's voice entered Jiang Wenming's mind, and immediately afterward, he felt his body, as if it was out of control. The power within his body suddenly moved in a marvelous trajectory. His right hand probed into the void and drew out a bronze sword from within. It was precisely the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword that Ing Zhang had re-refined earlier, only unlike in his hands. The Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword was incomparably quiet in DXIN's hands at this moment. The 9 cauldrons of Xinhua. The 10 directions of purgatory. The Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword in DXIN's hand was raised high, and the other 9 famous swords appeared out of thin air. As he pointed his long sword, it quickly turned into streams of light and fell, forming a sword formation around Ra's body. A small bronze tripod flew out from Jiang Wenming's chest. After the small tripod detached from Jiang Wenming's body, it began to rapidly grow larger before landing heavily over Ra's location. Dang! Although the bronze tripod was in a suspended state, Jiang Wenming clearly felt as if the other party was suppressing something. It was as if what was being suppressed underneath was not air, but a solid entity. When DXIN saw this, the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword in his hand lit up with crimson light. Refined. The long sword came out of his hand and flew above the 9 cauldrons. Within the originally cone formation, all sorts of flames abruptly began to appear. The sword spirits of those long swords appeared, each representing a type of flame. Aha! An agonizing wail emitted from Ra's mouth as he kept dodging those flames. His original superb recovery power could only be lost in this formation as well. His body carbonized little by little, finally revealing a golden saint beetle wrapped in a heart. At this time, the radiant saint beetle had already been devoured by most of that heart, leaving only a head and foot limbs exposed. An eyeball gurgled and swirled around on the back of the saint beetle. It looked bizarre and disgusting. The 9 divine swords alone can't completely kill him. We must use the chi within the Xinhua sword to do so, Hui said as he walked over to Jiang Wenming. I know. DXIN's low voice rang out. He twisted his head and looked around as if he was looking for someone, but then he withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Is she still unwilling to see you? It's me who has failed her. DXIN no longer hesitated as he finished speaking and leapt into the formation. Use blood as a guide. Use the gods as a paycheck. 10 directions to lock the devil. Refining. Great king. Just as DXIN used his own residual soul to open the 10-square locking demon formation, an urgent cry suddenly came from his ears. Only a stunningly beautiful woman appeared. Empress, you are finally willing to see me. A smirk surfaced on Emperor Xin's majestic face. The past is like passing clouds, so why are you clinging bitterly to it? Empress Jiang, the Taiyin Star monarch, looked at DXIN with a complicated expression. To this man in front of her, she had loved and hated him, but in the end, it was all an empty game. Lone life to do things, never bother to care about the views of others. Do not seek the next life, only strive for the night and day. One life is enough. Empress Jiang was silent, quietly looking at the man in front of her. Perhaps this is him. Forever untouchable, forever that arrogant. With a sigh in her heart, she prepared to leave. And just at this moment, she heard a voice coming from behind her. In this life, after all, I have failed you alone. I don't expect you to forgive, but I still want to say to you, I'm sorry. Queen John's body trembled, thinking that she had heard wrongly, and hurriedly twisted around to look at DXIN. Instead, she saw the other party smiling faintly at her. Immediately after that, Jiang Wenming's body was thrown out of the flames by DXIN. 10 directions locking demons, refine. Great king. Don't. Queen Jiang lost her voice and cried out. But it was too late. DXIN had only a remnant of his soul left, and the only reason he hadn't dissipated yet was solely for this moment. After his memories returned, he recalled the scene when he first returned, remembering that the Egyptian divine lineage had once secretly hidden the remnants of an evil god's body. He had joined forces with DE to set up this trap. His injuries were too severe, and now he was completely relying on the wish power from Jiang Wenming to survive. And even then, he would last for about half a month at most. So during this period, they had to get rid of RA. So DXIN made a deal with DE that if it came down to the last game, then they would do whatever it took to keep RA here. Better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The truth was just as he expected. RA did intend to devour the evil demon's power. only that he had underestimated the evil demon too much. Even if it was just a piece of remnant body, it was not something he could absorb. Not to mention him, even a saint wouldn't dare to devour the power of an evil demon. Killing them was simple. Wanting to completely destroy them was too difficult. The slightest carelessness would result in them corrupting in turn. And Jehovah was a prime example of this. Ra released the body of the evil god. Only instead of trying to resurrect the evil god, he wanted to use the power of the other gods to devour the evil god's power. As a result, he was turned against the other side and became the other side's ration. The flames in the formation steeply skyrocketed by a large amount, and the 10 long swords began to tremble, emitting a slight sword chirping sound. That saint beetle let out a squeaky wail as its body struggled desperately. The chains on its body clattered, but no matter how much it struggled, it was never able to break through the restrictions of the formation. Countless tentacles extended from its heart, wanting to attack Xin, but as soon as the tentacles got close, they were cut off by invisible sword chi. The strongest thing about evil gods isn't their strength, but their kind of pervasive and bizarre means. So the best way to completely kill them is to use the 10-square demon refining formation. This formation isolates time and space, forming a realm of its own. So no matter how heavenly its means are, as long as it enters it, then it will never be able to leave until it completely disappears. As Xin said this, his gaze looked towards Jiang Wenming, obviously speaking to him. Your Majesty, now that the formation is complete, you should quickly come out. Jiang Wenming looked at the flames that were becoming more and more prevalent. His heart was a little uneasy. It's useless. The 10-square demon locking formation must have someone sitting in it. Once it's opened, it can never be left again. And the so-called 10 squares originate from this. Hui explained to Jiang Wenming in a heavy tone. The 10 directions represent not only the 8 directions of east, west, south, north and south, but also include the top and bottom. The top is the sky, representing time, and the bottom is the earth, representing space. The 10 directions locking demon is blocking off time and space, creating a world of its own, and the people inside naturally cannot leave. This is, Xin already had a short life ahead of him, and now that he was using this formation, it was clear that he was determined to die, wanting to exterminate the other party in one fell swoop. He doesn't have much divine power left in his body. Star Monarch, strike together, don't let him sacrifice in vain. Hui said as the longbow in his hand lit up with a brilliant light. An incomparably sharp divine power was injected by him into the 10 directions demon refining formation. Queen Zhang was still looking at Xin at this time, with a complicated look in her eyes. Even she herself didn't know how to face this man. Do it, let Lone go with some dignity. Emperor Xin smiled as his own remnant soul began to dissipate a little, and the 10 divine sword spirits in his hands coalesced together to form the Jinghua sword. Die! Xin raised the Jinghua sword high and ruthlessly stabbed it into the heart above the eye. Put! The eyeball burst, and that heart struggled madly as countless tentacles stabbed at Xin. However, they were cut off by the sword chi around Xin's body. Xin's body dissipated even faster, the points of light turning into the purest power and merging into the flames. Queen Jiang could no longer tense up the feelings she had been suppressing within her heart after seeing Xin begin to dissipate. Xin, you are an asshole. After saying that, the power of Tai Yin in her hands was injected into the 10 directions demon refining formation with full force. Tears blurred her vision, and the memories she once had surfaced scene by scene. Ha ha ha, you're right. Lone is indeed quite an asshole. In the future, there will no longer be me. Quite good. Xin laughed and his body completely disappeared. At the location where he disappeared, a small section of still wriggling tentacles appeared, but it was quickly incinerated by the flames. Jiang Wenming watched with a complicated expression as Xin disappeared, and he was able to determine that this time, the other party had completely vanished. Ha, why is there a formation here? Ho Yi's puzzled voice came out. 10-square demon refining formation. Such a vicious formation. How did it appear here? Queen Jiang also let out a cry of alarm. Jiang Wenming froze, as did the audience under the stage. When did Jiang Shen run to the ring? Who is that woman? So beautiful. Isn't the match over? Why is it still up there? Look, what's in there? Vomit. So disgusting. What did you see? Vomit. The people outside the field were dumbfounded, and the people inside the field were even more dumbfounded. Hui looked at the formation in front of him, and with a lack of interest, he planned to leave. Queen Jiang, the Taiyin astrologer, did the same. This made Jiang Wenming a bit puzzled. What was with this sense of incongruity? It was like watching a movie and suddenly skipping frames, switching directly from one screen to another. Two seniors, you're not dealing with the evil demons anymore? Jiang Wenming hurriedly stopped the two and opened his mouth to inquire. Evil demons? What evil demons? Are you saying that the ones sealed inside this formation are evil demons? The two men's words sent chills throughout Jiang Wenming's body. Surprisingly, they didn't remember. Obviously, they had just joined forces together to deal with the evil demon, but in the blink of an eye, they couldn't remember anything. What on earth had happened? The evil demon is dead. You guys can go down now. Bobby's voice came. Jiang Wenming looked around and saw that the heart within the formation had disappeared at some point. Only a Zhenghua sword and a bronze tripod were left on the spot. What had just happened was just like a dream. The Zhenghua sword and the bronze tripod automatically flew to Jiang Wenming and disappeared into his body. Let's go. I'm exhausted from the fight. After Hui finished speaking, he walked to the edge of the ring, picked up the long crystal arrow, and solemnly placed it into the arrow pouch behind him. With a flash, he disappeared above the ring. Only the Taiyin astrologer, Queen Jiang, was still frozen in place pondering. How did she appear here? Are you alright, Your Highness? The great king. He already had a short life ahead of him, and now that he killed the evil demon before he died, he can be considered to have died a worthy death. Seeing the other party dazed, Jiang Wenming thought that she was saddened by Xian's death, so he spoke out to comfort her. Great king? What great king? Queen Jiang looked at Jiang Wenming in confusion. Jiang Wenming stared at Queen Jiang with a deadly gaze, not saying a word. Queen Jiang was a little uncomfortable by his gaze. Her brows furrowed slightly as she said with some displeasure, "Why are you looking at this palace like that? You really don't remember?" Jiang Wenming asked in a deep voice. Remember what? Queen Jiang became more and more displeased. She felt that this teenager in front of her was a bit strange. She was afraid that there wasn't some kind of mental problem. Xin, your husband, the king of men. Xin, don't you remember him? Jiang Wenming's voice was a bit loud, and instantly attracted quite a few people's gazes. Whether it was the spectators outside the arena or Queen Jiang in front of them, all of them revealed puzzled expressions. Emperor Xin? Who was that? What is Jiangshan talking about? What human king Xin? Is this goddess's husband named Xin? How come I haven't heard God Jiang talk about it before? Don't know what you're talking about? If you dare to talk nonsense and insult my reputation again, watch out for your head. Queen Jiang's face huffed. Then she whisked her sleeves away. How could this happen? Jiang Wenming looked at the departing Queen Jiang and froze in place. The figure of Xin emerged in his mind. Just then, an arm rested on Jiang Wenming's shoulder. Jiang Wenming was startled and jumped away, turning to look at the visitor. Long Ye's arm froze in midair, and his expression was somewhat embarrassed. He didn't know why Jiang Wenming suddenly reacted so strongly, but now was not the time to count on this. Uncle Long, so it's you. Jiang Wenming's original nervousness slightly relaxed after seeing the visitor. Civilization. Something has happened in Huaxia. Countless Yin soldiers and ghosts have appeared in the territory now, spreading all over the streets and alleys. Long Yi said with a gloomy expression. Ghost soldiers and Yin soldiers? What's going on? Shouldn't they stay in hell? Jiang Wenming looked puzzled. It's because I don't know that I've come to ask you. Right now China is in chaos. Ordinary people are fine. They can't see those Yin warriors, but the divine favors can see them. And now the word has spread, causing everyone to be at risk right now, for fear of being taken to hell. When Long Yi thought of the current situation, it was a headache. The previous 18 layers of hell had left too deep an impression. This and suddenly came so many netherworlders, resulting in the country of China. Now everyone is at risk, all gathered together, not daring to do anything, because you simply don't know from where a ghost or two will suddenly appear to stare at you. In this highly tense situation, the entire Chinese domestic almost in a paralyzed state. It could have made a group of executives anxious. So serious? Have you gone to the pantheon to communicate with the gods? Jiang Wenming sniffed and also realized the seriousness of the matter. I went there just now and offered incense and offerings as you said earlier, but there was no response from the gods at all. Hearing Long Ye's reply, Jiang Wenming's brows furrowed. Earlier, he had seen quite a few streams of light leaving the heavenly court, so he thought this must be the reason. Let's go to the Hall of 10,000 Gods, Jiang Wenming said, glancing at the time. There was still an hour to go before the match with Greece, so he hoped it would be in time. Following Long Yi together, he arrived at the Pantheon and found that Li Jianguo and the others had already gathered here and waited for a long time. Seeing Jiang Wenming coming over, a group of people hurriedly came over. Wenming, what exactly is going on here? If my guess is correct, it should be related to the evil god from before. Let me communicate with the god first and ask, Jiang Wenming said, directly stepping inside the Pantheon. Taking out 3 sticks of good sandalwood incense from the table on the side, he lit them and then paid his respects towards the statue of the god above. He didn't pay homage to those lowly gods. In fact, even if he dared to pay homage to them, they wouldn't dare to accept his salute. He was worshipping the Fengdu Emperor of Hell. Late Jiang Wenming, I implore Great Emperor Fengdu to descend. After saying that, he inserted sandalwood incense into the incense burner in front of him and waited quietly. Time passed by minute. Just when the crowd thought it was going to fail again, the smoke emitted from the sandalwood incense began to distort and slowly coalesced into a humanoid silhouette. What is it? A majestic voice resounded within the hall. The late Jiang Wenming pays his respects to the Fengdu Emperor. Seeing that he received a response, Jiang Wenming hurriedly saluted towards the other party. Great Emperor Fengdu gently sidestepped and avoided it, his gaze complex as he looked at Jiang Wenming. According to his intention, he originally did not want to take care of these people. The evil god's matter was busy enough for him. How could he have the time to pay attention to these mortals? But Jiang Wenming's identity was somewhat special. It was fine that the other party didn't open his mouth, but now that he did, he had to show himself out. Dare I ask the great emperor, why would the Yin warriors of the hell appear on earth? Could it be that something has happened? Jiang Wenming asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. An evil demon has appeared on earth. In order to avoid the people from suffering, we can only send in soldiers to patrol the earth. If you are not committing any crimes, you don't need to worry about it. After Fengdu Emperor finished speaking, he did not give Jiang Wenming the opportunity to continue his question and dissipated on the spot. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Not knowing what to do for a moment, evil demons appeared. It looks like these Yin soldiers and ghosts are lining up evil demons. It shouldn't affect the crowd. Jiang Wenming didn't have a clue in his heart when he said this. After all, Fengdu Dadi had said that if there were no evildoers, there was no need to worry. Then what if there were evildoers? According to the law of hell, 9.5 out of 10 people are sinners. The other half is still in the womb. But right now, the main thing is to stabilize people's hearts first, so it's better not to say these words. The crowd turned their gazes to Li Jianguo, waiting for his order. Immediately convene a live broadcast, and at that time, civilization will be explained by you, so that the crowd's emotions can be pacified first. Li Jianguo was also helpless. Right now in the hearts of the Chinese people, Jiang Wenming's prestige was far higher than him as the chairman. After all, it was the other party who saved the day and pulled China back step by step from the brink of annihilation at any time. To say that he didn't have any thoughts in his heart was definitely deceiving himself and others, but he also knew that at times like this, professional things should be left to professionals. If you are not good at this field, don't get involved. Just need to unconditionally trust each other on the line. China only up and down, cohesion into a rope, in order to survive all kinds of disasters. Soon, the various live broadcast equipment was ready. Jiang Wenming slightly straightened his clothes and signaled the staff next to him that he could start. The live broadcast was turned on, and everyone received a message on their cell phones, one after another. They entered the live broadcast room. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Wenming. About this time's appearance of the netherworld, I would like to explain to everyone. As Jiang Wenming explained, that worry in the hearts of the crowd finally eased. The pop-up screen began to brush the screen. God Jiang, we're going to play Greece next soon. Are you sure? God Jiang, what are your plans after the match? God Jiang, do you need a girlfriend? God Jiang, do you need a boyfriend? I know everything they know. Looking at the gradually crooked pop-ups, the smile on Jiang Wenming's face stiffened a bit. God damn it, you know everything they know. If you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven? Right at this moment, a person suddenly ran over in the distance. Jiang Wenming recognized the other party. It was Li Jianguo's secretary. Just looking at his panicked expression, he didn't know what had happened. What's so alarming? Li Jianguo frowned and chided softly. That secretary looked around and was a bit reluctant to speak. Just say what's up. There are no outsiders. Seeing this, Li Jianguo also guessed that something big should have happened, or else the always steady man wouldn't have shown this expression. However, the people present were all the top echelons of Huaxia, and the only outsider, Jiang Wenming, had also risen out of nowhere, and was now even more prestigious than him. He is also not good to let the other party to avoid, so he greatly sold the other party a face. Egypt. Egypt was exterminated. The secretary exhaled deeply and calmed his shocked thoughts before speaking. Extinguished? That fast? Which country did this? Li Jianguo frowned. Although he had expected it, he didn't expect it to be so fast. It's not that kind of extermination. It's an entire empire with no survivors. Seeing that Li Jianguo had misunderstood the meaning, the secretary added another sentence. The moment these words came out, the entire room was suddenly dead silent, and a needle could be heard. There were no survivors. These four people shocked everyone. One must know that although the Egyptian Empire's population was not as large as Huaxia's, it still had hundreds of millions of people, and now it was just destroyed like this? Greece, how dare they? Li said with some disbelief after a long time before recovering from the shock. This was a population of hundreds of millions of people. Even killing a chicken wasn't that fast, right? It wasn't grease that did it. According to the information that our people passed over, it seems to be the Egyptian gods. They went crazy and directly sacrificed all the living beings in the entire empire. The crowd fell silent once again. The gods did it. Everything made sense. But no one could accept this fact. Although the two sides were in a hostile state, hearing that so many people had been sacrificed still gave the crowd at the re-entry venue a feeling of a rabid dying. In the eyes of the gods, what exactly were they? Jiang Wenming could see the change of heart in the crowd and coughed lightly, drawing the crowd's attention to himself. Cough. This matter may not necessarily be the work of those gods. Don't forget that there were evil demons that appeared earlier. Perhaps it's not possible to say that those gods were influenced by the evil demons. After all, the power of evil demons is something we cannot imagine. Even the creator god Jehovah cannot avoid it. From the nervous attitude of Feng Du-Da-Di and the others, you should also be able to tell that they are terrifying. At this point in time, whether or not the Egyptian gods did it, Jiang Wenming had to put the blame on the evil demons. Huaxia was already on edge. If he were to say something out of place, it would only cause the crowd to resent the gods even more. Without the power of faith, how could the gods still fight the Greek gods? Alas, it's still necessary to do more to popularize the deeds of the gods, and face the crowd confusing the Chinese gods with those foreign gods. Jiang Wenming was also somewhat helpless in his heart. He very much wanted to say that gods were not the same as each other. Unfortunately, in this era of historical discontinuity, his words were hardly convincing. After all, hearing is not believing, but seeing is believing. Thinking than what others said, the crowd still preferred to believe what they saw. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Jiang Wenming again opened his mouth and said, "It looks like the disappearance of the heavenly court and earthly gods should be related to this matter as well. Let's just do our own thing. Don't forget that there is still a strongest Greek god system waiting for us." The best way to face internal troubles was to have a common external enemy. By aligning the spearheads to the outside, internal conflicts could be dissolved. Jiang Wenming believed that as long as some more time passed, after the people understood the Chinese gods, this trepidation would naturally subside. This was just like a left-behind child who saw his parents who hadn't been home for more than 10 years. The unfamiliarity and alienation and uneasiness was certain. Everything needs time to be smoothed out. Please welcome the representatives of the Huaxia Empire and the Greek Empire to the stage. The match has begun. The crowd turned their gazes to Jiang Wenming in unison. The last match. Win them and Huaxia will be free of worry for the rest of the world from now on. Jiang Wenming smiled towards the crowd. Then his wings spread out behind him and flew straight into the sky. The heavenly court and earthly gods who were originally searching for the evil god in Egypt also stopped in their tracks after hearing this news. I. Whoever snatches it from me this time, I'll be anxious with whoever it is. The god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, immediately raised his hand. Li Neza, who was on the side, originally wanted to join in the fun, but just as he wanted to open his mouth, he felt a pain in his ears and was directly grabbed back by Tai Bai Jinxing, who had resumed her daughter's body. Adults matter. You a little kid blindly participate in what lively. Behind the line to go, Tai Bai Jinxing said, looking towards the god of wealth Zhao Gongming with a smile. Old Bai, why don't you go first? Zhao Gongming was furious at Tai Bai Jinxing's look and asked tentatively, how is this a good idea? Tai Bai Jinxing hemmed and hawed, and was ready to step into the ring. However, the next second, a voice was suddenly heard coming from the ring. This match is between the Chinese Ox Demon King and the Greek Demeter. A breeze blew through, and the scene fell into dead silence. It seems like we forgot about the demon race's side. Li Jing, the heavenly king of Pagoda, looked at Tai Bai Jinxing with some bloating. Let you be grumpy. Now you can't vent your anger. As soon as he thought of the scene when Tai Bai Jinxing fixed their father and son earlier, he started to feel his eyes hurting a little again. You're happy? Tai Bai Jinxing glanced at Li Jing. That's right. My father just laughed a lot. What can you do to him? Before Li Jing could say anything, Neza was the first to take over the conversation. At these words, Li Jing's face turned green. Inappropriate son of manhwa, heavenly king Li. This palace just recently learned a song. Let's go. Find a place where no one is around. I'll play it for you. After saying that, without giving Li Jing a chance to open his mouth, he directly flung his duster, tied Li Jing up tightly and flew into the distance. Neza, seeing Li Jing captured, hid on the sidelines and covered his mouth with joy. It's really a father's resignation and a son's smile. That's right, the Li Jing family's great filial son, always consistent over the years, never soft when it comes to pitting his father. What are you guys saying? Do you believe that little master will burn down your mansions? Neza glared angrily at the gods. The gods were speechless for a while. This little devil king, can't be messed with. No wonder he has such an ironic relationship with that monkey. This lawless character is exactly the same. 100 pounds of flesh, 99 pounds of backbone. Seeing that the gods were no longer paying attention to him, Neza stuck his hands in his pockets, hummed a little song, and walked towards the outside with the pace of a six-parent family. King Bull Demon. He can't even beat me, and he still dares to steal the opportunity to appear. Ask Monkey if he can stew him later. Neza began to think about how to eat the Ox Demon King, whether to braise him or steam him. Well, barbecuing seems to be good as well. Just as Neza was still thinking about how to cook the Bull Demon King, a group of heavenly soldiers suddenly ran over in the distance. Great God of the three altars of the sea, a giant python has been found ahead. Its strength is terrifying. It has already devoured quite a few of us. I would like to ask for your help in subduing it. Neza's eyes lit up when he heard this. Just when he was worried about not having a place to take his anger out, this joy didn't come. Go, take me to take a look. After saying this, without waiting for that heavenly soldier to respond, he grabbed his arm, stepped on the wind fire wheel, and disappeared in place with a whoosh. On the ring, the Bull Demon King appeared with a confused face, originally being at home with his wife and children eating melons and watching the show, not realizing that in a flash, he became the one being eaten. But when he saw the opponent in front of him, the trace of depression in his heart disappeared without a trace. The Demeter in front of him was the goddess of abundance, one of the 12 main gods of Greece. Her skin was white and delicate like snow, a head of green curly hair draped over her shoulders, and her body was draped with a layer of light golden tulle, woven from the petals of tree branches and flowers into an undergarment to cover that plump and rounded important part. The Bull Demon King's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of white gas, a pair of bull's eyes glaring, looking straight at Demeter, like a bull in heat. This Bull Demon King state is a bit off. It hasn't even started fighting yet, and it's already leaping into action. It looks like it's a militant, tall and powerful, a real man, but unfortunately just a bit too hairy. Look quickly, he's going to make a move. This pace, this momentum, not even taking out his weapon. Is this wanting to tear down the opposite goddess with his bare hands? Jiang Wenming was also a bit curious. The Bull Demon King's strength is indeed very strong, but I haven't heard that he likes to hammer people with his bare hands. Could it be because the other party is a woman, so he wants to show mercy? However, the next second, only to see the Bull Demon King pulling out a small yellowish wildflower from somewhere and handing it to Demeter fondly. The little lady is so handsome. How about going back with me to be a suppressed lady? Demeter's complexion was stagnant, feeling that her brain was a bit underused. The sound of sucking in cool air came from the audience at the same time. Jiang Wenming only felt his face burning hot. It was too damn humiliating. Letting you come was a competition. But it turns out that you think this is a blind date? Worthy of being a demon king? This fighting style, I can't understand it a bit. Is this the legendary join if you can't beat it? Join? It's more like entering. I'm still a kid. I can't understand what you guys are talking about. Inside Chui Yun Mountain's Basho Cave, when Princess Ironfan saw this scene, she was so angry that she kicked the table in front of her. This dead cow. I must castrate him. Mother, don't be impulsive. A lot of anger will hurt your body. Later when father comes back, child will take out the anger for you. Red Child hastened to support Princess Ironfan, softly comforting. Good son, or you filial piety. How do you plan to take out anger for mother? He is not looking for a stepmother for me. I will take you to find a stepfather for me. You are truly your mother's good eldest son. Princess Jade face on the side covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Humph, Yang, you're a vixen who can't even look at your own man. You still have the nerve to laugh. Red Child's one sentence directly gave the Jade-Face Fox a dislike that left her speechless. What the great-nephew said has sense. Why don't you also help Yang find a stepfather? You think so? Mount Olympus, Zeus, after seeing the Bull Demon King molesting his sister-cum lover, was instantly infuriated with flashes of electricity all over his body. Lightning spears emerged in his hands, with the intention of throwing them out at the drop of a hat. Aphrodite, the god of love and lust, covered her mouth and laughed softly. I didn't expect that within the Chinese divine system, there are also such interesting gods, although they are ugly, but they look quite strong. As she spoke, her eyes were flowing, and her delicate features were full of countless flavors. This made the surrounding male gods all have a dry mouth. Although everyone knew that Aphrodite was easy on the eyes, not many people dared to really hit on her, because she was the god of love and lust. Once you got good with her, it was easy to get addicted to her and fall into her slavery from then on. This was also a major reason why Zeus, a super lustful man, didn't even dare to include the other party in his harem. After all, he is not stupid. How could he give up the whole forest for a tree? Seeing that no one paid attention to herself, Aphrodite hid her mouth and laughed softly, lethargically leaning back in her seat and no longer opening her mouth. The ring. Demeter returned to her senses and glanced at the bull demon king with a look of contempt, unable to stop herself from spitting in her heart. An ugly old cow, still wanting to eat old lady's tender grass. Beautiful. A wooden scepter surfaced in his hand and pointed it at the bull demon king. The small yellow flower cupped in the bull demon king's hand began to grow rapidly, and the roots on it began to spread along the bull demon king's arm. In just the blink of an eye, it bound his entire body tightly. The scepter in his hand also transformed into an emerald green vine, and he lashed out at the bull demon king. Splat! The vine lashed solidly on the bull demon king, yet the other party was just like nothing else. Still he giggling at Demeter. Ha 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 ha. Didn't think that the little lady liked this tune. Come on. My old bull skin is thick. Feel free to hit. Jiang Wenming under the stage covered his face with one hand and only felt a little spicy. Is this still a mythical ring? How come it felt a bit tarnished? Demeter sniffed and swished 2 more whips. Agoo, agoo. The force of this whip tickles. Work harder. Bull Demon King cooperated and twisted his body, allowing the other party to continue to exert more force. This scene directly gave the audience under the stage a silly look. Bull Demon King is a real man, a role model among our licking dogs. Boiling Goat would have to call out Brother Ox when he sees it. Goddess, please flog him to your heart's content. Demeter's face changed slightly. Others didn't know, but she herself was very clear about how strong the force was just now. Anyone else would have been exploded by a whip, but hitting the Bull Demon King, the other party didn't feel it at all, and even thought it wasn't strong enough. Do you think that Lao Ma is playing flirtation for you again? Life bloom. The vines in Demeter's hand once again transformed into a scepter, and heavily smashed into the floor under her feet. With the scepter as the center, countless brightly colored flowers quickly began to grow. There were also quite a few trees that broke out of the ground and grew into huge trees in the blink of an eye. But this is not the end, only to see those flowers, plants and trees as if they had come to life, unstoppably toward the body of the Bull Demon King entangled. There were even quite a few roots that followed the holes in the Bull Demon King's body and drilled inside, layer after layer. In the blink of an eye, the Bull Demon King was wrapped tightly. Life drawl. Demeter maneuvered the plants and trees on the ground, trying to suck the power out of the Bull Demon King's body. Ah! A wail of pain came from the Bull Demon King from within the wooden cocoon. A sneering cold smile surfaced on Demeter's face. Unbeatable trash. Alas, little lady, if you say that, my old ox will not be happy. Bang! The original tightly wound wooden cocoon was directly broken by the Ox Demon King with brute force. You can say that my old ox is ugly, but you can't say that my old ox is weak, or else how am I going to get a foothold in the demon world in the future? The Ox Demon King said in a jarring voice, walking out from those broken vines. How could it be? How could you be fine? Demeter was filled with disbelief. It was reasonable to say that being entangled in her vines, one should have been drained of their power long ago, but looking at the other party's appearance, it was as if he was fine. How was this possible? Little lady, you don't think that you can defeat my old ox with these broken branches, right? I don't even ask around. I am the Pingtian Great Sage Powerful Ox Demon King. When the Bull Demon King said the last sentence, the demonic aura on his body emanated steeply, and a blood-red light rose up to the sky. Heaven and earth changed color. With every step he took, the earth would tremble slightly. Red God only, a God King level powerhouse. Whether it was the spectators outside the arena or Demeter on the field, all of them revealed expressions of disbelief. No one had expected that the Minotaur in front of them, who looked like a simpleton, would be a God King level powerhouse. Wipe. Bulls can't look like bulls. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. Everyone is bragging, but I didn't expect this one to be a real bull. Pithy, ancient wood warrior. Demeter hurriedly waved the scepter in her hand, turning the surrounding trees into tree warriors. Those vines also turned as sharp as spears. However, the attacks of these vines and tree warriors hit the Bull Demon King and didn't even poke through his fur. You're too weak. It's better to go back with my old ox to be a suppressive wife, the Bull Demon King said, casually grabbing an ancient wood warrior and directly swinging it as a weapon. That terrifying strength. The crowd looked on in anger. The dozens of meters tall ancient wood warrior was actually picked up by his one hand, and looking at his relaxed expression, it was obvious that he didn't exert much effort. Although the Bull Demon King was close to 3 meters tall, in front of the ancient wood warrior, he was like a potato. But this potato, however, carried the tens of meters sized ancient wood warrior and smashed it everywhere. This image was hilarious, but it didn't give off a sense of incongruity. The kind of aura that the Bull Demon King had on him was like a giant that could hold up the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the earth could hold up, let alone a small ancient tree. In just a few breaths of time, the ancient wood warriors in the ring were all smashed to pieces by him. Little beauty, what other moves you have? Use them all together. The Bull Demon King grinned, an indescribably lewd look on his bull face. Jiang Wenming under the stage was completely speechless. The original solemn fighting match was so stirred up by the Ox Demon King that it instantly gave him a sense of laughter. Did he really think that this was a martial arts competition? Demeter's teeth lightly bit her lips, her plump chest undulating, not knowing whether she was angry or ashamed. The situation on the field was already obvious. Her defeat was only a matter of time. The Bull Demon King was too strong, and before even exerting much effort, she already couldn't hold on. But this was the mythical ring, and the loser was bound to return to the ring. Bound to return to the ring. Even if she wanted to go with the other party, it was impossible for her to leave. So one could only let go of the fight. Spring gives birth to all things. Countless shoots broke out of the ground, coloring the ground into a sea of green in the blink of an eye. Flowers blossomed, emitting a mesmerizing aroma. The Bull Demon King grinned and directly opened his mouth, sucking hard. The flowers, plants and trees on the ground were all sucked into his mouth. Crunch crunch. The Bull Demon King casually chewed a few mouthfuls and directly swallowed them as if they were in his stomach. The flavor is good. More. Demeter was completely desperate. Her ability was restrained to death by the other party. She couldn't break the defense in terms of power, and she used the psychedelic flower scent, only to be swallowed directly by the other party. How could this even be a fight? However, the Bull Demon King was in a different mood. This is a woman who can grow flowers and fruits. If he can bring back as a suppressive wife, doesn't it mean that he can eat such delicious things every day? Thinking of this, his big copper bell eyes gurgled and turned around. Then a lewd smile appeared on his face. Little beauty, if you don't have any other tricks, then my old ox is going to make a move. Oh. After the Bull Demon King finished speaking, he raised a foot and stomped on the ground with force. Rumble. The entire ring trembled, and a crack spread outwards from his foot. Demeter's feet were unsteady and he was about to fall to the ground. Right at this moment, a strong arm wrapped around her slender waist. With a forceful pull, her petite and plump body was pressed tightly on top of the Bull Demon King's chest. Strong, powerful, solid. This feeling was something that Zeus had not brought her. Her spirit was in a trance, and when she looked at the Bull Demon King, her eyes became mesmerized for a few moments. Referee, I'm declaring the match over. Is it okay if this little beauty the old bull, wants it? The Bull Demon King wrapped one hand around Demeter's thin waist and twisted his head towards the sky and shouted. Bobby's head was full of black lines. This asshole was purely here to pick a fight. No, the ring has rules. The loser of the battle must return to the ring. This is a rule set by the saints. You fart. Little girl child, you less come to lie to my old ox. The ring rules is to leave one person to stay one person. Not what you said must stay. Bull Demon King glared at Bobby. Little girl child? Jiang Wenming blinked his eyes and looked at Bobby's big bald head that was stout and full of horizontal meat. Was he blind? Or was the Bull Demon King blind? However, Bobby's reaction was even more shocking to him. Like a frightened rabbit, Bobby directly jumped aside and looked at the Bull Demon King with an expression of having seen a ghost. Crap, it can't really be a female, right? Jiang Wenming was a bit confused. He didn't even see it with his fiery eyes. How did the Bull Demon King see it? You're bullshitting me. I'm an artifact spirit or you're an artifact spirit. I'm more familiar with the rules than you are. Don't give me bullshit. It's not like my old ox hasn't participated in the mythic ring. I was watching from the sidelines when the saints set the rules back then. According to the rules, the soul of the loser is reincarnated and the divine power goes to the victor. You've already secretly hidden so much. What do you want? Rebellion. The Bull Demon King's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Even the Heavenly Court's Emperor and Feng Du-Da-Di were puzzled. When the rules were first formulated, they were also present. How could they not know that there was this clause? Don't remember? The Bull Demon King was also a bit puzzled when he saw Bobby's look. It didn't seem like an act. You don't want to lie to me. No matter what you say today, I won't let you take the people away. Bobby said and made an expression that she would strike at any time. Little girl doll, your memory has been erased. If you don't believe me, just try it. Jiang Wenming noticed a flash of sorrow in the Bull Demon King's eyes when he spoke of memory erasure again. He seems to know something? Jiang Wenming recalled earlier, Queen Jiang and the others forgetting about DXIN. Could there be a connection? How to try? Bobby's voice turned into a clear and pleasant lowly sound, and her figure then began to change. From a 2-meter tall bald man, it turned into a powdered and nerdy little lowly that was only about 1 meter tall. Crap! Jiang Wenming felt that there wasn't much trust left between people. Don't you have to wear a vest when you go out these days? What does it mean for you, a cute little lowly, to dress up as a bald man? But now is obviously not the time to dwell on this issue. He is more concerned about what the Bull Demon King just said. Even the memories of the artifact spirit had been erased. What exactly had happened? This is simple. Just have them challenge me. The Bull Demon King casually placed Demeter in his arms onto the ground. his gaze looking in the direction of Mount Olympus. Women are for pampering, not for fighting. So many of you male gods, not one of you dares to come down? The Ox Demon King's voice was like muffled thunder, deafening. The sound waves rolled and spread into Mount Olympus. This caused Zeus and the other group of male gods to look embarrassed. This was simply naked humiliation. Father God, let me go and behead him. Ares, the god of war, had a fiery temper and said that he was going to go down. Hercules, you go. Zeus glanced at Ares and ignored his short-tempered son. Compared to Hercules, the strength of the god of war Ares was not considered outstanding. The god of war was also just a name, and his true battle power was far from being comparable to his several half-human sons, not to mention Hercules, who had passed the 12 great works. In terms of battle power alone, Hercules was definitely considered to be the strongest person on Mount Olympus, other than the triumvirate. Of course, this was Zeus' feeling. As for the real situation, that was unknown. Soon Hercules' figure appeared, naked, with a hat made of a lion's head on top of his head, and a pair of shorts underneath, with angular muscle lines all over his body. He was a fierce man at first glance. Praise the Father God. Hercules saluted towards Zeus with a chest stroke. Hercules, my bravest child, I'm going to let you fight this one and teach the gods of China a good lesson. Zeus looked at Hercules with a pleasant face. Yes. Hercules was concise and answered, turning around and walking towards the outside. The gods looked at Hercules' back, and strange gazes passed through their eyes. Above the ring, a stream of light fell from the sky. Boom! The ground was smashed out into a large crater, and Hercules crouched on the ground before slowly getting up. The Bull Demon King glanced at his opponent, a look of surprise appearing on his face. I didn't expect that within the Greek new gods, there are still strong people like you. Not bad. It's a pity. The Bull Demon King shook his head, not knowing what he was pitying. Hercules didn't talk. Holding a wooden stick made from an unknown tree, he walked to the Bull Demon King with an expressionless face. Greece, Chinese Ping Tian de Shang Ox Demon King. Both sides reported their names, showing how much they valued each other. The Bull Demon King this time did not trust in his name. Reaching out into the void, an equal height mixed iron rod appeared in his hand. You guys back off a bit. The Bull Demon King twisted his head and said to Bobby and Demeter. That tone was gentle, just like treating his daughter-in-law and daughters-in-law. Demeter looked at Hercules and didn't say anything, but silently walked to the side. Little Lori Bobby, on the other hand, had a lost look on her face. This was because she realized that Hercules' appearance did not occupy the second match. This meant that what the Bull Demon King had said before was all true. But how was this possible? Obviously, she was the artifact spirit, so why didn't she know about this rule? But now was clearly not the time to discuss this, and when she looked up at the Bull Demon King, the other party had already begun to fight Hercules. Neither side used any fancy techniques. It was all a power-based hard fight. The two sticks collided, making a friction sound that only metal could make. Bang, bang, bang. The Ox Demon King slashed straightly 3 times in a row, knocking Hercules backward. The ground was plowed with 2 deep grooves by both feet. Hercules wasn't willing to show weakness either. The chains wrapped around his arms flung out and directly lashed at the Bull Demon King's body. Bang! The Bull Demon King's body trembled slightly, but it wasn't affected much. This terrifying defense power made the Greek gods look speechless for a while. They knew better than anyone how strong Hercules was, not to mention a body of flesh and blood. Even a small mountain might not be able to carry a whip from him. But hitting the Bull Demon King's body, not even a bloodstain appeared. Painful. Again, the Bull Demon King shouted. For so many years, apart from that monkey, he hadn't yet encountered an opponent who could compete with him in terms of strength. I didn't expect to encounter one today. Both sides were known as powerful, and they were also using the same stick weapons, fighting which was a fist fight. Jiang Wenming's heart gave birth to a trace of clarity after seeing the 2 men exchanging blows. Earlier, he was still wondering how the ring could let the Bull Demon King face Demeter. Both sides obviously had nothing in common and their strengths were not in the same class. Now it finally dawned on him that the real battle was here. Hercules was the Bull Demon King's true opponent. With a mortal body, he successfully passed the 12 tests of the gods and finally ascended Mount Olympus to become a god. Jiang Wenming thought of the legends about Hercules. This one could already kill gods when he hadn't become a god, and now that he had been empowered by divine power, his strength didn't know how terrifying it would be. He could tell that both sides were still just warming up to test the waters and hadn't really made a move. It was important to know that Hercules specialized in archery, while the Bull Demon King was even more powerful in magic. It was only that the opponents he usually encountered were so weak that they were rarely worth using his magical power. Inside the Basho cave on Shui Yin Mountain, Pops, this is too weak. Can't take down the opponent after so long. Red Child was somewhat dissatisfied. It's not that your father is weak, but that god on the other side is very strong. If I'm not mistaken, he should be following the same path of flesh as your father." Princess Ironfan opened her mouth to explain. The way of the flesh body emphasizes that a single force can break all laws, and it is even more important not to show weakness when facing a person of the same path. Only by defeating the other party in terms of strength can we firm up his Tao heart, and he will have a better path in the future. Princess Jade Face added. Red Child was somewhat seemingly confused. He majored in the flame Tao, so he didn't know much about this. Inside Egypt, Neza sat on a giant python, commanding the heavenly soldiers to peel off the skin and extract the tendons while looking at the ring. Is this old ox planning to use his opponent as a whetstone? Surprisingly, he's fighting his opponent with brute force? There weren't many people who went on to become saints in the flesh, and as far as he understood there were currently only 3 within the 3 realms. Sun Wukong, Erlang Shun, and the Bull Demon King in front of him. The 3 had long since reached the bottleneck of this course, and their strength could not be further advanced. How difficult it was to break through. No, that monkey seems to have made a breakthrough. Even though a master died, second brother probably doesn't know yet. Should I go and tell him about this? Neza rubbed his chin and began to think about what to say that would be more solid. Once he thought of Erlang Shun's expression when he realized the truth. Neza burst into heartless giggles. Just then, Tai Bai Jinxing's figure appeared abruptly before slapping him on the back of the head. What are you giggling about? Here's a task for you. Go and get the remaining gods from the other divine lineages here. And remember that peace is the most important thing. Neza glared angrily at Tai Bai Jinxing, but once he thought that he couldn't beat this old clown, he had the good sense to hold back. Got it. How annoying. After saying this, the wind fire wheel appeared under his feet and instantly disappeared as a ray of fire. Looking at Neza's departing back, Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head and lost his smile. Brat, when will he grow up? Then his gaze passed through the heavy space and landed on the Bull Demon King inside the ring, muttering, "Break through. If you don't break through, the demon race will completely exit the stage of history." Above the ring, the Bull Demon King held the mixed iron stick and collided with Hercules again and again. Every time they collided, deafening sounds erupted. Hercules' tiger's mouth crumbled from the beating, and his 2 arms were in severe pain as if they were broken. But he still didn't give up. His firm will was his strongest divine nature. It was as if he had returned to the time when he had accepted the 12 tests. Only the Bull Demon King in front of him was more powerful than any of the behemoths he had encountered before. His destructive power exceeded that of the Nimia giant lion. His self-healing power exceeded that of the Hydra Zudra, and his defense power exceeded that of the Eurydice boar. This was simply a collection of those giant beasts. Hercules had never imagined that there was a god in the world with such a powerful physical body. The opponent was using the power of his flesh from start to finish, which was similar to him, but somewhat different. His own divine power manifested itself in self-healing, so it was hard to be noticed without being injured. And the other party is a monster. The Bull Demon King was like a tireless beast, and the mixed iron clubs in his hands fell like rain. Hercules finally couldn't take it anymore, and the big wooden stick in his hand flew out of his hand. He himself had his head shattered by the Bull Demon King's stick. The mutilated headless body slowly fell to the ground, blood staining the ground beneath him. Hercules, if you die here, then your country, which will lose the shelter of the gods, will be dead or alive at that time. Zeus's voice suddenly came out, although it was only half spoken, but all those who heard this understood the meaning. This was threatening him with his people. His head was blown off. What's the point of saying these words now? Say, who is that old man? I don't know. Doesn't look like a good god. But then again, this Bull Demon King is really not ordinary fierce. The whole thing is hard and hard. Not even hiding. Isn't this nonsense? Have you read Journey to the West? This is the great sage's big brother. Can it not be fierce? It's true. Anyone who dares to call himself the great sage is a tough guy. Look, that god is moving again. Damn. It's true. No way. He's still alive even after his head was blown off. The audience was in an uproar, clearly stunned by Hercules' resurrection. Hercules' head quickly recovered. His fists couldn't help but clench as the rage in his heart burned. Again. Like this. Threatening to do something with his own people again. Although he knew it was a threat, Hercules was forced to do what the other party said, because he understood better than anyone else what kind of god Zeus really was. I'm sorry. For the sake of my people, I can't lose. Hercules angrily hammered the ground, then slowly climbed up from the ground. Finally going to show your true strength? The Bull Demon King was somewhat excited. He could feel that Hercules' body contained a very terrifying power, only that this power had been deliberately suppressed by him. Now he was finally planning to unleash this power. Regarding Hercules' apology, the Bull Demon King did not take it seriously. The two sides were originally opponents, and no matter what tactics were used, they were not excessive. The only reason Hercules apologized was because he was going to be forced to hurt other people again. Regaining the large wooden stick on the ground, he slowly wrapped it with the chains on his arm. Battle! Hercules roared. The ground underneath his feet sank violently, and his figure charged towards the bull demon king at breakneck speed. The large wooden stick in his hand was raised high, emitting a light golden luster under the sunlight. Boom! The sticks clashed, and the bull demon king's body sank steeply. The powerful shockwave even smashed the surrounding ground out into a large pit. Painful. The bull demon king's arms exerted force, directly toppling Hercules away, and the mixed iron rod in his hand rotated in a circle around his body. With this force, he heavily smashed towards Hercules. Boom! Hercules' body was sent flying, his legs plowing 2.5-meter deep furrows in the ground. The bull demon king gained momentum and swung the mixed iron rod in his hand, his moves wide open. Bang 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 bang. Successive collision sounds rang out. Both sides' movements became faster and faster, and the strength of their attacks became stronger and stronger. Hercules' body was shaken by the force of the recoil and his muscles crumbled. His body was drenched in blood, but in the blink of an eye, he regained it again. Giant lion power. A giant lion silhouette emerged behind Hercules, roaring up to the sky. Muscles bulged all over his body, and with both hands holding the large wooden stick, he once again charged towards the bull demon king. Bang! The sticks once again touched each other, and the strong winds brought up by both sides swept around. These strong winds were like sharp knives that cut through the skin of the two. Hercules stood there like a bloody man at this point, while the bull demon king also received his first injury. The armor on his body was torn apart by the strong winds, and his thick fur was also torn through a gash. Blood flowed out along the wounds. Seeing this scene, Demeter at the edge of the ring immediately showed a look of delight. This thick-skinned bull demon king was finally injured. Strength has grown, but with this power alone, there's no way to defeat me. If you don't use your full strength again, I'm afraid you're going to die here, the bull demon king said as the mixed iron stick in his hand began to change a little bit. Sharp spikes appeared, and the body of the rod became much longer. Hercules glanced at the bull demon king and didn't say anything, only silently gripping the large wooden stick in his hand. This wooden rod, made from the trunk of the golden apple tree, was not only incredibly hard, but also weighed 1,000 pounds. Most importantly, this wooden stick could perfectly fit his power. Boar power. The shadow behind him changed, from a giant lion to a huge boar. The muscles on Hercules' body also gave off a metal-like luster. The two sides exchanged blows again, only this time he wasn't sent flying. Instead, he steadily caught the bull demon king's attack. Mare's power. The shadow behind Hercules changed once again. His legs' muscles rapidly bulged with explosive power. Not good. The bull demon king's face changed, and before he could react, he was kicked in the chest by his opponent. Boom! Hercules' kick directly sent the bull demon king flying out hundreds of meters, hitting the edge of the ring hard. Debris flew and smoke rose in all directions. Phew! A huge rock was thrown out from inside the smoke and dust, directly smashing into Hercules. Without dodging, Hercules raised the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it towards the huge rock. Bang! The boulder was smashed into pieces. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind the boulder. Bull Demon King. Regretful mountain strike. The mixed iron rod was raised high in the air and slashed down. Hercules hastily raised his wooden stick to block. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking rang out. His arms took on an irregular twisted shape, and his body directly flew backwards hundreds of meters away. The Bull Demon King stood still and twisted his neck, emitting the sound of clacking bones. Roar! A giant beast's roar sounded. Hercules' figure slowly stood up from the pile of rubble, and the figure of a giant dog with 3 hideous heads emerged behind him. Hell's 3-headed dog. Jiang Wenming recognized the origin of this silhouette with a single glance. This was Hades, king of the underworld's pet, Cerberus, the 3-headed dog of hell. The strength was quite a bit more powerful than a normal lord god. This was also Hercules' 12th test. With the appearance of the 3-headed dog of hell silhouette, Hercules' emotions clearly turned berserk. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes, and the veins on his muscles bulged out so high that they looked like small snakes swimming underneath his skin. Bull Demon King's expression also turned grave. He could feel that the power within Hercules was awakening. It had already vaguely brought a hint of threat to him. At that moment, he didn't continue to preserve his strength, and a giant bull figure with a white body emerged behind him. This was precisely his main body. After he summoned his phantom, the aura on his body began to turn thicker. If the previous him was like a cliff that was intimidating to look at, then the current him was like a Tarzan, making people feel unattainable. Hercules didn't rush to strike this time, but instead held the large wooden stick with both hands, making a movement to store up his strength. The Bull Demon King did the same. veins rippling on his arms as he prepared to strike. Final trial. Flat Sky Demon Domain. Both of them stood still without moving, but two domains collided together. Within Hercules' final trial, the figures of countless giant beasts emerged. Within the Bull Demon King's flat heavenly demon domain, countless demon races appeared. The two sides were like two armies that ruthlessly clashed together. Hercules' army was sparse in numbers, but extremely strong on its own. The monstrous birds of Lake Steinpharos, the bulls on Crete, the Eurymanthian boars, the giant lions of Nemea, the Hydra Hydra, and the three-headed dog of hell, Cerberus. On the Bull Demon King's side, there was a large black mass, all of which were unknown small demons, and although they were numerous in number, their individual strength was simply no match for the other side. Sure enough, the highest realm of fighting is still group beating. When going out these days, who still doesn't have some ability to shake people? In terms of shaking people, I'm only convinced by Shingongbao. You can't be serious. I've never read the romance of the sealed god. Shingongbao shakes people to death. Okay, why don't we talk to Mr. Jiang and ask him to send Shingongbao to Greece? I won't help anyone. Uncle will help you. Does Auntie agree? Just as the crowd was talking, a hideous giant lion rushed into King Bull Demon's domain. Raising its huge claws and sweeping across, there were countless small demons that were immediately torn into pieces by it. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King's pair of bull's eyes glared as he shouted, "Where is the aqua golden eyes beast?" As his words fell, a strange beast that looked like a qilin, dragon's mouth, lion's head, fish scales, bull's tail, tiger's claws, and deer's horns, with a reddish color all over its body, ran out from the group of demons. The moment it appeared, the surrounding lesser demons made way for it. The aqua golden eyes beast, with clouds and mist under its feet, trotted all the way to the Ox Demon King, and affectionately rubbed its large head against his body. "I'll give you an extra meal today. Go ahead. If you can't finish eating, turn around and I'll treat you to the aqua golden eyes beast." The Bull Demon King extended his large hand and jerked its large head twice. Speaking indifferently, the aqua golden-eyed beast turned its head sideways and looked at the Bull Demon King with some doubt. Its simple brain circuits clearly didn't understand what the Bull Demon King meant by asking it to eat the aqua golden eyes beast. "You simpleton, don't go yet. If you can't finish it, I'll stew you when I go back at night." The Bull Demon King kicked it in the ass and scolded angrily. Only then did the aqua golden eyes beast react to the fact that its master was trying to eat itself. It was immediately frightened and ran away. However, once it thought of the Bull Demon King's order, it turned around again and charged towards the group of giant beasts in front of it. The Nemea giant lion was the first to take the brunt of the charge. It was more than a dozen meters tall, while the aqua golden eyes beast was only 4 or 5 meters long. The two sides are not even a class, so casually grabbed towards each other, obviously want to give themselves a meal. After all, he hadn't seen this kind of food in Greece. However, the next second, before its claws could fall, it saw the aqua golden eyes beast's body steeply skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it went from 4 or 5 meters to hundreds of meters in size. Splat! A big ear scratch slapped the Nemea giant lion in the face, sending it flying hundreds of meters away. The Nemea giant lion was confused by it. How did a good food suddenly become so big? The aqua golden eyes beast didn't care what it thought. At this moment, it was like a bandit, spewing out a large amount of cold air from its mouth. The surrounding beasts were directly frozen into ice sculptures by the cold air, and then were smashed into dregs by the small demons that rushed over. In just the blink of an eye, only 3 of that large group of giant beasts remained. Hydra Zudra, Hell's three-headed dog, and Nemea giant lion. These 3 giant beasts had incredibly powerful flesh bodies and were not afraid of the aqua golden eyes beast's cold aura. The Hydra Zudra, with its 9 heads, hissed and spewed large streams of venom towards the aqua golden eyes beast. The Nemea giant lion and the 3-headed dog of hell surrounded it from both sides. However, the aqua golden-eyed beast didn't panic in the slightest, and once again spewed out cold air from its mouth, freezing the venom while slowing down the 3 giant beasts at the same time. Then it raised its claws and went up to give the 3-headed dog of hell a big BB pocket. After hitting it, as if he remembered something, he snapped and slapped 2 more big mouths. After all, the 3-headed dog of hell has 3 heads. It can't be too thick or too thin. Thinking of this, aqua golden-eyed beast looked at Hydra Sudilla again. This thing had 9 heads, so it seemed like it would be a bit of a pain in the ass to whip it up. Just when it was thinking about what to do about it, the spectators outside the arena had long since burst into laughter. "Crap! This monster is too funny." "Right. Go up and give your opponent a big BB pocket." "Ha ha ha ha. Hell's 3-headed dog enjoys triple pleasure." Shrimp Pig Heart. I would call it the god of forced pocket war. The aqua golden eyes beast didn't realize how many fans its performance had attracted for it. One by one, they were all expecting it to give the Hydra 9 big biker pockets. Mount Olympus, Zeus watched Hercules fall into a bitter battle, and a hint of gloom flashed across his face. Casually picking up the fruit knife on the table, he made a cut on his palm. Blood flowed down his fingers and inside the golden cup in front of him. When the gods saw this scene, they all revealed a look of surprise, not understanding what he wanted to do. Ares, go and send my blood over to Hercules to drink. With a wave of Zeus' hand, the golden cup fell in front of Ares, the god of war. When the gods heard this, they all changed color. Hercules was a mortal body. Although he became the god of Hercules because he possessed half of Zeus' bloodline in his body, but because of his powerful strength, Zeus had always been very scornful of him and had never helped him transform into a divine body. Now he was actually willing to bestow his divine blood to the other party? This was a treatment that even his favorite child had never had. After all, in the Greek god lineage, power all came from the bloodline, and the purer the bloodline was, and the closer they were to their fathers, the stronger their power would be. Zeus, as the head of the 3 generations of gods, could be said to be the strongest of all except for the old gods. The power contained in his blood could not be withstood by a mortal. If he didn't get it right, Hercules would be directly burst by this power, let alone transforming his divine body. But Zeus still did it. Perhaps in his opinion, Hercules could withstand the divine blood, or he didn't care whether the other party could succeed or not. Ares left with the golden cup in his hand. In the mythological ring, Hercules was still confronting the bull demon king, and the result of the battle between their domains had already appeared. Hercules' giant beasts only had the Hydra and Hell's 3-headed dog left, while on the bull demon king's side, the aqua golden eyes beast was completely overpowering them. The reason why they were able to hold out until now was entirely because the Hydra possessed an immortal body, with one growing back after its head was blown off, and the Hell 3-headed dog is even more immortal creature. Aqua golden eyes beast momentarily cannot take them both. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void. It was Ares who had come to deliver divine blood to Hercules. Hercules, this is the divine blood given to you by Father God. Drink it and you will be able to completely evolve into a god and completely release the divine power in your body. Saying that, he tossed the golden cup in his hand to Hercules. The golden cup slowly floated down and hovered in front of Hercules, and the crimson blood shook in the golden cup, emitting a fatal attraction. Hercules could feel that his body was craving. He craved for this power, but he didn't pick it up. He didn't know if he would still be able to guard his clan like he was now after he became a god. Seeing this, the bull demon king also stopped attacking and looked at his opponent silently. Are you in fear? Aha! What are you afraid of? Is it this power? Or are you afraid to face your heart? Hercules was silent, for he himself did not know. You have a lot of potential. In my opinion, not weaker than those god kings in the slightest. It's just that I can't figure out why you've always been unwilling to accept this power. After becoming a god, am I still me? Hercules looked up at the ox demon king and asked. Power is just a tool. How you use it depends on yourself. Ask your heart. It will tell you the answer. The bull demon king was like an intimate friend, constantly guiding Hercules. This scene, when it fell in the eyes of outsiders, felt a bit unbelievable. Aren't they enemies? How come they feel like they're chatting like confidants? Suddenly it feels like the bull demon king is so warm. Who says enemies can't be friends? Competition first, friendship second. Seems to be saying the opposite. Follow your heart? Hercules murmured. Then his eyes gradually turned firm. Reaching out, he grasped the golden cup in front of him and tilted his head back to drink. The blood flowed into his body like a flame burning in his chest. Hercules roared to the sky. The veins on his body rippled, and his originally angular muscles swelled once again. He covered his chest and crouched on his knees, desperately pounding the ground, wanting to vent the raging energy in his body in this way. Bang! 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 The ground was hammered out by him into a large pit, and the muscles on his body were constantly torn apart by the raging energy. It was dripping with blood and looked incomparably appalling. His movements of pounding the ground became weaker and weaker until they completely disappeared. Failed? Zeus looked at Hercules, who was lying motionless on the ground, and frowned slightly. There wasn't much sadness in his heart. He just felt some pity. Although he didn't like Hercules, he still appreciated the other party's strength. It was a pity. Just when the crowd thought that Hercules was dead, a blood-red light shot up into the sky. The red gods only. Countless gods rose up with vigor. Even Zeus couldn't help but sit up straight. God King level. Hercules was unexpectedly promoted to become a God King level powerhouse. Hades, the king of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, both looked at each other before looking at Zeus, who was pretending to be calm. This is playing it off. Following Athena, the second God King level powerhouse had appeared within the 4 generations of gods. For Zeus, who was extremely possessive and controlling, this was definitely harder than losing the game. Especially, This was still caused by him. Zeus was smiling on his face at this time, but in his heart, he just wanted Hercules to play a role before he died. But he didn't expect to help his opponent advance by mistake. It was true that his blood could help some of his offspring to boost their strength, but most of them would explode and die after boosting their strength. This was something he had personally experimented with, and knowing that Hercules would break through to become a god king with the help of his blood, he would have preferred his opponent to lose the match. Losing a lover and an heir was far easier for him to accept than having one more potential threat, but it was too late to say anything now. He only wished for Hercules to die in the ring, preferably with the Bull Demon King. That way his losses would be minimized. In the ring, Hercules stood up again, the aura on his body already infinitely close to the Bull Demon King. Come on, have a real fight. A longbow emerged in Hercules' left hand, and an arrow made of pure gold appeared in his right hand. Only the arrowhead of this arrow took on a bizarre light green color. The Bull Demon King withdrew his domain, and the mixed iron rod in his hand turned into a giant axe. Father is finally going to use his full strength. It looks like he has a formidable opponent this time. I haven't seen him so solemn in a long time. Red Child and Princess Jade face all revealed looks of anticipation. Princess Iron Fan, on the other hand, had a sullen gaze, somewhat worried about King Bull Demon's safety. When top experts dueled, it could be seen from the weapons alone. The deadliest was the bow and the most menacing was the gun. Because these two kinds of weapons don't make a move. Once they make a move, that's a fatal attack. Look at Ho-E will know, on the strength of a lot of stronger than him, but look at the Chinese god system. Play bow and arrow of the gods on his one. Dare to fight with him is even less. The reason is here. The slightest carelessness will be killed by him in one blow. This is like the king of the pesticide inside the Han Xin. Bronze game out, no one will care. If you take it out in the professional league, try. Who wouldn't panic? At this moment, Hercules aimed his bow at the Bull Demon King. Veins rippled on his arm, and slowly pulled back the bowstring. Shoo! The long arrow came out of his hand and shot straight at the Bull Demon King's head. Heaven opening strike. The huge axe in the Ox Demon King's hand rotated with his body before slashing forward with force. A terrifying bladed aura flew out from the giant axe, and wherever it passed, the ring was directly split in two. The arrow collided with the blade and was knocked out on the spot, and Hercules stomped his feet. The whole person was like a cannonball, flying directly into midair, reaching out and holding the arrow that flew out. Drawing his bow and arrow, he shot out again. Seeing this, the Ox Demon King threw out the giant axe in his hand, once again knocking away the arrow. The next second, his body began to rapidly grow larger, growing to the size of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. With both fists clenched, he heavily smashed towards Hercules' location. Boom! The earth shattered. Countless cracks spreading towards the surroundings like spider webs. Hercules' body retreated extremely fast, and the long arrow in his hand shot out again. The Bull Demon King's body quickly returned to its original size. Avoiding this arrow, his mouth opened and spat out a small fan from his mouth. Get bigger! The banana fan quickly grew larger and aimed a forceful slash at Hercules. A gale suddenly appeared, and Hercules' body couldn't help but retreat, the longbow in his hand fiercely stabbing into the ground as a means of resisting the gale. Before he could stand still, another even more terrifying gale struck. The broken stones on the ground were like bullets, hitting Hercules' body at a super high speed. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten into a bloody man. 12 trials. A red glow emanated from Hercules' body, and the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. The originally terrifying gusts of wind and those debris that hit him couldn't even cause any damage anymore. Resisted? Bull Demon King was somewhat shocked. He knew the power of the banana fan too well. In the past when he was at home, once Princess Iron Fan was unhappy, she would give him these 2 blows. Even with his level of physical body, he couldn't carry that kind of domestic violence, and Hercules was able to resist it? There was the potential to be a good man, worthy of being someone he admired. Since the banana fan was ineffective, he could only put it away, regained his grip on the giant axe, and charged towards the other party. Clang! The giant axe chopped at Hercules' body, making a sound that only metal could make. The Bull Demon King's pupils shrunk as his body hastily retreated. He realized that he had struck with all his might, but he hadn't even chopped through Hercules' skin. What was going on here? When did he become so strong? Although the opponent had been promoted to the God King level, it wasn't like he hadn't fought at the God King level before. It was absolutely impossible for him to have such a terrifying defense. Not even a Xuanwu could. But Hercules had blocked it, and still blocked the strike intact. If it was an ancient god who specialized in the way of the physical body or might be able to do it. But Hercules was clearly not an ancient god. This meant that there must be something inside that he didn't know. Jiang Wenming under the stage was also taken aback by this scene. The strength of the Bull Demon King was obvious to all, and it was impossible for Hercules to manage to ignore his attacks. The only possibility, then, would be 12 trials. The 12 trials weren't so much trials as it was a difficult situation from the gods. Every time he passed a trial, he would receive a blessing, or curse, from one of the gods. The result of this was that Hercules was now representing not him alone, but the Greek gods. The bull demon king's attack was counteracted by the blessings on his opponent. Unfortunately, although he reasoned out Hercules' situation, he couldn't tell the bull demon king, unless he personally entered the ring. Just as Jiang Wenming hesitated to enter, he saw the scene where the bull demon king heaved a heavy punch and sent Hercules flying out, ignoring a giant axe attack, but receiving a physical attack? Jiang Wenming was a bit puzzled, but soon, he realized that something was wrong. During the second exchange between the two sides, the Ox Demon King's sidekick hit Hercules without any reaction at all, immune to the second damage. With the blessing of many sages and the seven senses, Jiang Wenming quickly deduced Hercules' state. He wasn't invincible. Rather, he was immune to attacks of his kind other than the first. This meant that in order to defeat him, one would have to use a different attack to do so. Truth be told, this ability was pretty cockamamie, especially against opponents who had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. But if the opponent was a more singular type of witch, this was a divine skill, and it was still an invincible divine skill. Now it was up to Bull Demon King to detect this. After both sides had fought for more than a dozen rounds, the Bull Demon King finally realized what the problem was. Thinking of this, he directly transformed, turning from his humanoid form into a giant bull that was 100 feet tall. With a forceful stomp of all four hooves, he leapt high into the air, then stomped at Hercules. Boom! The ground shook violently, and Hercules was stomped into the ground by this blow. The Bull Demon King regained his human form and looked at the ground. Hercules was directly stomped into mush by this blow, but strangely, his flesh and blood were rapidly writhing, and in just the blink of an eye, he had already coalesced into a humanoid outline. When he looked again, he had completely recovered. This kind of terrifying self-healing ability made one's scalp numb when looking at it. I thought that the Egyptian gods were already perverted enough, but I didn't expect the Greek gods to be even more perverted. And this damn thing is still recovering even after it's been turned into flesh and mud. I thought that the Bull Demon King would win this round securely, but now I'm afraid it seems a bit up in the air. Flesh reorganization. Doesn't this mean that you can just pinch your body? Hearing a brother say that, I suddenly have a bold idea. As long as it's bold and the goddess is on maternity leave, just say it. After Hercules' body recovered, the aura on his body once again skyrocketed. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King bowed and lowered his head, a pair of bull horns that looked like iron towers emitting a cold luster. Charge! This time he didn't use his longbow, but instead took his large wooden stick. With a forceful stomp of his feet, his entire body leapt up high and swung the wooden stick towards the Bull Demon King's head. Bang! Ka-ching! The Bull Demon King was directly smashed to the ground by his blow, and the bull's horn on his head was broken. As for Hercules, he was also shocked by the recoil force coming from his opponent, fracturing both his arms and falling heavily to the ground. Both of them were defeated and injured. However, it was obvious that the Bull Demon King's injuries were heavier. Moo! The Bull Demon King slowly climbed up from the ground, shook his somewhat dizzy head, and let out a deafening roar from his mouth. Hercules only felt a dizzy spell in his brain, and before he could recover, he felt a pain in his chest. His entire body was pierced through by a section of the bull's horn and viciously nailed to the ground. The huge bull's horn nearly tore his body in two. Hercules forced himself to endure the pain and pulled out the half of the bull's horn from his body and threw it aside. The originally broken body began to recover rapidly. Immortal body. This word surfaced in everyone's mind at the same time. Even the heavenly court gods, who were used to seeing the world, couldn't help but sigh. When encountering such an opponent, even they didn't have any good solutions. Perhaps only those ancient gods had the means to exterminate him. Hercules' immortality, combined with his ability to be immune to a second attack of his kind, had already restrained the vast majority of gods. It was simply impossible to fight. The Bull Demon King had already used up all his means, but Hercules was still alive and kicking, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. The strike just now that directly smashed off a section of his bull horn was proof of that. Jiang Wenming was also anxious in his heart. According to the other party's ability, Hercules had at least 5 lives left, while the Ox Demon King had no means of attack. The next battle would most likely be overturned by the opponent. Should we find someone to borrow a magic treasure? Jiang Wenming could only think of this one way, with the help of different magical treasures, to consume the opponent's remaining number of revivals, then give him a fatal blow. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenming began to check the magic treasures he possessed. Judgment Blade, Xinguo Sword, Purple Gold Gourd, Lamb's Jade Pure Bottle, Frontier Gold Rope, and 9 tripods. There were quite a few things, but how should I give them to the Bull Demon King? The Sword of Jingguo and the 9 cauldrons were 2 items that the Bull Demon King couldn't use. The Goat Jade Purifying Vase and the Frontier Gold Rope weren't much use, and the Purple Gold Gourd. Jiang Wenming looked at the sky somewhat sheepishly. He was worried that this treasure would be snatched away by someone after he took it out. After all, this was something he had secretly hidden away, and earlier when the gods had not returned, he didn't mind using it. Now that the gods had returned, hell knows if the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were watching. In case they found out, they would not come down to settle the score with themselves. Just give the Blade of Verdict to the Bull Demon King to use first. Jiang Wenming thought and was about to throw the Blade of Judgment into the ring. Just at this moment, little lowly Bobby appeared in front of him. For the challenge match, borrowing magic treasures is not allowed. Jiang Wenming was speechless for a while. Just now, Grease was alright. Why not me? Are you pulling the strings? Jiang Wenming protested. Grease was granting him God's blood just now, which is originally a power that belongs to him, and can't be considered borrowing, while the magic treasure in your hand doesn't belong to him. Bobby huffed and glared at Jiang Wenming. Listening to Bobby's milky voice and matching her puffed-up look, Jiang Wenming was tempted to reach out and pinch her, but once he thought that he might not be able to beat her, he wisely put away the idea. You don't have to worry. That Bull Demon King isn't as weak as you think. He's strong. He just hasn't moved for real yet. What? Hasn't moved for real? Jiang Wenming was a bit disbelieving. The bull's horns have been broken by someone, and he still hasn't made a real move. Is it the same as Oh Bumpman? Who doesn't turn on the big one until the last minute? Isn't this idle? However, Jiang Wenming steeply reacted and looked at Bobby with an odd face. Aren't you the referee? Why are you telling me this? Seeing that you are obedient. I don't like this group of Greek gods. Compared to the old Greek gods, they are too bad. Bobby answered honestly. This referee seemed a bit capricious. Jiang Wenming secretly slandered in his heart, but saying that the new Greek gods were inferior to the old gods. Jiang Wenming raised his hands to this point, especially Zeus. With this bastard as the king of the gods, it would be strange if the Greek god system could be good. Greed, lust, jealousy, vanity, brutality. It can be said that all the shortcomings of human beings, Zeus one does not fall all accounted for. Jiang Wenming even thought that if he met Zeus during the competition, should he ask the Fengdu Emperor of Hell to take action and directly get him to the 18 layers of hell. According to the laws of hell, it was estimated that Zeus wouldn't be able to change a layer of hell without tens of billions of years. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out, and Jiang Wenming hurriedly turned his gaze to the ring, only to see that the Bull Demon King's body was covered in a layer of black gas, and the broken horns on his head grew back. There seemed to be countless grievous spirits wailing around his body. Even just looking at it from afar made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Devil. Previously, Jiang Wenming only felt that the name Ox Demon King was a bit of a misnomer. After all, this guy hadn't done anything out of the ordinary besides being horny. Why was it called the Ox Demon King? Now he understood. Hoping that this was his battle state. Demon King form. The Bull Demon King still has this move. Why haven't I seen it before? Neza, who was lying on a large rock and lazing around, suddenly sat up and somewhat curiously surveyed the Bull Demon King in the ring. In the heavenly court, quite a few senior ancient gods, seeing this form of the Bull Demon King, all of them had complex expressions. That long ago memory was reawakened. The Bull Demon King, a name that had almost become a taboo, had once led the demon race, killing the heavenly court and almost overthrowing the Jade Emperor's rule. Since the destruction of the demon court, the closest great demon king to the ancient demon gods, not only is his magic power high, but his physical body is so strong that ordinary magic treasures hit him, just like scratching an itch, and has the demon race remnants of luck plus body. That battle fought the sky dark, resulting in a lot of great demons and immortals body fall. In the end, it was the Jade Emperor himself who took action, and by virtue of the heavenly Tao's blessing, this was the only way to injure the other party. But it was only a wound and did not kill him. King Bull Demon also because of that battle exhausted the demon tribe's chi. Himself suffered backlash, resulting in a delay in the recovery of cultivation. Ping Tian Dishang, this name, not his own casually take. It was a real fight, because heaven was really almost leveled by him. It was a fight between immortals and demons. The karma was too heavy. Even the saints didn't dare to intervene. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. Back then, when the Jade Emperor borrowed Neza's hand, he once tested him, and the Bull Demon King behaved in a cooperative manner, and was so dazed by the fight that he nearly died. From start to finish, he never showed his true strength. I didn't expect that after so many years, he would once again display his true strength. Strength that belonged to the great Demon King level. Monstrous demonic flames rose and countless grievous spirits wailed. These were all the demon clans that had once died in battle. They were unwilling to reincarnate just so that one day, the Bull Demon King would be able to lead them to kill the heavenly court once again and reclaim the glory that belonged to their demon race. After Jiang Wenming felt the aura from the Bull Demon King, the bloodline in his body began to boil. A pair of golden wings appeared behind him, representing the light of the sun emanating from his body. A figure vaguely emerged behind him, unable to see his face, but the aura emanating from his body caused people to feel fear. Even Bobby couldn't help but lower his head the moment the shadow appeared. Cannot look directly at. The silhouette appeared quickly and disappeared even faster, vanishing without a trace in just the blink of an eye. This made many people think it was their illusion. The Bull Demon King seemed to have a sense and turned his head to look at Jiang Wenming, but he saw nothing. I am the Bull Demon King. The voice was like thunder, shaking the 8 directions. Before he even struck, he had already made a preemptive strike. The giant axe in his hand was covered by a layer of demonic flame, and slashed towards Hercules. Although this attack seemed to be slow, but the feeling given to Hercules was that no matter how he dodged, he would be hit. It was as if what was attacking him was not the giant axe, but the entire heaven and earth. There was no way to avoid it. Hercules' muscles bulged as he raised his wooden stick to meet it. Boom! Heaven and earth went deaf, and Hercules' body was like a fly as it was directly cleaved into the ground by the giant axe. The ring was directly and completely split in half by this axe, revealing a deep, bottomless fissure. The power of a single strike was as terrifying as this. A moment later, Hercules' figure leapt out from the ground, his body intact and filled with battle intent. Battle! Hercules roared, taking the initiative to charge towards the Bull Demon King. The wooden stick in his hand was rendered into a golden color by divine power, and it heavily clashed with the Bull Demon King. Boom! The body retreated dozens of meters before barely stopping the force. At this point, he had already adapted to the Bull Demon King's attack, and if the other party used the same tactic again, it would no longer cause any harm to him. However, the Bull Demon King looked like he had forgotten about this matter, waving the huge axe in his hand with a tiger-like wind. Again and again, he chopped on top of Hercules' wooden stick. Ka-ching! The wooden stick was finally chopped apart, and the axe landed on Hercules without causing any damage to him. Colosseum! Hercules dropped the wooden stick in his hand and waved the chains wrapped around his arm, forming a circle outside the two. A colosseum similar to that of ancient Rome appeared. Hercules leaped forward with his bare hands. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King directly heaved his huge axe and plunged it into the floor beneath his feet. He chose to engage in a physical fight with his opponent. Jiang Wenming bared his teeth for a moment as he watched. The Ox Demon King was giving up his advantage, losing his weapon enchantment. Facing Hercules, who was immune to similar attacks, how could he fight? But the Bull Demon King quickly told him, pure physical combat. You punch and I kick, comparing to one's own strength and resistance to blows. Although the Bull Demon King had a strong physical body, Hercules was likewise not much weaker than him, and also had the ability to be immune to damage. Soon, the Ox Demon King's body was battered and bruised all over. Hercules, on the other hand, didn't have a single scratch even though he had taken quite a few attacks. No, I can't just watch like this. I have to do something about it. He actually wanted to enter the ring and use the ability to merge. However, this method had to require the Bull Demon King to actively cooperate, and there was nothing he could do if the other party didn't cooperate. But looking at the Ox Demon King's behavior at this moment, it was clear that the stubbornness had come up. It was simply impossible to cooperate with him. I remember watching him earlier when he came. There were a few other people around him. It should be Princess Ironfan and Red Child, or else find them to persuade him? Jiang Wenming felt that this method should work, pulling off a hair and making it turn into himself to go to the 10,000 God's palace to bring in help. Although Princess Ironfan's godhead hadn't appeared, Red Child's had appeared, and contacting him would be the same. The only pity was that they, the gods and demons, lived in cavernous places that they simply couldn't go to without coordinates. Otherwise, persuasion in person would have a higher success rate. The doppelganger came to the Hall of 10,000 Gods, found Red Child's divine seat, lit a pillar of incense, and began to call out the other party's name in his heart. A moment later, the green smoke coalesced into the silhouette of a child. What do you call out to this great king for? Red Child's divine mind descended, looking arrogantly at Jiang Wenming. Your father is dying. Can you persuade him? Your father is the one dying. Dare to scold this great king. Believe it or not, I'll spit fire and burn you to death. Go call your mom here. I have something to say to her. What do you want? Taking advantage of my father's absence. You want a hit on my mom, don't you? I tell you, don't even think about it. Jiang Wenming was speechless for a while. He couldn't seem to communicate with this little kid. Just when he didn't know how to open his mouth, a rift suddenly appeared within the pantheon. Inside revealed two stunningly beautiful faces, as well as a little brat. Jiang Wenming recognized the other party the moment he saw them. Who were they if not Princess Iron Fan? Late generation has met Princess Iron Fan. In terms of status he was higher than Princess Iron Fan, but in terms of seniority he should call the other party auntie. After all, this was someone who even the Monkey King had to call out sister-in-law, and he was considered half of the Monkey King's disciple, so he naturally had to perform a junior salute. Oh, you actually recognize me? Princess Iron Fan was a bit surprised. She seldom showed her face, not to mention the mortals nowadays, even some of the gods and demons of the same time period. Very few people recognized her. Jiang Wenming called out her identity in one breath, which made her look at Jiang Wenming a little more. Princess, great name. Late generation also learned from the mouth of the benefactor. He said that your national color, graceful, virtuous wife, good understanding of people, cough, intention. One look at you makes it hard to forget. Jiang Wenming almost accidentally went on the highway. Fortunately, he changed his words in time and did not cause a car accident. Who is your master? Could it be that he has an old relationship with me? Princess Iron Fan was a bit puzzled, and for a moment, she couldn't recall that deceased person had taken in a disciple. The benefactor is the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong. Jiang Wenming did not turn red in the face, and began to pull the tiger's skin on himself. After all, the 72 transformations and the somersault clouds had been passed down to him, so it was reasonable for him to pull the Sun Wukong as a backer, right? What? You're that stinking monkey's disciple. Princess Iron Fan heard this and her willow eyebrows rose as she angrily stared at Jiang Wenming. Listening to this tone, it seems like it's played off. Could it be that she and the Monkey King are really having an affair? Jiang Wenming's heart was speechless. It wouldn't be so unlucky, right? Seeing that Jiang Wenming looked like he was intimidated and stopped talking, Princess Iron Fan forced down her anger, slowed down her tone and opened her mouth to ask, why didn't your master come over in person? Instead, he let one of your disciples show up? This has nothing to do with my master. It's mainly because I want to meet you. Jiang Wenming hurriedly opened his mouth, afraid that the other party would misunderstand something again. You're looking for me? What is it? Princess Iron Fan frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. I want to ask the princess to persuade the Bull Demon King to merge with me. If I drag on, I'm afraid that my life will be lost. Jiang Wenming didn't go on, because he believed that the other party could understand what he meant. Oh, I remember. You're the god's favorite of the mythical ring. Do you think the old ox will lose? Princess Iron Fan asked in an unpleasant tone. How could Jiang Wenming take this? He couldn't say that her husband couldn't do it in front of the other party. Could he? How embarrassing would it be if Princess Iron Fan gave him the line, if you're good, you go. Sister, don't get angry first. Listen to this handsome little brother. What exactly does he want to say? Princess Jade Face, who was on the side, saw that the atmosphere was a bit delicate, and hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Jiang Wenming cast a grateful gaze towards the other party. No wonder the Bull Demon King likes this vixen. People are beautiful and speak well. When a lover, who wouldn't like it? Retrieving his cluttered thoughts, he organized his words. As far as I know, Hercules once accepted the 12 trials of the Greek gods. His body was blessed by the gods, has 12 lives, and every time he dies, he will be immune to a second attack of his kind. Although the Bull Demon King is strong, I'm afraid it's difficult to defeat the other party given the current situation. So I want to personally ascend the stage and join forces to kill Hercules with the help of his power. Jiang Wenming told the original story. How much certainty do you have? Princess Jade Face heard this and opened her mouth to ask. No need. We appreciate your kindness, but this is my family's old ox's battle. He will never give permission for anyone else to participate in it. Princess Iron Fan spoke directly, blocking the words Jiang Wenming was about to say. Princess, could it be that you wish for the Ox Demon King to die in the ring? Jiang Wenming had a bit of a headache. Why were these two so stubborn? Is face or life important? Life is gone. What's the point of having face? As a modern person, Jiang Wenming prefers the attitude of, if you can't beat you, you'll boil to death. Only those who survive to the end are winners. But obviously the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan are not this type. In their view, face is more important than life. Belonging to the type that does not steam buns to fight, there was an essential difference between the two sides. Seeing that the other party had said so, Jiang Wenming also lost the idea of continuing to persuade. Everything could only be left to fate. Although he disliked the idea of placing his fate in other people's hands, but with the current situation, he wasn't qualified to go and call the gods bluff. If I had the strength of monkey, why would I bother begging others? The incense burned out, and Jiang Wenming's body turned into a hair that slowly floated down. Under the ring, Jiang Wenming received a reply from his doppelganger and frowned slightly. Failed? Looking at the Bull Demon King who was being wildly beaten by Hercules in the ring, An inexplicable annoyance rose in Jiang Wenming's heart. Too stubborn. Having reached this point, what are you still insisting on? Even using a weapon would be fine. He chose to fight hard with the other party. Hercules had now completely ignored the Bull Demon King's attacks, fighting for his life every time. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Bull Demon King would surely die. As the injuries on the Bull Demon King's body became heavier and heavier, his strength began to gradually weaken. Now, he didn't even have the strength to defend. It was completely one-sidedly taking a beating. Hercules clenched his fists together and heavily smashed on the Bull Demon King's head. The sound of bones shattering came from the originally strongest skull. The bull's horns were smashed, and the skull dented. The Bull Demon King's tall body fell to the ground with a loud crash, splashing up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the gods of the heavenly court were silent. The gods of the earth were silent. And even some of the demon tribes that were concerned about the battle here were silent. The once unrivaled Bull Demon King, was he really going to fall in this humiliating? Is he really going to fall in such a humiliating way? No. Ox Demon King, stand up. You are the great Demon King. How can you fall in such a place? Great sage of the flat heaven. Where has your bravado gone back then? Stand up. Don't lose. Our demon race can't live without you. Countless great demons left their caves and appeared at the edge of the ring. A loud cry rang out. The Bull Demon King lay on the ground, his consciousness turning a little fuzzy. With no fear of death, there was only unwillingness. It was so close. Why was he never able to go further? Where exactly was the problem? His way of the physical body was already infinitely close to that of an ancient god, but he was never able to take that step. Someone once told him that the time had not yet come, but he had waited until he was about to die, and the time still hadn't come. In today's world, was it really impossible to become a saint in the flesh? Father, get up. Don't die. Husband, get up. King Bull Demon, you're the leader of the demon race. You definitely can't fall down here. After you die, our demon race will have no hope of rising again. Great King, is our demon race going extinct? If anything, there were shouts coming from the ears, like they were very close, and like they were very far away again. The demon race will not go extinct. After hearing the words that the demon race would eventually become extinct, the Bull Demon King's eyes, which had originally lost their vigor, once again regained their vigor. Consciousness returned. The demon race will not be extinguished. A hiss shouted out from the Bull Demon King's mouth. The originally broken body began to start recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the aura on his body also began to climb. Upon arriving at a certain critical point, the Bull Demon King suddenly bellowed, "Break for me!" At this moment, beside everyone's ears, it was as if they heard the sound of something breaking. The aura on the Bull Demon King's body was like a mountain, like an abyss, and the demonic flames were monstrous, as if they were endless. A breakthrough was made. He had finally managed to step into this level of realm after 17,800 years. Half-step saint. A half-step saint who had become a saint in the flesh was just like the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi back then. At this moment, the demon race's chi surged by a large margin. Countless demon races cheered, and those great demons, too, were unable to contain themselves with excitement. Princess Iron Fan's eyes were even red, and she crouched on Princess Jadeface's shoulder and cried. After waiting for so many years, she finally waited for this day. The demon race had finally ushered in a new life. Jiang Wenming, who was under the stage, looked at the Bull Demon King with some disbelief. Half-step saint realm. He is still on the path of becoming a saint in the flesh. This means that the other party has a combat power comparable to that of a saint. In this era where saints have yet to return, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 demon of the world. Perhaps because of his identity as the young master of the demon race, or because he was infected by the kind of spirit of the Bull Demon King, Jiang Wenming felt that his power seemed to have increased a lot. It seemed that he had also mastered a special divine ability, but at this moment, he didn't have the heart to check it out. He was more interested in seeing how strong the Bull Demon King who had broken through the realm was. Could he break the blessing on Hercules? If he couldn't break the blessing on his opponent, although he wouldn't lose, it would be hard to win. After all, the rules of the ring were that one had to die before it was over. Unless he was planning to continue accepting challenges from the Greek gods. Fighting for one round? It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Once he thought of the Bull Demon King's strength at this time, the gloom in Jiang Wenming's heart was swept away. He couldn't wait for the Bull Demon King to directly round-bust around. There are more Greek goddesses. Turn around and give the Bull Demon King a heads up. Snatch all the goddesses and kill all the male gods. The more Jiang Wenming thought about it, the more he felt that there was something going on. Anyway, being green once is still green. Being green countless times is still green. Since this is the case, then why not send Zeus a piece of green grassland? Once he thought of the bull demon king bouncing on that green grassland above Zeus, Jiang Wenming actually felt an inexplicable sense of joy. In the words of his previous life, despise the Chow thief, understand the Chow thief, and become the Chow thief. The bull demon king was destined to become a fellow traveler with Zeus. Break the sky. He only saw the ox demon king blast out a fist, and the white ox silhouette behind him merged with it. The fist transformed into a sharp bull's horn and heavily clashed with Hercules' fist. The image stood still. Immediately afterward, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Hercules' body directly flew backwards, and before it could land, it directly turned into a mist of blood. The entire scene was dead silent. The gods of heaven and earth were once again silent, and Neza sat up violently from his boulder. Inside the true Lord's temple at the mouth of the river, Erlang Shun, who was meditating, abruptly opened his eyes. The gods on Mount Olympus in Greece, one by one, were also shocked beyond words, because they felt it. Just now, the power of rules on Hercules was broken by brute force. One force broke all laws. The bull demon king had finally done this at this moment. Hercules' body quickly reorganized, but this time, no one was paying attention to him. The battle had already been decided. The power of the rules in his body no longer had any effect on the bull demon king. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Still want to fight? The bull demon king asked in a deep voice. Hercules answered him with his actions. Time and time again, he charged and was blown away until all the revivals were consumed. Hercules gasped for air and barely got up from the ground. If you admit defeat, I cannot kill you. The bull demon king looked at Hercules with complicated eyes. The two were rivals but quite compatible. He really didn't want to make a move to kill Hercules. As long as the other party nodded and admitted defeat, he was willing to accept another challenge. As a warrior, dying in battle is an honor. Come on. Hercules unfolded his arms and went to his death openly. Go well. The bull demon king nodded solemnly, took his own giant axe, and chopped off Hercules' head with one axe. The head tumbled to a stop a few times on the ground, and Hercules' body slowly fell to the ground. This time he didn't revive. Moderator Bobby appeared in the ring. This challenge match, King Bull Demon wins. Hercules' body slowly dissipated and his soul sank into the ring. Let's go, little beauty. The Bull Demon King put away his giant axe, and as if he was doing a magic trick, he took out another small yellow flower from somewhere, and ran his ass over to Demeter. Looking at the Bull Demon King's lewd smile, Demeter was in a bit of a trance. It was as if the topsy-turvy Demon King just now was an illusion. Demeter hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the small yellow flower that the Bull Demon King handed over. Ha ha ha. The Bull Demon King giggled hee hee hee, and then held Demeter's hand as he stepped into the space rift. It wasn't until the two left that the crowd reacted. Crap, crap, crap. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. They actually did leave together? Why would such a beautiful goddess be with a cow? A cow? That's a real cow. The Bull Demon King's bull. Suddenly I want to see the expressions of the Greek gods. Losing two gods at once is too tragic. I'm very curious. After that Greek goddess leaves with the Bull Demon King, will she be considered our Chinese god in the future? Or is she the god of Greece? God a hammer. That's the demon race. Jiang Wenming looked at the Ox Demon Kings departing back and suddenly shouted, Ox Demon King. What is it? The Bull Demon King turned around at his words. What was that memory wipe you said earlier about? Jiang Wenming was curious about this matter, as he had just noticed that everyone around him, it seemed, had forgotten the name Dxin. This matter can't be explained in a moment. If you want to know, you can come to Tsueyun Mountain's Basho Cave to find me. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Jiang Wenming and walked into the space rift with his arm around Demeter's small waist. On Mount Olympus, electricity flashed and thunder roared. Bastard! Rubbish! Zeus was so infuriated that his body was covered in electricity and he didn't know how many things he had smashed. His woman, his sister, had been snatched away by a man. No, by a bull. This was simply a strange shame for him. The Huaxia divine system has bullied people too much. I must kill them all. Zeus' roar echoed through the hall of gods. Hades, the king of the underworld, acted as if he hadn't heard it, teasing the crow on his shoulder to himself. Poseidon, the god of the sea, on the other hand, leaned on the soft couch, his eyes closed tightly as if he was asleep. Who's going to the next game? Zeus's anger gradually calmed down and turned his head to look at the gods. The crowd of goddesses avoided his gaze, and the group of male gods also lowered their heads and pretended to watch ants fight. Since no one has taken the initiative to step down, let's wait for the results of the draw. Zeus' face was embarrassed, feeling that his authority had been shaken. On the ring, a Greek god's favorite trembled as he stepped into the ring. He was the outcast chosen by the crowd, as everyone knew that the current situation in China could only be described as unstoppable. Apart from the initial battle where there was still some damage, At the back, after getting the first key of creation, it was like an awakened dragon. There was no longer a single divine lineage that could fight against them. Now, with the return of the gods of Huaxia, it was even more of a crushing force. The seeds of fear began to take root, and no one wanted to go up and die. However, before the match was over, they had to send someone up to die. The gods were no exception. Jiang Wenming reached out and pressed his hand on top of the turntable and waited for half a day. But he didn't hear anyone appear early. Could it be that no one is competing this time? Thinking, he casually flicked the dial. The divine favorites on the Greek side had already finished drawing at this time, and the god they chose this time was Heavenly Queen Hera. Right at this moment, the dial in front of Jiang Wenming also stopped. The god drawn this time was God of Fortune Zhao Gongming, the goddess of marriage versus the god of fortune? Jiang Wenming's brain was a bit confused. This seemed a bit of a match. He felt that it should be against the moon goddess. It didn't seem right that both of them were in charge of marriage. Moonlao should match Aphrodite, the goddess of love, or have Moonlao fight 2 with 1? Jiang Wenming thought of a white-bearded old man holding a red thread against 2 hot, sexy and charming goddesses, tying them into cough cough, sin sin sin. Jiang Wenming hurriedly shook this evil thought out of his mind, riding a black tiger on his crotch, holding a silver whip in one hand, holding treasures in his mouth. All the ghosts are lined up in front of him, able to drive thunder and service electricity, able to call the wind and rain in front of him. Late Jiang Wenming, welcome god of wealth Zhao Gongming. Jiang Wenming felt that he shouted harder this time than any other time in the past, especially the 3 words god of fortune, fearing that others wouldn't know it was, yelling at the top of his voice. As his voice fell, the ring was filled with golden light. A god with a face like black charcoal, dressed in a large red robe, holding a rui in one hand and a yuanbao in the other descended. The god of wealth, Zhao Gongming. However, it was different from the kind brows and smiling face that the crowd had imagined. The god of wealth master Zhao Gongming in front of them had a somber and murderous face. Although he was dressed in a festive outfit, the murderous aura emanating from his body was appalling. It was as if the red robe he was wearing wasn't a festive costume, but was dyed red with blood. Seeing Zhao Gongming in this appearance, even Jiang Wenming was a bit confused. What was this situation? How was it like being pouted? What he didn't know was that just a moment ago this appearance slot was almost taken again. It was only because he reacted in time and descended first that he was saved from the tragedy of being cut off. However, after he saw that the other party was a goddess, he had long cursed the Greek gods in his heart. He had thought that a decent opponent would come, but it turned out to be a goddess. Didn't know that he didn't like hitting women? Or did the other party treat him like the ox demon king type of lecher, trying to use the beauty trick on me? What kind of god do you think I am? When Heavenly Empress Hera saw that Zhao Gongming was only a purple god, she couldn't help but show a look of contempt. A mere inferior god. How dare you make an enemy of me? Hera was an authentic god-king level, possessing the same abilities as Zeus. In the legend, Zeus had promised to share divine power with her in order to pursue her back then. So Zeus's divine power as well as his abilities, Hera would have all of them. Otherwise, why Zeus only dare to cheat? Do not dare to abolish her to marry another. You know Zeus has even his own children killed people. Will tolerate a woman to him? The reason is here. The other party holds half of his power, coupled with the fact that she herself is Zeus their sister. Blood purity is also higher than Zeus. Not want to kill, but cannot be beaten. It can be said that Zeus is the king of the gods in plain sight, while Hera is the one whose divine power is closest to the second generation of gods. On the contrary, the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, was only a 5th grade god in the heavenly court, and the difference in status between the two sides wasn't half a star. It was no wonder that Hera was angry, because in her opinion, Huaxia was humiliating her, using a lower god to humiliate her. Many of the spectators outside the arena had the same idea. After all, soldier against soldier, general against general, this was the norm. In terms of status, the god of fortune Zhao Gongming was indeed no match for the heavenly empress Hera. In their opinion, this one would have to send at least a god of the Western Queen Mother's level down to have a chance of winning. Everyone was not optimistic about god of wealth Zhao Gongming. Only Jiang Wenming sneered in his heart. He wanted to dislike Hera. You do know a lot about gods, but you don't know about Huaxia. Our Chinese gods are never ranked by strength. They are on merit. Only gods with high merit and virtue will have a higher status. It's true that Zhao Gongming doesn't have a high rank. He's only a 5th grade god in the heavenly court, but that doesn't mean he's weak. Rather, it was because he stood on the wrong side back then, causing his own merits to be greatly damaged, which was why he ended up in the 5th grade god position. Hera's words, falling into Zhao Gongming's ears, caused his face, which was already as black as charcoal, to darken a few more points. Grandma's banana fan. Hoi bullied me, Tai Bai bullied me, even you, an old foreigner bitch. Dared to bully me. You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Zhao Gongming was enraged. The match hadn't even begun yet, but the swords were already drawn, and at any moment, there was the urge to go up and slap the opponent to death. The match hadn't even started yet, and at any moment, there was the urge to go up and slap the opponent to death. Along with Bobby's start, both sides struck out at the same time. Lightning. Hera was extremely fast, condensing a lightning spear in her hand and throwing it directly towards Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming didn't show any weakness either, raising the jade rui in his hand, directly dispersing the lightning, and his body retreated extremely fast, pulling away from Hera. 7 Extinction Formation. The crowd outside the field was confused, looking at Zhao Gongming's kind of lanky figure. The crowd thought he was a melee fighter, but they didn't expect him to be a mage, raising his hand to set up a formation. This was the first time the crowd had seen this kind of tactic. That's right, the interceptors don't play with formations, they play with melee combat. Jiang Wenming instantly became excited at the sight. Compared to Zhao Gongming, Master Wen was simply a retrograde disciple, only playing with spells, but forgetting that the interceptor sect was famous for its formations. Whether it was sect leader Tongtian's Immortal Execution Formation, 10,000 Immortals Formation, or Nyonya Sancho's 9 quarters Yellow River Formation, which interceptor cult bigwigs weren't good at formations. One person is comparable to a million armies, no matter what you are, whether you are a great Luo Golden Immortal or a quasi-saint or a saint. As long as you dare to enter the formation, I will dare to cut you. You have to know that in the battle to seal the gods back then, the Tongtian sect leader was able to fight off 4 saints with his own strength. To be precise, it is 7, because at that time, Taishan Laojun used a gas to transform 3 Qing, divided into 3 saints incarnation. Cold knowledge, Lord Tongtian is not one of the 3 Qing. Together with the 2 Western sects guiding in Junti, there were 7 saints. Although there are tens of thousands of disciples within the Tongtian formation to help, the hierarchy in the human sect also have a lot of people out. It was enough to see the horror of this formation. And Zhao Gongming made up the 7 Extinction Formation. Jiang Wenming had also heard of it, and it was considered one of the more famous formations of the Interceptor sect. There were 7 levels in it, and the power would fluctuate with the settings of the person who set up the formation, but it was still incredibly powerful. Back in the day, the Hierophant Golden Immortals didn't suffer a lot from this formation. Now that it was being used by Zhao Gongming to deal with Hera, it was also considered another cultural export. It was time to let these foreign divine lineages understand the depths of China. Zhao Gongming was hiding in the formation, and Hera originally disdained it, using lightning to keep bombarding the formation, but all the attacks were just like a clay ox entering the sea. Please break the formation, fellow Daoist. Zhao Gongming's voice came from within the formation, but there was no sign of him. The 7 Extinction Formation was like a separate space. Although it was close at hand, it could never be reached from the outside. Humph. I want to see what tricks you're pulling. Hera coldly snorted in disdain. In front of absolute strength, anything fancy was just a dream. Wasn't it just a magic formation? Would she be afraid of this? What's more, she wasn't the kind of vase that was useless to look at, and her understanding of the way of spells wasn't any weaker than those who specialized in this way. Step into the formation. The scene around her quickly changed, and the earth became pitted, like a small mountain. What is this? Hera looked down at her feet and scrutinized the lines on it. The ground was made up of countless round floors stacked together, and there was a square hole in the center of these floors. It was dark inside, like an endless abyss, and it was impossible to see what was underneath. And on the 4 directions of the floor, there were 4 ancient characters written. But unfortunately Hera didn't know much about Chinese culture and couldn't read what they meant. However, while she didn't recognize it, the Chinese audience outside the arena could see it clearly, displayed clearly on the screen outside the arena. Everything Hera did after entering the 7 Extinction Formation was magnified and displayed in front of the crowd. What is the floor under her feet is clearly a copper plate that has been enlarged countless times. Different from the Western copper coins, the Chinese copper plate emphasizes on the heavenly circle, so the circle outside represents the heaven, and the 4 squares in the middle represents the earth. The 4 directions are usually engraved with the year of the dynasty to which they belong. For example, So-and-so Tongbao and other words. The copper plate inside the 7 Extinction Formation did not have these words engraved on it, and the words engraved on it were in big seal script. Wealth can pass through the sky. That's right, he was the god of wealth. He didn't need to use other people's names. His money could go straight to the heavens. Looking around, the entire formation, as far as the eye could see, was stacked with this kind of copper money, surrounded by quite a lot of gold, silver and jewels. What mountains of gold and silver were here were all eclipsed. The entire space was filled with money, and there were exotic treasures everywhere. Taking out just any one of them was worth a fortune. Although Hera was a diva, she was also shocked by the wealth here. She didn't lack money. In fact, she was also the god of commerce, and the wealth that flowed through her hands was countless. But she was likewise a woman who loved vanity. Otherwise she would not have married Zeus as his sister because of his sweet words. Those precious jewelry attracted her eyes. Exquisite, ornate, that fine workmanship that was not found in Greece. Hera couldn't help but reach out her hand and pick up a jeweled necklace from the ground and put it in front of her eyes to scrutinize it. Every now and then, she also rubbed her hand over it, feeling the warmth of the touch. When I kill this god, all these treasures will be mine. The greed in Hera's heart came together and she could no longer restrain it. Putting the string of gemstone necklaces into her arms, she continued to walk forward. Just after taking 2 steps, she felt that something seemed to be tugging at her feet. Looking down, she saw that inside the square hole in the ground, an arm as black as ink was sticking out, gripping her in a death grip, trying to pull her down. Electricity flashed on Hera's body, and a lightning bolt struck down, directly sending that arm into flying dust. At the same time, the hole in the ground steeply grew larger, and Hera couldn't dodge in time, directly falling down. Bang! After Hera fell down, she realized that there were exotic treasures everywhere around her, and under her feet were countless gold, silver, and jade. Although the black hand disappeared, there was an additional black handprint on her white jade-like ankle. Perhaps the commotion just now was a little too big. The ground began to tremble, and the gold and silver mountains, as well as jewelry that were originally piled up in the surrounding area, began to pour towards her like a mudslide. Seeing this, Hera lightly jumped on the ground, avoiding the torrent of jewelry, and stood on a high ground, looking down, only to see a door of light appear between the locations where the jewelry had spilled, and a black vortex similarly appeared on the mountain of copper coins, exactly where she had fallen earlier. 2 choices: whether to choose to ascend the black vortex of the copper money mountain, or to choose the light door of the jeweled mountain that was close at hand. In just a split second, Hera gave her choice. She directly stepped towards the jeweled mountain below, stepping on those rare and incomparable jewels, and came before the light door. As she stepped into the light door, she didn't forget to casually pick a few pieces of incomparably gorgeous and precious jewelry, which were more than just decorations, but also contained strong power, somewhat similar to jewelry magic treasures. Whenever she took a piece of jewelry, the ground would reach out a black hand to pull her. Although all of these black hands were eliminated by her, a black palm print also appeared on her body. Hera's body emitted golden light, washing her entire body and removing the black handprints before she gracefully stepped into the light door. When the spectators outside the arena saw this scene, they immediately began to discuss it intensely. So many treasures, wouldn't this be a fortune if it was taken out? Worthy of being the god of wealth. Fighting is so capricious, directly smashing people with money. Why do I feel like this formation doesn't seem to have much power? That goddess barely made an effort and easily passed the level, and got a few treasures for nothing. I feel like this formation, I can pass it too. It's too easy. Nope, it definitely won't be this simple. There must be other organs in here. I think so. The god of fortune is at least a god. How could he use such clumsy means? Do you guys feel that this scene resembles an old saying? What old saying? Take money and smash you to death. Jiang Wenming looked at Hera's departing back and fell into deep thought. Copper money, black hands, untold riches, and 2 doors. There was something wrong with this formation. This wasn't the original 7 extinction formation. It should be Zhao Gongming's 7 extinction formation that had been re-improved according to his own ideas, especially the copper coins on the ground and the words engraved on them. Wealth can lead to heaven. Rather than showing off, this was more like a guide, telling those who broke through the barrier that if they wanted to pass, they would have to come up with money. And not only did Hera not hand over the money, but she took a lot of treasures instead. Then the next level. Jiang Wenming had a hidden guess in his heart, and his eyes towards the ring changed, from watching the show at the very beginning, to an expression of grave gravity. That scene just now, is it like what people often say, falling in the money's eye? And instead of choosing to climb out through the mountain of coins, Hera chose another path, a path of pursuing wealth. This is greed. Zhao Gongming's 7 extinction formation utilized human nature, and he was using it to test Hera. After Jiang Wenming figured out the key, he only felt chills all over his body. This god of wealth was no longer the same Zhao Gongming. The previous him was reckless, capricious, righteous, and straightforward, while the current him had learned to utilize human nature. The hardest thing under the sky to fathom is human nature. It's a power that even sages can't control. Zhao Gongming was playing with fire, and the slightest mishap could cause the merits he had accumulated over the years to go down the drain. Just as he was thinking, the picture in the ring shifted. Hera appeared on a steep cliff, with a golden stone golem standing in front of him with an outstretched hand, while behind him was a one-wood bridge. There was a line engraved on the golden stone golem. Hand over the treasure on your body to pass. Hera didn't even look at the other party and walked straight towards the wooden bridge behind him. A mere puppet. How dare you ask her to reach out for treasures? Just as she was about to step onto the wooden bridge, the golden stone puppet abruptly moved, and with a flash, appeared in front of Hera. Once again, it blocked the way, one arm reaching out in front of her. Hera was enraged, and the electric light in her hand flashed, condensing an electric spear that directly pierced through the goldstone golem's body. The golden stone puppet dissolved under the heat, transforming into a pair of beautiful golden high heels. Hera took a look at them and only felt how she liked them. It was as if they were customized for her, and every detail, they were extremely to her liking. Hera forced herself to resist the urge to try it out, put the golden high heels away, and took a step towards the one-wood bridge. The moment she stepped on it, gusts of wind began to blow on both sides of the cliff, and the one-wood bridge shook. Hera used her divine power to hold up a barrier against the gusts of wind blowing from both sides. She made it to the other side without any danger and entered the third level.